The formidable figure of Wen Yang, having traversed 80 small worlds, is but a final task away from completing her mission as a vicious female supporting character. Upon fulfilling this last endeavor, she shall redeem her accumulated points for a staggering 500 billion tickets and retire in leisure. For 8 years, all proceeded without a hitch, save for the final step of being expelled from the Wen family. A casual demise would suffice to conclude her mission. However, at this critical juncture, every member of the Wen family, mere cannon fodder in this tale, unexpectedly awakens to the power of telepathy. Wen Yang remarked, "Oh, dressed so handsomely, off to court a young lady, are we? This girl is no ordinary one. Soon enough, the resentful elder brother shall meet with a calamitous accident, resulting in disfigurement. Moreover, he shall be cuckolded, forced to raise another's child, and ultimately meet a gruesome end at the hands of his own lover, who shall inject him with a virus." The elder brother, Wen Yang, could only respond with a bewildered expression, ? He must distance himself at all costs. Wen Yang continued, "The blind and heartless second brother deserves to have his hands severed by the irate relatives of a patient, enduring 16 stab wounds." The second brother, Wen Xiao, questioned, "Am I truly that unfortunate?" The third, fourth, fifth, sixth, seventh, and eighth brothers pleaded, "Sister, you are our beloved sister. Please save us." Upon seeing their mother, Wen Yang mused, "Truly, the renowned time-traveling expert of yesteryears, having borne 9 children, still retains such an enviable physique." When mother exclaimed, ? Her long-hidden facade lay scattered about. With a single move, she transformed from a supporting character to the protagonist, drawing in both the original antagonist and the male lead. It was only at the very end that Wen Yang comprehended the truth. In her first life, they had all rescued her. A debt of gratitude for saving one's life must be repaid in kind. Let us rejoice together. Chapter 1. My 500 billion. Hiss. Ever since Wen Yang gained consciousness, she felt an excruciating pain in her right leg, causing her to involuntarily wince, her delicate features contorted in distress. "Awake, are we?" A male voice suddenly broke in, and as Wen Yang opened her eyes, she was met with a torrent of reprimands. "Wen Yang, must you continue to create chaos? Look at what you have done to this household since Ching was brought back. Ching is the true bloodline of the Wen family. For years, you have usurped her identity and indulged in her riches. What more could you possibly desire? Instead of seeking death daily or tormenting her, why not choose a more distant and, if you wish to perish?" The man, clad in a white coat, stood tall and imposing, his handsome visage adorned with gold-rimmed spectacles, exuding an air of refined elegance mingled with a hint of nobility. Even his current expression of anger did not diminish his allure. Yet, when Yang found herself unable to appreciate it in her present state, she rubbed her throbbing head, heart lamenting. To be forced into labor upon awakening, why must my fate be so cruel? And my ill-fated second brother, renowned for his sharp tongue, hurls insults with such venom. Must his spittle rain upon my face? Could he not stand a tad further away? It's utterly repulsive. When Xiao's expression stiffened, perplexed by the situation. Has Wen Yang recently acquired new skills? Can she now speak without uttering a word? When did she learn ventriloquism? Furthermore, how did she just communicate with him? She accused him of being short-lived and called him disgusting? Before he could even erupt in anger, he heard Wen Yang finally articulate her thoughts. She endeavored to maintain a sorrowful expression, resolutely stating, "Second brother, your words are truly heart-wrenching. After all, I have been your sister for over 20 years. Does second brother not harbor a shred of sibling affection for me? Lin Chengcheng has returned for 2 years, and each of you has rallied around her. Am I not your sister as well? It is I who has been wronged, yet you all favor her. How can you treat me this way? This performance of mine could undoubtedly earn accolades. Once I retire completely, I shall pursue acting. With my unparalleled skills, I am certain to become an award-winning actress." Having traversed into the novel President Shun's overbearing affection, "Madam, don't even think about escaping for 8 years. I can see that my storyline is nearing its conclusion. Soon, I shall be able to exchange all my points for 500 billion in currency, allowing me to select any world and live extravagantly. How delightful. I am merely 1 step away. Life is becoming increasingly promising. Aha." Wen Yang is a quick-traveling tasker, and counting this small world, she has already experienced 81 realms. Once she completes the tasks in this world, she can genuinely retire and enjoy a life of luxury. The original owner of this book awakened with an awareness not meant for mere paper characters and even saw her own eventual fate, unwilling to continue following the storyline. By escaping this small world, she severely disrupted the narrative's trajectory, causing a significant collapse in the story, with the small world showing signs of imminent ruin. Maintaining stability in each small world is the system's responsibility, hence she was dispatched here to become a malevolent supporting character for her mission. As long as she adheres to the plot and fulfills her role, she will have completed her task. This is her final assignment. The system promised that if she performs exceptionally well, there will be additional rewards. The thought of receiving a substantial sum of money along with surprise blind boxes filled her with joy, making her feel as if she could soar. Upon completing her task, she plans to use that money to travel the world, surrounded by handsome models, indulging in every delight. Just thinking about it makes her salivate. Her 500 billion is within her grasp. Bowing her head in feigned sorrow, Wen Yang immersed herself in dreams of her affluent future, completely oblivious to Wen Shirxiu's astonished expression. What he had just heard was not ventriloquism, but Wen Yang's innermost thoughts. Could it be that the world he inhabited was merely a book? The Wen Yang before him had, in fact, exchanged souls 8 years prior. This was utterly incredulous. After a considerable pause, Wen Yang heard no response from Wen Shirxiu. Curiously, she glanced up at him, pondering. Why is he silent? Shouldn't he declare that Chengcheng is his true sister, and that I, a malicious girl who resorts to petty schemes to bully Lin Chengcheng, am unworthy of being his sister? TSK, 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 the entire Wen family is being manipulated by others without their awareness. They cannot fathom that. Lin Chengcheng is not their daughter or sister at all. Lin Chengcheng is the illegitimate daughter of Wen Yonghui from the third branch, who covets the shares held by the first branch and colluded with the nanny to secretly create a false paternity test. The true daughter of the Wen family has been sold to human traffickers, and her whereabouts remain unknown. The original owner is the daughter of the Wen family's maid, who, at birth, was mistakenly exchanged with the true daughter and taken to the countryside for upbringing, enduring immense suffering and hardship. Meanwhile, the original owner relished the privileges of being the true daughter, living a life adored by her entire family. It was not until 2 years ago that the true daughter of the Wen family, who seldom saw her mother in the countryside, stealthily sought out the Wen household, only to be discovered in advance by the third branch, leading them to uncover the maid's past deception through her resemblance. The true daughter of the Wen family and Wen's mother bore an uncanny resemblance, akin to being cast from the same mold, which was precisely why the maid had kept her hidden in the countryside. She never anticipated that the true daughter would come looking for her. Upon the revelation of the truth, the third branch threatened the maid, insisting that if she did not cooperate, she would be sent to prison. Fearful, the maid had no choice but to agree to fabricate evidence. When Yonghui substituted his illegitimate daughter for the identity of the true daughter, subsequently exposing the maid's past actions and creating a false paternity test. He successfully integrated the illegitimate daughter into the main household. After the maid was exposed, she fled with Wen Yonghui's assistance. As for her, since she was still quite young at the time, out of gratitude for the years of care she had received, she was not expelled. However, in the narrative's latter part, the maid's role ceased to appear, leading Wen Yang to speculate that she may have been silenced by Wen Yonghui. Upon hearing this, Wen Shirxiu became visibly agitated. Could it be that Chengcheng was also an impostor? Moreover, their third uncle, who had lived a childless life, was deeply affectionate towards his brothers, so how could he possibly commit such an act? He refused to believe it. Wen Yang must be lying. Observing his silence and the complex emotions playing across his face, she wondered why he no longer berated her. With a pleading tone, she exclaimed, "Second brother, I was truly pushed down the stairs by Lin Chengcheng. I did not frame her. You must believe me. I am your sister, the one who has lived with you for 20 years. I gently reminded him. Surely he would recall the purpose of his visit? Hurry and scold me. Then cast me out of the Wen family, and I could exit the narrative. I could pursue a male model. Hurry and scold me." She fervently screamed within her mind. When Shirxiu clenched his fists and suddenly turned, striding away without uttering a word, leaving Wen Yang utterly bewildered. What is his problem? And why has he stopped scolding me? Hey? Why not return and berate me a couple more times? After exiting the hospital room, the corners of Wen Shirxiu's mouth involuntarily twitched as he muttered, "Nuts." Chapter 2. Where is the outburst we agreed upon? Shirxiu, what are you muttering about? At the end of the corridor, Wen Shiryan, the eldest son of the Wen family, approached confidently in his impeccably tailored suit. He and Wen Shirxiu were identical twins, yet their temperaments were strikingly dissimilar. Wen Shirxiu exuded an air of scholarly elegance, while Wen Shiryan embodied a stern demeanor. "Brother, what brings you here?" When Shortstory adjusted the stethoscope around his neck as he inquired, I heard from Mother that Yang had an accident and is in the hospital. I came to check on her. How is she? Which room is she in? Wen Yang casually asked. When Shortstory glanced back at the room behind him and shrugged slightly. She has a minor fracture in her right leg. It's nothing serious. She and Chungchung had a spat over a glass of orange juice. And she claims Chungchung pushed her down the stairs. When Yang furrowed his brow at the discord between his two younger sisters, feeling a surge of annoyance. What does Chungchung have to say about this? When Shortstory raised his voice slightly, of course it's impossible for Chungchung to have done that. It's all Yang's fabrication. She intentionally tumbled down the stairs to frame Chungchung. If you ask me, like mother, like daughter. If their mother could engage in such despicable acts, what good could she be? Alright, despite everything, she has been in our care for so many years. What her mother has done is unrelated to her. You should refrain from cursing her too much, Wen Yang said as he stepped toward the hospital room. I'll go check on her. Suddenly, Wen Shortstory recalled something and seized his brother's arm. Brother, I find Yang a bit peculiar today. When you go in, pay close attention and see if you feel the same. Wen Yang regarded him with suspicion. What do you mean by peculiar? You'll understand once you see for yourself. Wen Shortstory replied as he opened the door to the room, only to find Yang cunningly hiding her phone beneath the covers, feigning sleep. What a scare. Why is he back? I mustn't let him discover that I was reading posts. When Shortstory cast a glance at his brother behind him, cleared his throat, and said, Brother has come to see you. Stop pretending. I just left, and there's no way you could be asleep. Reluctantly, Yang opened her eyes, mentally complaining. Oh. So, it's my resentful brother who has come. What's the matter? Can't he vent his frustration alone and need someone to join in?
Come.
Unleash your wrath. It would be even better if you could chase me out of the house. When Shortstory paused at the threshold, inexplicably looking at Yang, and before he could speak, he heard her muttering, Oh, dressed so handsomely, off to a date with a young lady tonight, I presume. Tsk. That young lady is no ordinary girl. My resentful brother is soon to be disfigured in an accident because of her, and she will betray him, raising another man's child, ultimately leading to his tragic demise. Ugh, I can't even begin to comment on that. When Shortstory seemed momentarily taken aback, stumbling slightly, only to be supported by Wen Shortstory. Then he heard his brother's voice. Brother, did you hear that? Wen Shortstory looked at Wen Shortstory with a complicated expression and whispered, What is that sound? He had not seen Yang's lips move, yet it was unmistakably her voice. When Shortstory murmured, That should be Yang's inner thoughts. What are these two whispering about? Surely they aren't secretly speaking ill of me? Brother, are you alright? Did you twist your ankle? Yang feigned concern, her voice sweetly dripping with faux innocence. When Shortstory awkwardly glanced at Yang, bewildered at how she knew he was going on a date tonight, let alone the fact that she foresaw his potential misfortune. This must be the peculiarity that Shortstory mentioned. They could hear her thoughts. He cleared his throat and quietly replied, I'm fine, just stumbled a bit. But you, how did you end up in the hospital again? I heard from Mother that you fought with Chungchung. Upon hearing this, Yang immediately began to whine. Brother, you must stand up for me. It was my freshly squeezed orange juice. But Lin Chungchung took it without asking and then pushed me down the stairs. Just look at how malicious she is. Are you lying? Aunt Shui already stated that the orange juice was made by Chungchung herself. How did it become yours? Besides, don't you usually dislike orange juice? It's Chungchung who loves it. When Shortstory couldn't help but retort, unable to contain his indignation. Chungchung loves orange juice?
Puffed.
It's not orange juice she craves. She adores green tea. She reeks of green tea all day, cackling like an old hen. And when did I ever say I disliked orange juice? I simply drink it infrequently. And Aunt Shui said so. Aunt Shui is a spy planted by Wen Yang in our home. Of course, they would conspire together. That blind second brother deserves to have his hands chopped off, stabbed 16 times for being so foolish. When Shortstory felt a pang of dread, could it truly be that dire for him? He exchanged glances with Wen Shortstory, both harboring doubts in their eyes. Could what she claimed be true? Brother, it's not at all, as the second brother said. You believe me, don't you? Lin Chungchung is nothing but a vile person. Ever since she arrived, you all have turned against me. What does my being swapped at birth have to do with me? I was completely unaware, Yang cried, her voice laden with grievance. Seeing her tearful distress, Wen Shortstory softened, stepping closer to sit at her bedside. He offered her a tissue, saying gently, Don't cry. Brother never said he didn't believe you. Yang froze for a moment before dramatically throwing herself into his embrace, sobbing uncontrollably. Something feels off. In the past, whenever I cursed Lin Chengcheng, the whole family would join in the rebuke. Why are they comforting me today? This cannot be. They mustn't show me any leniency. They should detest me, be annoyed by me, even hate me. I need to cultivate some animosity.
What?
Brother, can you convince our parents to kick Lin Chengcheng out? I don't want her in our home. You two are my family while she is just a country bumpkin, unworthy of being a miss of the Wen family. That was a rather vicious insult, wasn't it? Now surely my brother will be furious, right? I am so blatantly disrupting family harmony and insulting his sister. He ought to be enraged enough to throw me out of the Wen household. Wen Shixiu, had they not been able to hear her inner thoughts before, he would undoubtedly have erupted in anger, scolding her harshly, perhaps even truly casting her from their home. Yet now, when Shixiu found himself perplexed, unable to fathom why she would wish for them to despise her, to hate her, to drive her away. Despite his lingering doubts, he refrained from voicing them and continued to indulge her. Yang, don't speak ill of Chengcheng. She is still your sister. After all, and you will be living under the same roof. You ought to be more accommodating. Yang, what on earth is happening? Why have they suddenly changed their attitudes? Moreover, this storyline is all wrong. According to the narrative, Wen Shixiu should be exasperated with Yang's behavior tonight, leading him to demand that she leave the Wen family. Yet where is the promised outburst? Has the plot bugged? Has it collapsed? Could it be that I haven't been dramatic enough? Chapter 3. A deviation in the plot. She is not my sister. I refuse to acknowledge her as such. Yang, noting that both of them were straying from the script, decided to escalate her theatrics. Brother, you have all been deceived by her. Lin Chengcheng is not your biological sister at all. That paternity test is a forgery. I am your beloved little sister, cherished since childhood. She is the imposter. Brother, could you kindly expel her? In any case, I refuse to coexist under the same roof as her. Either she is in the house or I am. She behaves like a spoiled young lady, throwing tantrums, yet her inner self starkly contrasts with her outward demeanor. Hurry up and berate me for my unreasonable behavior. Rush me out. I have gone to such lengths. Surely you cannot continue to tolerate me. When Shixiu gazed at her with a slight headache, this little girl was indeed a handful when she threw a fit. His tone grew serious. Stop this nonsense, Yang. I know you harbor a dislike for Chengcheng, feeling as though your affection has been usurped. However, whether you accept it or not, she is still a daughter of the Wen family. It might be acceptable to express such sentiments in front of your elder brother, but refrain from bringing this before our parents. Otherwise, even I will be unable to assist you. Having said this, Wen Shixiu stood and departed, unable to endure her antics any longer. Wen Shixiu cast a complex gaze at Wen Yang as he left. Could Chengcheng truly be the biological daughter of their third uncle? He resolved to discreetly conduct another paternity test involving Lin Chengcheng and their parents, overseeing it personally this time. If Lin Chengcheng truly turned out to be a fraud, he must swiftly locate his genuine sister. He glanced at Wen Shixiu's expression, deciding to withhold this matter from his elder brother for now until the test results were available. What? You're leaving just like this? Why don't you berate me a little? Come back. Return to me. Oh, brother, don't go. Second brother, stay and keep me company. Wen Yang not only felt a yearning in her heart but also voiced her pleas. Yet, upon hearing her words, the two brothers hastened their steps, as if fleeing. Swiftly exiting the hospital room, Wen Yang lay in confusion on the hospital bed, recalling the evening's upheaval, urgently calling out to the system in her heart. Oh no. System. This is a dire situation. The system activated. What is the matter, dear host? I am currently gathering energy, awaiting your completion of the task, so I may have sufficient power to transport you to the world you desire. Has something gone awry on your end? Wen Yang paused, her anxious tone softening. Thank you for your efforts, system. By the way, it seems that tonight, the Wen Shixiu brothers are acting rather strangely. According to the plot, I was supposed to be expelled from the Wen household tonight, resulting in an unfortunate accident leading to my demise, allowing me to formally log out. Yet, they seem to be deviating from the storyline. Even when I threw a fit and scolded Lin Chengcheng, they were not angered nor did they chastise me. What is happening? After pondering for a moment, the system replied, it is likely due to the previous world in the book having collapsed somewhat, resulting in deviations in the plot. The timeline may not align. You might want to provoke them further. Dear host, you are only one plot point away from completion. Simply being cast out by the Wen family and then finding a place to perish will secure your success. If Wen Shuryan and Wen Shurxiu are not following the plot, you may attempt to provoke others within the Wen family. Any family member expelling you will count. Alright, I will return home tomorrow after being discharged and try to provoke Mother Wen a bit.
Wen Yang mumblet.
Go for it, dear host. I will continue to gather energy and call for me once your task is completed. The system's energy accumulation was, in fact, a form of dormancy. Alright, off you go. Wen Yang thought it best not to disturb at this time, as there was no significant issue at hand. She turned uncomfortably on the bed, instinctively attempting to adjust her blanket, but forgetting the injury on her leg, causing sharp pain that made her wince. Clutching her aching right leg, she could no longer endure the discomfort. Grimacing, she retrieved a healing elixir from the system space. The system space was a reward given by the system after she completed tasks containing various treasures she had collected over her many lifetimes, including miraculous medicines, pearls, jade, and other precious items. She contemplated her return home tomorrow and her intention to provoke Lin Chengcheng to irritate Mother Wen. The leg injury significantly hampered her combat effectiveness, so it was best to heal it first. After all, it was merely a minor fracture. She would recover swiftly without drawing attention. Once the elixir entered her system, all pain dissipated, and Wen Yang happily took out her phone to continue her enjoyment. Meanwhile, after leaving the hospital, Wen Shuryan found his thoughts occupied with Wen Yang's ominous words about her potential tragic fate. He felt a sense of disbelief while simultaneously grappling with doubt. Deep in thought, he failed to notice he was being followed. As his car traversed a stretch of man-made forest, it entered a blind spot of surveillance, and a Jetta suddenly switched on its headlights, accelerating towards him. With a thunderous crash, Wen Shuryan's had collided with the steering wheel, and before he could regain control, the right rear of his vehicle was struck violently once more. Remembering Wen Yang's warning about a potential disfigurement due to a car accident, he instinctively shielded his face with his hands. The silver Porsche lost control, crashing into the adjacent artificial forest and ultimately colliding with a tree, coming to a halt. The Jetta, with its crumpled front end, sped away, and as it brushed past, a glimpse revealed the driver was a bald, fierce-looking man adorned with tattoos. He smirked at the wrecked Porsche, his lips curling in satisfaction, and disappeared from sight within moments. Inside the Porsche, blood trickled from Wen Shuryan's temple, his vision blurred. His head throbbed, and his chest ached intensely. Struggling, he fished out his phone from his pocket, unlocked it with his fingerprint, and dialed Wen Shurxiu's number. "Brother?" Wen Shuryan gasped. "Car accident on Mingyang Road." The phone slipped from his grasp, and he succumbed to unconsciousness. 2 minutes later, an ambulance sped out of Kongxing Hospital, racing towards Mingyang Road. Wen Shurxiu, seated in the passenger seat, anxiously shouted into the still-connected phone, "Brother? Can you hear me? Hold on, I'm almost there." Wen Yang learned of Wen Shuryan's car accident and hospitalization the following morning as she went to the front desk to complete her discharge procedures. Encountering a weary Wen Shurxiu, who hadn't slept a wink. Upon seeing Wen Yang for the first time, Wen Shurxiu immediately announced, "Brother was in a car accident last night and is hospitalized." Wen Yang was taken aback, her mouth agape. "What? The accident happened last night? I distinctly remember Wen Shuryan getting into a car accident only after my death. Why has the plot advanced ahead of schedule? This is chaotic. I was not expelled from the Wen family last night, causing the storyline to unravel. Is brother alright? Which ward is he in? I want to see him." Wen Yang inquired concernedly, looking at Wen Shurxiu. Wen Shurxiu furrowed his brow, responding stoically, "He has fractured ribs and a concussion. Fortunately, he has stabilized, but he is still unconscious and in room 306. Is it just a fracture and concussion? I thought there was mention of disfigurement as well. Why does the plot deviate again?" As Wen Yang made her way to room 306, she asked, "Have you informed our parents?" "Not yet," Wen Shurxiu replied, raking a hand through his slightly disheveled hair. "I've been watching over Wen Shuryan all night, worried about the family. I didn't notify anyone." Now that brother's accident had come to pass, he recalled Lin Chengcheng and their third uncle at home, his expression growing increasingly grim. "The driver who caused the accident fled. I've already called Shurjin. He will be here shortly." Wen Shurxiu sighed wearily, pinching the bridge of his nose. Wen Yang pondered internally. If the plot has not deviated, the individual who collided with him must be Lu Xiaodong's former boyfriend, who is entangled in the underworld. Lu Xiaodong was the young lady who had gone on a date with Wen Shuryan the previous night, a university student. Their encounter transpired on a rainy day, while driving. When Shiyan failed to notice a puddle by the roadside, splashing Lu Xiaotong thoroughly. To add to her misfortune, Lu Xiaotong was wearing high heels that day and, instinctively trying to evade the splatter, she stumbled and fell, injuring her knee. Upon witnessing her fall in the rear-view mirror, Wen Shiyan promptly parked his car and rushed to check on her. The gentlemanly CEO not only took her to the hospital to tend to her wounds, but also left his contact information, encouraging her to reach out should she need anything. Sensing the gravity of his status, Lu Xiaotong deliberately attached herself to him, breaking up with her boyfriend involved in the underworld to pursue a relationship with Wen Shiyan. Last night marked her first outing with him, which she had arranged after several days of waiting for his availability. The societal figure, having stalked Lu Xiaotong, spotted Wen Shiyan and, filled with resentment over Lu Xiaotong's choice to abandon him for a wealthy man, orchestrated the accident. I remember that later in the book. They identified the perpetrator's vehicle through the dashcam footage, and third brother Wen Shijin had the assailant arrested on charges of attempted murder. As a result of the accident, the eldest brother's appearance was disfigured, and during his recovery, Lu Xiaotong showered him with affection and care, leading to a blossoming romance that culminated in an engagement. However, during a clandestine visit to a bar, she was drugged and assaulted, resulting in an unintended pregnancy, which she deceitfully claimed was the eldest brother's child. The resentful eldest brother unwittingly became a father, promptly marrying Lu Xiaotong, but unbeknownst to him, during her assault, explicit photos were taken, which the assailant used to blackmail Lu Xiaotong, compelling her to maintain an extramarital affair. Ultimately, she was seduced into collaborating with her lover to eliminate the eldest brother for his inheritance. Wen Yang gazed at Wen Shiyan's unblemished handsome face, lost in thought. Though he has not been disfigured, the accident aligns with the narrative, and the subsequent events should not deviate significantly. The most significant change now is me. I must log off swiftly. I cannot delay any longer. I need to hasten to summon Lin Chengcheng and Mother Wen. As long as I can scold Lin Chengcheng in front of Mother Wen, she will undoubtedly become enraged and expel me from the Wen household. This shall be my course of action. Wen Yang turned to Wen Shijin, feigning concern. Second brother, since eldest brother is no longer in danger, we should inform mother. Eventually, the family will learn about eldest brother's condition, and he certainly needs care at this time. Wen Shijin, already aware of her unspoken thoughts, lowered his head with a dark expression, his hands clenched tightly in his pockets. Lu Xiaotong, indeed. He would not allow such a woman to harm his brother. Furthermore, he could not let Wen Yang leave. He needed to devise a plan to keep her close. Fearing that Mother's arrival might provoke Wen Yang into uttering the words that would lead to her expulsion, Wen Shijin quietly suggested, "There is no need to inform Mother. Let us just say eldest brother is on a business trip to spare her further worry. You could stay here to care for him." Upon hearing this, Wen Yang, realizing his intentions would disrupt her plans, urgently refused. "That won't do. I can't remain in the hospital. I have classes to attend. My studies are quite demanding. It would be better to call Mother. I can come by to relieve her whenever I am free." Wen Shijin frowned, unsure of how to counter her argument when Wen Shijin appeared at the hospital door. Second brother. How is eldest brother? Wen Shijin, clad in denim jeans and a gray shirt, stood tall and robust, his muscular physique stretching the fabric of his shirt, undeniably captivating. He was handsome, with a demeanor that was cold and distant, embodying the archetype of a stoic, composed gentleman. Wen Yang found herself quite fond of this type. Though Wen Shijin's attitude towards her was rather indifferent, especially after learning she was not his biological sister. With 8 brothers, her eldest and second brothers were twins. The third, fourth, and fifth were triplets, the sixth and seventh were twins, while she and the 8th were single births. The eldest brother managed the family company. The second studied medicine, and the third served as a detective. When Shijin informed Wen Shijin about eldest brother's condition, he was no longer in critical danger and required only rest. However, the hit-and-run driver remained at large, and they were unaware of who had caused the incident. Please check the dashcam footage from eldest brother's car to see if any clues can be found. Understood, Wen Shijin nodded in acknowledgement. After Wen Shijin spoke, he turned to Wen Yang, only to find her engrossed in her phone, her fingers deftly tapping across the screen. A sense of foreboding washed over him.
Wen Yang,
"What are you doing?" Wen Yang calmly put her phone away, replying, "I just sent a WeChat message to Mother, informing her that eldest brother was in an accident and is hospitalized." When Shijin's head spun, "Didn't I tell you not to inform Mother?" Wen Yang shrugged. "Second brother, Mother isn't that fragile. With such a significant event concerning eldest brother, she deserves to know." Besides, with her care, he will surely recover faster. She is the best at looking after people. If I don't call her, how will my part in this drama progress? I am eagerly waiting to log off and enjoy a life of leisure. Just as Wen Shijin was about to leave, he paused, glancing at Wen Yang with her arms crossed, his gaze filled with a hint of intrigue. That previous voice had sounded somewhat peculiar. The first 2 sentences he had heard with his ears, but the last one seemed to resonate in his mind. Just as he was unsure if he had misheard, that voice echoed once more. Tisk. My third brother remains as stunning as ever. Among all my brothers, I am most captivated by his appearance and demeanor, so cold, yet alluring. If he were to stand before me, whip in hand, wearing a devilish grin, I would willingly submit to his whims. When Shirshio coughed several times, his face flushing involuntarily, casting a speechless look towards Wen Yang. So, this is what my sister is like, harboring such thoughts about the third brother. Wen Shijin found it absurd, having clearly seen that Wen Yang hadn't spoken at all. Moreover, judging by the second brother's reaction, it seemed that this voice could be heard by more than just him. Unbeknownst to Wen Yang, her secret musings about Wen Shijin had been overheard. With a cheerful demeanor, she looked at Wen Shijin and sweetly inquired, Third brother, have you had breakfast yet? I'm quite hungry. Could you take me along when you go out? Before he leaves, I must seize the opportunity to gaze at him a few more times. Honestly, if it weren't for the need to maintain the plot's trajectory, I wouldn't want my charming third brother to meet such a tragic fate. Alas, there's no helping it, as you are all mere fictional characters. Your fates have been sealed from the very beginning. A family of cannon fodder. What a pity indeed. What tragic fate. Could it be that the third brother will also meet an untimely end? When Shirshio's eyes darkened, which scoundrel of an author had orchestrated such lives for them? How utterly inhumane. Chapter 5. The one I adore most is the third brother. When Shijin began to comprehend, this must be Wen Yang's inner thoughts, and, astonishingly, even the second brother could hear them. He exchanged a knowing glance with Wen Shirshio, their brotherly bond allowing them to instantly grasp the unspoken understanding in each other's eyes. Silently processing the revelations, Wen Shijin, who had previously been indifferent towards Wen Yang, altered his approach, softly stating, I haven't had breakfast either. Let us go. I'll take you out to eat. Wen Yang's eyes lit up instantly, and she eagerly approached him, sweetly smiling. Great, thank you, third brother. Woohoo, a rare chance to be alone with third brother. I must make the most of it. She grasped Wen Shijin's sturdy arm, her gaze sparkling brightly. Wow. The robust muscles could surely send me flying with a single punch. I wish I could transform into a koala and hang on to him. How delightful it would be to experience the thrill of touching Sanji's chest muscles. When Shijin's body stiffened slightly as he suppressed his discomfort and refrained from pushing her away. Feeling the strength of her arm wrapped around his, he wore a wooden expression, wondering why she couldn't simply hold on without fidgeting, squeezing and kneading him at intervals. He was not a corpse. He could certainly feel her touch. Lowering his gaze, he caught sight of Wen Yang's petite head, that little girl fixated on experiencing the sensation of muscles, utterly oblivious to the fact that her self-perceived discreet actions had been laid bare. Wen Yang, is your leg still hurting? Wen Shirshio felt a twinge of jealousy towards Wen Shijin. After all, they were both brothers. He had lavished more affection on her in her childhood than Sangha had. Yet, in her heart, she favored the indifferent Sangha. Was it merely because Wen Shijin possessed more muscular strength than they did? Truly, it resonated with the adage that what one cannot have is always the best. Upon hearing the question, Wen Yang's eyes darted around. It hurts, of course. I was just trying to be brave and not worry you. With that, she leaned her body against Wen Shijin's arm. Tilting her head up, she feigned a fragile and pitiable appearance, saying softly, Sengo, I fell down the stairs yesterday and hurt my leg. Could you please walk a bit slower later? Which leg did you injure again? I think it was the right one, wasn't it? She had just raised her left leg, but now she immediately switched to claiming her right leg was the injured one. The little girl lied without batting an eye, leaving Wen Shirshio speechless. Second brother. I'm taking her out for a bite to eat and to check the dashcam footage. Should I bring you something back? Wen Shijin inquired in a calm tone. Wen Shirshio shook his head. No need. The hospital has lunch boxes in the morning. I can manage with that. All right then, we're off. After exchanging pleasantries, Wen Shijin led Wen Yang away. Once they were a distance away, Wen Yang could still be heard exuberantly exclaiming, Wow, Sangha is really accommodating me by walking slower. He is the best. He has never scolded me because of Lin Chengcheng. Although I know he just can't be bothered to deal with me, he is still better than those other brothers. When Shurshio watched the two figures disappear before pulling out his phone, opening WeChat, and creating a group chat, adding Wen Shuryen and Wen Shurjin into it. As they walked, Wen Shurjin heard his phone ring, took it out to glance at the screen, and sent a question mark in reply. Before long, Wen Shurshio sent a string of messages. You can hear Wen Yang's thoughts too, right? Wen Shurjin glanced at the still gleeful Wen Yang and paused for 2 seconds before typing. Eldest brother can hear them too? Wen Shurshio replied with an affirmative yes. Subsequently, he no longer withheld information and shared all the secrets he had heard yesterday and today, including the revelation that Lin Chengcheng was the illegitimate daughter of Sanshu. This disclosure caused Wen Shurjin's expression to grow increasingly grave. Due to her height, Wen Yang could not see what Wen Shurjin was looking at. And since his phone was equipped with a privacy screen, she was unaware that his face was darkening with concern. Cautiously, Wen Yang asked Sanga, "What's wrong? What are you looking at?" With an impassive expression, Wen Shurjin pocketed his phone and regarded Wen Yang's delicate, rosy face. In a calm tone, he replied, "Nothing much. Just some case updates from my subordinates. What would you like to eat later?" Wen Yang pondered for a moment. "How about soup dumplings? I remember Sanga loves them." Wen Shurjin looked at her in surprise, then nodded. "All right, let us go for soup dumplings." He was pleasantly surprised that she had remembered his fondness for them. The pair arrived at the parking lot, where Wen Shurjin opened the door to the passenger seat for her before driving away from the hospital. At the Wen residence, upon seeing the WeChat message from Wen Yang, Wen Mu immediately called Wen Shurshio to confirm that Wen Shuryen had indeed been in an accident. She hurriedly urged Lin Chengcheng to get dressed so they could go to the hospital. Lin Chengcheng had a fair and pleasing face, with a pair of bright, timid eyes that evoked a sense of protectiveness. Clad in a white long dress, she casually grabbed a light jacket from the sofa, her voice soft and slightly anxious. "Eldest brother was in an accident? Is it serious?" Wen Mu took the car keys from the coffee table and, while heading toward the door, reassured her. "Your second brother said he's out of danger. He just hasn't woken up yet. We should go to the hospital to check on him." As Lin Chengcheng bent to put on her shoes, a glint of something sinister flickered in her eyes, even as she said, "As long as he's out of danger. That's good. Eldest brother really needs to be more careful." Seizing the moment while Wen Mu was preoccupied with driving, she pulled out her phone and messaged Wen Yonghui. Wen Shuryen was in a car accident and is hospitalized. After sending, she deleted the chat record and obediently waited for Wen Mu to come to collect her. Meanwhile, Wen Yang was already seated with Wen Shurjin at a breakfast cafe. Observing the silent Wen Shurjin, she couldn't help but ponder, given the current timeline. Sanga must be troubled by a missing persons case and a homicide. Wen Shurjin paused his action of drinking kanji, suppressing the depth in his eyes as he listened intently. Those two cases, while seemingly connected, actually have different culprits. I recall that the missing woman was murdered and dismembered by her husband, while the man was killed by a friend who was motivated by greed. I can't remember the details well. I'll need to review the case again. Wen Shurjin's grip on the spoon tightened. Just the day before yesterday, the criminal investigation team received a call from the police station regarding a male corpse discovered in an abandoned reservoir on the outskirts of town. The area was foul-smelling due to pollution from nearby factories, deterring most from venturing there. Forensic examination revealed that the man had died from homicide and had been deceased for at least a week. Through DNA testing, they identified the victim as Chung Lin, an employee of a state-owned enterprise. Chung Lin's wife had reported him missing 3 days prior. According to investigations, Chung Lin's colleagues mentioned that he had dropped off a female colleague named Mei Xiang a week ago and had not been seen since. However, when they sought out Mei Xiang, her husband claimed she was also missing and recounted that Mei Xiang and Chung Lin had been having an affair. This led the case to become increasingly perplexing, with the trail going cold after Mei Xiang's disappearance. Currently, the criminal investigation team was examining surveillance footage near both Mei Xiang's and Chung Lin's residences to uncover any leads. Wen Shurjin had been investigating this case, initially believing Chung Lin's death to be connected to Mei Xiang. Yet now, Wen Yang suggested that they were 2 separate murder cases. Found it. Yes. This woman was indeed murdered and dismembered by her husband, who then tried to shift the blame onto her, alleging she was cheating with a male colleague. How tragic. Chapter 6, Another Plan Foiled. Mei Xiang was a state-owned enterprise employee whose husband had become unemployed 2 years ago and had since become idle, contributing nothing to the household. As the financial burden fell solely on her shoulders, the pressure mounted significantly. At work, she often confided in Chung Lin about her husband's inadequacies. Chung Lin, who was also under pressure as the sole breadwinner, found solace in their shared experiences, and their bond gradually deepened. During one instance, when Lin was dropping Mei Xiang off at home, her husband caught them, leading to a fierce argument. Out of anger, Mei Xiang threatened to divorce her husband, who, feeling betrayed, ended up killing her in a fit of rage. He subsequently dismembered her and disposed of her remains in a sewage pit, burying the bones in a green belt of the community. As for the disappearance of Lin, it was due to the fact that he had won an astonishing 80 million yuan in the lottery before returning home that night. Yet, he harbored the intention of concealing this fortune from his wife as he contemplated divorce, wishing to revel in this windfall alone. Little did he realize how to broach the subject of divorce with his spouse. In a drunken stupor, he sought solace from his brother, asking for assistance. However, his brother, driven by greed, took advantage of Lin's inebriation, suffocating him to death before absconding with the lottery ticket and disposing of the body. When Jin was utterly astounded. Was this truly the reality of the situation? As she slowly absorbed the truth of the case, she abruptly received a phone call. Wen Yang heard a man's voice emanating from her phone, stating, "Captain Wen, I reviewed the surveillance footage at the entrance of Mei Xiang's residential compound, and it appears that after she returned home for the last time, she has not re-emerged." When Jin paused momentarily before responding, "Understood. Let's check if Mei Xiang's husband is at home. I will return shortly to inquire about some details with him." The caller acknowledged this and ended the call. "Will you be able to return by yourself?" When Jin could hardly contain his eagerness to verify whether Wen Yang's intuitions were indeed accurate. Moreover, just moments ago in the group chat, his second brother had informed him of the driver responsible for the accident involving his elder brother. He planned to obtain the dashcam footage and confirm it back at the station before dispatching personnel to apprehend the perpetrator. Upon hearing that he intended to leave, Wen Yang hesitated, musing, "Should I provoke a scene to see if I can incite third brother to cast me out of the house? This could be a splendid opportunity." With this thought, she acted accordingly, hurling her chopsticks down in a fit of rage, disregarding the peculiar gazes of those around her. "Are you truly so unconcerned as to let me return alone? I am an injured party. You brought me out, thus you are obliged to escort me back. Previously, when you took Lin Chengqing out, you ensured her safe return. Why must I return alone? I refuse. You must take me." Given third brother's temperament, my obstinacy and unreasonable behavior will surely exasperate him, leading him to chastise me for not being as well-behaved as Lin Chengqing. At that moment, I could flip the table and embarrass him. Perhaps he would genuinely cast me out. The more she thought about it, the more agitated she became, internally imploring, "Come on. Lose your temper and berate me. Spare me no harsh words. The more vulgar, the better. Hurry." When Jin was at his wit's end, his second brother remarked that Wen Yang was eager for her family to cast her out, allowing her to escape and enjoy a life of leisure using the rewards. But how could they permit her to leave? The entire Wen family was bound by a fate of being mere pawns, as long as she remained. They had a chance of survival. If she departed, the family could indeed become mere fodder. Yet, her relentless pursuit of her tasks was truly vexing. Reluctantly, when Jin acquiesced. "Very well, I shall escort you back. It will not take long. Do not constantly compare yourself to Lin Chengqing. How can you possibly hold a candle to her? If Lin Chengqing is indeed third uncle's illegitimate daughter, she does not deserve to remain in the Wen family. Wen Yang has been cherished since childhood, naturally holding greater significance than Lin Chengqing. Even if her birth mother made mistakes, that is not her fault. She was merely an infant at the time." When Jin's words were meant with good intentions, yet they struck a discordant note in Wen Yang's ears. "What do you mean I cannot compare myself to her? Are you implying that I am unworthy of comparison with Lin Chengqing? As expected of the Wen family, every word is laced with sharpness. Humph, I shall remember this. I initially intended to remind you to steer clear of the criminal involved with drug trafficking, yet it appears that a short-lived ghost does not merit sympathy. You deserve to follow the path of a valiant sacrifice. I shall compete with her. She is inherently inferior to me, merely a counterfeit brought back from the countryside. Only you all believe her fabrications. I shall never accept her." Wen Yang retorted defiantly, "If you have the courage, cast me out of the Wen family. The stage is set, now it is your turn to perform. Hurry and expel me quickly." Upon hearing this, when Jin realized that the girl had misconstrued his intentions. With a resigned tone, he placated Wen Yang. "All right, you are right. She is indeed lesser than you. You are third brother's sister, and he dotes on you. To be frank, third brother does not care much for her either. Now, cease your tantrum. Third brother will take you back to the hospital. With that, he settled the bill and led her out of the breakfast shop. This maneuver left Wen Yang utterly flabbergasted. This is nothing like I envisioned. What is this? When did Wen Shijin become so temperate? Where has your indifference gone? Have you been possessed? Despite my antics, you still coddle me? Though she mentally berated him 1,000 times, she nonetheless found herself escorted back to the hospital entrance by Wen Shijin, who even ruffled her hair affectionately before departing. This left Wen Yang questioning whether he had been bewitched. Yet another plan had failed. Nevertheless, she remained undeterred, for she would soon meet with Wen Mother, convinced that she would not be let down. Meanwhile, Wen Shijin got into his car, gripping the steering wheel tightly. So, his fate was to be a noble sacrifice? He bore no aversion to this. At the very least, his demise would hold meaning. In room 306, upon Wen Yang's return, Wen Shijin had already awakened, and both Wen Mother and Lin Qingqing were present, even when father had arrived. The family was engaged in conversation, the atmosphere seemingly pleasant. However, as Wen Yang entered, the room fell silent, and the cheerful ambience transformed into something altogether different.
Oh.
Everyone is here, Wen Yang mused, while Wen Shijin and Wen Shijin felt an involuntary shiver run down their spines, an ominous premonition engulfing them. Fearing that Wen Mother might utter something unpleasant, Wen Shijin quickly interjected, Yang, you're back. What delicious food did you enjoy with third brother? Wen Yang cast a skeptical glance at Wen Shijin. Has the sharp-tongued second brother turned over a new leaf? Smiling at me in front of Lin Qingqing? Wen Shijin's expression faltered. Recalling the past 2 years since Lin Qingqing's return, he realized he had indeed been overly harsh towards Wen Yang, and guilt washed over him.
Wen Yang replied nonchalantly.
We had soup dumplings. Having said this, her gaze finally landed on Wen Mother, only to discover that her expression seemed somewhat peculiar. Chapter 7. Let it die. Let it die. Ever since Lin Qingqing had been brought back home, coupled with her incessant antics, Wen Mother had long regarded her with disdain and impatience. Yet today, she appeared lost in thought upon seeing Wen Yang. No matter how many times I see her, every encounter with Mother leaves me in awe, truly. She is the former protagonist of a system with a childbearing focus, having birthed 9 children and still possessing such a remarkable figure. She appears so youthful and beautiful. When father, what have I just heard? Wen Shijin and Wen Shijin exchanged incredulous glances towards Wen Mother. Their mother, too, a protagonist of a system? A childbearing focus. No less. No wonder she was so prolific. Wen Mother, the hidden identity that had been concealed for years, is now laid bare. She was utterly bewildered. What was happening? How could she suddenly hear Wen Yang's innermost thoughts? The system had not informed her of any awakening of telepathy.
Oh.
She had forgotten. Her system had long departed. When she chose to remain in this world for the sake of her husband and children, the system had disassociated from her. But what was this about Wen Yang? How did she come to know that she was the protagonist of a system? As Wan Mu found herself utterly perplexed, Wen Yang began to murmur again. I have perused Mother Wen's tales of Quick-Transmigration. Each realm is filled with vibrant lives, where career and love flourish abundantly, and she is perpetually surrounded by a plethora of handsome suitors, never lacking in admirers. When Fu interjected, have you had other men? In the last world, I felt quite regretful witnessing her choose to remain in this realm for Father Wen and the children. Such a lucid protagonist. Yet she forsook her independence to return to family life. Perhaps she was simply weary. Nonetheless, Father Wen indeed serves as a warm haven. Despite the multitude of husbands and children across various worlds, none could capture Mother Wen's heart as Father Wen has, thus signifying his profound satisfaction in her eyes. Sweat beaded on Wen Mu's forehead as she perceived the dangerous glare from Wen Fu, internally exclaiming, Do not continue. Please stop speaking.
Huh?
I still recall how Mother Wen initially chose Father Wen solely for his melodious surname, as the candidates the system provided were either Zhao or Wang, names she found unappealing. Prompting her choice of Father Wen, Wen Fu replied, Did you not profess to admire his literary talent and charisma? You deceive me. When Mu felt a wave of despair wash over her, she sensed that after today, she would have much to explain.
Wen Yang.
Please cease your prattling. You are stripping me of my dignity. However, Father Wen is indeed a commendable choice, having lived up to Mother Wen's initial affection. It is regrettable that once Mother Wen severed ties with her system, she grew complacent in her comfort, leading to her being manipulated by Wen Yonghui. She could not even discern who her true daughter was, betrayed and exploited, ultimately leading to the downfall of a once great heroine at the hands of a human trafficker.
Oh.
As a malicious antagonist, if it weren't for my mission, I would have wanted to warn her. Alas, how foolish. She had explicitly stated her desire to bear a daughter like herself to the system, yet how does Lin Qingqing bear any resemblance to her? It is as though she has been bewitched into accepting her. What a pity, truly.
Sigh.
I shall adhere to my own narrative. I, the expendable, must exit the stage. Wen Yang mourned for her silently, maintaining an impassive facade as she sweetly greeted, Mother, Father, you have arrived. Unbeknownst to her, Wen Mu and Wen Fu were already engulfed in tumultuous waves of shock due to her subsequent words. Setting aside the earlier revelations, Wen Mu's hands trembled. What had she just heard? Lin Qingqing was not even her biological daughter? Then where had her daughter gone? In the past, even amidst 1,000 conspiracies, the system had safeguarded her, but with its departure, she began her downward spiral. Standing beside her, Lin Qingqing noticed Wen Mu's trembling figure. Mistakenly attributing it to anger upon seeing Wen Yang, she exacerbated the situation, saying, Sister, you have arrived. We have yet to have breakfast. Why did you not bring something back? I am fine to wait, but our parents are aging and must eat on time to remain healthy. How could you think only of yourself, neglecting them? Wen Yang glared at her with wide, almond-shaped eyes. You insufferable green tea. You are so shameless. I was just looking for you, and now you choose to provoke me. Do not blame me if I retaliate. Lin Qingqing, cease your attempts to sow discord. You claim to be so filial. Why have you not gone down to buy breakfast for our parents? And who allowed you to wear my dress? Take it off this instant. Just look at your own appearance, reeking of poverty. You think you deserve to wear my clothes? As Wen Yang advanced to snatch her dress, Lin Qingqing clutched Wen Mu's hand, tears brimming in her eyes, and pleaded, Mother, sister is trying to hit me. Look how she has lost her mind again. I know she despises me, but growing up in the countryside was not my fault. I wish to be by our parents' side too. Wen Mu stood in front of Lin Qingqing, asserting, Wen Yang, calm yourself. Wen Yang glared back, internally cursing, biased mother, indifferent father, complacent brothers, and a scheming green tea. It is no wonder they are all a family, deserving of their fate as expendables. You had best assist me in completing my mission today. I have truly had enough of this household. When Shiyan and when Shirxiu exclaimed, Have we done something wrong? When Fu replied, Is it wrong for me to remain silent? I simply wish not to favor either of you. This has nothing to do with me. When Yang huffed indignantly, How can I remain calm? That is my dress. Why do you constantly allow her to wear it when she has her own clothes? Since Lin Qingqing returned to the Wen household, she had persistently sought to usurp Wen Yang's belongings, coveting everything their parents gifted Wen Yang, and even the food brought by her brothers. She frequently sneaked into Wen Yang's room to don her clothes and adorn herself with her jewelry, and when confronted, she would feign innocence, claiming she only wished to try them on, having never encountered such beautiful garments or accessories. Wen Fu and Wen Mu, always viewing her through the lens of biological kinship, felt a constant sense of indebtedness to Lin Qingqing, allowing her every whim. Whenever Wen Yang expressed discontent, Wen Mu would chastise her for her lack of generosity, insinuating that all she possessed was merely a result of Lin Qingqing's influence, and that she should be grateful to her. Nonsense. Were it not for the mission, Wen Yang would never endure such indignities within the Wen household. Before Wen Mu could soothe the irate Wen Yang, Lin Qingqing, hiding behind her, spoke again. Sister, I didn't mean to wear your dress. I thought you didn't like it since you weren't wearing it, and I will take it off for you when we return home. Please do not blame Mother. She is already weary from your obstinacy. If you had not feigned to fall down the stairs to garner sympathy, how could our elder brother possibly have had an accident while visiting you in the hospital? Is it so difficult for you to stop targeting me? We could coexist peacefully as long as you refrain from bullying me. I am willing to forgive you for your past misdeeds. Look at her, how considerate and magnanimous. Wen Yang was both amused and infuriated by her shamelessness. Yet, despite her atrocious green tea antics, she managed to win over the hearts of everyone in the Wen family, drawing them to her side. Wen Yang, noticing that Wen Mu had yet to dismiss her, continued her acerbic tirade. Are you implying that I caused our brother's accident? If anything, you are the true harbinger of misfortune. Had you not returned, our family would have been living in harmony. It is your presence that has led to this chaos. Lin Qingqing, you are nothing but a jinx. How exhausting it is to shout. My voice is nearly gone. I have played the role of this malicious antagonist to perfection. Wen Mu, please cast me out of this house, whereupon I will perish, and our elder brother will perish. Then our father, followed by our second brother, and so on until only the lame seventh brother remains, while the rest of us meet our ends or face imprisonment. Ultimately, this entire family, save for the unfortunate seventh brother, shall perish, mere expendables destined to die. Let it be so, for I am utterly fatigued.
Wen Fu, Wen Mu, Wen Xian.
And when Shurshio felt as though the world had darkened before their eyes. Was the Wen family truly so doomed? Chapter 8. How could things change so abruptly? Mother. I was unaware of the thoughts my younger sister harbored about me. If our parents believe that I am the one disrupting this family, I would be willing to move out. I do not wish to burden my father, mother, or brothers. Lin Chengcheng clutched onto Mother Wen's hand, weeping inconsolably.
Wen Yang.
In a fit of defiance, retorted, fine. Then leave right now. No one is stopping you. After saying this, she covertly cast glances at the expressions of Mother Wen and Father Wen, her suspicions deepening. What is going on today? Mother Wen is protecting Lin Chengcheng like a mother hen. If I dare to speak a word against her, she would explode like a firecracker. I've already voiced my concerns numerous times, yet they all remain in a state of indecision. What is the matter? Yesterday, big brother acted this way. Today it's second brother, and even third brother has started to coddle me. Have the Wen family all lost their senses? Could you all please maintain some semblance of your characters and proceed with the narrative? Otherwise, I will be the only one exerting myself in this performance. Which is quite awkward. A sudden cough from Father Wen interrupted her thoughts. Upon hearing her words, he astutely realized that it was not just him who could perceive Wen Yang's inner thoughts. Undoubtedly, the elder brothers could hear them as well. And judging by his wife's expression, she was likely not far from the truth. All right, you two, cease your quarrel. Chengcheng. Yang is simply struggling to adjust to having an older sister all of a sudden, and her words may have been somewhat extreme. Please do not take them to heart. She is young, and you should show her some understanding. As for whether Lin Chengcheng is indeed his biological daughter, he requires concrete evidence to ascertain the truth. He does not wish to remain in the dark, relying solely on hearsay. Lin Chengcheng's identity will be verified personally. In the meantime, both of these young women require reassurance. After comforting Lin Chengcheng, Father Wen turned to Wen Yang and said, Yang, it is indeed inappropriate for Chengcheng to wear your clothes. Let go of that outfit. I will transfer some money to you shortly so you can select a few pieces that you like. If she has taken anything from you, I will compensate you. Understanding the significance of action, Father Wen promptly took out his phone and transferred 1 million to Wen Yang via WeChat. Upon glancing at her phone, Wen Yang exclaimed, Wow. So many zeros. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, a full million.
Wow.
I love it. Her beautiful almond-shaped eyes sparkled with delight, curving into crescent moons, revealing just how ecstatic she was to receive such a sum. Yang, for your father's sake, please do not hold a grudge against Chengcheng, all right? Seeing her smile, Father Wen inquired in a conciliatory tone. Wen Yang suppressed her smile, feigning a composed demeanor, and replied, Very well, since father has said so. I shall not hold it against her. However, this is the last time. If she dares to touch my belongings again, I will not let her off easily.
Oh.
I have money now. I can recharge for games and hire male models. I remember Sister Dan from Yi Se mentioned that a few newcomers would be coming tonight. Perfect for a discreet visit. With big brother hospitalized, father busy with company affairs, and mother surely preoccupied with green tea sister, no one will notice me sneaking out for a night of fun. Here I come, 8-pack abs and male mamas. Father Wen turned pale at her words. He never imagined that this daughter, behind his back, had already hired male models. How old could she possibly be? Both Wen Shiyan and Wen Shurshio wore expressions of complexity. Having been unaware that their previously obedient and sensible sister had been engaging in such reckless behavior at her tender age. This cannot continue. His sister, at such a blossoming age, should be focused on her studies. He must keep a close watch on her to prevent her from spiraling further into depravity. Wen Shiyan exchanged glances with Wen Shurshio, silently urging him to keep an eye on Wen Yang. Lin Chengcheng, witnessing Father Wen's demeanor towards Wen Yang, felt an overwhelming surge of jealousy. Her fingers clenched tightly into fists, her nails digging into her flesh without her registering the pain. You old fool. I am your biological daughter. I have returned for 2 years, yet you claim Wen Yang has not adapted? She is deliberately opposing me. The hatred in her eyes reflected a desire to tear Wen Yang apart. At that moment, the usually quiet Mother Wen finally spoke, Yang. I understand that you feel insecure with Chengcheng's arrival. I regret having overlooked your feelings, and I sincerely apologize. From now on, I will ensure that I treat both you and Chengqing equally, and I will not allow her to wear your clothes or use your belongings. Please do not harbor resentment towards me, all right? Mother. Lin Chengqing stared at Mother Wen, disbelief etched across her face. How could this person change her stance so suddenly? Just before arriving at the hospital, she had expressed her disdain for Wen Yang, wishing to drive her away. Now she was apologizing? Mother Wen's demeanor felt like a resounding slap to Lin Chengqing, leaving her feeling utterly humiliated. Mother Wen regarded her with a calm gaze. What? Do you not wish for me to treat you both equally? Did you not just say that you did not want me to be in a difficult position and would even be willing to move out for the sake of family harmony? Lin Chengqing's expression faltered, her face paled, and her eyes reddened as she lowered her head, murmuring, Mother misunderstood. It is my greatest wish to see my sister mature and not trouble you any further. Mother Wen scrutinized Lin Chengqing deeply, ultimately choosing to remain silent. Whether or not she is truly my biological daughter remains to be seen, and I have many ways to verify this. If Lin Chengqing is indeed not my daughter, she will pay the price. I will not forgive anyone who dares to deceive me, toy with my emotions, or treat me as a fool. As for Wen Yang's sentiments, Mother Wen is inclined to believe them. Having once been a protagonist in a fast-paced narrative, she has encountered many extraordinary situations. She can glean insights into Wen Yang's identity from her fragmented words. Thus, she chooses to trust her. Since Wen Yang has claimed that neither she nor the Wen family will have a favorable outcome in the future, it is evident that she has seen a script and knows their fates. Therefore, Wen Yang must not be allowed to leave the Wen family. Only with her presence might they evade those fatal calamities. Only by keeping her close can she begin to amend the harm done to her. Reflecting on the past 2 years, where her treatment of Wen Yang had been less than kind due to Lin Chengqing's presence, Mother Wen felt immense regret. She is my daughter as well. How could I have treated her in such a manner? Even if I resent the mistakes made by Wen Yang's surrogate mother, I have genuinely cared for Wen Yang for over a decade. After 20 years of shared experiences, blood is thicker than water. I should not have forgotten Wen Yang simply because I found my biological daughter. Now I recognize my error and will undoubtedly amend my ways. Wen Yang found herself at a loss, bewildered by Mother Wen's sudden shift in demeanor. What is happening now? At this rate, isn't the storyline about to collapse? As she pondered, a realization struck her. I understand. They are staging a death by adoration scenario. Revenge. They must be planning to treat me kindly first, and once I feel touched, they will discard me, casting me out to experience the fall from paradise to the depths of despair. What a fitting revenge for having bullied their daughter and sister. All right. So this is how you wish to play, is it? I shall indulge you. The Wen family. What on earth is she concocting in her mind? Does she truly relish such overthinking? Wen Yang feigned a look of emotional tenderness towards Mother Wen. Mother, what are you saying? There is no overnight grudge between us. I have always loved you in my heart. She approached and embraced Mother Wen, her eyes brimming with tears, resembling a forsaken puppy. Mother Wen fell into silence. Were it not for her knowledge of Wen Yang's other side, she might have genuinely believed her performance. In silent admiration, he mused that it was no wonder they were kindred spirits. Her acting was simply extraordinary. Chapter 9. It had been ages since they had enjoyed a world of just the two of them. When Shortstory observed the sudden transformation of his parents and discreetly added his mother and father to a group chat on his phone, it appeared that a paternity test needed to be expedited. He cast a glance at Lin Chengqing, who was biting her lip and wore a despondent expression. And after staring at her hair for a considerable time, he quietly averted his gaze. Dad, Mom, haven't you eaten yet? I'm fine here. I just need to rest. You can take Chengqing out for a meal. When Shurian spoke, his voice still somewhat weak. All right, make sure to rest well, replied his father.
Turning to Wen Yang.
Yang, will you come with us or stay at the hospital? Wen Yang glanced at her ailing brother and softly said, I want to go. I just finished eating. I'll stay behind to take care of my brother. Very well. As their parents rose to leave, when Shortstory suddenly interjected, I'll accompany you. I need to hand over some work anyway since it's time to switch shifts. As the four of them exited the hospital room, Lin Chengqing maintained her silence. Her head bowed. When Shortstory walked beside her, gently ruffling her hair with his large hand, as was his custom, while uttering words of comfort. Chengqing, don't take Wen Yang to heart. She has been spoiled by us. You're different. In my brother's eyes, you're far more obedient and sensible, causing less worry for the family. Lin Chengqing's heart, ablaze with jealousy, found a glimmer of solace. It seemed that her second brother still cherished her. I understand. I'm not angry with my sister. She's merely afraid I might usurp the affection of our parents and brothers, which is why she acts against me. I want to hold it against her. Of course, I knew you would understand, Cheng. Your kindness surpasses hers by far. Wen Shirxiu's praise elicited a smile from Lin Chengcheng. As long as she maintained her demeanor of obedience and understanding, she was certain to win the hearts of the Wen family. With a sister like the erratic Wen Yang as a backdrop, their parents and brothers would surely grow increasingly fond of her. Pleased with herself, Lin Chengcheng overlooked the fleeting pang that shot through her scalp and bid farewell to Wen Shirxiu with a beaming smile. Second brother, go ahead and switch shifts. You Haven T slept all night. Make sure to get some good rest later.
All right.
Wen Shirxiu tucked the stray hair he had pulled into his pocket and then turned to his father.
Dad.
I have a few words to share regarding my brother's injuries. Can you come with me? The father and son moved to the corner of the corridor, out of Lin Chengcheng's sight. With an expressionless demeanor, Wen Shirxiu extended his hand and unceremoniously yanked a strand of his father's hair. Apologies, Dad, he said, confident that his father would grasp his intention. Caught off guard, his father winced at the sudden pain in his scalp and exclaimed, Could you not just ask for hair? Do I not know how to pull it myself? Look at how many you've yanked out. Wen Shirxiu glanced at the strands in his hand.
Oh.
I didn't notice. I seem to have pulled out 3 or 4. His father, now irate, retorted, I've treasured this hair. Do you have any idea how many men my age begin to lose theirs? It's a miracle I still have this full head of hair. If I were to go bald, my wife would surely despise me. In her youth, she was quite the beauty, and she wouldn't even glance at an unattractive man. Over the years, I've taken great care of my appearance to retain her gaze. Wen Shirxiu dismissed his father's concerns, saying casually, It's just a few strands. You want to go bald. You should spend more time looking at your phone. Watching his son's retreating figure, his father quietly called after him, Keep a close watch this time. Ensure no one interferes again. And do let me know when there are results. Understood. Wen Shirxiu replied without turning back. His father, brushing back his fringe, strode back to find his wife. In the hospital room, Wen Yang settled beside the bed and gently inquired, Brother, have you eaten? Wen Shiryan glanced at his phone, noting some activity in the group chat. Yes, I had porridge from the hospital. I'll handle some company matters. You needn't stay by my side. You should enjoy yourself. The holiday is nearly over. Are your assignments completed?
Wen Yang nodded.
I finished them on the first day of the break. She had long since lost count of how many times she had attended primary, middle, and university classes. The material was second nature to her. Though the knowledge varied across different worlds, her extensive experience and remarkable memory allowed her to grasp concepts with relative ease. However, she knew she couldn't afford to be complacent. Finals were approaching, and she needed to review diligently. I know. Wen Yang did not appreciate his lecturing and promptly moved to a nearby sofa. Seeing her distance himself, Wen Shiryan breathed a sigh of relief. He opened his phone to find a message from his brother, Wen Shirjin, in the group chat. Can Mom and Dad hear us? Wen Shiryan tagged both Wen's parents. Downstairs, Wen's father was driving while Wen's mother checked her phone. Noticing the rare occurrence of only the first 3 siblings in the group chat, she deduced its significance. Wen's mother. Yes. When did you start hearing us? Wen Shirxiu. Yesterday. Wen Shiryan. Me too. Yesterday. Wen Shirjin. This morning. At that moment, Wen Shirjin was seated in a police car headed to the Meixiang neighborhood, intent on personally verifying whether Wen Yang's sentiments were genuine. Wen Shiryan, Mom. You need to explain your identity as the protagonist. Wen's mother. I'm eating. Let us discuss later. She hastily typed this message and exited the chat, almost as if fleeing. During breakfast, Wen's father glanced at his phone and suddenly regarded his wife with a meaningful look, his tone laced with a hint of danger. Dear, later when Chengcheng goes out for a gathering with her classmates, let us take a trip to Linshi Garden. It's been far too long since we've enjoyed a world of just the two of us. Wen's mother stiffened. Linshi Garden was where they had lived when they first got together, but as their family grew, they moved into their current villa. That place had become their secret haven for intimacy and shared moments. At such a juncture, she felt an unexpected ache in her back and trembled slightly as she replied, Don't you have work to attend to? Our eldest is hospitalized. Shouldn't he be overseeing things? Wen's father beamed brightly. Still remarkably handsome, even as he approached 50. His smile was so charming that even the wrinkles seemed captivating. Yet, this very smile sent a shiver down Wen's mother's spine. It's fine, I don't mind taking a half day off. There's a vice president at the company, and knowing how our eldest is, Even while recovering, he wouldn't neglect his work. He.s. a workaholic. What he truly yearned to uncover was the secret of his beloved wife. How many men had she been with? Wen's mother swallowed hard.
Can we skip it?
Absolutely not. Wen's father's tone was exceptionally gentle. Lin Chengcheng watched the two of them stifling laughter behind their hands, thinking, Mom and Dad have such a good relationship. When I grow up, I want a husband just like Dad, devoted and gentle. Yet, Wen's mother's smile was somewhat forced. She felt today would be a challenge. This stingy man, knowing she had past relationships and children, would surely not let her off lightly. Help! Could someone save her? Chapter 10. He finally believed in Wen Yang's sentiments. Fuxin Community. When Shijin arrived downstairs at Mei Xiang's residence, rather than immediately seeking out her husband, he instructed the officer beside him, go inquire with the property management if they cleaned the sewage pits in the community over the past week. The officer who had accompanied him wore a perplexed expression, but still approached to inquire. Meanwhile, when Shijin scrutinized the greenery surrounding the building for a considerable period, stepping into the landscaped area to search meticulously. Captain Wen, what exactly are you looking for? One officer, unable to comprehend his actions, ventured to ask. With a serious demeanor, Wen replied, I am examining the green belts to see if the soil has been disturbed. It was uncommon for anyone in the community to tamper with these green spaces, so any recent signs of disturbed soil would undoubtedly indicate a location where Mei Xiang's husband had concealed remains. When Shijin searched earnestly, but despite the return of the officer who had gone to consult the property management, he had yet to uncover any clues. Could it be that Wen Yang's assertions were all fabrications? Captain Wen, the property management stated that the septic tank was last cleaned at the beginning of last month and has not been disturbed recently, reported the officer. Wen Shijin pressed his lips together, hesitating over whether to continue believing Wen Yang's claims and to excavate the septic tank in search of human remains.
Yet.
What if Wen Yang was lying? Captain Wen, we have found no signs of disturbance in the nearby green belts. What is it that you are truly seeking? The officer inquired. Wen Shijin pinched the bridge of his nose, realizing his own confusion. How could he trust the unilateral words of Wen Yang without any evidence? He had been too hasty. Let us proceed to find Mei Xiang's husband, he decided, leading the two officers away from the greenery and toward the corridor. Just as they reached the entrance, a voice captured Wen Shijin's attention. Old man, what are you planning to do with that little shovel? A young man descending the stairs casually chatted with a neighbor while discarding trash. It's Xiaoli. My old partner just planted 2 new pots of flowers and asked me to dig up some soil from the greenery for her, the elderly man replied with a smile. Old man, you should dig over by building 3. The other night when I returned from my shift, I encountered someone digging there. He mentioned that the soil was rich black earth, perfect for planting flowers. The young man enthusiastically suggested. Is that so? I'll go check it out. The old man responded. Upon hearing this exchange, Wen Shijin halted his ascent. Suddenly, he turned around and walked toward the young man, much to the astonishment of the two officers. Sir, may I ask what time you encountered that person digging for soil? When Shijin fixed his serious gaze upon the young man, who appeared somewhat uneasy under his scrutiny. It was a week ago at night. It was quite late, and I had just returned from my shift. I bumped into him on the small path by building 3. He startled me, so I asked what he was doing, and he said he wanted to dig up some soil for his child to plant succulents. Did you see the person's face clearly? When Shijin pressed further.
Well,
it was pitch dark, and hardly any lights were on at that hour. I couldn't make out much. Just saw someone laboring away at the soil. The young man replied. Do you remember the exact location? Can you take us there? We are police officers investigating a criminal case, Wen Shijin stated. Upon hearing this, the young man immediately nodded in agreement. Of course, I remember clearly. Follow me. Wen Shijin followed the young man toward building 3. His heart raced with anticipation, an exhilarating tension coursing through him as he felt on the verge of uncovering an answer. Upon reaching the designated area of greenery, Wen Shijin conducted a thorough search and indeed discovered signs of disturbed soil beneath the tree. Dig here.
dig this.
He commanded with urgency.
Huh.
Dig here? Captain. What exactly are we looking for? One officer scratched his head in confusion. Remains, Wen Shijin replied coldly.
What?
Remains? Whose remains? The officer exclaimed in shock. Wen Shijin shot him a piercing glance, prompting the officer to promptly shut his mouth, while another officer hurried to borrow a small shovel from the old man. The two officers began excavating around the base of the tree. The soil here had already been disturbed, making it relatively easy to dig through. In just a few minutes, they unearthed a fragment of bone. Staring at the undeniable evidence of remains, the officer gasped, "Captain, this is a human hand. It appears to belong to a woman." As they continued to dig, more bones emerged from the pit, and when Shurjin was now fully convinced of Wen Yang's claims, he quickly retrieved his phone and contacted the forensic team. "Xiao Yinan, come immediately to Fushan Community on Chunyang Road. We have discovered human remains. Also, bring your luminal." If Mei Xiang's husband had dismembered the body at home, they would certainly find evidence of the crime scene there. Half an hour later, as the last of the bones were excavated, they managed to piece together a nearly complete human skeleton. When Shurjin rushed to Mei Xiang's home alongside Xiao Yinan, in the bathroom, the luminal reacted, revealing large patches of blue-green fluorescence on the floor and walls, irrefutably indicating that this was the site of the dismemberment. Mei Xiang's husband was subsequently taken back to the police station for interrogation. Following DNA comparisons conducted by the forensic team, it was confirmed that the remains indeed belonged to Mei Xiang. "Incredible!" exclaimed the officer. "Captain, how did you know Mei Xiang wasn't merely missing, but had been murdered? And how did you ascertain where the remains were buried?" When Shurjin, gazing at the documents in his hands without lifting his eyes, replied in a calm voice, it was deduced from the husband's character and the clues gathered from interviewing neighbors. Xiao Yinan from the criminal investigation team also analyzed the case files, noting that the victim's husband had been unemployed for 2 years, spending his days drinking and indulging in leisure, becoming increasingly idle. Neighbors reported that the couple had quarreled frequently over the past 6 months, with the entire building having heard the husband's furious outbursts and the sounds of objects being thrown. It was evident that this man possessed a volatile temperament, likely with tendencies toward domestic abuse. Such a character would not remain composed upon discovering his wife's infidelity. Most importantly, the community surveillance footage indicated that Mei Xiang had not exited the premises since being dropped off by a colleague a week prior. Therefore, it became clear to Wen Shurjin that Mei Xiang was likely not missing, but rather a victim of foul play. When Shurjin bowed his head in silence, unable to articulate that the truth of the case had been revealed to him by Wen Yang, having no choice but to tacitly accept it. The nearby officers gazed at Wen Shurjin with admiration, exclaiming, "Truly worthy of being our team's captain. Your meticulousness and astuteness are unparalleled." Xiao Yinan set down the files. "What I don't understand is how you knew the victim's remains would be buried in the community's green belt." When Shurjin cast a brief glance at him, maintaining an impassive expression as he replied coldly, "It was a guess." Xiao Yinan mused, how could such a guess be so accurate? "Captain, Guahai has confessed." Chapter 11. You old scoundrel. As Wen Yang had stated, Guahai, Mei Xiang's husband, had a fierce argument with her after discovering she had been returned home by a male colleague. In the heat of the dispute, Mei Xiang unleashed her pent-up grievances, labeling him a useless man, a leech reliant on women. Enraged, Guahai inadvertently strangled Mei Xiang to death. To avoid incarceration, he dismembered her body bit by bit in the bathroom, grinding the flesh in a meat grinder before flushing it down the toilet. Parts that were difficult to remove flesh from, such as hands, feet, and the head, were buried alongside the bones that very night in the community's green belt. He was apprehensive about being spotted by acquaintances, so he deliberately walked from Building 6 to the vicinity of Building 3 to bury it. Afterwards, he feigned anger and told everyone that his wife had run off with her lover. In the interrogation room, Guahai, shackled, gripped his hair in anguish, lamenting, "I never intended to strangle her. I was overwhelmed with rage at that moment. It was an unintentional lapse, not deliberate." Just a window apart, Xiao Yinan adjusted his glasses. His physique, concealed beneath tailored trousers and a shirt, appeared slender yet undeniably well-defined. The disappearance of Mei Xiang was due to her tragic fate, but what of Cheng Lin? Who could be the perpetrator behind Cheng Lin's murder? When Shurjin recalled Wen Yang's words, her fingertips tracing the documents spread across the table. "We shall investigate from here." Xiao Yinan glanced down at the document where her finger had paused, noting the line. Cheng Lin had a habit of buying lottery tickets. He would purchase one every day on his way to work. Xiao Yinan remembered this, was what Cheng Lin's wife had said. "Captain Wen, we have apprehended the driver responsible for Mr. Wen's accident. He is currently in custody. How should we proceed with the interrogation?" A police officer approached to inquire. "What else is there to discuss? It's a case of intentional homicide. We proceed with formal charges and let the law take its course," when Shurjin replied, her gaze icy, her words laced with a chilling detachment. "Yes, I understand what must be done." Concurrently, when Shurxiu had sent Lin Chengcheng and their father's head for forensic evaluation, To ensure the authenticity of the results, he deliberately chose a forensic center outside his own hospital. After submitting the materials, the staff informed him that results would be available in 3 days. He left his contact number and departed. Nightfall arrived as anticipated, and with the evening bar scene about to commence, Wen Yang, having spent the day at the hospital, could no longer sit still. She was tidying up the remnants of her meal when she said to Wen Shuryan, "Brother, I start school tomorrow, so I'll head home now." Wen Shuryan, recalling her unspoken thoughts from earlier that day, replied with a crisp voice, "Let your second brother drive you home." "Second brother?
No.
If he takes me, how can I go out and have fun? He absolutely cannot drive me. Not even an assistant. It's unnecessary. Second brother is busy. And I can manage on my own." Wen Yang batted her innocent almond-shaped eyes. "Besides, school starts tomorrow, and I still want to buy some supplies and materials. Still want to have fun? How old are you to be going to such places?" Wen Shuryan adamantly opposed her walking home alone.
No.
"I cannot rest easy with you going back alone. I'll call Shurxiu." Saying this, he made a call, disregarding Wen Yang's protests, and insisted on summoning Wen Shurxiu. Having caught up on sleep during the day at the hospital, Wen Shurxiu now donned casual pants and a short-sleeved shirt, holding car keys, looking quite dashing. "Heading home? Let us go, I'll drive you," he said. Wen Yang quietly murmured, "Actually, I've grown up. I can take a taxi back myself."
No.
"It's not safe for a young lady to be out alone at night." "I'll drive you," Wen Shurxiu replied, his tone leaving no room for argument. Wen Yang secretly rolled her eyes. "Why have you suddenly become so considerate? You're worried about my safety now. But last time when you took me and Lin Qingqing to the beach, you both left me behind, forgetting about me and telling me to call a taxi home. Why didn't you think about my safety then?" "Humph." A sudden display of concern. "One might suspect ulterior motives. I won't fall for your tricks." Reluctantly, Wen Yang followed him out of the hospital. Wen Shurxiu observed Wen Yang walking beside him with her head down, feeling a wave of guilt wash over him. Ever since Lin Qingqing returned to the Wen family, he had indeed acted with favoritism. Yet he was not one to turn a blind eye to right and wrong. On several occasions, he had witnessed Wen Yang bullying Lin Qingqing first, only for Lin to turn the tables and blame Wen Yang. At that time, he had no idea that Wen Yang was being willful, nor that Lin Qingqing was not truly his sister, but had come to their home with ulterior motives. All he knew was that Wen Yang was overly spoiled and had a mischievous streak, often targeting his biological sister. Over time, Wen Yang had naturally come to embody a tempestuous, willful character in his eyes, one who relished in tormenting others. Whenever Lin Qingqing was wronged, he would instinctively assume it was Wen Yang's doing. It would be difficult for anyone to believe in Wen Yang's character. Had he favored her over Lin Qingqing without regard for her feelings, he would have indeed been a person of flawed morals. Now that he was aware of the truth, he feared that rekindling a close bond with Wen Yang as her second brother would not be an overnight fix. Nevertheless, he remained hopeful. He would demonstrate his transformation to her. They would use her voice to alter their fates while reciprocating her sincerity. Even if his biological sister returned, Wen Yang would always remain his sister. As they passed by a stationery store, Wen Yang hopped out to procure the necessary supplies and books for school. At the checkout, it was Wen Shurxiu who paid, and Wen Yang did not hesitate to accept it with a sense of entitlement. Upon returning home, they found only Lin Qingqing present, as their parents were out. When Lin Qingqing saw Wen Shurxiu and Wen Yang enter one after the other, her eyes fixated on the items Wen Yang was carrying. Wen Yang shot her a glance. Look, your eyes are about to pop out. Take a good look." Deliberately, she dropped her items, revealing the pens and notebooks inside. And in the next moment, Lin Qingqing timidly asked, "Second brother, did you take sister to buy stationery?" Standing before them, she appeared demure. With her hands clasped in front of her, her fingers unconsciously fidgeting with the hem of her skirt, her voice soft and pleading, exuding an air of fragility. When Shurxiu knelt down to help Wen Yang gather her pens and notebooks, responding mildly, "Yes, school starts tomorrow, and Yang needed some supplies.
So I took her to buy them."
Lin Qingqing cast a timid glance at Wen Shurxiu. "Second brother, I don't have any notebooks either." Traditionally, when Lin Qingqing made such statements, her doting brother and their parents would insist that Wen Yang relinquish hers. To maintain her villainous persona, Wen Yang would always engage in a fierce argument with Lin Qingqing. Today, however, Wen Yang was prepared for a confrontation, only to be taken aback when Wen Shurxiu responded, "It's quite late. You can buy what you need for school tomorrow. They should have everything you require." Just as she was about to unleash a torrent of insults upon Lin Qingqing, Wen Yang found herself choking back a cough, bending over with a flushed face, inwardly cursing, "You old scoundrel. Why must you deviate from the script, causing me to choke? Chapter 12. A perfect score. This is chaos. Everyone is off script. I'm at a loss here. Wen Yang was speechless. Yet, even so, nothing could deter her from causing a ruckus. A competent villainess must never forgo the opportunity to stir trouble. Cough, cough, Lin Chengcheng. Is there anyone more shameless than you? You went out with your classmates during the day and forgot to buy notebooks, and now that you see me with mine, you want to take the easy route. Do you enjoy stealing my things so much? I didn't. Lin Chengcheng looked to Wen Shurxiu, embodying the role of a wronged party, second brother. I simply forgot during the day. I didn't mean to take my sister's notebook. I can go buy one myself tomorrow. One was spoiled, domineering, and hysterical. The other, meek, obedient, and pitiful, silent in the face of reproach. The distinction between good and evil was glaringly clear. Yet today, Wen Shurxiu would not fall for Lin Chengcheng's act. He offered no comfort nor support to her, instead responding with a hint of exasperation directed at Wen Yang. Your temper is getting a bit out of hand. Try to remain calm. It's better for your health. Lin Chengcheng bit her lip tightly to suppress the distortion of her expression. She could not fathom why her second brother suddenly showed kindness towards Wen Yang. Wasn't he the one who used to dote on her the most? Just earlier in the day, he had comforted her. Whenever she felt wronged, he would help her teach Wen Yang a lesson. But today, after being scolded by Wen Yang, her brother offered not a single word of consolation and chose to ignore her completely. She felt a pang of unyielding resentment. Meanwhile, Wen Yang was like a punch landing on cotton. She wanted to argue but found no one to engage with. Lin Chengcheng was well aware that even the most acerbic member of the family, Wen Shurxiu, seemed possessed by something foul, refraining from scolding or reprimanding her. It was utterly tedious, truly tedious. Wen Yang let out a cold snort and, with boredom, sauntered into the kitchen to pour herself a glass of water. As she noticed the two entering the room, Lin Chengcheng's eyes darted around, and she quickly trotted to the kitchen to pour a glass of water for Wen Shurxiu. Her voice softening as she asked, "Second brother, have you eaten? I haven't had a meal yet and would love to have your fried rice." Wen Shurxiu placed the car keys on the coffee table and casually leaned back on the sofa, replying, "Chengcheng, I'm a bit tired. Why don't you ask the maid to make you some fried rice, all right?" A flicker of disappointment flashed in Lin Chengcheng's eyes, but she replied dutifully, "Okay. If you're tired, take a good rest. I'll just grab something to eat." Wen Yang could hardly muster the energy to mock her. Just as she turned to head upstairs, the yard suddenly lit up with headlights. She paused, standing still, eager to see who had returned and whether there would be another chance to stir up trouble. Someone had indeed come back. Was it their father and mother? Lin Chengcheng, resembling a maid from a certain island nation, took small, eager steps toward the door to greet them, her enthusiastic demeanor eliciting eye rolls from Wen Yang. Before long, the person entered, and it was not Wen father or Wen mother, but rather Wen Shurjin. He wore the same clothes as in the morning. 3 buttons of his shirt undone at the collar, his robust physique quite eye-catching. Holding car keys in one hand and a small cake in the other, he entered the house with an impassive expression. Upon seeing him, Wen Yang's desire for mischief evaporated instantly. "It's third brother. I thought it was mom and dad. Never mind. I won't provoke Lin Chengcheng today. I wouldn't want third brother to witness my sharp-tongued side. Perhaps tired of being a loyal little puppy." She found herself somewhat drawn to Wen Shurjin's distant demeanor, indifferent and aloof towards her. Especially since she had a penchant for strong, muscular men. Wen Shurjin perfectly matched her aesthetic in terms of personality, looks, and physique. He was a complete package. As soon as Wen Shurjin stepped inside, he caught wind of Wen Yang's thoughts, his gaze involuntarily drifting toward her, where he was met with her beaming smile. Her round, cherubic face, coupled with her bright, expressive eyes, radiated a delightful innocence. Though his expression remained stoic, a subtle smile graced his lips. Truth be told, Wen Shurxiu felt a twinge of envy. They were both brothers. Why did Wen Yang favor the cold and unapproachable third brother? What a peculiar taste. Upon noticing Wen Shurjin, Lin Chengcheng greeted him with a sweet voice. "Third brother, you're back. What an exquisite little cake. Is it for me?" Wen Shurjin changed his shoes. Casting a disinterested glance at Lin Chengcheng, "It's not for you. It's for Yang. Do you like cake? I can get you one next time." Lin Chengcheng's sweet smile froze on her face. Ignoring her, Wen Shurjin stepped past her and directly approached Wen Yang, lifting the cake in his hand. "This is for you. Strawberry flavor. Not sure if you'll like it." Wen Yang felt a wave of joy wash over her as she dashed over, her eyes sparkling with excitement. "Is it really for me? Just for me?" When Shurjin paused for a moment, his expression somewhat unnatural as he nodded. Yes. I remember you loved cake when you were little.
Wow.
Thank you, third brother. I love it.
Wen Yang exclaimed, her smile radiant.
Strawberry cake is my favorite. You're the best, third brother. As expected of the person I've set my sights on, this surprise is simply delightful. Full marks. Now it was Wen Shurxio's turn to choke on his words, staring incredulously at Wen Yang. Did she just say that third brother was the person she had her eyes on? When Wen Shurjin heard her thought, his heart skipped a beat. The impact on him no less than that on Wen Shurxio. He suppressed the inexplicable surge of anticipation in his chest and turned to look at Wen Yang, who remained blissfully unaware of the astonishing words she had just uttered, proudly cradling the cake as she beamed at Lin Chengcheng. She resembled a proud peacock, her face radiating the triumph of third brother gave me this cake, and you don't have one. Lin Chengcheng ground her teeth in frustration, feeling juvenile. Meanwhile, her jealousy had reached a boiling point. Wasn't Wen Shurjin usually indifferent, rarely returning home or acknowledging either of them? What had caused him to suddenly be so kind to Wen Yang today? She recalled that since the morning she had seen Wen Yang, both her elder brothers had been acting oddly, even their parents. Now, even the aloof third brother seemed to be warming up to her. Had Wen Yang somehow awakened some mesmerizing charm that captivated everyone? Otherwise, why had the people who usually found her irritating suddenly ceased to dislike her? Or perhaps the Wen family had detected her true identity. Did they suspect she was not of their bloodline? As this thought crossed her mind, Lin Chengcheng's face paled, but she quickly reassured herself it couldn't be. It had been 2 years without any suspicion from the Wen family, and she had not revealed anything. They must not be doubting her. She was simply overthinking. Wen Yang sat across from Lin Chengcheng, holding her small fork, relishing the cake while observing her shifting expressions, and exclaimed delightfully, "So sweet. It's truly delicious." Her heart was already overflowing with joy. Haraha, feeling jealous, are we?
Can't have any, can you?
Hurry upstairs and tell Dad and Mom. If you don't, you're not a true green TBT. The next moment, Lin Chengcheng, with reddened eyes, feigned innocence and said, "Second brother, third brother, I'm feeling sleepy. I'm heading back to my room now." With that, she dashed upstairs. Chapter 13. Such harsh scolding.
Hee.
I guessed it right. Soon, my phone will be bombarded by Mom Wen, and I'll certainly get scolded. Just don't keep me waiting too long. I've grown unaccustomed to a day without scolding. It feels empty, as if I can't even sleep without a few harsh words. Wen Shurxio pondered, probably to her disappointment. He would bet that his mother wouldn't even pick up the phone when she saw Lin Chengcheng's call. Indeed, Wen Shurxio's prediction was spot on. Upon returning to her room, Lin Chengcheng immediately attempted to call Mom Wen to complain, but after 2 tries, no one answered. Unwilling to accept defeat, she tried calling Dad Wen, but to no avail either. Biting her lip, Lin Chengcheng felt a myriad of grievances. It seemed she had lost everyone's affection in a single day. Thinking of her other brothers, she tearfully dialed the number for 8th brother Wen Xinian. Link Siyuan. Mom Wen sobbed. "Honey, there's a call. It might be Yang trying to reach us. We should head back." Dad Wen chuckled softly, whispering to his wife, "Don't worry about them. The children have grown up." She felt utterly powerless to resist, only able to wail internally, Yang, you've truly put me in a terrible predicament." Wen family villa. Wen Yang waited in anticipation, her phone ringing for over 10 minutes before finally receiving call. At the moment her phone chimed, both Wen Shurxio and Wen Shurjin glanced over, their hearts filled with suspicion. Could it truly be Mom calling? Wen Yang raised an eyebrow at the caller ID. Oh, it's 8th brother Wen Xinian. Here comes the excitement. She cleared her throat with a determined effort, then swiped her fingertip across the screen. The instant the call connected. Before Wen Yang could utter a word, Wen Shinian's furious voice burst forth. "Wen Yang, have you been bullying Chengcheng again? Are you not aware of your own standing? What do you think you are, constantly tormenting Chengcheng? Given the inhumane actions of your biological mother, you should be grateful to remain in the Wen family. If you have any semblance of dignity left, treat Chengcheng like the young lady she is, rather than continuing to delude yourself into thinking you are a true daughter of the Wen family. Have you looked in the mirror to see if you deserve that title? I warn you, Wen Yang, if I find out you've been bullying Chengcheng again, don't blame me for throwing you out." At 19, Wen Xinian was a freshman at an aviation university. Wen Yang gazed at her phone, her body trembling with excitement. Yes, this is precisely the feeling. Your little mouth is quite foul, but soon enough, you'll be deceived and sent abroad for a kidney extraction, or worse. Let us see how you strut about when you return with one less kidney and blind in one eye. When Shirshio's gaze tightened, could Xiaoba really be at risk of having his kidney or eyes taken? Who at school would trick him into going abroad? However, I did appreciate that remark about throwing me out. Wen Yang's eyes sparkled with enthusiasm, her spirits lifted in an instant. When Shirshio quickly shot a glance at Wen Shijin, who was sitting closest, urging him to intervene before Xiaoba got himself into serious trouble. Hello?
Wen Yang?
Are you dead? Stop pretending to be mute and speak. Wen Xinian shouted into the phone. Wen Yang smiled brightly. Wen Xinian, am I bullying her? Just as she was about to unleash her full expression, her phone was snatched away by Wen Shijin. Third brother, what are you doing? She protested, standing up to reclaim it. Give it back. My divine entity is in there. My retirement life, my 5 billion depends on him. Wen Shijin held the phone high, his expression cold. I heard it. It was Xiaoba's voice, and he has a filthy mouth. Third brother will help you teach him a lesson.
Wen Yang?
Unable to reach him due to her height, grew desperate. Third brother, I can handle it myself. Just give me back my phone. She hopped in front of him in agitation. When Shijin, with a serious demeanor, pressed her head into his chest, his voice low and commanding, be good, don't move. His robust physique and solid muscles made her heart race. This sensation was exquisite.
Wen Yang quieted down?
Her beautiful almond-shaped eyes shifting from urgency to exhilaration in just a second. She raised her hand to touch his well-defined abs. Wow, what a wonderful texture. I knew it. Third brother's muscles must feel amazing. When Shirshio, filled with suspicion, thought to himself, the third one must be doing this on purpose. Seeing her compliant, when Shijin brought the phone to his ear, his voice laced with barely contained anger. When Xinian, who taught you to speak to your family like that? Yang is your sister. Has your sense of decorum and upbringing gone to the dogs? Oh, how fierce your insults are.
Wen Yang smirked.
That's what you deserve. On the other end of the line, when Xinian's arrogance diminished slightly upon hearing third brother's voice, yet he stubbornly retorted, third brother. When Yang bullied Chengcheng again, just now, Chengcheng called me, crying pitifully. Am I at home? Would I not know if she bullied me?
You don't even ask.
Just blame Yang. Is this how you act as an older brother? When Shijin glared down at Wen Yang, who was still pinching his abs, continuing his reprimand. Your older brother was in a car accident and is hospitalized, and you don't even inquire about it. Yet you're all riled up because of a few tears from Lin Qingqing. When Xinian, this is your life, a complete waste. After finishing his tirade, when Shijin hung up the phone and casually blocked his number, he returned the phone to Wen Yang, his tone softened. In the future, ignore calls from such worthless scum. Wen Yang nodded enthusiastically. Woohoo, although my chance to complete the task has been thwarted again, I must say, third brother's scolding just now was incredibly cool. When Shirshio thought cool? Where's the coolness in that? He couldn't see what appeal third brother possessed. He was just a brute. A man who lacked tenderness and romance. To him, such a person was destined to remain single for life, yet Wen Yang seemed infatuated with him, making him seriously question her taste. Noticing the admiration in Wen Yang's eyes, when Shijin's expression softened slightly, his once icy voice now gentler. It's getting late. Go wash up and rest. School starts tomorrow. Okay. Good night, third brother. She turned around, catching Wen Shirshio's gaze. Second brother, it's all good. With her stationery in hand, she cheerfully ascended the stairs. When Shirshio muttered to himself, when saying good night to third brother, be sweet and charming. But when it comes to me, it's all good. This is infuriating. Chapter 14. You are Lu Xiaodong. When Yang returned to her room, tidying up her belongings for the next day at school before taking a shower. After emerging, she donned a pale pink silk nightgown, tousled her hair with a quick blow-dry, and sat at her desk, opening her notebook where she frequently analyzed plotlines. Reflecting on the events of the past 2 days in the hospital, the transformations of Wen father, Wen mother, Wen Shiyan, Wen Shirshio, and Wen Shijin, she realized this was the most absurd deviation from the plot in 8 years. There had been instances of plot deviations before, but this time it was more than just a simple inconsistency. She could not fathom why the Wen family had suddenly shifted their attitudes towards her. After all, they had grown increasingly disdainful of her over the past 2 years. Unable to comprehend the situation, she suspected that even calling the system would yield no answers. It would only inform her of the plot deviation, which was utterly useless. She revisited her portion of the storyline. The false daughter of the Wen family was expelled due to Lin Qingqing. only to be found tragically dead on the streets 3 days later, suspected of being murdered. Upon learning of the false daughter's demise, the Wen family, who had despised her, made no effort to investigate the perpetrator, hastily cremating her and purchasing a plot for her burial. Wen Yang fixated on the line, "The false daughter was expelled from the Wen family due to Lin Chengcheng," implying that her expulsion must have stemmed from Lin Chengcheng's provocation of the Wen family. It seemed she would still have to provoke Lin Chengcheng. Closing her notebook, Wen Yang locked it away in her drawer, contemplating that she would let things unfold naturally. When the time came to act, she would, and if it didn't, she would maintain a calm mindset, for perhaps the task would suddenly complete itself. Subsequently, she flopped onto her bed, humming a tune as she opened the game interface. Having unexpectedly gained some wealth today, she decided to treat herself to a few skins with a recharge of 6,488. Downstairs, Wen Shurxiu began reviewing the day's events with Wen Shijin. "This morning at Yangyang's, I learned the identities of the perpetrators in 2 homicide cases. After returning to the police station, I verified that her insights were indeed accurate," Wen Shijin said softly as he poured a glass of water and sat opposite Wen Shurxiu. Leaning back on the sofa, Wen Shurxiu replied, "I've also sent the hair samples from Lin Chengcheng and our father to the forensic center for analysis. The results should be available in a day or 2, but I believe they won't be wrong. Do you truly believe that our third uncle has ulterior motives towards our family?" Wen Shurxiu's tone grew serious. Wen Shijin fell silent for a moment. Human nature is difficult to decipher. Even though our third uncle treated us like his own sons in our youth, so many years have passed, and human hearts change. Who can guarantee that they will always remain true to their original intentions? As for the matter regarding our third uncle, we will wait for father to return and consult him, Wen Shijin inquired. "Have arrangements been made to find our biological sister?" Wen Shurxiu nodded. "Eldest brother has dispatched trusted aides to investigate our nanny's home in the countryside, but given that 2 years have passed, it's going to be challenging to track her down, especially since Wen Yang mentioned that their biological sister was sold off the moment Lin Chengcheng entered the family." Wen Shijin fell into a moment of silence. Regardless of the difficulties ahead, he resolved to exert every effort to seek her out, hoping for the day when he could escort her back to their home. Wen Shurxiu nodded in agreement. Glancing at his watch, Wen Shijin noted that time was slipping away, and he stood to announce, "I shall retire for the night. Tomorrow morning I will see Yang and the others off to school." Wen Shurxiu watched him rise, his gaze stern. "Third brother, what are your thoughts on Yang? She is, after all, our sister." Wen Shijin paused in his steps, replying, "I am aware she is our sister." With that, he ascended the stairs without a backward glance. Wen Shurxiu let out a deep sigh, picked up his car keys, and exited. In the hospital, Wen Shurxiu observed the figure appearing at the door and frowned. "What brings you here? How did you know I was here?"
Lu Xiaotong,
Clad in a floral dress, her delicate features adorned with Japanese-style makeup, and her long, straight hair cascading down her back, appeared both demure and tranquil. Upon seeing Wen Shurxiu, her eyes brimmed with tears. "Mr. Wen, I have searched for you all day. Why did you not answer my calls?" Wen Shurxiu shut his laptop with a cold demeanor. "I was too busy. There was no time." "How did you find me here?" Lu Xiaotong approached the bedside, once again diverting from the question. "Mr. Wen, I am so sorry. I only learned that Wang Miao was the one who hit you with his car after the police took him away. It is all because of me. He was following me out of desperation and saw you. It was my fault that you had the accident. I am truly sorry." As she spoke, she became choked with sobs. Previously, Wen Shurxiu had held a measure of affection for her, but upon hearing Wen Yang's heartfelt thoughts, realizing that her misfortunes were a consequence of his actions, he felt only impatience towards her. He had believed that by distancing himself from her, he would avoid further complications. Yet it was astonishing that she had managed to find him here. Was this the fate that had been thrust upon him, a predicament from which he could not escape? Wen Shurxiu's eyes turned icy. If he could not shake her off, he would at least not succumb to the destiny imposed upon him. "Miss Lu, Wang Miao's deliberate act of driving into me will be dealt with by the law, and it does not concern you. There is no need for your apologies. Can you answer me how you knew I was in this hospital?" His tone was severe, utterly unmoved by her tears. Yet, Lu Xiaotong seemed oblivious to his words, continuing to weep and repeatedly muttering, I'm sorry. Exasperated by her incessant lamentations, Wen Shurxiu replied brusquely, "If you are unwilling to speak, then please leave, and do not disturb my rest. Mr. Wen, please allow me to stay and care for you. It is unacceptable for you to be alone." I am here because of you, and I wish to tend to you as a means of atoning for my wrongdoings, Lu Xiaotong implored. Her eyes reddened. That is unnecessary. I do not wish to have anyone with ulterior motives around me. Miss Lu, kindly take your leave. Wen Shiyan's tone was resolute. Lu Xiaotong shook her head helplessly. Mr. Wen, I genuinely care for you, and want to take care of you. I am not here with any hidden agenda. Then why will you not tell me who informed you of my presence here? Wen Shiyan's gaze was cold and scrutinizing. Lu Xiaotong clutched her clothing tightly, pondering how to respond without revealing the identity of the informant. The individual had stated that they could provide information about Mr. Wen's whereabouts, but could not divulge anything to Mr. Wen himself. After much hesitation, she whispered, "Someone approached me suddenly and told me you were recuperating in this hospital. I had been searching for you all day, and in my anxiety, I came here without further thought. I do not know him." Seeing his skeptical expression, Lu Xiaotong stepped forward, urgently insisting, "It is true, Mr. Wen. I truly do not know him, and I can promise never to see him again. Please do not avoid me. Allow me to care for you." "Absolutely not." Wen Shiyan rejected her coldly. "Regardless of your intentions, whether genuine concern or otherwise, I do not require your care. I have plenty of others to look after me. Miss Lu, please leave." Tears streamed down Lu Xiaotong's face. "Mr. Wen, I actually like you. I was worried about you when I saw you injured. I wanted to stay and care for you. Please do not send me away. I have finally found you. Leave." Wen Shiyan, seeing that she was impervious to reason, pressed the call button beside his bed. "Nurse, please escort this individual out of my room." Lu Xiaotong sobbed heartbrokenly, "Mr. Wen." Yet he paid her no mind.
Moments later.
The nurse entered and pulled Lu Xiaotong from the room, but she remained stubbornly waiting outside, refusing to depart. The nurse, seeing her persistence, chose to ignore her as long as she did not disturb Mr. Wen. When Shirshio returned, he spotted Lu Xiaotong sitting outside the room, frowning.
Who are you?
"Why are you sitting here?" Lu Xiaotong, taken aback by the striking resemblance to Wen Shiyan, realized he must be Wen Shiyan's twin brother or younger sibling. Standing awkwardly, she stammered, I am Lu Xiaotong, here to visit Mr. Wen." When Shirshio's gaze sharpened. "So, you are Lu Xiaotong." Chapter 15. Creating trouble early in the morning. When Shirshio glanced at the closed door, adjusted his glasses, and spoke in a mild tone. "Why are you sitting here?" Lu Xiaotong nervously twisted the hem of her dress. I am the reason Mr. Wen got into the accident. It is all my fault. I wanted to stay and care for him." When Shirshio raised an eyebrow.
"So,
"He declined your request, and you chose to sit here and wait? Are you attempting to coerce my brother into agreeing?" "No, that is not it. Not it." When Shirshio scrutinized her with a discerning gaze, noting her seemingly innocent demeanor but questioning her motives. "Surely you do not think that by clinging to him, you can win my brother's favor?" As if her thoughts had been laid bare, Lu Xiaotong's face flushed crimson. Clenching her fists, she defiantly looked up at him.
"Do not insult me."
"I have no such intentions." When Shirshio scoffed. "Whether you do or not, someone like you could never enter the Wen family. Perhaps you should take a look in the mirror. Your makeup is a mess. There are many elderly patients in this hospital. You do not want to frighten them with your appearance." Lu Xiaotong, overwhelmed by his harsh words, broke down and fled, covering her face with her hands as she wept. When Shirshio smirked disdainfully, turning the doorknob and entering the room. Just before closing the door, he could hear Wen Shiyan's voice. "Did she leave?" "Yes, I drove her away." The following day, as school commenced, Lin Chengqing rose early to demonstrate her diligence and good behavior. Dressed neatly, she descended the stairs with her backpack. Spotting Wen Shijin seated at the dining table, engrossed in his phone, she greeted him in a sweet voice, "Good morning, third brother." Wen Shijin glanced up momentarily, urging her to eat breakfast. "I will take you to school shortly." Lin Chengqing's eyes sparkled with joy. "Really? You will take me to school, third brother?"
"Yes."
When Shijin checked his watch, responding without lifting his gaze. Beaming, Lin Chengqing took a seat across from him and began enjoying the sandwiches on the table. Aunt Shui emerged with a bowl of porridge, smiling warmly at Lin Chengqing. "Miss, your favorite red date porridge is ready. Please have some while it's hot." "Thank you, Aunt Shui." Lin Chengqing replied sweetly. "You are too polite, Miss," Aunt Shui beamed. As Lin Chengqing sipped her porridge and munched on her sandwich, her heart swelled with happiness. The prospect of Wen Shijin taking her to school was the perfect opportunity to flaunt her status as the genuine darling of the Wen family, showcasing to her peers that she was indeed the most cherished among them. Once she finished her meal, she looked expectantly at Wen Shijin. Third brother, I'm done eating. Shall we go? When Shurjin glanced at his watch once more, it was already 6:30. If they did not leave soon, they would surely be late. Aunt Shui, could you please check upstairs to see why Yang hasn't he gotten up yet? We're almost running out of time. Lin Qingqing's smile faltered as she watched Aunt Shui ascend the stairs. With caution, she inquired, Third brother, should we wait for our sister? When Shurjin powered off his phone, what else can we do? Should we let her go to school by herself? However, with time slipping away and their sister still fast asleep, he pondered whether it would be wiser to leave without her. Just as Lin Qingqing was about to finish her thought, Aunt Shui returned and informed Wen Shurjin, young master. Miss Wen Yang is still sleeping. I couldn't he rouse her. Lin Qingqing chuckled softly, advising, Third brother, our sister loves to sleep in. She frequently arrives late. Perhaps we shouldn't he wait for her any longer. Indeed, young master, why not take Miss Lin away first? Miss Wen Yang is unresponsive, and waking her forcibly may provoke her temper, Aunt Shui added. When Shurjin furrowed his brow, standing up, I will go take a look. He doubted that Wen Yang would be so irritable.
Wait.
Third brother, it might not be appropriate for you to enter her room while she is still asleep. Lin Qingqing attempted to intervene, but her efforts were in vain. As when Shurjin ascended the stairs, he caught sight of Wen Yang emerging from her room. Clad in her school uniform, a white shirt and a short skirt. Her hair was styled in a messy bun, her face devoid of makeup, and she yawned while carrying her backpack. Drowsily, she greeted him, Good morning, third brother. With another yawn, her beautiful apricot-colored eyes shimmered with a touch of sleepiness, exuding an adorable charm. The tension in Wen Shurjin's brow eased, and his tone softened slightly. It's good that you're awake. Aunt Shui mentioned you were still asleep, and couldn't he be roused. I was about to come and call for you. Wen Yang cast a sidelong glance at the somewhat flustered Aunt Shui and snorted. Did she even try? I didn't hear a thing. She must have called in her mind. Aunt Shui, glancing at Wen Shurjin's expression, hurriedly insisted, I truly did call her.
Wen Yang scoffed,
causing Aunt Shui's face to flush with embarrassment. Perhaps the door is too soundproof and she didn't hear, she suggested dismissively. Disinterested in Aunt Shui's explanation, Wen Yang yawned her way downstairs, murmuring to herself, Ugh, I'm so sleepy. Staying up late to play games really makes it hard to get up in the morning. When Shurjin helplessly took her backpack from her. Let us have some breakfast. I'll drive you both to school today.
Okay.
As Wen Yang approached the dining table, her appetite vanished upon seeing the spread. Red date porridge and sandwiches again? Is Aunt Shui Lin Qingqing's mother? She only makes what Lin Qingqing loves to eat. It's maddening. Taking advantage of their camaraderie to bully me, the lone wolf. I'll get my revenge when I return. Wen Yang pivoted and declared, I'm not eating. When Shurjin's gaze darkened as he shot a glance at Aunt Shui before following her. What do you want to eat? I'll buy it for you on the way. I want soup dumplings, she murmured sweetly. All right, I'll get them for you. A hint of a smile graced Wen Shurjin's lips. Lin Qingqing trailed behind them, her initial joy dissipated, feeling aggrieved as she followed with her head down. Resembling someone who had just been bullied. Neither Wen Yang nor Wen Shurjin paid her any mind. To avoid being near her, Wen Yang swiftly hopped into the front passenger seat and fastened her seatbelt. Lin Qingqing, not as quick, stood at the passenger door, looking pitiful as she said, Third brother. I get car sick. Can I sit in the front? When Shurjin turned to regard her coolly, If your car's sick, open the window. Go sit in the back. Wen Yang raised an eyebrow at her, shrugged, and then smugly closed the car door with a bang. Lin Qingqing felt like her teeth were going to break from clenching them, but with Wen Shurjin waiting, she reluctantly made her way to the back seat.
Dumb Wen Yang.
She just ruined my entire morning mood. As they passed a breakfast shop, Wen Shurjin parked the car to buy Wen Yang soup dumplings and soy milk, which she devoured in the car. Upon arriving at the school entrance, they encountered puddles from the rain that had fallen the previous night. Just as Wen Yang was attempting to avoid stepping in the water to keep her new white shoes clean, Lin Qingqing suddenly stomped into a small puddle, splattering dirty water all over Wen Yang's shoes and white socks. Wen Yang wore mesh white shoes that were difficult to clean, while Lin Qingqing wore leather shoes that could be easily wiped clean. She did this on purpose. Wen Yang glared at her, only to hear Lin Qingqing feign innocence. I'm sorry, sister. I didn't notice the puddle. Oh, please. Did you think I was just a kitten? You're asking for trouble first thing in the morning. Her expression hardened as she swiftly yanked Lin Qingqing's backpack off her shoulder and, to Lin Qingqing's shock, tossed it into the puddle. Wen Yang smirked, Apologies. Dear sister, my hand seems to be cramping lately. Chapter 16. What is she doing here? Lin Chengcheng burst into tears, casting a desperate glance at Wen Shijin. Third brother, my backpack. Wen Shijin sighed as he caught sight of Wen Yang's calm demeanor. In her eyes, he discerned a deeper meaning beneath the tranquility. It was as if she were silently warning him that should he dare to defend Lin Chengcheng, he would lose her as a sister forever. Feeling a tightness in his chest at Lin Chengcheng's pitiful gaze, he sighed and said, "It's settled."
What?
Lin Chengcheng could hardly believe Wen Shijin's response. Third brother, I didn't mean to do it, but Wen Yang intentionally threw my backpack into the water. She wept with exaggerated grievance. Didn't he mean to? You got out of the car so far away just to come over and stomp in the water. How is that not intentional? Wen Yang slung her own backpack over her shoulder and huffed, "Stop with the pathetic act. Don't make me dunk your head in the puddle." With that, she turned and strode into the university campus without a backward glance. Crying again. All you do is cry. How old are you, acting like a child? You'll cry your eyes out eventually. Damn green tea. Third brother, I truly didn't mean it. Lin Chengcheng continued to plead for Wen Shijin's sympathy, unaware that he had grown weary of her incessant tears. Enough. Stop crying. Chengcheng, I'm not scolding you, but how old are you to still be crying? Do you behave like this at school too? Lin Chengcheng bit her lip, feeling aggrieved. I'm sorry. She looked down at her soiled backpack in the puddle, sniffling. My backpack is dirty. How can I go to class? Wen Shijin bent down to pick it up and shook it. The once pink backpack was now stained with muddy water, yet he held no anger towards Wen Yang. Emotionless, he stated, you can either throw it away or manage for the day until you can get a new one after class. But enough with the buts. Wen Yang's white shoes got dirty, and she still went to school, didn't she? If she can manage, so can you. But the books inside might be wet. Lin Chengcheng's eyes filled with tears as she accepted the backpack, too disheartened to say another word, silently carrying it into the school. Wen Shijin paid no heed to her grievances. After ensuring both girls had entered the school, he drove away. Wen Yang entered the classroom, randomly selecting a seat to sit down, and began wiping her shoes with disinfectant wipes. However, the mesh material of her shoes proved difficult to clean, and the stains remained.
Hey.
Yang, what happened to your shoes? Her best friend, Su Tian, a gentle and studious girl, asked. They had attended the same school from elementary through university. Previously, Wen Yang consistently ranked first in their academic year, while Su Tian placed second. The two often competed in their studies, but Su Tian could never surpass Wen Yang, earning her the nickname Eternal Second among their classmates. The Su family holds a significant position in Shanghai City, comparable to that of the Wen family, both being prominent conglomerates, albeit operating in distinct fields. The Wen family excels in real estate, while the Su family is renowned for its jewelry business. What else could be done but to involve Lin Chengcheng? Upon noticing the smudges that could not be cleaned, Wen Yang simply relinquished the effort and discarded the tissue into the trash bin. Su Tian was familiar with Lin Chengcheng and, after placing her backpack down, remarked with a chuckle, "She is truly vivacious." After a brief pause, she added, like a lively little sprite, she couldn't fathom what went on in the mind of someone like Lin Chengcheng, who delighted in seeking trouble while simultaneously playing the victim to garner sympathy. Wen Yang was amused by her description, which also alleviated her earlier sour mood. As class was about to commence, the classroom filled with students, and the teacher entered accompanied by a female student, quietly instructing her to sit in a specific spot. The girl shyly nodded, "Okay, thank you, teacher." She settled right next to Su Tian. Su Tian whispered, "Classmate, you look unfamiliar. Shall we befriend each other? What is your name?" "My name is Dongfang Baineng, with B from north and Ning from lemon," the girl replied, her appearance pure and innocent, with short black hair. She was undeniably beautiful, yet her eyes lacked luster, appearing as tranquil as a still pond, devoid of any smile. However, Wen Yang found herself momentarily stunned, her heart brimming with astonishment. Dongfang Baineng. What is she doing here? The half-sister of the story's main antagonist, the illegitimate daughter of the Dongfang family, who has endured school bullying and oppression from her kin. A character plagued by severe depression and a disdain for life. She is, after all, a close friend of the female protagonist in the story. An introverted and reclusive girl, it was the protagonist who guided and accompanied her, helping her emerge from her depression and transform into a normal young woman, ultimately finding sweet love and happiness. But her rightful place should be in Jing City. She ought to be with the female lead. This is disastrous. Everything is in disarray. If she is here, then the main antagonist, Jiang Zhe, must also be around. What will become of the female lead back in Jing City? Wen Yang had always believed that even if the plot diverged slightly on her end, it would suffice as long as the female lead storyline remained intact. For her experiences were merely glossed over in the main text, with more elaboration in the extras.
Yet now,
with both the antagonist and the supporting character present in Shanghai City, what could possibly be transpiring with the leads? Wen Yang sat through the class in a daze, her thoughts already wandering. Students, next month, the school will host an arts festival, and we encourage active participation from all departments. Detailed information will be shared in the group, so please sign up enthusiastically. The teacher announced through the microphone before leaving. The class representative was tasked with tallying the participants, and since the teacher had spoken, Wen Yang felt obliged to comply, responding with a simple okay. In prestigious universities, many students hail from affluent backgrounds and possess various talents. Wen Yang, for instance, had been encouraged by her mother to learn instruments like the piano and violin from a young age. Hence, whenever an arts festival was announced, numerous students eager to showcase their abilities would readily sign up, making the roster easy to compile, especially since several in their department were particularly gifted. When class concluded, her close friends gathered to discuss what performances to sign up for. Tian Sui playfully queried Wen Yang. "What are you, the class representative, planning to perform?"
Wen Yang,
While tidying her desk, casually replied, "Perhaps the violin." Tian Sui feigned seriousness. "It's always either the piano or the violin with you. Can't you bring something new to the table?" Wen Yang leisurely lifted her gaze to meet hers. "Why do you care whether I have originality? If you're so keen on meddling, why not encourage your good friend to participate more in school activities?" Tian Sui glared at her. "Wen Yang, what right do you have to mock Ching? If it weren't for you usurping her life, she would undoubtedly surpass you. She has endured years of hardship in the countryside for your sake. It's one thing not to be grateful, but bullying her as well? Have you no shame?" Cheng is the true heiress of the Wen family. Chapter 17. A Lesson to Remember. Tian Sui, I have no desire to bicker with you. You repeat these words nearly every week. Aren't you tired? So, what if she is a genuine heiress? I still reside in the Wen household, which means I remain a part of the family. Wen Yang stood up, exuding confidence. Mind your own business and refrain from meddling in others' affairs. I haven't had a chance to unleash my frustrations in days, and my hands are itching. I advise you to stay away from me. If you're truly bored, perhaps a visit to the hospital for a checkup would reveal how many more days you have left. Having early-stage bone cancer, if she were to undergo examination now, she might extend her life by a few years. Once it progressed to mid-stage, her time would be severely limited. Wen Yang, however, did not wish to stoop to the level of someone with a short lifespan, fearing that any retaliation might backfire. Her eyes possessed a unique ability. Having traversed numerous realms and acquired medical knowledge, she could discern ailments with a mere glance, a special reward granted by the system after successfully completing tasks in previous worlds. Provided she executed her tasks excellently, she received unique rewards. Aside from her keen vision, she also possessed extraordinary strength and a fortuitous disposition, capable of winning lotteries effortlessly. Additionally, she had acquired some rather peculiar rewards, such as an automatic body temperature regulation feature, ensuring her body adjusted to optimal conditions regardless of the external climate, heating up when cold and cooling down when hot. Furthermore, there were traits such as enhanced fertility, ageless beauty, and a body that resisted weight gain. Having traversed 80 different worlds, ranging from ancient times to modernity, prehistoric eras to futuristic societies, she had amassed an impressive array of skills and enhancements. It could be said that in this world, as long as she desired to live, she was an invincible entity. Tian Sui was entirely unaware of her bone cancer, mistakenly believing Wen Yang was cursing her to a short life, causing her to breathe heavily with indignation. Yet, she dared not confront Wen Yang. After the latter's warning, even the thought of hurling further insults vanished. For when Wen Yang was angry, she truly would retaliate. She recalled the time Lin Chengcheng had just returned, prior to entering university. A girl who enjoyed playing with Lin Chengcheng, in an effort to defend her, had sent her brother to the school gate to teach Wen Yang a lesson, only to emerge from the encounter unrecognizable, beaten to a pulp, utterly defeated. This was a university athlete who towered over Wen Yang, yet she had effortlessly subdued him, leaving him no room for resistance. Thus, from that day forth, Wen Yang had gained a notorious reputation, despite many disapproving of her bullying Lin Chengcheng. Few dared to provoke her, opting instead to vent their frustrations verbally. Tian Sui, feeling humiliated, stormed off in anger. Su Tian gave Wen Yang a thumbs up. Wen Yang smiled, taking her hand. Come on, let us grab some water. It's on me. During lunchtime at the cafeteria, they settled down at a table that had grown sparse with available seats. From a distance, Wen Yang spotted Dongfang Baineng, unsure where to sit with her tray. She gestured for Su Tian to make some room, then raised her hand and called out, Baineng, come sit here. Dongfang Baineng hesitated for a moment, but eventually approached, softly uttering, thank you. Wen Yang beamed with warmth. No need for formality. Just sit wherever. This is the water I bought, and I haven't opened it yet. Please, help yourself. Greetings. My name is Su Tian. I was so caught up in class that I didn't have the chance to speak. May I befriend you? I hope I haven't been too forward. Su Tian greeted with a friendly smile. Dongfang Baineng lowered her gaze, recalling her brother's words. She should indeed attempt to make new friends. A bit shyly, she replied, not at all. I am merely somewhat introverted, so I hope you won't mind. Wen Yang felt a pang of sympathy for her, having lived under the shadow of bullying and oppression from a young age. She would have succumbed to despair several times if not for Jiangze. She was truly a pitiable soul. Of course, I don't mind.
Wen Yang.
And from now on, we shall be friends. If you ever need anything in our department or if anyone bullies you, do not hesitate to seek me out. I am renowned throughout the school as a fierce warrior. I'm quite formidable. Wen Yang flashed her a radiant smile, her almond eyes playfully blinking. Dongfang Baineng couldn't help but chuckle at her, her lips curving slightly, revealing a hint of dimples that made her exceedingly charming. While she was making new friends in a harmonious atmosphere, Lin Chengcheng and her close friends sat together, gossiping about Wen Yang while munching on their meals. Oh my! So it was Wen Yang who dirtied your backpack? How utterly outrageous! Bai Wei gasped, covering her mouth as she stole a glance at the carefree Wen Yang. How can she be so malicious? Is there truly no one who can put her in her place? Jiang Zhizhi poked at the rice on her plate with her chopsticks. What can we do? Even my brother is terrified of her. Tian Sui declared with resentment. Why don't we find a few strong allies to teach her a lesson? Lin Qingqing's eyes darted around as she whispered, perhaps we should refrain. Let us not escalate the matter. I can endure a bit of hardship, but I wouldn't want to drag you all into this. Tian Sui grasped Lin Qingqing's hand reassuringly. Don't worry, we won't get caught. We'll just give her a good thrashing to deter her from constantly bullying us. Exactly. I think that's feasible. I know a few fitness trainers who practice taekwondo. We could lure her to a secluded area and give her a proper lesson. Jiang Zhizhi glared at Wen Yang's figure in the distance, having long desired to avenge her brother. All right then, after school, you can arrange to meet with your fitness trainer to discuss this. Since Wen Yang had her back turned towards Lin Chengcheng and the others, she remained oblivious to their scheming. However, Su Tian noticed and casually nodded towards Wen Yang, raising an eyebrow as she remarked, look at them. They might be concocting some mischievous plan. Wen Yang turned to glance at them, and as soon as Lin Qingqing and her friends met her gaze, they promptly lowered their heads to focus on their food, clearly terrified yet persistently provocative. We need not concern ourselves with them. They are merely a handful of immature children who pose no real threat, Wen Yang replied. Have you finished eating? If so, shall we depart for a game of badminton? Sounds great. Baineng, do you know how to play badminton?
Su Tian inquired cheerfully.
Wiping her hands with a napkin and rising to her feet, Dongfang Baineng silently shook her head. She knew nothing of the sport. No worries, we shall teach you. School life was the most carefree time, devoid of the presence of the Wen family, allowing Wen Yang to avoid the burden of fulfilling any tasks. After school, she exited alongside Su Tian and Dongfang Baineng, where a variety of luxurious private cars awaited outside. Baineng, is someone here to pick you up?
Wen Yang tentatively asked.
Curious to know if Jiangze was indeed in Shanghai City. Dongfang Baineng scanned the area, her gaze settling on a discreet black Bentley, and with a slight smile. She remarked, my brother has come to pick me up. I must take my leave now. See you tomorrow, Yang, Tian. Following her gaze, Wen Yang was able to distinctly see the man seated within the car. Despite his disability, which necessitated the use of a wheelchair, he exuded an air of refined dignity with his strikingly handsome features, powerful presence, and an aura of mystery, tinged with a hint of aloofness. This was none other than the beloved illegitimate son of the esteemed Jiang family, the king of the underground city in Disvaya, a legendary figure in the international underworld. In the narrative, he possessed no influence or foundation in the capital but managed to protect the Jiang family from turmoil while contending against the male protagonist to the very end. The conclusion saw him relinquishing the female lead solely to prevent her from harboring resentment towards him, opting instead to retreat into his own world in silence. Chapter 18. A Grand Scheme. His legs were a result of revenge from enemies abroad. Upon seeing his characteristic disability and wheelchair, Wen Yang's heart confirmed that he was indeed the antagonist Jiang Zhe. With both the supporting character and the villain arriving in Shanghai City, the plot had become utterly chaotic. Yet, with no alerts from the system and the small world remaining stable, it signified that all was as it should be. She need only focus on completing her own tasks. Yang, I'm heading home now. See you tomorrow. Su Tian also spotted her family's car and waved goodbye to Wen Yang. Wen Yang snapped back to reality and smiled, waving at her. The rear window of the black Bentley lowered, revealing Jiang Zhe's indifferent yet piercing countenance. Caught off guard, Wen Yang locked eyes with him. His obsidian black gaze was deep and frosty, reminiscent of an eagle in the night. Proud, dangerous, yet compelling. Jiang Zhe scrutinized her for a couple of seconds before diverting his gaze to Dongfang Baineng, who was approaching him, softening slightly as he asked, "How do you find your new school?" Once inside the vehicle, Dongfang Baineng quietly responded, "It's quite nice. The teachers and classmates are easy to get along with. And no one bullies me. I've even made 2 new friends for now." She turned her lifeless gaze towards the window, catching a glimpse of Wen Yang standing at the school entrance as they drove away. "It won't just be temporary. If you think well of them, you may very well remain friends," Jiang Zhe encouraged her, gently ruffling her hair. "Do not feel inferior because of the past. It is not your fault. Look forward with courage. The future holds beauty. Your brother will be your shield." Dongfang Baineng gradually leaned into his embrace, her voice muffled. "I'm afraid, brother. I fear they will discover I am an illegitimate child, that they will hear the dreadful rumors about me and despise me. I dread the looks of disdain from classmates and teachers. Do not fear. Those who genuinely wish to befriend you will not care about your past. Remember, they are merely rumors." Beep, beep, beep. The shrill sound of the horn pierced the air, prompting Wen Yang to turn her gaze towards the source, where the Wen family's driver impatiently honked. Expressionless, she adjusted the strap of her backpack and began walking toward the vehicle. Just as she reached for the door, the driver abruptly pressed the accelerator, speeding away and leaving a bewildered Wen Yang behind. Inside the car, Lin Chengqing caught sight of Wen Yang being left behind through the rear window and smirked. "Look who has been abandoned." "Isn't that the counterfeit heiress of the Wen family?" Jiang Ziji's voice rang with glee, standing beside her own vehicle, one hand resting on the already opened door. Her eyebrows raised as she relished Wen Yang's predicament. Irritation bubbling within, Wen Yang shot a cold glance at her. "It seems your brother hasn't taught you a sufficient lesson. You still have the audacity to mock me." With a slight movement of her toe, she flicked a pebble the size of a fingernail towards Jiang Ziji, striking her squarely on the forehead. Jiang Ziji rolled her eyes back, collapsing to the ground, unconscious. Ignoring the panicked shouts of the Jiang family's driver behind her, Wen Yang made her way to the street corner and hailed a taxi, intent on returning home. Today, she aimed to orchestrate something grand. Meanwhile, Wen Shurxiu received a call from the Judicial Appraisal Center at the hospital, informing him that the results of the paternity test were ready for collection. Wen Shurxiu requested half an hour off, driving to collect the results. In the hospital room of Wen Shuryan, Wen family's 8th son, Wen Xinian, along with the 5th son, Wen Shi, and the 7th son, Wen Shifeng, returned to visit their elder brother. Last night, Wen Shuryan and Wen Shurxiu had conferred and decided to disclose to their brothers the matter of being able to hear Wen Yang's innermost thoughts. They were concerned that the other brothers might utter words urging her to leave the family, which would lead to complications, especially given the 8th brother's attitude yesterday. Wen Shurxiu deemed it essential to communicate with the entire family. The 5th, 7th, and 8th brothers returned today specifically for this matter, while the 4th and 6th brothers were currently away, one recording a program and the other competing, but they would return once their obligations were fulfilled. Elder brother, this is utterly absurd. You suggesting that Lin Chengqing might not be our sister is one thing, and we trust you because you're the elder brother. But the notion that we can hear Wen Yang's thoughts is preposterous. And as for our 3rd uncle, he lost his ability to father children while rescuing our father in his youth. How could Lin Chengqing possibly be his illegitimate daughter? He has always treated us so well. How can he have ulterior motives? Furthermore, I refuse to believe that our entire family is destined to be mere pawns in someone else's game. This isn't a novel. Elder brother, that little vixen Wen Yang is filled with malice. Who knows what schemes she might be concocting? Don't fall for it. Wen Xinian, clad in designer sportswear, stood before Wen Shiyan's hospital bed, animatedly expressing his thoughts, to the point where Wen Shiyan felt an overwhelming urge to rise and slap him. Grabbing a cup from the bedside table, Wen Shiyan hurled it at him, irately retorting, "Do you perceive me as such an impulsive individual? Without verification, how could I possibly hold such unwavering belief? And your foul mouth, who taught you such vulgarities? What has become of your upbringing? Did 20 years of family education vanish into thin air? If I hear you insult Wen Yang again, I swear I shall pluck out your eyes." Wen Shiyan adeptly dodged the cup, which shattered on the floor into several shards. He recoiled, facing his furious elder brother, rendered speechless and hesitant to even breathe. The fifth brother, Wen Shi, possessing a handsome visage akin to Wen Shijin but with a more gentle demeanor, calmly inquired, "Is this true? Aside from our elder brother's confirmed accident, is there any other evidence?" Wen Shiyan smiled wryly, "You may not be aware, but our mother and Wen Yang are of the same ilk. She was once the protagonist of a Quick-Transmigration narrative, holding the power of childbirth, as confirmed by Mom." Wen Shi fell silent. Wen Shifeng, dressed in a suit and with a serious expression beneath his handsome exterior, stated, "Let us summon Wen Yang and see if we can hear her thoughts as well." He was a lawyer, having graduated from university just a year prior and serving as a legal advisor at the Wen Corporation. Indeed. Wen Shiyan nodded in agreement. At that moment, Wen Shiyan's phone buzzed. He checked it to find a message from the group chat. Wen Shishio had sent the results of the paternity test. After reviewing it, he showed the phone to Wen Shi and the others, saying, "Take a look. This is the paternity test result sent to the Forensic Identification Center by your second brother. Lin Chengcheng is indeed not our father's biological daughter." This revelation was seen not only by Wen Shiyan but also by Wen father and Wen mother, who had already returned home. Wen mother tightly gripped her phone, her heart aching at the thought of her biological daughter suffering outside. That Lin Chengcheng is truly despicable. And Wen Yonghui is even more so. Wen father comforted his wife, embracing her shoulder. "Our daughter will surely be found. There is no need to worry." Wen mother's tears fell freely. "Our daughter doesn't even know where she has been sold off to. How can I not be anxious? Husband, let us report this to the authorities." The third son was already aware and was collaborating with the eldest brother to find their sister. All they could do was wait. Chapter 19. Slapping Fury. "Dad, Mom, I'm back." Upon returning home, Lin Chengcheng was informed by Aunt Shui that Wen father and Wen mother had returned, prompting her to joyfully rush upstairs, calling out cheerfully. Without knocking, she pushed open the door to her parents' bedroom, exclaiming, "Mom, Dad, I've missed you." As she entered with her usual lively and soft demeanor, she was suddenly pushed away by Wen mother's cold expression. Lin Chengcheng froze momentarily, observing her mother's countenance, and cautiously asked, "Mom, what's wrong? Why are you crying? Did someone upset you?" Wen mother averted her gaze, her voice flat. "It's nothing, just feeling a bit down. Since you're back, go to your homework and let me have some quiet." Lin Chengcheng softly responded, "Okay." Wen father, not having heard Wen Yang's voice, glanced towards the door and asked, "Where's Yang Yang?" Lin Chengcheng bit her lip, suddenly feeling wronged. "My sister said she didn't want to ride back with me. No matter how much I begged, she wouldn't get in the car. This morning, she even threw my backpack into dirty water. She still dislikes me. Dad, Mom, perhaps I should just move out. I know you both are reluctant to part with my sister. I'm willing to let her have her way and move out, so you don't have to choose." Wen mother scoffed, "Oh, really? If you wish to leave, I shan't stop you." Lin Chengcheng gazed at Wen mother in shock, unable to believe her mother would actually allow her to go. Logically, after all her grievances, shouldn't Wen mother advocate for her and drive Wen Yang away? Filled with helplessness, she knew she couldn't leave the Wen family. If she did, it would ruin someone's meticulously crafted scheme, and she would be scolded by her mother. Her father would abandon her too. Clenching the hem of her school uniform, her eyes brimming with tears, she said, "Of course. I don't want to leave you, Dad and Mom, but I also don't want my relationship with my sister to disrupt the peace at home."
Mom,
"What should I do? Why doesn't my sister like me? I've pleaded with her so much, yet she still harbors such animosity towards me. What should I do?" She suddenly knelt beside Wen mother, crying sorrowfully, her shoulders shaking. Wen mother regarded her with disdain, thinking how she had been blind to her daughter's insufferable nature all along. Without the filter of having lost her biological daughter, no matter how pitiful Lin Chengcheng appeared, Wen mother felt nothing. Before she could respond, a furious shout echoed from downstairs. "Lin Chengcheng, get out here. Upon entering, Wen Yang glanced around, not spotting Lin Chengcheng on the first floor, and stormed upstairs in anger. Aunt Shui, witnessing this, hastily set down the dish she was holding and stepped forward to block her path. Miss Wen Yang, what are you doing? Mr. and Mrs. are resting. Must you return and cause a scene? Can't you learn from your elder sister? You old hag! Get out of my way, or I'll make sure you regret it. Wen Yang shoved her aside. Initially, she hadn't applied much force. Yet Aunt Shui seemed to be thrown back as if struck with great intensity, stumbling and deliberately knocking over a vase at the staircase, resulting in a cacophony of shattering glass. Wen Yang. The next moment, Aunt Shui pretended to wail loudly. Oh dear. This is terrible. Miss Wen Yang has assaulted me. It hurts so much. Mr. and Mrs. help. Miss Wen Yang has gone mad.
Wen Yang? Oh.
So you wish to play this game? Very well. I shall play along. She halted her ascent and turned back, delivering a swift kick that sent Aunt Shui flying 2 meters away. Aunt Shui let out a genuine cry of pain this time, not feigned at all. When Yang's kick nearly made her vomit, she felt an agonizing twist in her internal organs, crying out desperately, help. Miss Wen is going to kill someone.
Wen Yang.
What on earth are you doing? At the top of the stairs, Mother Wen looked down at the chaos unfolding below, her voice tinged with urgency. Seeing that everyone had arrived, Wen Yang thought to herself, just in time. It's time for my performance to commence. She feigned a fierce glare directed at Lin Chengcheng, causing the latter to tremble in fear. You wretched girl! How dare you leave me alone at the school gate? She shouted. I'll make you pay.
Ah!
Lin Chengcheng screamed, continually retreating behind Mother Wen. Mom, save me. My sister has gone mad. Mother Wen stepped in front of Wen Yang, her tone soothing yet firm.
Yang, what's wrong?
Don't be agitated. Tell your mother what grievances you've suffered, and I shall make it right. With reddened eyes, Wen Yang pointed at Lin Chengcheng. Mom, Lin Chengcheng left school on her own, abandoning me to be mocked at the gate. This morning, she deliberately stepped in muddy water and soiled my shoes. She's a vile person, sowing discord between us. Don't let her deceive you anymore. I didn't. Lin Chengcheng protested, her voice trembling with indignation. Wen Yang seized Lin Chengcheng, who was cowering behind her mother, yanking her wrist and pulling her out, then tugging her hair while delivering slaps. Little green tea, always trying to frame me. If you want to be beaten, I shall oblige you. Just wait until I turn your face into a pig's head. Wen Yang struck with great force. After just 2 slaps, Lin Chengcheng's delicate face was swollen, and she was howling in agony. Mom.
Dad.
Help me.
Please save me.
Lin Chengcheng cried out, desperately seeking her parents' assistance. Father Wen observed Wen Yang's ferocity and instinctively took a step back, holding Mother Wen close, thinking, if she attacks Lin Chengcheng, she won't turn her wrath on us. Why are you howling? No one is going to save you today, Wen Yang declared, casting a sidelong glance at her parents, bewildered by their indifferent demeanor. Could it be? I've laid hands on her, and they're not angry? Lin Chengcheng is about to be disfigured, yet they just stand by. Mother Wen, catching wind of her inner thoughts, exchanged looks with Father Wen, who after a moment of silence, made a token gesture to intervene.
Yang?
Just a few slaps to vent your anger will suffice. Don't go overboard. Wen Yang smiled contentedly, now that's more like it. They're intervening. Only to scold me and send me away. If only they would slap me too, I could leave without guilt. Hearing this, Father Wen withdrew his hand, clearing his throat. Well, if you're truly enraged, then go ahead and hit her a couple more times. I won't stop you. Lin Chengcheng. What are you saying? You old fool. I'm your biological daughter.
Dad.
It hurts.
Please save me.
My sister is trying to kill me and won't give up, she shouted, attempting to evoke her father's love. Aunt Shui finally sensed that something was amiss with Father and Mother Wen today. In an effort to assist Lin Chengcheng, she feigned pain, writhing her body and crawling to Mother Wen's feet, pleading, Madam, please intervene. The young lady is about to be beaten to death. Chapter 20. Moving out. Mother Wen rolled her eyes inwardly. A few slaps wouldn't lead to death, would it? Compared to Lin Chengcheng's deceit, she felt an urge to join in the punishment. Seeing that neither Father Wen nor Mother Wen intended to intervene, Wen Yang gradually ceased her assault, sighing to herself, all right. It's clear now that Lin Chengcheng has fallen from grace. The narrative has completely unraveled. It seems my task will be challenging to accomplish. Mother Wen, don't complete it. Stay here with me, my dear Yang. Yet the show must go on. With her parents uncooperative, It was up to her to put on a performance. Wen Yang suddenly threw herself into Mother Wen's embrace, sobbing, "Mom, I acted impulsively and hit my sister. You won't blame me, will you?" Mother Wen hugged her back, her voice filled with tenderness. "I do not blame you, my dear. I understand that your emotional outburst stems from a lack of security. It is not your fault." Wen Yang. Mother Wen truly seems bewitched. What could have caused this family of cannon fodder to change their disposition?
No.
It cannot be just a family affair. There are still 4 brothers, 5 brothers, 6 brothers, 7 brothers, and 8 brothers to consider. Mother Wen cast a worried glance at Father Wen, who winked reassuringly at her, prompting her to continue comforting Wen Yang. "Don't cry, my dear. Mother doesn't blame you. She knows you didn't mean it." Meanwhile, Lin Chengcheng slumped on the floor, thought. So it's not her fault, but mine then? The scene of maternal kindness and filial devotion was indeed a blow to Lin Chengcheng. These affections were rightfully hers. She too began to cry, "Mom, my face hurts so much." Mother Wen glanced at her, her tone indifferent. "Oh, Chengcheng, I'm sorry you feel wronged. Later, when your father and I visit the hospital, you should come along to check on your face and get some medicine. Chengcheng, you must realize that your sister's emotional response was triggered by your arrival. As the elder sister, you should show her some understanding. She simply lacks a sense of security. Once she feels our love for her, she will no longer harm you." Lin Chengcheng bit her lip until it bled, bewildered by this sudden turn of events. "Shouldn't she be the favored one? Mom, but I'm your biological daughter. How can you not feel sorry for me when she hits me?" Mother Wen, embracing Wen Yang, feigned a look of distress. "What should I do then? I have loved Yang for over 20 years. Blood is thicker than water. I will feel sorrow for either of you if you suffer. How about this, Chengcheng? You should move out for now. I'll find you a place near the school to stay, and once Yang's emotions stabilize, you can return." When Yang looked up in astonishment, what? Mother Wen no longer wants her biological daughter? Is she unraveling her character? Or perhaps, Mother Wen and Father Wen have begun to suspect that Lin Chengcheng is not their daughter? Otherwise, how could there be such a drastic turnaround? Lin Chengcheng was equally incredulous. Tears streamed down her face as she stammered, "Mom, I am your biological daughter. Why should she be the one to move? I don't want to leave you. I have finally returned to my parents' side. Please don't send me away." Mother Wen frowned. "But didn't you say before that you were willing to endure hardship and move out for the sake of family harmony?" Lin Chengcheng choked back a sob, then, unable to maintain her facade, crawled to Mother Wen's feet, gasping, "I'm sorry, Mom. I said that on purpose. I just wanted to appear more understanding in front of you, so you would love me more. I don't want to leave. Mom, please. I don't want to be apart from you. After so many years, I've finally come back to my parents. I can't bear to leave you. And I'm still so young. How can you trust me to live alone?" Aunt Shui added her voice to the plea. "Madam, you must reconsider. If you send the young lady away, what will others think? She is your biological daughter, and they will accuse you of favoritism and mistreating your own flesh and blood." Mother Wen waved her hand dismissively. "What do I care about what others say? For years, that group outside has been envious of me, whispering behind my back. I have long ceased to care for their idle gossip." She tenderly embraced Wen Yang, asking herself, what does it matter if others scold her for my beloved? However, I am too afraid to stay outside alone, Mother. Please don't leave me behind. I implore you. Lin Chengcheng cried pitifully, resembling an abandoned child. Her tears, though sorrowful, contained a shred of genuine emotion. It wasn't that she was unwilling to leave, but rather that she feared the consequences of departing without proper explanation to her biological father. Wen Yonghui had never regarded her as a daughter, but merely as a tool. Once she became useless, she would be discarded alongside Lin Chengcheng's biological mother. If you're afraid to stay, let Aunt Shui accompany you to take care of you. She dotes on you so much, preparing your favorite meals daily, even wishing to personally feed you. I am certain she would care for you well, Wen Yang said coolly. Aunt Shui, the housekeeper, was an informant planted by Wen Yonghui in the main residence years ago, and she shamelessly harbored a secret infatuation for Wen's father, even stealing numerous personal belongings from him to reminisce in her room, including his worn underwear, which was utterly disgusting. I recall a plot in the book where Wen's father was harassed by a university student arranged by Wen Yonghui, leading Wen's mother to mistakenly believe he was unfaithful, prompting her to leave home in a fit of rage. When Wen's father couldn't locate his wife, he drowned his sorrows in alcohol. Aunt Shui even attempted to take advantage of his drunken state, but fortunately, his brother returned just in time to thwart her intentions. However, She did manage to touch Wen's father's body, which delighted her for quite some time. Wen's father turned pale upon hearing this. He could scarcely believe that such a creature was being harbored in his home. To harbor secret affections for him, to steal his underwear, and to wish to share his bed, didn't she consider her own appearance, which couldn't even compare to 1,000th of his wife's. He could no longer tolerate this. She must be expelled. That's settled then. Chengqing shall move out, and Aunt Shui will go to take care of her. Wen's father said coldly, if they are in cahoots, they can both leave together. However, it is a pity that I cannot expose Lin Chengqing's identity just yet. I wish to see what my dear brother Wen Yang intends to do. After all these years, could he truly be so ruthless as to drive his own family to the brink of despair? They are blood brothers. No. Father, I do not wish to leave. Please do not send me away. Wen's father impatiently interrupted her. I am not sending you away, merely asking you to reside elsewhere for a few days. Once things settle down with Yang, I shall bring you back. Chengqing, you have always been the most understanding child to me. You wouldn't want to cause me any trouble, would you? What could Lin Chengqing say? She cast a reluctant glance at Wen Yang, who was watching her misfortune with amusement, clenched her fists tightly, and choked back her grievances. All right, father. Mother, please ensure you bring me back soon. I promise I will never anger my sister again. Wen's mother pretended to help her up. Chengqing, you have suffered. Lin Chengqing tightly clung to Wen's mother's waist, burying her face in her embrace to conceal her resentful and sinister expression. Chapter 21. The Little Tyrant and the Parrot. Aunt Shui did not anticipate being expelled as well. She was reluctant to leave the villa to care for Lin Chengqing, as she desired to stay close to the master. Gritting her teeth against her discomfort, she arose. Sir, if I leave, who will take care of the villa? Wen's father cast a disgusted glance at her, coolly replying, I will find a new housekeeper. You need not worry about this. Aunt Shui anxiously pleaded. Sir, why not allow me to stay and let the new housekeeper take care of the young lady? At that moment, Wen's mother positioned herself protectively in front of Wen's father, her gaze icy. Aunt Shui, you have worked in our home for several years. I trust you the most. I will be at ease and trusting Chengqing to you. You will take care of her, and your salary will remain the same. You need not return here. Madam, it is settled then. If you wish to continue working for the Wen family, follow Chengqing. If you refuse, I shall pay you this month's wages, and you need not return. Wen's mother asserted firmly. Aunt Shui was unwilling to part with the Wen family. Seeing that Wen's mother was resolute in her decision, her pleas only seemed to irritate her further. To ensure she could still see Wen's father in the future, she reluctantly agreed to move out to care for Lin Chengqing. Once the arrangements were finalized, Wen's father immediately called his assistant to rent an apartment near the school and instructed Aunt Shui to pack her belongings for the move the following day. Yang, we are going to the hospital to see your elder brother. You should come along as well. We will have dinner there, Wen's mother gently said, holding Wen Yang's hand. Wen Yang glanced at the still sobbing Lin Chengqing and casually replied, All right, I will go change my clothes upstairs and be right down. Okay. I will go to the kitchen to serve the soup I prepared for the eldest, Wen's mother said. After returning today, she had specifically made a nourishing soup for Wen Shiyan. Wen Yang cast a sidelong glance at Lin Chengqing, disdainfully snorting as she ascended the stairs. Lin Chengqing, covering her swollen face, glared with hatred. Wen Yang, I will make you pay for this. She also excused herself to change and returned to her room, where she took out her phone to call Wen Yonghui. When the call connected, a detached voice responded. What is it? Lin Chengqing trembled as she held the phone. Her voice tentative. Dad, I am moving out of the Wen family villa. In the vice president's office of the Wen group, Wen Yonghui dismissed his assistant. Tugging at his necktie, his tone icy. What happened? Lin Chengqing choked as she replied. It's Wen Yang. She went mad the moment she saw me. The Wen Yonghuis, in an attempt to appease her, are making me move out of the Wen family. Useless. After more than 2 years, you still cannot win their hearts. What use are you? Wen Yonghui scolded harshly. I'm sorry, Dad. Lin Chengqing whispered an apology, then hurriedly added, I had already won the favor of the Wen Yonghuis. But since the day before yesterday, they started to distance themselves from me and favor Wen Yang. They not only want me to move out, but also expelled Aunt Shui. Dad, could it be that they discovered something? Did you reveal any weaknesses? Wen Yonghui's brow furrowed deeply. Lin Chengqing, panicked, defended herself. I didn't. I swear I've been performing well. It can't be me. Dad, you must believe me. I have truly tried hard.
She sobbed.
Perhaps it's all Wen Yang's fault. Please get rid of her. She is too much of an obstacle. Hearing her cries, Wen Yang irritably replied, "Just move out as they wish. You need not concern yourself with anything else." "Yes, father," Lin Chengcheng obediently responded, but before hanging up, she cautiously inquired, "Can I secretly go see mother?" Wen Yang snapped, "Are you foolish? They already have their suspicions. If you go to see your mother now and get caught, how will you explain it? Don't cause me more trouble. If you cannot let go of your mother, then go back and let her fend for herself." After scolding her, he hung up the phone without hesitation. Wiping her tears, Lin Chengcheng found herself crying even harder, eventually collapsing onto her bed, burying herself in the blankets and sobbing uncontrollably. Meanwhile, after Wen Yonghui ended the call, he received a message on WeChat. "The chairman has instructed me to find a house for Miss Chengcheng near the school." Upon reading it, Wen Yonghui deleted the chat history, turned off his phone, and sat in contemplation. Had his elder brother truly discovered something? After Wen Yang and Lin Chengcheng changed clothes, they departed for the hospital in Wen's father's car. Upon arriving at the hospital, Mother Wen intercepted a nurse, requesting her to escort Lin Chengcheng to address the swelling on her face, while they proceeded to visit Wen Shiryan. The growing distance between them was unmistakable. Under normal circumstances, Mother Wen would never allow her to wander off alone. Lin Chengcheng, not being naive, sensed that their suspicions likely ran deeper than mere doubts. They might have uncovered the truth of her not being Wen Yonghui's biological offspring. However, she remained uncertain whether they had discovered her connection to Wen Yonghui. With a heavy heart, Lin Chengcheng followed the nurse. In Ward 306, as Wen Yang entered alongside her father and mother, she raised an eyebrow at the sight of the numerous individuals present.
"Oh,
"Quite a gathering we have here,"
she exclaimed.
"Is this some sort of meeting? How rare to see fifth brother and seventh brother together again." When Xinyan instinctively widened his eyes at Wen Yang, it was true what the elder and second brother had said. Wen Yang had not spoken a word, yet he could hear her voice. Was this her inner voice? How astonishing! Not only Wen Xinyan, but also Wen Shi and Wen Shifeng were equally taken aback, their shock evident despite prior preparation. Wen Shiryan glanced at fifth, seventh, and eighth brothers, noticing their slightly dazed expressions, concluding they must also be privy to Wen Yang's thoughts. Silently, they exchanged glances, unspoken yet understood. "Dad, Mom, Yang, you all have arrived." Wen Shiryan greeted first. Wen Yang coolly acknowledged, "Fifth brother, seventh brother, eighth brother." She then approached the bedside, inquiring gently, "Eldest brother, do you feel any better today? Is the wound still painful?" "I'm fine, much better. Don't worry, Yang," Wen Shiryan replied soothingly. While Wen Yang nodded in silence, her thoughts echoed. "Oh, even when he feels better, he will still collapse later. No need to rush. It should be soon." Wen Shiryan's amiable demeanor stiffened. Why did her words sound so delightfully malicious? Mother Wen approached the bedside with a thermos, gently stating, "I've prepared some bone broth for you. It smells delightful. Let me feed you a couple of spoonfuls." "All right, thank you, Mom." Due to the rib injury, he could not sit up comfortably, so he merely adjusted the head of the bed. As Mother Wen fed Wen Shiryan the soup, Father Wen turned his attention to fifth and seventh brothers, casually asking, "How long will you be home this time?" "Just a couple of days," Wen Shi replied nonchalantly, casting a glance at Wen Yang, knowing their presence was also for her sake. Meanwhile, Wen Yang pondered, "Oh, how could I forget to complete my task? These three brothers are just perfect for me to utilize, especially that little firecracker eighth brother, who cannot tolerate a single complaint about Lin Chengcheng. Here comes the opportunity." Upon hearing this, the entire family's gaze fell pointedly on Wen Xinyan, as if silently warning him, "If you dare to mess this up, you shall face dire consequences." Wen Xinyan felt an inexplicable chill run down his spine. Chapter 22. The heir is summoned for an upgrade. Eighth brother, Sister Chengcheng has also come to the hospital. "Aren't you going to check on her?" Wen Yang inquired with a cheerful smile directed at Wen Xinyan.
"Huh.
"Where is she?" Wen Xinyan stammered under the scrutiny of those around him. Wen Yang crossed her arms with a radiant smile. "Oh, she's gone to treat her face. I slapped her a few times on my way home from school today, and now her face is all swollen." Her expression brimmed with provocation, clearly aiming to incite Wen Xinyan's ire. Yet, after a prolonged wait, he did not explode in anger. Instead, his face flushed as he stammered, "Hitting is wrong. You're just a little girl, try not to throw tantrums. Being more ladylike is much more appealing."
Wen Yang's smile followed,
her surprise and confusion evident as she gazed at Wen Xinyan. A glance around revealed the family members instinctively avoiding her gaze, prompting her to narrow her eyes. Something is amiss. Very amiss. They must be concealing something from me. Otherwise, fifth, seventh, and eighth brothers would not be so composed upon learning I struck Lin Chengcheng. The three brothers, chastised as dogs, felt a mixture of indignation and restraint. Now, even eldest brother seems unconcerned. They must have conspired beforehand. Could it be they discovered Lin Chengcheng is not of the Wen bloodline? Wen Yang was determined to press on, exclaiming, "Eighth brother, I hit Lin Chengcheng. I slapped her several times. I struck your dear sister." When Xinian felt beads of sweat forming, thinking, with so many people in the room, why emphasize this to me alone? Can't you mention it to someone else? The pressure was overwhelming. What's done is done. It's likely unintentional. When Xinian's voice grew softer. So much so that, had it not been for Wen Yang's acute hearing, she might have missed it. Wen Yang's spirit deflated. It's over. Lin Chengcheng has completely fallen from grace. What will I do? What about my task? My retirement life? My 500 billion? She silently raged within, while the Wen family collectively lowered their heads, all remaining silent. Mother Wen quietly gathered the thermos, realizing her daughter had a task worth 500 billion. No wonder she was so eager to complete it. This family of short-lived souls. I'm truly at my wit's end. Upon entering, Wen Shirxiu caught the tail end of her exclamation. He surveyed Wen Yang and the quiet family and calmly stated, "It's time for dinner. Let us head out." Mom and Dad. "Absolutely, let us eat out," Father Wen agreed, nodding. "It's not easy for fifth, seventh, and eighth to be back. Let us enjoy a proper meal together, shall we? What do you all feel like eating?" Wen Shirxiu suggested, "Let the youngest decide." Yang, what do you wish to eat?" Wen Yang, taken aback by the attention, hesitantly responded, "How about hot pot?" "Hot pot sounds great. I love hot pot. It's been ages since I had it." Mother Wen chimed in cheerfully. "Then it's settled on hot pot," Father Wen concurred, nodding. "Eldest brother, take care and rest well. We're heading out for dinner." Mother Wen gently reminded Wen Shiryan, ushering everyone along. Wen Yang suddenly interjected, "Mom, aren't we bringing Sister Qingqing along? Is this transformation happening too swiftly? It feels as though within just 2 days, the Wen family is beginning to forget Lin Chengcheng. This is an alarming speed of neglect." Wen Shirxiu chuckled softly. "I saw her when I arrived. She mentioned feeling unwell, and I told her to take a taxi home."
Wen Yang inhaled de epli.
"All right then, what about third brother? Shouldn't we call him for dinner?" "Of course we should," Wen Shirxiu affirmed, wrapping an arm around her shoulder as they walked out, only to have Wen Yang promptly sidestep his touch, seemingly repulsed by his proximity. A flicker of hurt flashed in Wen Shirxiu's eyes. It was clear Wen Yang still resisted their closeness, realizing he could never compare to the favor bestowed upon third brother. As the family made their way out, Wen Yang's heart skipped a beat upon spotting a man in a wheelchair. "What is he doing here?" Who's here?" the family questioned, following her gaze to see Jiang Zhe, seated in an electric wheelchair. Despite his disability, the man exuded a commanding presence, devoid of any inferiority or timidity associated with his condition. Wen Yang thought to herself, no wonder he's the antagonist in the story, even in a wheelchair. He carries an air of royalty. Jiang Zhe scanned the surroundings suspiciously, wondering who had spoken. But why is he here at the hospital? Wen Yang regarded him with curiosity, stealing several glances. In truth, they were not familiar with one another. The two groups exchanged a few glances before averting their gazes. Yet, Jiang Zhe continued to search for the girl whose voice resonated in his mind. Without revealing her thoughts, Mother Wen discreetly observed Jiang Zhe. Was he truly the antagonist of this narrative? He certainly exuded an aura of power, but who were the protagonists? She had never heard Wen Yang mention them. Not daring to inquire, she suppressed her curiosity and composedly exited the hospital. The 7 of them traveled in 2 vehicles to the hot pot restaurant, with Wen Yang seated in the back, next to the window, beside Wen Shi, who had been surreptitiously observing her throughout the journey. However, Wen Yang was entirely absorbed in the unfolding plot and paid him no mind. Lin Chengcheng had fallen from grace as the principal antagonist. Jiang Zhe made his entrance in Shanghai City. Even Dongfang Baineng, who should have been in Jing City becoming close friends with the heroine, had transferred to her class. The entire narrative had unraveled, leaving one to wonder how the protagonists in Jing City were faring. Strangely enough, despite the chaos in the plot, this small world remained as stable as ever, showing no signs of collapse, which was utterly perplexing.
Ding.
The system detects that the host is burdened with worries, activating soothing measures. A mechanical voice echoed in her mind, followed by the soft, endearing tone of her little system. What is wrong, dear host? Why do you appear so troubled? In the car, Father Wen, Mother Wen, Wen Shirxiu, and Wen Shi instinctively straightened their postures, for they could still hear the voice of the system. Mother Wen, recognizing the familiar mechanical tone, felt a pang of nostalgia for her system.
Unbeknownst to Wen Yang.
She was inadvertently revealing her true nature. Furrowing her brow, she calmly replied, System, the plot has collapsed.
Huh? How could that be?
There are no abnormalities detected in the small world. The little system replied, perplexed. Indeed, the storyline has derailed significantly. Why hasn't the small world been affected? Little system, please investigate the current situation of the heroine.
All right.
After a brief pause, the little system continued. There are also discrepancies on the heroine's side. As the true daughter of the Wen family, she has been ruthlessly sold off to the countryside by Wen Yonghui. According to the storyline, she should be rescued by the male lead, Shen Jiza, a serving soldier. But now she has been taken home by the only son of the Lu family from Jing City after saving him. Moreover, she has suffered facial disfigurement. This is wrong. Lu Chongfeng is the male supporting character, the official pairing with Dongfang Bainang. How could he be with the heroine? They had no interaction in the early stages. The plot has truly unraveled beyond comprehension. Wen Yang's heart raced. What should we do? If this continues, Lu Chongfeng will become the male lead, right? He is a deranged youth. The little system appeared somewhat flustered, but the small world shows no signs of collapse, which indicates that even if the plot is in disarray, it remains normal. What could be happening?
Ding.
The system has encountered an unsolvable dilemma. The System Management Bureau has sent a notification recommending that the system return to headquarters for hardware upgrades immediately. Wen Yang. Little system. How long has it been since your last upgrade? The little system sheepishly admitted, it has indeed been a long time. The system may have updated, while I remain an outdated version, unable to detect the cause of the plot's chaos. Dear host, please wait for me to return for an upgrade, and then we will understand the reason behind this. Wen Yang sighed. All right, but you must hurry back. If the heroine's situation worsens, we won't be able to rectify the plot. Okay, understood. The little system responded before falling silent. As Wen Yang regained her focus, she realized they had arrived at the hot pot restaurant, yet none of them had exited the vehicle. Confused, she asked, Aren't we here? Why isn't anyone getting out? Father Wen cleared his throat. We're waiting for your third brother. It's fine to wait inside. Let us all get out. Chapter 23. The best third brother. Yet it only leads to a quicker death. After exiting the car, Mother Wen's hands trembled with excitement. She now knew that her daughter was the heroine of this small world. This knowledge brought her some relief, as protagonists generally possess a halo of fortune, able to survive even the direst of circumstances. Initially worried about her daughter, Mother Wen felt somewhat reassured now. She relayed everything she had heard to the group chat, resulting in Wen Yang stepping out to find her brothers engrossed in their phones. Are we going to eat or not? What are you all looking at? Wen Yang's voice carried a hint of impatience. At her words, they reluctantly put away their devices and entered the hot pot restaurant. Wen Shirxiu had reserved a private room, and they all filed in to find their seats. Father Wen handed the menu to Wen Yang, smiling. You order first, pick whatever you like. Wen Yang accepted the pen without hesitation, marking her favorite dishes. Just then, the door to the private room swung open, and Wen Shirjin, dressed in a shirt and trousers, entered holding milk tea. Third brother, called out Wen Shi and the others. Wen Shirjin nodded and walked over to Wen Yang, placing the milk tea in front of her. This is for you. Wen Yang's eyes sparkled with delight as she looked up and sweetly thanked him. Thank you, third brother. Oh, every day I want to say, third brother is the best. He's becoming more thoughtful. If anyone dares to call him a dense man again, I'll fight them. She happily opened the milk tea, inserting a straw and taking a sip. Delicious. Given how great he is, when the time comes for him to pass, I'll make sure to give him a swift end and spare him from suffering. When Shirjin, just settling down, froze at her words. It seemed that being the best third brother merely meant a quicker death. Couldn't he avoid death altogether? When Shirxiu's hand trembled slightly as he continued to order, a smile barely concealed on his handsome face. He had thought that their third brother was the most favored, only to realize that in Wen Yang's heart, it mattered little. When second brother and eighth brother come, I will definitely pop some champagne to celebrate. After all, those two unfortunate souls always scold me the most. When Shirxiu chuckled. However, he soon lost his mirth, passing the menu to the next person while casting a somewhat resentful glance at Wen Yang. When Xinyan quietly pointed at his fingers, wondering if she really hated him that much, she would celebrate his death with champagne. How heart-wrenching. TSK. I remember that eighth brother will be deceived into a kidney donation and have his eyes plucked during the summer vacation in Dasuya. When he is rescued, I'll laugh at him mercilessly. When Xinyan pouted in grievance, is it so wrong for me to have made mistakes? Sister? I promise to treat you better in the future. Wen Yang savored the tapioca pearls in her milk tea, wearing a blissful expression. Fifth brother is rather unfortunate as well. The youngest and most popular professor at Shanghai University was first accused of assaulting a female student, with the student live streaming her testimony, complete with surveillance evidence. Fifth brother could not defend himself. Then he was also accused of academic fraud, completely ruining his reputation. Ultimately, he was tricked by Wen Yonghui to the seaside, where he was made to drink excessively, and while he was inebriated and feigning sleep, the handbrake was mercilessly released, sending both him and the car crashing through the guardrail and into the sea. When the police retrieved his body, they found a high level of alcohol in his system, ruling it as an accidental death due to drunk driving. How tragic. When Shi clenched his cup, realizing just how his uncle had met his end. At that moment his face, which had once mirrored Wen Shijin's, lost its elegance and gained a darker intensity. Oh, uncle, why must you bring misfortune upon our family? We are family too. As for seventh brother. Upon hearing his name, Wen Shifeng straightened his chest, listening intently. Seventh brother was somewhat fortunate, as he was the only member of the Wen family to have met his biological sister. As the members of the Wen family perished one by one, the conglomerate changed hands, with Wen Yonghui ascending to the position of chairman, while his illegitimate son was appointed as president. At that time, seventh brother suspected that the deaths of his relatives were somehow linked to Wen Yonghui. Thus, he endured humiliation and hardship, serving as a lackey under the son of Wen Yonghui, subjected to relentless torment and indignity on a daily basis. One fateful day, while being coerced into racing against a driver by that illegitimate son, he suffered a car accident that left him with a lasting limp. Later, when the female protagonist regained her memories and returned to Shanghai City, she uncovered the truth of her lineage and reunited with seventh brother. With the assistance of the male protagonist, she reclaimed the Wen group, sending Wen Yonghui and his family to prison. Just as everything seemed to settle, seventh brother succumbed to the toll of those years of humiliation and neglect, developing stomach cancer and passing away on a hospital bed. Ultimately, the once mighty Wen group became the female protagonist's dowry and source of confidence, facilitating her marriage into the prestigious Shin family in the capital city. Remarkably, within a mere 5 or 6 years, the illustrious Wen family, once a powerful real estate dynasty in Shanghai City, was extinguished. Even the family of second aunt, who had married out, did not survive. All perished due to Wen Yonghui's machinations. A wave of melancholy surged within Wen Yang. When father felt his eyes welling with tears, his hands gripping tightly beneath the table, the veins on his hands standing out. Listening to the revelation that his younger brother had systematically ruined their entire family, he pondered the depths of such a depraved soul. Furthermore, not only did he have an illegitimate daughter, Lin Chengcheng, but he also had an illegitimate son. For all these years, beneath his seemingly honest exterior, how many malevolent intentions had he concealed? When Shifeng remained silent, had bowed. Though he had survived, he too was not free from the specter of death, especially now that his entire family had perished, leaving him to agonize over the evidence of their tragic fates. When Shirshio took out his phone and typed in the group chat, urging everyone not to lose heart. Now that they were aware of their respective destinies, they would not allow such tragedies to occur. They must protect themselves and ensure that true villains receive their just deserts. When Shi glanced at Wen Yang and typed in the chat, stating that their family's most crucial concern was Wen Yang. Henceforth, anyone who discovered new leads must share them immediately. When Shifeng tagged Wen father, inquiring about his plans for their uncle, who harbored ill intentions. When father replied that he would begin investigating the extent of Wen Yonghui's illegitimate offspring and the misdeeds he had committed under his nose, aiming to expose Lin Qingqing's true identity and see how he would face the consequences. When Shirshio added that it was imperative to find a good reason for their grandfather, who favored their uncle immensely. Wen Yonghui was the only son born to the old patriarch in his later years, thus showered with affection. Moreover, owing to Wen father's past rescue of him, Wen Yonghui had been granted a life of privilege, leading the old patriarch to feel indebted, offering him numerous benefits as compensation. even when father had once felt a sense of guilt towards him, never suspecting his true nature. Yet, who would have imagined that Wen Yang had been pretending all along? His malicious intentions extended beyond merely seizing the Wen group. He sought the very lives of the entire Wen family. As the group chat buzzed with fervent discussions, the absent fourth brother, Wen Shiyu, and sixth brother, Wen Shihan, anxiously observed the messages, wishing they could return home immediately. Chapter 24. Worthless. Before long, the hot pot arrived. And upon seeing the delectable spread, Wen Yang momentarily forgot everything, enthusiastically wielding her chopsticks and chatting away. When she, seated beside her, attentively noted her favorite ingredients, assisting her by placing them in her bowl while gently saying, Yang, I'm home for the next few days. Feel free to ask me any questions about your studies. When Yang paused her eating, reflecting, oh my, these used to be Lin Qingqing's privileges. However, upon further contemplation, she felt little sentimentality. It was only because Lin Qingqing had fallen from grace that they suddenly remembered her existence as a sister. She had never been their first choice. There's no need to trouble fifth brother. I can manage on my own. I'm confident I'll ace my finals. You should focus on Lin Qingqing's studies. I suspect she might fail, Wen Yang said, lowering her head to continue devouring the meat. When she felt a wave of disappointment wash over him, realizing how much he had overlooked her in the past and how challenging it would be to make amends. However, he reassured himself that they still had plenty of time to rebuild their sisterly bond and earn her affection. When Yang relished the spicy hot pot, particularly the extreme heat that left her gasping yet craving more, relishing every bite with a look of sheer delight. When Xinian watched in admiration, not for her appetite but for her resilience. With each mouthful, he couldn't help but clench his buttocks, thinking, that's so spicy. She'll surely regret it when she goes to the bathroom. After a satisfying meal, Wen Yang licked her crimson lips, patting her round belly, exclaiming, ah, I'm so full. The hot pot was delightful. The entire Wen family gazed at her with affectionate eyes. After dinner, Wen Yang took her father's car home. Accompanying her were not only her parents but also Wen Shijin, Wen Shi, Wen Shifeng, and Wen Xinian. Wen Shixiao had packed a portion of pearl soup to take back to the hospital. Upon entering the house, they found Lin Qingqing seated in the living room, who greeted them with a forced smile. Dad, Mom, brothers, you're back. Fifth brother, seventh brother, eighth brother, why have you all returned so suddenly? I've missed you. Lin Qingqing tried to convince herself that the Wen family might not be aware of her true identity, believing it was simply Wen Yang that had caused their distance. She could not afford to reveal her identity prematurely. As long as the Wen family had not disclosed the truth, she was still their cherished daughter. I came back to check on eldest brother. How's your face? When Xinian instinctively asked, Lin Qingqing glanced cautiously at Wen Yang, appearing fearful, and softly replied, it's fine now. I'm feeling much better.
Wen Yang snorted dismissively. Oh,
you think you can still play this game? You've already fallen from grace. Now that I'm here, you're of no use to them. Oh, how useless you are. You had a winning hand but squandered it so badly that you couldn't even complete your mission. You are nothing. When Shifeng silently nudged Wen Xinian, who stole a glance at Wen Yang's expression and awkwardly said, oh, that's good to hear. I'll go wash up in my room now. With that, he hurriedly ascended to the third floor. When Shijin added, I'll also go wash up and rest. Yang, you have school tomorrow. Head upstairs and sleep early. Good night, Mom and Dad. Good night, third brother. When Yang greeted before heading upstairs. As she passed Lin Qingqing, she let out a haughty snort, igniting Lin Qingqing's fury, wishing she could eliminate her.
Yang.
I'll take you to school tomorrow morning, all right? When she called out, trailing behind her. When Yang continued her stride, casually responding whatever. With the sound of the door closing, all noise was sealed outside. When Mother, with a neutral expression, turned to Lin Qingqing and said, Qingqing, you should return to your room as well. Remember to pack your belongings for the new house with Aunt Shui tomorrow morning. Lin Qingqing's eyes glistened with unshed tears as she quietly replied, okay, Mom. Returning silently to her room, Lin Qingqing retrieved her mobile phone and opened a popular short video social media app, one that nearly every student in her school possessed. She captured a few photographs of her injured face, deliberately shedding a few tears, and captioned, today, my sister refused to ride home with me, yet upon our return, she accused me of not waiting for her and slapped me several times. To prevent her from further spiraling and upsetting our family, I shall move out first thing tomorrow. I am at a loss as to how I can make my sister accept and like me. I am truly reluctant to leave my parents. This has always been my home. After editing her post, she uploaded the images and text online. Within 5 minutes, a flurry of comments ensued, including those from her close friends, Bai Wei, Tian Sui, and Jiang Jiji. These three not only consoled Lin Chengcheng in the comments, but also shared her video.
Berating Wen Yang.
By the end of the night, the entire school was aware that Wen Yang had bullied Lin Chengcheng again, even driving out the true heiress of the Wen family, with everyone hurling insults at her, labeling her as shameless and a usurper, attaching all sorts of derogatory terms to her. Meanwhile, Wen Yang remained blissfully unaware. After taking a shower upon returning home, she fell asleep, exhausted from a night spent gaming and a day filled with activities, and succumbed to slumber with her quilt enveloping her comfortably. The next day, Wen Yang rose early, dressed neatly, and carried her backpack downstairs for breakfast, ready for school. As she reached the lower floor, her mother greeted her with a warm smile, saying, Yang, you're awake. I made your favorite century egg and lean meat porridge. Come and have some. Wen Yang beamed and cheerfully walked to the dining room, expressing her gratitude.
Thank you, Mom.
At last, someone remembers my favorite breakfast. This is the first satisfying meal I've had since Lin Chengcheng returned home. A flicker of guilt passed through her mother's eyes as she gently suggested, Yang, how about I wake up early every day to make your favorite breakfast from now on? Wen Yang paused in her task of setting the table, then casually replied, No need. You should find a new nanny quickly. I don't want you to tire yourself out. I would rather buy something ready-made than be blamed for your exhaustion when you're later diagnosed with breast cancer. I can't bear that guilt. Her mother's face paled, instinctively clutching her chest, wide-eyed with shock. Would she truly be diagnosed with breast cancer? Good heavens! She had always taken care of her health. Oh, how frightening! She resolved to schedule a medical checkup at the hospital today. At that moment, a man in a gray suit entered through the front door, bowing slightly to Wen's mother with a smile. Good morning, madam. Wen's mother collected herself, responding with a gentle smile. Ah, Lu Jun, have you eaten? Liu Yun. Wen's father's assistant replied, I've already had breakfast. The chairman asked me to come this morning to escort Miss Chengcheng to her new home. Where is Miss Chengcheng? He inquired cautiously. Lu Jun, you've come so early. Chengcheng is still asleep, Wen's father said as he descended the stairs, fully dressed. So, this is the assistant Lu Jun that Wen Yonghui placed beside my father. No wonder, he's a traitor. He looks just the part. The book mentions that he is married with children, yet maintains a mistress on the side, stealing corporate project plans to support her. This was taught to him by Wen Yonghui, who uses it as leverage to keep tabs on my father and report everything back to him. How hypocritical and vile. Devoid of any integrity. Chapter 25. You truly deserve this. Wen's father felt a wave of darkness wash over him, nearly collapsing. He could hardly believe how many spies his brother had placed around him. With a housekeeper at home and an assistant at work. Had he been exposed to Wen Yonghui's surveillance all these years? And Lu Jun, whom he had thought to be trustworthy, turned out to be nothing but a scoundrel. He cursed himself for being so blind as to keep such filth close by, his heart aching with anger. When he saw his husband clutching his chest, trembling with rage, Wen's mother immediately rushed to support him, whispering in his ear, Calm down, dear. Once we gather evidence, we can expel him. It's not worth harming your health over. Wen's father took a deep breath, calming himself after several attempts to suppress his anger. Wen Yang noticed her father seemed unwell and, feigning concern, approached him, asking, Dad, what's wrong? Are you feeling unwell? Clutching his chest, could he be having a heart attack now? Wen's mother paused in her soothing gesture, looking into her husband's eyes, recognizing a shared sense of suffering. It dawned on her that her husband was also afflicted by illness, heart disease, while she faced the prospect of breast cancer. Good heavens! What sort of twisted author wrote this story? Filled with darkness and devoid of beauty. How could they condemn a family to such misery and, even before their demise, force them to suffer from terminal illnesses? Is this something a person could do? Wen's mother cursed the author 1,000 times in her mind. Chairman, how is your health?
Liu Yun.
Observing Wen's father's condition, inquired with concern. Wen's father initially offered Wen Yang a weak smile, stating, Don't worry, my dear Yang, I'm fine. Just had a sudden twinge of pain in my chest. He then turned his attention to Lu Jun, his expression darkening like a face change in Sichuan opera. You wait outside. Call me when Chengcheng is ready. This Lu Jun not only needed to uncover evidence of the corporate project plans he had sold, but also deserved to face imprisonment. Such a scoundrel would surely serve a lengthy sentence. Lu Jun, unaware of why he had angered his boss, dared not breathe too loudly, responding submissively, "Yes, I'll wait for Miss Chung Chung to be ready. You can call for me at any time." With that, he discreetly exited the villa to wait in the car outside. When S. father suddenly shouted, "Aunt Shui, go check if Lin Chung Chung is up yet. What time is it? Why hasn't she come downstairs? If she dawdles any longer, we'll be late moving." He had no desire to see Lin Chung Chung or her friends at all. Wen Yang observed her father's sudden outburst and kindly advised, "Dad, your temper is too volatile. It's not good for your heart. At your age, maintaining a calm demeanor is essential for your health. Though you ultimately meet your end in a car accident, this heart condition has tormented you for quite some time. Controlling your temper and maintaining a good attitude might spare you some suffering before you pass." For reasons unknown, Wen S. father felt a sharper pain in his heart. Supported by Wen S. mother, he sank onto the sofa, and as they exchanged glances, they both recognized the unspoken burden in each other's eyes. In unison, they sighed deeply, embracing one another in a moment of shared suffering, hinting at a profound bond of hardship. Wen Yang regarded them with an odd expression. What on earth are they up to? Upstairs, Lin Chung Chung had already woken up. She merely chose to remain in her room, clinging to a glimmer of hope that perhaps Wen S. mother's insistence on her moving out was merely a fleeting thought. However, upon hearing her father's shout, her hope shattered. There was a knock at the door, accompanied by the urging voice of Aunt Shui. "Miss, are you awake?" Reluctantly accepting the reality, Lin Chung Chung stood up, dragging her small suitcase out of the room. Reflecting on her arrival at the Wen residence, she recalled how this room had been meticulously arranged by Wen's mother. Never before had she resided in such a spacious, opulent chamber. For over 2 years, she had basked in the affection of her relatives, a warmth she had never experienced from a father who saw only benefit and a mother who perceived only wealth. Yet, as splendid as it was, none of it truly belonged to her. "Wen Yang, why do you not depart? You have enjoyed years of happiness. Why must you seize the fleeting moments of joy that I have so painstakingly garnered? You are truly despicable." As she opened the door, Lin Chung Chung exchanged a glance with Aunt Shui, clearly perceiving the disdain and contempt in Aunt Shui's eyes. To Aunt Shui, Lin Chung Chung was nothing but a burden, someone who was inept and had dragged her down, which was no wonder that Mr. Wen did not acknowledge her as his daughter. Suppressing the humiliation that welled within her, Lin Chung Chung expressionlessly dragged her suitcase downstairs. Upon reaching the first floor, she feigned her former delicate and pitiful demeanor, her face pale, eyes reddened, as if she had wept through the night. "Mom, Dad, I am ready." Wen's mother lifted her gaze, her irritation mounting at the sight of her daughter. Her tone becoming perfunctory. "If you're ready, then leave. Lu Jun is waiting at the door." Lin Chung Chung tightened her grip on her suitcase, her voice choked. "Mom, I haven't had breakfast yet. One tea, let me have one last meal?" Wen's mother, impatient, replied, "There's nothing elaborate prepared. Besides, you don't even like century egg and lean meat porridge. Just stop by a breakfast shop on your way out." Wen Yang sat at the dining table, eating her porridge while raising an eyebrow at Lin Chung Chung, her eyes openly mocking. "Sister, do come home often." Lin Chung Chung loathed her with a passion. Angrily, she marched out, dragging her suitcase behind her, while Aunt Shui followed closely, carrying a bag. Mr. Wen didn't even step out of the house, merely sent a message to Lu Jun, instructing him to expedite Lin Chung Chung's departure. As the sound of the car faded at the entrance of the Wen villa, Mr. Wen felt a sense of relief wash over him. Observing Wen Yang's obedient eating, a gentle smile graced his lips. Yang, is your allowance sufficient? Do you need me to transfer you some more?" "It's enough. The last $1 million you gave me hasn't even been spent," Wen Yang replied in a bright tone. "Don't hold back. Buy whatever you fancy. Replace the clothes and jewelry Lin Chung Chung used to wear, should you run out of money. Feel free to ask your father for more." Mr. Wen, saying this, transferred another $1 million to her account. Seeing the new funds appear on her phone, Wen Yang's face lit up with joy. "Thank you, Dad."
Ah,
Mr. Wen looks so dashing every time he gives money.
ha ha ha.
This lavish wealth. Though I may not possess 5 billion, I can still enjoy small fortunes continuously. I haven't been to the Nightshade Bar in ages. Tonight, I must order a male model. Just as when Shurjin descended the stairs, he nearly stumbled upon hearing this, staring incredulously at Wen Yang's radiant smile. unable to fathom that she had previously visited such establishments and intended to order a male model.
No.
I cannot allow her to go astray. With an impassive expression, he approached the dining table and took a seat. Yang, I'll pick you up after school for dinner.
Huh.
When Yang's expression shifted, where are we going for dinner? Recently, we solved 2 major cases and the department is going out to unwind. Dinner, singing, and all that. Aren't you fond of such occasions? I'll take you along tonight. When Yang's eyes sparkled, the handsome criminal investigator. That sounds delightful. She nodded eagerly, exclaiming, let us go, let us go. I adore lively gatherings. Don't forget to pick me up. Third brother. Chapter 26. Jiangze, 29. Handsome brother? When Shurjin furrowed his brow at her, she had previously claimed to favor him most among her brothers, yet upon the prospect of seeing other handsome men, she appeared far more jubilant than when she had merely touched his muscles. He harbored serious doubts that Wen Yang's affection for him was anything beyond a mere physical attraction. Not long after when Shurjin settled down, when she and Wen Shifeng emerged, fully dressed. Upon seeing Wen Yang at breakfast, they greeted her warmly. Yang, good morning. Morning, Dad, Mom. Mr. Wen replied casually. Picking up his phone and retreating to the study, he intended to investigate how many individuals in the company still remained loyal to Wen Yonghui. Furthermore, he had shared news of Lu Jun's situation with Wen Shiyan, who appeared gravely concerned, pondering whether his assistant might also be a spy for Wen Yonghui. The father and son duo deliberated on how to thoroughly investigate the company. Meanwhile, Wen S' mother busied herself with hiring a nanny, leaving only Wen Yang and her brothers in the dining room. Responding to her brother's greetings with a faint smile, she set down her utensils and inquired, Fifth brother, will you still take me to school? I'm going to be late. When she, dressed casually and exuding charm at 25, glanced at his watch upon hearing her words. It's only 6:40. I ascend to your first class at 8? I have other commitments, and the morning traffic is a nightmare. I'll be late if we don't leave soon. When Yang replied wistfully. Then let us go now. I want to have breakfast. When she declared. It had been ages since he had last accompanied her to school, the last time being when she was in elementary school. When Yang rose to grab her backpack and waved at Wen Shurjin. I'm off. Third brother. When Shurjin's demeanor softened slightly. All right, be safe. Without a backward glance. When Yang exited the door, completely ignoring the youngest brother, Wen Shifeng. What is going on? Why does Wen Yang refuse to acknowledge us yet is so close to you? Wen Shifeng questioned, a tinge of jealousy in his voice. I noticed last night that she only said goodnight to you after her parents. When Shurjin quickly finished his porridge and glanced at him sideways, his voice calm but tinged with a hint of pride. Didn't you hear second brother? Yang said I'm her favorite among all the brothers. With that, he grabbed the car keys and stepped out. When Shifeng stared at his retreating figure, feeling a sense of injustice. Why is it that he gets all the affection while I don't? He was skeptical, pulling out his phone to verify with Wen Shishio, who confirmed with the same response. Yang once mentioned that among us brothers, only the third has never scolded her. When Shifeng fell silent, recalling how he had often reprimanded her for Lin Chengcheng's sake and even kicked her once. He regretted it, tugging at his hair in frustration. On the way to school, Wen Yang sat in the passenger seat while Wen Shi attempted to engage her in conversation, but her responses were lackluster. As they stopped at a traffic light, Wen Yang casually glanced out the window, her heart skipping a beat. A black Bentley. ISNT that the car that picked Bei Ning up yesterday? She cast her eyes over, peering through the car door, and indeed, she spotted Dongfang Bei Ning, with Jiang Zhe also present. Lowering her window, she fixed her gaze on the Bentley's back seat, remaining silent. Noticing her, Dongfang Bei Ning also lowered her window and greeted softly Wen Yang. Wen Yang beamed, I thought it looked like your family's car. It really is you. Good morning. Ning. As her window descended, Jiang Zhe's face came into view, initially indifferent towards her. He was suddenly reminded of her voice that had resonated in his mind from the previous day. Are the villains so idle? Can they personally escort their sisters to school every day? By the way, at Jiang Zhe's age now, ISNT he's still the king of the underground city of Deshuia? He does not pursue his own ambitions. How can he afford to linger in Star Sea City? Jiang Zhe's deep, piercing gaze was tinged with a hint of shock. That voice belonged to the young girl before him. How could she possibly know of his connection to the underground city of Deshuia? Were the words he heard truly her innermost thoughts? When she had encountered the term villain more than once, and he couldn't help but glance back. Though the car window obscured his view, the man he had seen in a wheelchair at the hospital yesterday was, astonishingly, of such profound background. In the upper echelons, Who didn't know that the underground city of Disphia was renowned as a gambling haven? Its full name was actually Wuang City, a den of indulgence favored by the elite worldwide. It was said that the family governing there was an acknowledged crime syndicate by the Disphia authorities, a sanctuary for outlaws. Who would have thought that Jiang Zhe could one day become the king of such a place? Such a person was definitely not to be trifled with, otherwise one would perish without knowing how. At 29, Jiang Zhe was a formidable figure, decisive in his actions and ruthless in his methods, akin to a cold-blooded demon, instilling fear in many due to his identity and tactics. I recall that the book mentioned he frequently faced assassination attempts, and his legs were a result of vengeance from enemies. It was quite a pity that such a powerful individual was left incapacitated. His legs, I reckon, no one but myself could heal. If only he could stand, he would be a truly striking figure. Perhaps the female lead would belong to him. Ultimately, despite his formidable status, he remained a villain, a figure entrenched in the underworld, less appealing than the male lead, a prince of the capital's elite and a military magnate. His only shortcoming was the absence of a protagonist's halo. Otherwise, how could such a ruthless character allow the woman he cherished to fall into another man's embrace? If I were Jiang Zhe, should the female lead not love me, I would bind her to my side, a classic case of if I cannot win your heart, I shall possess your body. Anyone who dares covet her shall meet their demise. When Shi's expression turned pensive as he listened, she had mentioned yesterday that the female lead was his own sister. And he certainly did not wish for his sister to entangle herself with such a person. It was far too dangerous. At that moment, Jiang Zhe's heart could only be described as astonished. He squeezed his already numb legs, a flicker of hope stirring within him. Was there still a chance for him to stand? Could the 29-year-old Jiang Zhe truly become the king of Wuang City? He was merely 23 years old, with 6 years ahead of him. As the green light illuminated, Wen Yang called out to Dongfang Baining, Ningning, "See you at the school gate." Dongfang Baining smiled gently. All right. She admired Wen Yang's vibrant spirit, her unwavering resolve to never let herself be wronged. Had she possessed Wen Yang's character back then, bravely standing up against bullying and rumors, she would not have turned into the self-doubting, world-weary person she had become, fearful of others' disdainful gazes. Chapter 27. A violent confrontation at the school gate. Baining, is that girl your new friend from yesterday? In the car, Jiang Zhe inquired tentatively about Wen Yang's identity. Dongfang Baining rolled down the window and nodded softly. Yes. Her name is Wen Yang. However, recalling the content she had stumbled upon last night, she frowned, but her reputation seems rather poor. Yet I admire her, brother, Dongfang Baining said, gazing intently into Jiang Zhe's eyes. Wen Yang is the adopted daughter of the Wen family. They found their biological daughter 2 years ago, causing much friction between them, leading to Wen Yang being scorned. Regardless of the online slander, she remains optimistic. Many classmates dislike her, but dare not provoke her. Even when ostracized, she feels neither sadness nor anger. In that regard, she is stronger than I. An adopted daughter of the Wen family? Jiang Zhe lowered his gaze, concealing the depth of his thoughts. Would you forsake her friendship due to those negative rumors? He countered. Of course not. Dongfang Baining replied firmly. I genuinely like Wen Yang. She leaves a true impression on me. I am willing to believe in her and continue our friendship. Jiang Zhe's lips curved slightly as he reached out to ruffle her hair. Since you have made your decision, follow your heart. Even if the outcome is not to your liking, your brother will always stand by you. Thank you, brother, Dongfang Baining said, leaning affectionately against his arm. You are the best brother in the world. At the school gate, just as Wen Yang bid farewell to Wen Shi and stepped out of the car, she was encircled by a group of individuals, led by Jiang Zhi's brother, Jiang Yu. Wen Yang regarded him and the dozen or so college students around him without a trace of fear, coolly lifting her chin as she asked, What do you want? Jiang Yu's expression darkened. What do I want? My sister ended up in the hospital because of you. Do you think I would seek you out for no reason? Wen Yang's lips curled into a chilling arc. What evidence do you have to claim that I harmed her? I was at least 10 meters away. If she fainted from her own misfortune, why blame me? Jiang Yu pointed to the surveillance cameras at the school gate. I checked the footage last night. A small stone ejected from your direction hit Gigi's head, causing her to faint. How can that have nothing to do with you? A stone flew from my direction? That's laughable. Jiang Yu, do you think this is a martial arts film? If I had such an ability, I wouldn't aim for her head. I'd target her eyes to blind her, and then let us see if she dares to mock me again. Wen Yang's expression was one of audacious defiance. The students beside Jiang Yu were incensed by her words, shouting angrily, Wen Yang, How can you be so malicious? Gigi is so kind. You even wish to blind her. People like you are nothing but societal parasites. Why don't you do the world a favor and disappear? That remark is utterly excessive. When she emerged from the car, stepping beside Wen Yang, and coldly stated, I do not believe that Yang would attack your sister without provocation. Moreover, without substantial evidence of her wrongdoing, your accusations are nothing more than slander. We have the right to sue you. Jiang Yu shot back at the suddenly appearing man, recognizing him as a young master of the Wen family, though he could not discern which of the many young masters he was. Mr. Wen, my sister fainted because a stone hit her forehead while she was speaking to Wen Yang. If you say it wasn't Wen Yang, then why did she faint at that moment and not before or after? Although it was absurd for a mere stone to knock someone out, especially for an ordinary girl, the footage did not capture anything below Wen Yang's waist, so it could not be definitively proven that she was responsible. But that stone came flying from her direction. It definitely has to do with her. Wen Yang laughed scornfully. And why else? You intend to extort me, just as you are attempting now. She stepped forward, her aura sharp and commanding. What? Do you wish to fight me? Last time, you couldn't subdue me, so you brought all these people to attempt a group assault?
Wen Yang.
If you do not apologize to my sister, I dare you to see what I will do. Jiang Yu glared at her, his eyes reddened with fury. You dare? Go ahead and try. When she glared at the group of college students, all spoiled by their families, bullying the weak with their numbers. Utterly shameless. Wen Yang, too, looked at them with disdain. You cannot present any substantial evidence. Why should I apologize? That would be tantamount to admitting guilt. Besides, just based on you lot, don't mistake my disdain for you. If any of you can land a hit on me today, I will take your surname. Jiang Yu clenched his fists in a fit of rage, panting heavily. Wen Yang, don't get too arrogant. I'm being arrogant, and what can you do about it? Wen Yang retorted provocatively. She had been troubled lately by the need to assert her dominance. It had been far too long since the last incident where she had decisively defeated a male athlete from the university. So long, in fact, that some nosy individuals at school were beginning to forget her prowess and temperament, daring to point fingers at her. She found it tiresome to argue with those who had no relevance to her, so as long as they stayed out of her sight, she couldn't be bothered. However, today, this fool had come to provide her with an opportunity, accompanied by a multitude of others. In front of the students and some classmates from the same department, Wen Yang aimed to re-establish her reputation. Thus, when the furious Jiang Yu raised his hand to strike her, Wen Yang responded with a swift kick, precise and powerful, landing squarely in his abdomen. The force of her kick, imbued with half of her strength, was enough to send a man towering over her flying into a nearby car. Crashing to the ground, Jiang Yu lay sprawled on the pavement, unable to suppress a gasp as blood spilled from his mouth, his expression contorted in pain. Feeling as if his insides were being shattered, Wen Yang calmly unfastened her backpack and tossed it to Wen Shi, pushing him back in his astonished state. She then fixed her gaze on the others, her voice cold and unwavering. You all witnessed this. He struck first, and I was merely defending myself. If you're all in cahoots with him, then come at me together. I'm in a hurry to attend class, and I have no time for a drawn-out brawl. Jiang Yu's companions, all athletes from a neighboring department, stood at over 6 feet tall. They hadn't anticipated that this petite girl would possess such explosive strength. However, as they observed Jiang Yu being sent flying, their resolve began to waver. Their eyes widened in disbelief. Could this truly be a mere girl? How could she possibly have launched such a large man with a single kick? As Wen Yang stepped forward, they instinctively recoiled, and she frowned. So, you all are the pride of the sports department at Qingda? How cowardly you are to come here to support him. A bunch of spineless weaklings. Go home and start a family. Her words were venomous, causing the faces of those she insulted to redden, yet they could only seethe in silence, too intimidated to approach her. It was only when Jiang Yu, aided by a friend, managed to rise and, gritting his teeth, shouted, Don't let her intimidate you. She's just a woman. Let us take her on together. I'll take the blame if anything goes wrong. Wen Yang, you little vixen. Today, I will ensure you pay dearly. Chapter 28. Wen Yang's brutality.
Ha, damn.
Wen Yang found it utterly amusing. As the dozen or so university students charged at her, instead of retreating, she boldly advanced. For someone with her training, fighting them was akin to playing with children. A slap for one, another for another. Despite their height and prowess in basketball, they could barely touch the hem of her school uniform. The sound of slaps echoed continuously, drawing gasps from onlookers, students, teachers, and drivers who had brought their charges to school, each wince as if they themselves were on the receiving end of those strikes. When she was even more exaggerated, clutching his backpack with his arms and shielding his face, his features scrunched in pain. With each resounding slap, he grimaced, emitting sounds of discomfort like, "Oh,
Ouch.
hiss.
Yay.
Yang is so fierce," he thought, suspecting that if Wen Yang possessed such skills, she was likely restricted by some task from using them on her biased brothers. Otherwise, they would surely be in for a rough time. At the school gate, a throng had gathered, captivated by the sight of a delicate yet formidable girl demonstrating her prowess against a group of male university students. With each kick and slap, it seemed as though she were not facing towering athletes, but rather the elderly and infirm. Wen Yang seized a man whose face had swollen from her slaps, delivering a powerful kick to his abdomen that sent him flying, crashing into Jiang Yu and his companions, resulting in a cacophony of groans as they all tumbled to the ground. In front of a sleek black Bentley, Dongfang Baining watched in stunned silence as Wen Yang decimated her adversaries, her eyes wide with shock. Wen Yang is so fierce. But why do I find myself so drawn to her? She mused. If only I had possessed such skills in my youth. Perhaps I too could have protected myself while avenging my grievances. No wonder her mental fortitude is so formidable. She remains unscathed by online bullying and indifferent to the gazes of her peers. She knows those critics only dare to whisper behind her back. When confronted, she readily educates them.
So captivating.
How I adore her. Dongfang Baining gazed at the girl who could turn the tide even when besieged by a dozen opponents, her eyes sparkling with admiration. In the car, Jiang Zhe observed Wen Yang with an impassive expression, recognizing that this was not her true strength. Those male students were mere novices in her eyes. A slight exertion from her would suffice to render them utterly defeated. His interest in her grew ever deeper. In less than 5 minutes, Wen Yang stood at the center, surrounded by the defeated, writhing university students, each one curled up on the ground and groaning in pain. Her sharp gaze fixed upon the pale faces of Tian Sui, Bai Wei, and Lin Chengcheng, sending shivers down their spines, their eyes filled with terror. Trash, she silently mouthed, and yet her mere presence silenced them, robbing them of the courage to even glare back. Bai Wei was on the verge of tears, realizing that during their last encounter with Jiang Yu, Wen Yang had shown restraint, her capabilities far more terrifying than she had imagined. Could those taekwondo instructors they encountered last night possibly defeat Wen Yang? She had no idea. Just this morning, she had felt confident, but now that confidence had evaporated, especially as she feared Wen Yang discovering her plans to have her beaten, resulting in her own transformation into a pig-headed mess. Looking at the once dashing male students, now reduced to swollen faces, she winced. Bai Wei had lost her nerve, whispering tremulously, "Wen Yang is too frightening. Let us cancel the plan." Tian Sui tightened her grip on her backpack, her legs trembling with fear. But they had already paid the fee. Bai Wei bit her lip, urging, "Hurry and call to cancel. If not, count me out. It has nothing to do with me." With that, she squeezed through the crowd and fled. Tian Sui, too, felt the urge to withdraw. Those instructors had been hired by Jiang Jiji, costing 50,000 for them to teach Wen Yang a lesson tonight. Having witnessed Wen Yang's prowess, she was now frightened. "Wait for me, Wei. I'm backing out too," she called as she chased after Bai Wei. Lin Chengcheng bit her lip. Though equally pale with fear, her spirit remained unyielding. She secretly chastised Bai Wei and Tian Sui for their cowardice. How could these male students compare to trained fitness instructors? They had studied taekwondo. What was there to fear? Wen Yang's ability to defeat them stemmed from their lack of training. They were nothing. If those instructors were to engage her, they would surely have her pinned to the ground.
No.
She could not allow Jiang Jiji to cancel the plan. Lin Chengcheng shot a fierce glare at Wen Yang before silently slipping away from the crowd to call Jiang Jiji. At the school gate, Wen Yang, having finished her task, calmly dusted off her hands before reaching out to accept the backpack from Wen Shi's arms. She strolled towards Jiang Yu with an unhurried grace, naturally petite and demure. With the addition of the backpack, her delicate beauty and high ponytail made her appear as the quintessential model student, obedient and diligent. If not witnessed firsthand, no one would dare to believe that such an ostensibly gentle girl could exhibit such ferocity. "What do you intend to do?" Jiang Yu, seated on the ground, watched her approach, instinctively scooting backward in trepidation. Wen Yang curled her lips into a disdainful smile and remarked, "Next time, Choose someone more capable. This lot is utterly useless. Surely, the Jiang family can afford professional bodyguards, can't they? She laughed lightly, her tone laced with scorn. Pathetic. After delivering her jibe, Wen Yang strode into the school. Ignoring the murmurs of her classmates who instinctively parted to make way for her, their voices hushed in her presence. She noticed those discreetly recording her altercation but remained unfazed. Humph. This is precisely the effect I desire. I am the quintessential villainess. My arrogance and penchant for brawls align perfectly with my character. Regardless of how the narrative unfolds online, whether I am branded the aggressor or the victim, I fear not the backlash. Rather, I yearn for an abundance of critics. Hey? Wen Yang, wait for me. Dongfeng Baineng called out, hurrying to catch up. Wen Yang, may I call you Yang Yang? The girl's voice was a mixture of admiration and caution. Of course.
Wen Yang replied cheerfully.
Yang Yang, you were truly magnificent just now. You are incredible.
Oh.
It was nothing extraordinary, she replied modestly. When she wiped the sweat from his brow and, as the crowd gradually dispersed, approached Jiang Yu with narrowed eyes, warning, today, you brought your entourage to trouble my sister. Yang Yang was merely acting in self-defense. I witnessed everything. If you intend to exploit this incident for publicity, know that the Wen family is not to be trifled with. Jiang Yu, leaning on his friends for support, glared at Wen Shi, retorting, Wen Yang is merely a foster daughter. Your family neglects its biological daughter in favor of an adopted one. You are unworthy of respect. Wen Shi's gaze turned icy. Who says Lin Chengcheng is our biological daughter? Does she even bear the Wen surname? And as for your Jiang family, what standing do you have to criticize us? A hint of disdain flickered in his eyes. Jiang Yu's pupils constricted. What do you mean by that? Literally what I said, Wen Shi replied, turning on his heel and departing in a vehicle, leaving Jiang Yu in disbelief. Lin Chengcheng was not a biological daughter of the Wen family. They had pitted her for being bullied by the adopted daughter, lamented her childhood experiences, and repeatedly confronted Wen Yang, only to end up humiliated. What did all of that amount to? He and Ji had been deceived. Chapter 29. The Wen brothers release a statement on behalf of Wen Yang. As anticipated, Wen Yang had ignited a firestorm. Following Lin Chengcheng's slander, Wen Yang garnered further notoriety online.
Just as someone commented, wow,
this young lady is formidable. They scrolled down to discover she was the Wen family's adopted daughter, the so-called false heiress, and their tone shifted. So it's Wen Yang. She even engages in brawls. Goodness. The flaws in this girl are multiplying. Previously, Wen Yang had briefly gained attention online thanks to Lin Chengcheng. But she remained indifferent to any negative remarks and continued diligently with her tasks. She neither sought trouble with Lin Chengcheng nor engaged in arguments. Initially, Lin Chengcheng needed a provocation to report to Wen father and Wen mother, but after a few incidents, she realized that regardless of fault, the Wen family invariably sided with her. This led her to derive a sense of pleasure and significance from bullying Wen Yang. Eventually, Wen Yang no longer had to instigate conflicts. She merely had to play the victim, fabricating various accusations against Wen Yang and then lamenting online. For instance, when Wen Shiyan gifted Lin Chengcheng a limited edition dress, she would flaunt it before Wen Yang, who, in an effort to maintain her malicious persona, would grab scissors and ruin it, inevitably facing reprimand. Similarly, when Shirxia would occasionally prepare noodles or fried rice for Lin Chengcheng, who would come to Wen Yang's room to boast about her brother's favoritism, Wen Yang seized every opportunity to reinforce her villainous image, snatching a plate and smashing it into Lin Chengcheng's face. Countless such incidents accumulated, painting Wen Yang as a spiteful girl in the eyes of the world. This was precisely the outcome she desired. Thus, whenever Lin Chengcheng extended a ladder, Wen Yang would ascend it eagerly, retaliating with a powerful strike. Over time, not only did she become despised by the Wen family, but she also faced a barrage of criticism online. The recent video went viral across short video platforms, with many recognizing the male college students who were beaten by Wen Yang. Some, in defense of their crush, vehemently condemned her as a tyrant, while others criticized her for targeting faces during fights. Upon returning to their department, those students were met with ridicule upon revealing their battered states, amplifying the derision.
Yet,
Wen Yang remained blissfully unaware, and even if she were informed, it would not faze her. She continued attending classes and rehearsing for the school arts festival, dismissing the fearful gazes of her classmates as merely the norm. Even Tianzi refrained from addressing Wen Yang directly. When Su Tian arrived that morning, the excitement had dissipated, and she later learned of the events, prompting her to commend Wen Yang once more. While Wen Yang enjoyed relative peace at school, chaos reigned outside. The eighth son of the Wen family, Wen Xinian, stumbled upon Wen Yang's video while idly scrolling through, overwhelmed by the torrent of online vitriol. He barely grasped the situation before forwarding the video to the group, inquiring how his brothers should handle it. This incident had begun to impact the Wen family's business, and when father was just becoming aware. When she stated, "I witnessed the entire event this morning. It was Jiang Yu who instigated trouble for Yang Yang," claiming she caused the Jiang family's young lady to faint, yet there was no concrete evidence of her involvement. In a fit of rage, he and his classmates assaulted Yang Yang, only to be defeated by her remarkable skills. "You cannot fathom how capable our sister is." She dispatched that group in mere moments, leaving them looking like battered swine, unable to rise. However, this is not Yang Yang's fault. I can attest that her actions were purely self-defense. When Shuryan interjected, "Now is not the time to assign blame. This incident has generated a negative impact, especially with the online narrative branding her as the Wen family's adopted daughter, implying a lack of upbringing, which has severely affected the reputation of the Wen group." When Shifeng shared a link to a post in the group, questioning, "When did Lin Chengxing post these absurdities?" Upon inspection, they found a series of videos detailing her grievances at the Wen household, showcasing how she was bullied by Wen Yang, garnering tens of thousands of followers. Due to the viral video from that morning, netizens had uncovered Lin Chengxing's account, and her follower count continued to surge. When Mother's expression darkened. These videos not only tarnished the Wen family's reputation but also served as a constant reminder of how they had mistreated Wen Yang in the past, leaving them feeling profoundly ashamed. "Father Wen, I have already dispatched someone to address the videos circulating online and made a call to have Lin Chengxing's account suspended." As expected, shortly thereafter, Lin Chengxing's account was indeed locked, rendering her videos and updates invisible. Fourth brother Wen Xiyu. Merely deleting the content is not a comprehensive solution. It would be prudent to devise a means to alter the public perception of Wen Yang. Wen Shifeng. "Indeed, I share your sentiments." While drafting a report at the office, Wen Shijin noted the messages in the group chat but refrained from commenting, opting instead to advocate for Wen Yang online using his own account. Third young master Wen Shijin. "The content of the videos online does not reflect the truth. Wen Yang has always been a dutiful and kind sister. Many of us have relied on one-sided narratives, leading to profound misunderstandings about her character. It is not her fault." After posting, he shared a screenshot in the group. His intentions clear. Following suit, Wen Shi also issued a statement through his account, recounting the events that transpired this morning at Xing School. He concluded by stating, "Yang Yang is not a wayward girl. She is simply a spirited girl who resents injustice and shies away from explanations, which has led to misconceptions about her character." Subsequently, other members of the Wen family began to voice their support as well. Eldest young master Wen Shuryan. "Many matters are not as straightforward as they appear. Please refrain from blindly cyberbullying a girl without understanding the full context." Second young master Wen Shishio. "I urge everyone to practice virtue. You have not genuinely comprehended the situation, yet you slander at will. Our family reserves the right to pursue legal action against you." The young masters of the Wen family all issued statements online, and even their mother contributed a text. Gradually, the videos online began to vanish, replaced by a flurry of shares of the Wen family's supportive videos. The online community was divided, with some voices advocating for clarity, while others accused the Wen family of attempting to whitewash Wen Yang. The situation escalated to the point where even old Master Wen at the ancestral home caught wind of the uproar. He called Father Wen, demanding to know what was happening with his two daughters. "Is this commotion not enough to bring shame upon the family? Furthermore, your recent activities at the company have caused considerable unease among the senior executives. What on earth are you up to?" Father Wen replied in a solemn tone, "Father, I will manage these matters appropriately. You need not worry. I will explain everything to you another day." Having said that, he hung up before old Master Wen could respond. Chapter 30. Attending a colleague gathering with third brother. Meanwhile, Zhang Zhe held his phone, observing the unfolding events online, while a dossier containing Wen Yang's personal information lay before him. In his other hand, he grasped a photograph of Wen Yang, recently captured, clad in her school uniform. Her figure graceful, with a high ponytail cascading to her waist, her complexion radiant, and her smile bright. She held a badminton racket, her eyes sparkling with vitality.
Wen Yang.
Zhang Zhe gazed intently at the image of the girl bathed in the golden light of dawn, softly murmuring her name, his eyes reflecting a tumult of emotions. He set down his phone and began sifting through the documents on the desk. It was noted that just days ago, The Wen family had spoken harshly of Wen Yang, fixated solely on the true heiress Lin Qingqing, offering her no semblance of respect, yet now, their statements online were entirely focused on defending her.
Jiangshi,
Always astute and perceptive, speculated that Wen Yang might possess an ability to foresee the future. Considering the recent transformations in the Wen family's attitudes, he pondered whether he was not the only one attuned to her silent pleas. He boldly conjectured that Wen Yang must have revealed something internally, which, once validated by her family, shifted their disdain towards her. With this thought, Jiang Ze's sharp gaze deepened. He had never considered himself a chosen one. Even if he suddenly gained the ability to read minds, it would not elevate his sense of superiority. However, the existence of someone like Wen Yang indicated that he had a unique opportunity, one that set him apart from others.
Dan Zuo.
I recall that the owner of the villa next to the Wen family mentioned it was for sale. Acquire that villa and relocate our belongings there. From now on, Ninger and I will reside there. Yes. Tang Zhua is Jiang Ze's trusted aide and assistant. They have traversed the tumultuous landscape of Wuwang City together, forming a bond of both subordinates and brothers. Jiang Ze leaned back in his wheelchair, his thoughts racing. Being in close proximity would facilitate Ninger's social interactions and enable him to glean more unknown information. The day's classes concluded swiftly, and upon exiting the campus, Wen Yang bid farewell to Su Tian and Dongfang Baining before raising her eyes, spotting Wen Shijin's white Honda Civic. Grasping her backpack strap, she joyfully hurried over. Opening the car door, Wen Yang placed her backpack in the back seat and slid into the passenger seat. How long have you been here, third brother? Wen Shijin, upon seeing her radiant smile, put away his phone, a hint of warmth softening his previously indifferent expression. Just arrived a short while ago. Is there a heavy workload today? He secured his phone, turned the ignition, and inquired while driving. Not much, just 2 assignments. I've already completed one at school. Wen Yang replied obediently. That's good. Let us grab a bite to eat. They've probably arrived already, he said, accelerating as they navigated the spacious road. They arrived at a modest eatery not far from his precinct. The food was affordable and quite tasty, making it a favored spot for their team's gatherings. As the third young master of the Wen family, Wen Shijin typically maintained a low profile, eschewing ostentatious vehicles and clothing. Moreover, as a detective, he often encountered unexpected circumstances. Possessing overly extravagant items would draw unnecessary attention. Additionally, he was the only scion among his colleagues, most of whom were from humble backgrounds. If he dressed too well, it might seem as though he was flaunting his wealth. Upon parking, Wen Shijin led Wen Yang into the restaurant, observing her expression closely. Noticing she bore no disdain for the modest establishment, he felt a slight sense of relief. Wen Yang was unlike him. For 18 years, she had been coddled as a young lady, and even after Lin Qingqing's return, she had never endured hardship. Her possessions were of a quality that ordinary people would hesitate to squander. He feared that she might find such a budget-friendly restaurant uncomfortable. Captain Wen, you've just arrived. Your subordinates have been here for quite some time. The proprietress, a pleasantly plump middle-aged woman, greeted Wen Shijin with familiarity. I came to pick up my sister from school, so I'm a bit late. Has the food been served? Wen Shijin casually inquired as they ascended toward the private dining area. Almost. Only 2 dishes are yet to come. Is this your sister?
Oh my.
She's truly lovely. Captain Wen, please have a seat. The food will be here shortly. After complimenting Wen Yang, the proprietress turned to return to the kitchen. Following closely behind, Wen Yang whispered, It seems third brother is a regular here. Wen Shijin smiled slightly, explaining, It's close to the precinct, and the food is quite good. We often come here for gatherings. Wen Yang responded with an O. Upon reaching the private room, Wen Shijin pushed the door open, with Wen Yang following closely behind. The sight before them was a room filled with people. A large round table surrounded by over 30 men and women. Captain Wen is here. Finally, you've arrived. Everyone rose to greet him. Wen Shijin wrapped an arm around Wen Yang's shoulders, gently guiding her to a seat and pulling out a chair for her. This is my sister, Wen Yang.
Hi.
Hello, everyone. Wen Yang waved at the crowd.
Wow.
This is Captain Wen's sister? She's stunningly beautiful. A gentle older sister smiled warmly at Wen Yang and introduced herself. Hello, little sister. My name is Chen Lin. Wen Yang sweetly called out, Sister Lin.
Oh.
Such a good girl. Chen Lin responded with delight. A man with a buzz cut and an unremarkable appearance chuckled. Wen Yang, I'm Yang Qian. You can call me Brother Qian. Oh, come on, Yang Qian. How presumptuous. What audacity. When team's sister deserves better than to be called sister by someone like you. Huang Binghe remarked disdainfully. Everyone knows that Wen Shijin is the young master of the Wen family, which makes his sister a lady of the Wen household. Someone like you, from a common background, might not even be worthy of her notice. Huang Binghe, aware of Wen Yang's elegant demeanor, felt unworthy to approach her. Yang Qian, however, took offense at Huang Binghe's words. What's wrong with calling her my sister? When team said we are like brothers, why shouldn't I be entitled to call his sister? Huang Binghe, unwilling to argue, rolled his eyes dismissively. My brother's friends are my friends too. If the older brothers and sisters don't mind, you can all call me sister, Wen Yang said softly, trying to ease the tension. Wen Shijin looked at her with admiration, reaching out to ruffle her hair. Don't mind them, Wen Yang. They're just joking. You're adorable. And having such a lovely sister is a blessing. Come and play with us often. I'm Xiao Yinan, said the man to her right in a gentle tone. Wen Yang's eyes lit up at the mention of his name, her heart racing with excitement.
Ah, Xiao Yinan.
He asked the forensic expert from the Shanghai City Criminal Police team, the best partner of my brother. Oh my goodness. I finally see him in person. I'm so thrilled. When I read the book, the author wrote special side stories about the Wen brothers. And Xiao Yinan was mentioned in the side story about my brother. The two of them have solved cases together countless times, their teamwork impeccable. They're true brothers who have faced life and death together, sharing a profound bond. Readers went wild shipping them as a couple in the comments. I'm a fan of their pairing too. The cold, aloof, and astute team leader, paired with the polite, composed, and clever forensic expert. They both possess striking looks and share a common ideal. It's simply delightful to ship them. Oh my gosh. I never expected to meet Xiao Yinan so soon. He is even more handsome than described in the book, a perfect match for my brother. When Shijin, irritated by her chatter, felt veins throb on his forehead. What nonsense was she spouting, shipping random couples? Both he and Xiao Yinan were as straight as they come. Brother Xiao, I've heard my brother speak of you before. He said you're the best forensic expert in the police team. When Yang exclaimed, her face flushed with excitement, her eyes sparkling. Xiao Yinan glanced at the stern-faced Wen Shijin, a charming smile gracing his lips. Oh, is that so? It's rare for someone to praise me. Seeing him smile made Wen Yang adore him even more.
Wow.
His smile is so charming. He is really handsome. My brother is so lucky. When Shijin's face darkened, exasperated by her infatuation. When had he ever mentioned Xiao Yinan being the best forensic expert? Her imagination was running wild. Noticing her starry-eyed expression, he pinched her slightly chubby cheek, pulling her closer. Drooling at your age? Don't act like you've never seen anyone before. Wipe your mouth. When Yang instinctively raised her hand to dab at the corner of her lips, her face turning a deep shade of red. Oh my gosh. Did I drool? How embarrassing. She lowered her head, grabbing a napkin to wipe her lips, but her gaze still flickered toward Xiao Yinan, muttering to herself, but he really is so handsome. His skin is so fair, like a scholar from ancient times. She glanced at him again and thought, oh no, I think I sat in the wrong place. I should have let my brother sit here. When Shijin's face turned green, incredulous at her audacity. You really dare to say that? I'm straight. As straight as can be. Stop shipping random couples. He fumed internally. Such a good-looking person, and thinking about his tragic fate makes me feel so sorry for him. Having witnessed his father's violent outbursts due to bipolar disorder as a child, he desperately tried to protect his mother but failed. On that fateful rainy night, he watched helplessly as his mother was left in a vegetative state after being beaten by his father, and he nearly lost his own life in the process. Later, his father showed no remorse for harming his wife. Instead, he began to abuse him, taking advantage of his illness. If it weren't for his aunt rescuing him and his mother, providing comfort and companionship, he might never have overcome the shadows of his childhood. The book states that Xiao Yinan's first case as an adult was sending his father to prison. His biological father, addicted to gambling and drugs, was caught in the web of law despite his mental illness. A child who endured such a tragic childhood grew up to be cheerful, confident, and courteous. All thanks to his aunt's careful nurturing and education. Such a wonderful person, yet he met his untimely demise because of my brother, sacrificing himself to save him from a drug dealer's cold gunshot, dying on the spot. He could die for my brother. Such a touching love story is impossible not to ship. Yet, the thought of his tragic fate still made Wen Yang's heart ache. When Shijin, listening to her, wore a look of astonishment. He had never known that Xiao Yinan had such a tragic childhood. Since working together, Xiao Yinan had always demonstrated remarkable abilities, with a sharp mind and a gentle demeanor that remained unfazed. Such a personality hardly seemed to stem from a background of domestic abuse. And then there was his tragic end. When Shijin cast a complex glance at Xiao Yinan, realizing that he would die to save him. When Xiao Yinan met Wen Shijin's gaze, he felt a strange unease. What was with that look? He hadn't done anything wrong. We made eye contact. If it weren't for the fact that same-sex marriage is not allowed in our country, I would want to bring the marriage registration office here, so you two could get married right away. Wen Yang exclaimed, her eyes sparkling. Her thoughts succeeded in embarrassing Wen Shijin. He cleared his throat, placing a hand on her head, and said softly, "Don't think about such things." "I'm not thinking about anything," Wen Yang replied, bewildered. Wen Shijin took a deep breath, avoiding looking at Xiao Yinan, fearing she might say something even more shocking. Once the dishes were served, Wen Yang kept nudging Wen Shijin, "Brother, I want to eat that fish." Wen Shijin used his chopsticks to serve her a piece, only to hear her add, "Brother Xiao likes it too. Can you give him some?" Wen Shijin instinctively glanced at Xiao Yinan, feeling an inexplicable awkwardness enveloping them. He quickly turned his head away. Xiao Yinan, feeling a bit awkward, replied, "You don't need to serve me. I can get it myself. What else do you like to eat, Wen Yang?"
I'll help you with that.
With that, he picked up the serving chopsticks. Wen Yang cast a glance at Wen Shijin, pointing at a plate of spicy stir-fried kidney, exclaiming, "That kidney looks quite appealing." Xiao Yinan reached out and served her a piece. Wen Yang continued, "Brother Xiao, my third brother also enjoys this. Do serve him some as well." Wen Shijin, who was sipping his drink, abruptly choked to her words, shooting a dark glare at Wen Yang, his eyes brimming with a warning, "Mind your own business. Focus on yourself. And stop worrying about others." He regretted bringing her along. Xiao Yinan felt an inexplicable awkwardness in his interactions with Wen Shijin after meeting Wen Yang today, though he couldn't quite articulate the nature of this discomfort. It was simply peculiar. Moreover, the way Wen Yang looked at him and Wen Shijin seemed rather dubious. After receiving a reprimand, Wen Yang popped a piece of kidney into her mouth, thinking, "What else with the fuss? I'm merely aiding your pursuit of love. If you miss out on such a splendid partner as Brother Xiao, you'll have yourself to blame later. Is this never-ending?" Wen Shijin shot another fierce glare at Wen Yang, taking several deep breaths to restrain himself from hitting her on the head. His mind was filled with inappropriate thoughts. He shouldn't have brought her here today. He mentally cursed himself for the umpteenth time. Wen Yang, engrossed in her enthusiasm for her favored pairing, was particularly warm towards Xiao Yinan, though this fervor appeared rather off-putting to onlookers, especially to a female police officer who harbored feelings for Xiao Yinan. She assumed Wen Yang was enamored with him as well, her expression darkening with envy, her fingers gripping her chopsticks so tightly they turned white. Watching Wen Yang sweetly call out Brother Xiao with such affection made her stomach churn. She suddenly interjected coldly, "Wen Yang, you ought to be recognized as the adopted daughter of the Wen family, right?" Chapter 32. The argument begins. Wang Yuling, a frequent internet user who relished scrolling through short videos for amusement, was familiar with Lin Qingqing's posts and recognized the name Wen Yang. Out of professional habit, she felt a deep sympathy for Lin Qingqing, the victim, and had been following her updates closely, having researched her story. Each time she saw Lin Qingqing express her grievances online, her sense of justice surged. Many times, she had wished to personally confront the interloper, the adopted sister. She had even messaged Lin Qingqing, offering to help her seek legal retribution against those who bullied her, but Lin Qingqing consistently declined, not wanting her parents to worry. Today, at last, she encountered the adopted daughter of the Wen family and discovered her own intense dislike for Wen Yang. Despite her youth, Wen Yang was cunning and capable of alluring men. Watching her sweetly address Xiao Yinan made Wang Yuling feel utterly nauseous. Seeing Xiao Yinan beam with delight as he doted on Wen Yang, she felt a surge of jealousy that nearly distorted her features. Thus, she resolved to unveil the other side of Wen Yang, exposing the true nature of this seemingly innocent girl, revealing how utterly base and shameless she was behind closed doors. "I remember. The true daughter of the Wen family is a girl named Lin Qingqing. Wen Yang can only be considered the adopted daughter of the Wen family." Wen Yang's smile faltered slightly as she met Wang Yuling's gaze. "So what were you trying to say?" Wang Yuling retorted sarcastically, "What can you possibly say? As an interloper, how can you so shamelessly present yourself as the genuine daughter of the Wen family? Furthermore, you often bully Lin Qingqing, vying for family affection at home and harassing her at school. How can you continue to reside in the one household with such audacity? Her words shifted the gaze of the uninformed crowd towards Wen Yang. Particularly, Huang Binghe suddenly scoffed, a mocking sneer escaping him. So you're just an adopted daughter. Before Wen Yang could retort, Wen Shijin interjected sharply. What business is it of yours? The affairs of the Wen family are not for outsiders like you to criticize. Mind your own matters. Wen Yang also set her chopsticks down, challenging. On what grounds are you so certain that I bullied Lin Chengcheng? Did you witness me bullying her at school? Wang Yuling, with a self-righteous demeanor, replied, she has long exposed your misdeeds online. Lin Chengcheng has suffered for years. Just as she finally returns to her family, you conspire against her, forcing her to leave her newfound kin and abandon her true home. Don't you find that utterly malicious? Captain Wen, I understand your affection for Wen Yang, as she has lived with you for over a decade, but don't forget, Lin Chengcheng is your biological sister. As her brother, how can you stand idly by while she is cast out by outsiders? Moreover, Wen Yang is of low character and violent temperament. Having been summoned to school by parents this morning due to bullying and then assaulting someone at the school gate. How can you continue to treat her as a sister while neglecting your own flesh and blood? Aren't police officers supposed to uphold justice? Do you not think your actions betray your professional beliefs? When Shijin's expression darkened entirely, he tossed his chopsticks aside, his gaze sharp enough to kill. Wang Yuling, who I choose to love and cherish is none of your concern. What gives you the right to question the affairs of the Wen family? You dare to spout off based on mere snippets from the internet?
Though I betray my beliefs.
And what gives you the right to wear that uniform? As tensions escalated, those present noticed the sudden uproar, with Wen Shijin's frightening demeanor prompting someone to step forward to mediate. Captain Wen, please don't lose your temper. Little Wang may have had too much to drink. They turned to feign reprimanding Wang Yuling. Little Wang, you should say less. Their family matters do not concern you. I'm not drunk. I'm speaking the truth. You've all been deceived by Wen Yang's innocent facade. This girl not only bullies her sister, but also harasses classmates, engaging in fights and misusing her identity as the Wen family's daughter to do as she pleases, exhibiting utterly disgraceful behavior. Wang Yuling declared with righteous indignation. Wen Yang crossed her arms, coldly laughing. Is your so-called truth merely the one-sided accounts posted by Lin Chengcheng? How pitiful that you, a police officer, failed to grasp the principle of withholding judgment without knowing the full story. You, a police officer, label me as morally corrupt and malicious without understanding the situation. Perhaps you should resign and return home to raise children instead. Did you witness me bullying Lin Chengcheng with your own eyes? Did you ever see me harassing classmates? I could just as easily claim that Lin Chengcheng has targeted me ever since she returned home, disrupting familial harmony. All of this is her fault. Wang Yuling stood, as if Lin Chengcheng were her own sister, reproaching. Do you mean to say you have no evidence? Are you denying that you didn't physically confront someone at the school gate this morning due to bullying? How could you, a single person, overpower so many male college students? The truth is, you're just a malicious little girl with a heavy heart, bullying the weak. Enough. When Shijin slammed the table, rising from his seat. We have already clarified the rumors from this morning. The Jiang family is the one causing trouble for Yang, and she was merely acting in self-defense. When Shijin intended to say more, but he was halted by Wen Yang, who, with a frostbitten countenance, interjected. Is the good child you speak of someone who does not retaliate or respond to insults? Should I have passively accepted blows when Jiang Ziji attempted to teach me a lesson with her brother at the school gate? Or remained silent when bullied? Should I kneel before Jiang Yu and accept a beating due to unfounded allegations? I must apologize. I shall never be such a good child. My life's motto is to live fiercely and never endure grievances. Have you ever considered why Lin Chengcheng, if she were truly the daughter of the Wen family, still bears the surname Lin? She merely feigns vulnerability online to garner sympathy, and here you are, dancing like a puppet in her strings. Truly, you resemble a jester. Sister? Individuals like you lack the capacity for critical thought. You are unfit to be a police officer, nor can you uphold justice. All you accomplish is to further victimize those who have already suffered. I sincerely advise you to resign and return to a more humble occupation, such as farming. Refrain from marriage and procreation, for you would only misguide the next generation. Wang Yuling trembled with indignation at the scathing remarks devoid of any profanities, her obstinacy rendering her unteachable. When Shijin observed her impassively and stated, Wang Yuling, I shall report your conduct, behavior, and capabilities to the higher-ups for reassessment. You may indeed be ill-suited for the role of a police officer. Wang Yuling's pupils constricted as she heard when Shijin's cold dismissal. Now, Please vacate this space and do not disturb our colleagues' gathering. You are no longer welcome here.
You.
On what grounds? I refuse to leave. This is a departmental gathering, not your personal invitation. Despite being a young woman, Wang Yuling felt her pride wounded, tears welling in her eyes. Upon hearing this, Wen Shijin stood up, taking Wen Yang's hand. In that case, we shall take our leave. He surveyed the remaining colleagues, noting that the evening's merriment had been disrupted. I will leave with Yang. I will cover the cost of our meal. With that, he retrieved his coat and led Wen Yang out of the private room. Chapter 33. Dining at a street food stall. After their departure, Xiao Yinan cast a dark glance at Wang Yuling, rising to say, if you are gathering, I too shall take my leave. Upon hearing this, tears finally streamed down Wang Yuling's cheeks and she choked out, Dr. Xiao. Xiao Yinan paused momentarily, but did not turn back as he exited the room. Wang Yuling began to sob uncontrollably. Seeing the exodus, several others stood and followed suit. Yang Qian, while putting on his jacket, remarked, why bring up those online rumors? We were having a good time, and now look, there's no need for this gathering. Chen Lin also left with a stern expression. Indeed, who doesn't know that much of what is said online is mere nonsense, baseless speculation? Even if you harbor discontent towards Wen Yang, keeping it to yourself would suffice. Why must you insult her in front of Captain Wen? What were you thinking? Wang Yuling, in a fit of agitation, shouted, I merely wish to seek justice for that genuine heiress. Am I wrong to do so? The last to exit the room was the vice captain, who calmly stated, you seek to uphold justice, and you are not wrong in that regard. However, it is essential to discern the circumstances. That is a family matter. Whether the true heiress is deserving of pity or the false one is malicious, it is not your place as an outsider to condemn them, particularly not in front of Captain Wen. If Wen Yang were truly as despicable as portrayed online, would the Wen family still retain her? Would Captain Wen invite her to his private gathering? Do you believe those of high standing are blind and easily deceived by a mere girl? Regardless of your disdain for Wen Yang, this was not the appropriate setting to unleash your vitriol. Alas, the deed is done. It is too late for words now. He sighed and departed the room. Few remained in the private room, aside from the weeping Wang Yuling and 4 others who could not bear to waste the sumptuous spread of food that had just arrived. Thus, they quietly stayed behind to eat their fill. Wang Yuling left in tears, feeling deeply aggrieved, with no one to comfort or understand her. Reflecting on Xiao Yinan's dark gaze, she feared she had lost her dignity in front of him today. Outside, Wen Yang was being led away by Wen Shijin. Feeling quite guilty, had I known, I wouldn't have come and disrupted your gathering. She walked obediently beside him, murmuring. Wen Shijin glanced at her and said in a deep voice, it is not your fault. You need not feel guilty. Besides, such gatherings are inherently unremarkable. If it disperses, so be it. Wen Yang looked up at him, her expression one of regret. But, third brother, I barely had a few bites. I'm still hungry. Wen Shijin's lips curled into a slight smile as he released her hand and wrapped his arm around her shoulders, whispering, then I shall take you to eat something else. He raised his eyes to the sky. How about a street food stall? I know a place renowned for its delectable grilled skewers. Would you like to go? That sounds wonderful. Street food is perfect. I want grilled skewers and crayfish. Wen Yang's eyes sparkled with excitement. Excellent. We shall indulge in grilled skewers and crayfish today. I will ensure you have your fill. Wen Shijin replied affectionately. Then, let's hurry. Before she could finish her sentence, a languid male voice called from behind. Hey, hey, hey. Would you two mind if I join for street food? Wen Yang turned to see Xiao Yinan. Her eyes lit up as she let go of Wen Shijin's arm, rushing to embrace Xiao Yinan's arm joyfully. We wouldn't mind at all. Ah, friends. Who understands the joy of eating crayfish while shipping CP live? It's simply divine, isn't it? Wen Shijin remarked. By the way, I'm quite particular about that. Don't you want to hear his opinion? Captain Wen. Dr. Xiao. Count us in. Yes, yes. Don't forget us. We are still famished. 4 others joined in, including Yang Qian, Chen Lin, and 2 other young women. Wen Shijin moved closer to Wen Yang, possessively gripping her neck and pulling her nearer. Very well, let us go together. I'll treat. The group cheerfully made their way to their destination. Having consumed a few drinks earlier, they could not drive, so they walked to the location. After traversing a couple of stops, they arrived, and the sky had grown dim, illuminated by vibrant neon lights. Arriving at the street food stall, where Wen Shijin frequently dined with Xiao Yinan, the 7 gathered around a small table, ordering an array of meat skewers, seafood, and crayfish, resuming their revelry. Yang Qian took a swig of draft beer, exclaiming contentedly, refreshing. When the dishes arrived, Wen Yang dove straight for the crayfish, donning gloves to peel the shells, and while feeding herself, she made sure to peel a few for Wen Shijin as well. Wen Shijin, pleased, offered her a skewer of lean meat, feeding her morsels. With a bite of skewer, a bite of crayfish, and a sip of soda, Wen Yang's lips became greasy, yet she felt utterly satisfied. Yang Qian observed Wen Yang eating like a little kitten, sweet and obedient, and thought to himself how she hardly resembled the scheming type. He sighed. Wang Yuling has truly lost her senses today. Before he could finish, Chun Lin kicked him sharply under the table. When Yang Qian glanced over, she shot him a warning look. Why bring her up when the atmosphere is so good? Such bad luck. Yang Qian quickly realized his blunder and fell silent, casting an embarrassed glance at Wen Yang. Wen Yang smiled generously. It's all right. I'm quite accustomed to being scolded. Wen Shijin paused momentarily while picking up food, a hint of guilt rising in his eyes. He placed a piece of cucumber in Wen Yang's bowl, contemplating discussing Lin Qingqing's identity with his parents upon returning. He could not allow Wen Yang to continue facing unjust criticism. Xiao Yinan reassured Wen Yang, although I am not entirely familiar with the origins of those rumors. I believe you have done well in one regard. When wronged, you possess the courage to retaliate rather than silently endure. I wholeheartedly support that. Wen Yang's eyes brightened as she smiled radiantly at Xiao Yinan. I have never felt I was in the wrong. It's just that no one seems to understand me. She suddenly felt a wave of melancholy wash over her. It was not entirely fair to blame those online commentators. Sometimes, even those closest to me refuse to believe me, let alone strangers. Yang, regarding the past, we promise to provide you with an explanation. Our parents and brothers have misunderstood you in many ways. It is our fault, and we hope you can see that we are genuinely remorseful. Wen Shijin's voice was notably somber. Without regard for the presence of outsiders, Wen Yang boldly interjected, Third brother. Have you all discovered that Lin Qingqing is not our parents' biological daughter? Wen Shijin paused briefly before nodding. Wen Yang was momentarily taken aback. I knew it. How could the Wen family suddenly change their demeanor? I guessed correctly. They indeed know that Lin Qingqing is not of Wen blood. Chapter 34. Third brother, you're choking me. But how did they find out? Doubts lingered in her heart, though her expression revealed nothing. Wen Yang even let out a haughty hum, declaring, I noticed it long ago and mentioned it to you numerous times, yet you all refused to believe me, always thinking I was just jealous of her, targeting her. Yes. It is our fault. Yang has suffered grievances, Wen Shijin softly consoled. When Yang huffed again, I have endured far more grievances. As Wen Shijin gently wiped her mouth with a napkin, he reassured her, we haven't cast you aside. Our elder brother and the others are already discussing how to clarify these matters. They will soon rectify things for you. When Yang secretly pouted, such sweet talk. The ones who have made me suffer the most are clearly you all. You are the ones who have truly left me cold. Lin Qingqing is merely a minor concern. It is your bias that has truly chilled my heart. When Shijin chose not to respond further, silently resolving to treat her with greater kindness in the future. They thoroughly enjoyed their meal at the street stall. In the end, it was Xiao Yinan who stealthily settled the bill. When Shijin looked at him helplessly, saying, I said I would treat you. Why did you pay? Xiao Yinan burped, patting his full stomach with a smile. Who else could pay? There are no outsiders here. Fine. I'll treat next time, When Shijin sighed. Wen Yang, draped in Wen Shijin's coat, smiled mischievously, her gaze flitting between the two.
Oh, who else could pay?
There are no outsiders here, ha ha ha. Yes, you two are the closest. You treat me once, I treat you once, and before we know it, we're treating each other to meals together. Hee, this is killing me. Wen Shijin's expression turned awkward. This mischievous girl, spreading rumors about them as a couple, definitely needed to be dealt with. He pulled Wen Yang into his embrace, locking her in, and bid farewell to everyone. All right, everyone, head home and rest early. Be careful on your way. We're leaving now. Okay, stay safe on the road. See you tomorrow, Xiao Yinan replied, grabbing his coat and departing. Wen Yang still struggled, calling out to him, Brother Xiao, see you next time. I'll visit you at the criminal police team. You are always welcome. Xiao Yinan called back with a smile from a distance. Wen Shijin, feeling displeased, constrained Wen Yang as they walked towards the street, feigning a reprimand. What are you looking at him for? What's so special about him? You should come to see me more. You. Cough. Third brother, you're choking me. Be gentler. Yang, I'm tired. Carry me back. Wen Yang, incredulous, clutched his arm where he had locked her neck, exclaiming, "You, such a big guy. How can you have the audacity to ask me to carry you? I wanted to say I'm tired and want you to carry me." When Shurjin lowered his voice, "All right, third brother will carry you." He released Wen Yang and squatted in front of her.
Wen Yang hesitated.
"You're really going to carry me?" "I was just joking, don't drop me." He had just drunk quite a bit, although it was beer. Who knew how well he could handle it? When Shurjin turned to glare at her. "Do you look down on third brother? With your petite frame, I can carry you for 5 kilometers. Hurry up." "Fine, I'll get on." When Yang removed the coat from her shoulder, tying it around her waist to cover the skirt that might reveal too much, then wrapped her arms around Wen Shurjin's neck and climbed onto his back. The moment when Shurjin stood up, Wen Yang squealed, "So high. So this is how tall people see the world. Curse be it." Her body was only 155 centimeters tall. It seemed that every part of her body grew, except her height. She was utterly frustrated with her stature, being the shortest in her class. When Shurjin took steady strides, securely holding her legs as he walked forward. "Are you envious now, little potato?" Wen Yang playfully bit his ear, causing Wen Shurjin to stumble slightly, almost dropping her. Gritting his teeth, Wen Shurjin lightly slapped her leg. "Stop messing around."
Who told you to mock me? Wen Yang complied.
Wen Shurjin took a deep breath and continued forward. Though the ear that Wen Yang had bitten turned a deep shade of red, the streetlights cast long shadows of the two, enveloping them in a tranquil serenity. Yang. And the girl on his back lazily responded. "Which of our brothers do you think treats you the best?" "Of course, third brother treats me the best." "And which brother do you like the most?" "Of course, it's third brother." When Yang exclaimed joyfully, "Third brother is the best." When Shurjin's lips curled into a satisfied smile. Suddenly, he began to run with her on his back, prompting Wen Yang to cling tightly to him, laughing and shouting.
"Ah,
"Not so fast. Hold on tight. The plane is about to take off." By the time they returned home, it was nearly 9 o'clock. Wen Yang, resting her head on his shoulder, was drowsy until the bright lights of the villa shone on her face, prompting her to reluctantly open her eyes. "Are we home?" "Yes, we're home." When Shurjin gently set her down, wrapping his arm around her shoulder as they entered. Both Wen father and Wen mother were present. Upon seeing them return, they stood up to greet them. "We were just about to call you. Why are you back so late?" "Yang has school tomorrow." Upon hearing this,
Wen Yang suddenly exclaimed, "Ah,
"Third brother, my backpack is still in your car. My homework is inside." When Shurjin patted her head, "I forgot. It's fine. You go wash up first. I'll have Lao Ba go with me to get it." After saying this, he called to Wen Xinian, who was seated on the sofa. "Come on, let us go out for a bit." "Oh," Wen Xinian replied, following him out. When Yang yawned, "Mom and Dad, I'm going to take a shower. You both should rest early." "All right, go ahead," Wen mother said, watching her head upstairs. Back in her room, Wen Yang grabbed her change of clothes and headed to the bathroom for a shower. Afterward, with her damp black hair still dripping, she retrieved her phone from the drawer. Habitually, she checked WeChat and accepted Dongfang Bainang's friend request before opening a short video app to scroll for a while. Only then did she realize the events of the day. It turned out she had been subjected to online bullying once more. However, this time, members of the Wen family had stepped forward to defend her. Wen Yang earnestly read through all the statements made by her brothers, astonished that they had all rallied to support her and even banned Lin Qingqing's account. They have really stepped up, this time. They didn't say I brought shame to the Wen family, but instead actively defended me. It seems the protective nature of the Wen family hasn't changed. Now that they know Lin Qingqing isn't of their blood, they have all turned back towards me. But with this commotion, Lin Qingqing is about to be ousted.
What will happen to my task?
How did the Wen family find out about Lin Qingqing's identity? Frustrated, Wen Yang tugged at her hair. Meanwhile, in the hospital, Lu Xiaotong was once again expelled from the ward by Wen Shuryan, her eyes red with anger. Does Wen Shuryan even have a heart? She has visited so many times, making every effort to please him, yet he remains unwilling to utter a single kind word to her. Each encounter ends with him dismissing her. Lu Xiaotong clenched her fists, nearly bursting into a tirade. Wen Shuryan is nothing but a cold-hearted, indifferent man.
Buzz, buzz.
Her phone vibrated within her bag. Lu Xiaotong glanced at the screen, and, feeling as if she were committing some sort of misdeed, looked around furtively before answering the call. "Hello, Mr. Wen." Chapter 35. Third brother personally dries her hair. On the other end of the line, Wen Yonghui stood in his office, gazing out at the vibrant neon lights of the city. "Have you seen Wen Shuryan?" Lu Xiaodong's frustration boiled over as she stomped her foot. Yes. But he chased me away again. Mr. Wen, it seems I truly cannot get close to Wen Shuryan. I think I want to give up. Her voice was laden with despondency. Wen Yonghui internally cursed her ineptitude, but encouraged her outwardly. Do not give up. You must believe that you are the first girl he has called out for a date. Do not abandon your efforts so easily. You say that every time, but I've been to the hospital 3 times a day for the past 2 days. Not only does Wen Shuryan refuse to see me, but even Wen Shurxiu chases me away whenever he sees me. To be honest, it's quite humiliating. Lu Xiaotong had developed feelings for Wen Shuryan. Initially, she was unafraid of being rejected. However, the relentless coldness and hurtful words were beginning to wear her down. Wen Yonghui fell silent for a long moment, so long that Lu Xiaodong thought he had hung up. Calling out hesitantly, Mr. Wen, he finally spoke. Then tell me, do you truly like Shuryan? Of course. I like him. Who wouldn't be enamored with the wealthy and handsome Wen Shuryan? Lu Xiaodong replied without hesitation. Very well, I will assist you one last time. This time, I assure you, you will meet Wen Shuryan, Wen Yonghui stated. Lu Xiaotong felt a surge of excitement, but remained cautious about her standing. She asked tentatively, Mr. Wen, why are you helping me? After realizing her inquiry might imply distrust, she quickly added, I mean, is there something you need me to do in return for your help? Wen Yonghui silently smirked, a hint of mockery in his eyes. What a gullible woman she was. Once you successfully become Shuryan's girlfriend, I will inform you of my desires. Do not give up these next few days. Continue visiting him at the hospital. I will arrange for some media reporters to assist you. Do you understand my meaning? Are you suggesting that the media spread rumors about us? Lu Xiaotong grasped his intention, her face lighting up with excitement. I understand. Thank you, Mr. Wen. I will certainly make a good impression. After hanging up, Wen Yonghui gazed out at the bustling view outside, his eyes filled with schemes. Following his elder brother's orders, several employees had been inexplicably laid off, and some had been reassigned. Coincidentally, a few of them were his informants. Fortunately, not all had been affected, as long as he did not admit to it. Even if the old man found out, it would matter little. However, the situation with Lin Chengcheng was rather troublesome. Should her identity be exposed, it would be detrimental to him. He needed to strategize. While contemplating how to handle the matter, his phone vibrated again. Wen Yonghui glanced down. Answering the call, hello? Mr. Wen, Xiao Xian has fallen ill again. If a suitable heart transplant is not found soon, he may not survive the month. A man's serious voice echoed through the line. Wen Yonghui tightened his grip on the phone, his voice steady as he replied, do everything possible to save the young master. I have already located a suitable heart and will send it to you in a few days. Understood. The man acknowledged before hanging up.
Wen Yonghui sighed. I'm sorry.
Second sister. Please do not hold it against me. At the Wen family villa, Wen Yang was engrossed in a video when Wen Shurjin delivered her backpack to her. She quickly opened the door, saying, thank you, third brother. The girl wore a silk nightgown. Her seemingly petite frame belied her well-developed figure at such a floral age, presenting a graceful silhouette. Her long, thick black hair cascaded down her back, reaching her waist, still damp and clinging to her silk nightgown. Wen Shurjin's gaze darkened slightly as he frowned. Why haven't you dried your hair? Wen Yang replied nonchalantly, it's mostly dry, but my hair is too long and thick, so it takes a while. You must dry it, it's easy to catch a cold. Wen Shurjin glanced around the room, asking, may I come in? I can help you with that. Okay. Wen Yang nodded, rummaging through her backpack for her exam papers as she approached her desk. Without looking up, she said, the hairdryer is in the bathroom. Wen Shurjin entered the bathroom, where he was met with a collection of the girl's personal items, including freshly washed undergarments hanging on the rack. He quickly averted his gaze and found the hairdryer on the bathroom counter. After retrieving it, he swiftly exited. Standing beside Wen Yang, he plugged in the hairdryer, turning it on and awkwardly maneuvering it through her hair to dry it. His voice was low and raspy. This is my first time drying a girl's hair. If it hurts, just let me know. Wen Yang had already completed 2 questions and replied, it doesn't hurt. Just go ahead. Her hair was glossy and thick, exuding a floral fragrance from the shampoo, and he found himself enamored with its velvety softness. Whenever you're too lazy to dry your hair, just come find me. Third brother will help you, he offered. Wen Yang propped her head on her left hand, her right hand swiftly writing down answers on the exam paper. But third brother doesn't he come home every day. He rarely returned, as each of the Wen family's young masters had their own homes outside. I'll make an effort to come home more often, Wen Shurjin replied quietly. As the door to her room stood open, when she, passing by downstairs, caught sight of the two and called out, Yang, are you doing your homework? When Yang turned her head slightly, responding softly, yes, almost done. When she stepped inside, finding nothing amiss with Wen Shijin drying his sister's hair. Ever since learning of Wen Yang's identity and that their family's lives were in her hands, everyone in the household sought to please her. He assumed third brother was merely trying to win her favor by personally drying her hair. When she approached the desk, leaning slightly to examine Wen Yang's exam paper.
Take your time.
Once you're finished, fifth brother can help you check. Wen Yang hesitated, almost uttering a refusal, but instead muttered inwardly, these questions are so easy. I could solve them with my eyes closed. They're child's play to me. When she noticed Wen Yang's unadorned, yet radiant face and realized she was not boasting, as all the questions she worked on were correct. Suddenly, he felt a pang of inadequacy. But then he thought, Wen Yang had no idea they could hear her inner thoughts. Being useless and inactive were two different matters, even if he knew he was not particularly helpful. He still needed to present himself positively in front of her. As her hair was completely dried, Wen Shijin switched off the hairdryer and said in a deep voice, all done. Third brother is heading back to wash up. Finish your homework and get some rest early. No playing games. Save that for the holidays.
Huh.
How does third brother know I love to stay up late playing games? When did he find out? Wen Yang was taken aback, responding, got it, third brother. You should head back now, get some rest.
Good night.
Wen Shijin smiled slightly, having spoken, she turned and exited her room. Chapter 36. A deep heartache. Why do I feel somewhat guilty in front of the third brother? It's as if my every secret has been laid bare before him, leaving me with an unsettling sense of vulnerability. When Yang shook her head, it must be an illusion, surely just an illusion. Coming back to her senses, she noticed that when she had yet to leave her side, and she softly inquired, isn't fifth brother returning? Gazing upon his face, strikingly similar to that of the third brother, she experienced a fleeting moment of disorientation. If it weren't for the years I've grown accustomed to the aura they exude, I might find it difficult to distinguish between the brothers of the Wen family. Their appearances could easily confuse anyone. Aside from lacking the third brother's muscular build, fifth brother still possesses a certain charm. Otherwise, he wouldn't be the most sought-after young professor at Shanghai University. It's a pity that upon his return, he will undoubtedly be ensnared by a young girl, who will conspire with others for monetary gain and resort to sordid means, ultimately accusing him of assault and broadcasting her alleged victimization online, thus tarnishing his reputation. His tragedy is only just beginning, and I fear the next time we meet, it may be within the confines of a prison. When Shi's hand trembled as he held the pen, upon his return, he would be on high alert to protect himself. He would steer clear of all female students. He would refuse any outside beverages. What are you shaking for? Have you developed Parkinson's? When Yang observed his long, bony fingers trembling rhythmically and, with rare concern, asked, Fifth brother, are you unwell? When she cast a deep glance her way, indeed, fifth brother's heart is burdened with pain. Heartache. She scrutinized his heart with a discerning eye. It appeared to be in perfect condition. So why the heartache? Perhaps you should visit the hospital and have second brother check on you?
Wen Yang suggested.
When she spoke with a hint of vulnerability. Fifth brother as heartache is not a physical ailment. It stems from remorse, from regretting the hurt inflicted upon my once beloved younger sister. Wen Yang. Another who has only realized that Lin Chengcheng is not of the Wen bloodline now seeks to make amends with me. Do they not understand that belated affection is worse than insincerity? Internally lamenting, she maintained a facade of understanding, saying, It's all right, fifth brother. I do not hold it against you. It was all Lin Chengcheng's deceit. It is she who is to blame. Her heart is far too malicious. Hearing her contradictory words, when she felt a genuine pang of pain, they had indeed hurt her deeply in the past. Yang, fifth brother recognizes his mistakes. Will you ever forgive me? When Yang touched his hand gently, speaking softly, I've already said I do not blame you, of course. I've long since forgiven you. You will always be my dear fifth brother. Can fifth brother still embrace you, as he did in our childhood? When she looked at her with hopeful eyes. When Yang hesitated for a moment, but ultimately stood and stepped into his embrace, of course, we are still siblings. Just a hug, after all. It wouldn't cost her anything. With a playful glimmer in her eye, as she wrapped her arms around Wen Shi's waist, she couldn't resist a cheeky touch. Woohoo. When she stiffened momentarily, surprised to discover that his little sister harbored such hidden depth. However, if she enjoyed it, he thought it harmless. After all, They were family, and one shouldn't waste affection on outsiders. Satisfied, when she encircled Wen Yang's shoulders, his tone smooth and soothing, I must return to school tomorrow. I will frequently video call you. Should you encounter any difficult questions, do not hesitate to reach out. I will always be there to answer your calls. Alright, thank you. Fifth brother. Wen Yang expressed her gratitude with a beaming smile. As they parted, she resumed her studies, while Wen Shi's previously eager gaze gradually dimmed. Wen Yang understood that upon his return to school, he would likely face unforeseen challenges, yet she chose not to warn him. It seemed her heart still harbored resentment over his past favoritism towards Lin Qingqing. Nevertheless, it was of no consequence. He was aware of the potential dangers and would take care to navigate them, striving earnestly to atone for his previous transgressions. It wasn't until Wen Yang completed her entire exam paper, which Wen Shi reviewed and found to be flawless, that he praised her. Yang, you're amazing. Every answer is correct. Gathering her study materials, she smiled. I'm aiming for a scholarship. You can do it. Fifth brother believes in you. Wen Shi encouraged, ruffling her hair. You should go rest, fifth brother. I need to sleep as well. Realizing the hour was late, Wen Yang urged him to leave. All right, good night, Yang. Wen Shi rose and departed her room. Goodbye, good night. In the master bedroom, after finishing his shower, Wen father noticed Wen mother frowning while seated at the edge of the bed with her phone. He approached her, asking what's wrong. Have you encountered some trouble? It's about fifth brother. He mentioned in the group chat that upon returning to school tomorrow, he might face some unfortunate events. Wen mother handed the phone to Wen father. After reading it, he replied, she is already an adult. He will be vigilant regarding any impending situations. If you're truly concerned, I'll send 2 bodyguards with him. Wen mother sighed, these past few days, my heart has felt heavy. Thinking about the Wen family's ultimate fate fills me with dread. She lacked a system, feeling insecure, unlike Wen Yang, who had experienced numerous worlds and emerged battle-hardened. She had only traversed 7 small worlds, each with a nurturing role, devoid of the treachery and cunning that others faced. Even if there were challenges, the system had provided guidance and strategies, her task merely to bear children for the destined male lead. She did not possess inherent strength. Sensing her unease, Wen father embraced her tightly, assuring her, with me here, nothing will happen to our family. Do not fear. I believe in you, dear. I am not afraid. The following day, as Wen Yang descended the stairs, she overheard her brothers arguing in the living room. No way. It was fifth brother who sent her off yesterday. Today, it's my turn. I have yet to escort my sister to school. Wen Xinian argued vehemently. When she looked at him in disbelief, I was merely passing by. After dropping her off, I'm heading straight back to school. What's there to fight over? When Xinian glared at him, what's there to fight over? Do you not know what I want to claim? You and the third brother have already shown your affection in front of Yang. It's our turn now. I want to rebuild the brother-sister bond that we lost for 2 years. Just then, when Shifeng interjected, you might as well concede. I will take her instead. You've just obtained your driver's license. You haven't even mastered driving yet. The roads near the school are busy. We can't afford any accidents. When Xinian incredulously pointed at himself, my driving skills are lacking?
If I piloted a plane.
You think my driving is subpar? I'm practically ready to be a race car driver. That's even more reason not to let you go. What if you take off from a flat road? I'll go instead. When Shifeng cut him off. Stop arguing, I'll go today. I need to return to class tomorrow. Seventh brother, you're not busy. Why are you competing with me? Who says I'm not busy? I'm very busy. Have these people lost their minds? Fighting over who gets to take me to school, their faces turning red with exertion? The three fell silent upon hearing her voice, turning to face the staircase. When Xinian, attempting to be charming, said, Yang, can I take you to school today? I'm leaving tomorrow and want to see you for a long time. Chapter 37. The Amay mountain monkeys prepare to log off. Not seeing you is no big deal. We didn't see each other every day before. It's not like we want to meet again. When Yang spoke with a calm demeanor as she strode towards the dining room. Humph. Trying to please me? Not necessary. I shall never forget how you pushed me into the cold water pool during the New Year celebrations just to support Lin Qingqing. At that time, I was experiencing my menstrual period, and the winter's icy water was excruciatingly frigid. My abdomen ached for several days afterward. I truly wish I could witness you as a blind man. If only Lin Qingqing were here to see it. Would she still proclaim that you are the most handsome parrot in the world? When Xinian wore a tortured expression, his eyes filled with guilt. He had been inexplicably enchanted by Lin Qingqing, protecting her as if under a spell, and that incident had been an unfortunate misstep, not a deliberate act. He had apologized later, yet Wen Yang continued to regard him with cold indifference. Young and impetuous, he could not let go of his pride and immediately sought out Lin Qingqing, who sweetly called him elder brother. Now, reflecting on it, he felt immense regret and a pang of heartache. Indeed, Wen Yang harbored deep resentment towards him. What could he possibly do to mend their sibling bond? Yang, I apologize. I was in the wrong, Wen Xinian said, his voice laden with remorse. Wen Yang dismissed him with indifference. An apology is futile. What need is there for the police? Some matters cannot simply be forgotten with a few heartfelt words. Seeing Wen Xinian despondent, Wen Shifeng quickly approached her with earnestness, saying, Yang, breakfast is in the kitchen. I'll bring it to you. Mom made your favorites before she left. Wen Yang's expression remained unchanged. Another one. Wen Laoqi, you are no saint either. That kick you delivered left my backside bruised, and that is a memory I shall carry for a lifetime. Wen Shifeng hung his head in shame. I can go to school by myself. No need to trouble my brothers, Wen Yang stated as she picked up a spoon and casually began eating her porridge. She turned to the silently observant Wen Shi and asked, Fifth brother, where are Mom and Dad? Wen Shi sat down across from her and replied softly, Mom and Dad went to Aunt's house. Apparently, Aunt and Uncle had a quarrel last night, and this morning, Aunt called Mom in tears. They went out after preparing breakfast. A quarrel?
Oh.
I remember now. The mischievous little monkey from Aunt's house is getting offline today. A jolt ran through Wen Shi's mind as he recalled the mischief of his younger cousin. He had no doubt that the monkey Wen Yang referred to was his aunt's youngest son, Si Yanting. Was the little one in danger? According to the plot, Si Yanting witnessed his parents' argument last night and overheard their extreme remarks about divorce, causing him to inexplicably run away from home, and then he went missing. In reality, he was found and taken away by Wen Yonghui, who had gruesomely harvested his heart to treat his illegitimate son's congenital heart disease. Wen Shifeng's face turned pale in an instant. These fools. During a recent family gathering at the old estate, Wen Yonghui had merely suggested a physical examination for everyone under the pretense of the old man's declining health. And the Wen family members went along without a second thought. Second brother is in the hospital with Wen Yonghui's men. In fact, every member of the Wen family has an informant placed by Wen Yonghui beside them. How else could Lin Qingqing's paternity test be falsified right under second brother's nose? The purpose of getting the Wen family to undergo physical examinations was simply for Wen Yonghui to determine if there was anyone suitable to donate a heart for his son, who had been born with congenital heart disease. He had no other option but a heart transplant. And he indeed found one. It was Si Yanting. One must admit, the Wen family members are truly destined to be mere cannon fodder. They managed to hit the jackpot in such a slim chance. Cannon fodder, indeed. In the living room, the three brothers felt their legs weaken as they heard this revelation. Wen Xinian, not caring about his own sorrow, immediately dashed upstairs to alert the group chat, moving with a speed as if something sinister were chasing him, leaving Wen Yang utterly bewildered. What happened to elder brother? And fifth brother? Your complexion seems rather off. Are you sure you don't want to check with second brother? Wen Shi trembled slightly, forcing a smile as he said, Perhaps I am just a bit unwell. I could check with second brother before I leave. Then you should hurry. Health is paramount, she replied with a hint of concern. Wen Shifeng held his phone, casting a helpless glance at Wen Shi. He could hardly fathom how ruthless their third uncle was, placing informants around each of them. Did he intend to annihilate every member of the Wen family? Just how deep was his grudge against them? Moreover, if every one of them had an informant, then who would be the one belonging to him? Familiar faces flashed through his mind, and Wen Shifeng suddenly felt anxious, as if anyone could potentially be the informant. What to do? With such cunning methods and schemes, could they possibly contend with him? How many years of planning had it taken to place informants beside every member of the Wen family? Wen Shi used his gaze to reassure the slightly panicked Wen Shifeng. And within a few minutes, he regained his composure and steadiness. After ensuring Wen Yang had finished eating, he stood up and said, The family driver took Mom and Dad. Today, fifth brother will take you, and then we'll stop by second brother's hospital. All right, Wen Yang replied without fuss, wiping her mouth before grabbing her backpack and heading out with Wen Shi. However, as they stepped out of the villa, they unexpectedly spotted Dongfang Baining and Jiang Zhe next door. Wen Yang was taken aback for a moment, but then cheerfully walked over to greet them. Ning, what brings you here? Dongfang Baining took the initiative to grasp her hand, saying, We moved in yesterday. We're neighbors now. What a coincidence, she exclaimed. Yang, why don't you ride with me? We can go to school together. Dongfang Binong suggested. Sure. Wen Yang agreed without a second thought, glancing back at Wen Shi. Fifth brother, you don't have to see me off anymore. I have a ride now. You should go check on second brother. Wen Shi exchanged a silent glance with Jiangze, nodding solemnly, be safe on the road.
Got it.
Wen Yang replied, taking her backpack and following Dongfang Binong into the car. At the Si family residence, Wen's mother was still in the bedroom comforting her sister-in-law, embracing her as she listened to her grievances. Meanwhile, Wen's father was in the living room attempting to reason with his brother-in-law. Wen Yaru was crying, feeling utterly wronged, and choked out sister-in-law. For all these years, I have devoted myself to raising his children, focusing solely on caring for them and him. Yet he betrays me by fooling around outside. How can a man in his 40s act so disgracefully? If I hadn't been out walking the dog last night and returned a little later, how much longer would he have kept this hidden from me? Sister-in-law, do all men eventually grow weary of their wives and prefer younger, prettier girls? Wen's mother embraced her to console her. That's not true. At least your brother isn't that kind of man, and Sihung doesn't seem like someone who would cheat. You two should calmly sit down and have a good talk. Hear a side of the story. When Yara shook her head vehemently, her eyes swollen with tears. I saw it with my own eyes. That woman brought him home, and when she got out of the car, she hugged him. Si-hung, that scoundrel. Not only didn't he push her away, but smiled at her. He claimed they had nothing going on, but I can't believe that for a second. I confronted him, and he shielded that woman as they left. That is the behavior of someone guilty. Wen's mother was at a loss for words, when suddenly her phone rang. She pulled it out to check, and saw it was Wen Shinian. After answering with a simple hello, she was met with his urgent voice on the other end. Mom, quickly check the group chat. Something terrible has happened. Hurry. Wen's mother felt a tightening in her chest, promptly hanging up and opening the WeChat group. Upon seeing the string of messages from Lao Ba, her mind went blank. She immediately pushed aside Wen Yaru and anxiously inquired, Yaru, where's Shouting? Quickly, go find Shouting. Chapter 38. The child has truly disappeared. Sister-in-law, what is the matter with you? Shouting has already gone to school, Wen Yaru replied, dabbing her tears. Gazing at her in bewilderment, Wen's mother was on the verge of tears as she hurried into the living room, exclaiming, Old Wen, something terrible has happened. You must look. She thrust her phone into Wen's father's hands, whose expression shifted dramatically upon seeing the screen. Where is Shouting? He urgently questioned. Yes, he has gone to school,
Came the reply.
Call quickly, contact your driver. If we wait any longer, Shouting will be in danger. When Yaru observed the frantic demeanor of the two and, disregarding her sorrow, retrieved her phone to dial the driver. As the call was still connecting, she asked in confusion, Elder brother, sister-in-law, what do you mean by that? Why is Shouting in danger? Si-hung rubbed his reddened eyes, equally perplexed. When Yaru, in a frenzy, could not articulate the situation clearly. Did you two argue in front of Shouting yesterday? He wants to run away from home. What? When Yaru's eyes brimmed with tears as she shot a fierce glare at Si-hung. In the next moment, the call connected, and when Yaru hurriedly asked, Old Fong, where is the young master? I just dropped him off at the elementary school. What is the matter, madam? Wen's mother, listening intently, snatched the phone and spoke rapidly. You must return immediately, and check if Shouting is at school.
Right now.
At once. Driver Old Fong, upon hearing the urgent and somewhat stern command, wasted no time questioning the reason, turning the car around. However, during the morning rush hour, the roads leading to the school were congested with vehicles dropping off children, hindering his swift return. Madam, there's traffic. I can't get through, Old Fong replied anxiously. Wen's mother decisively turned to Si-hung. Call his class teacher and inquire about Shouting's situation, quickly. Si-hung glanced at Wen Yaru, hesitating. I don't have the teacher's number. When Yaru reclaimed her phone, I'll call. She swiftly found the teacher's number and dialed. Wen's father chastised him quietly, as the child's father. How can you not even have the teacher's number? Don't you care for your wife and children at all? Si-hung lowered his gaze. He had always focused solely on his company affairs, leaving all domestic matters to Wen Yaru, without a second thought. We agreed that I would handle the company and she would manage the home, he said. But the admission left him feeling inexplicably guilty. Wen's father shot him a fierce glare. No matter how busy you are, you cannot neglect your duties as a father and husband. You must find Shouting. If the timing had been right, he would have truly wanted to slap him. No wonder his sister felt aggrieved. This brother-in-law was indeed rather unreliable. Hello, Teacher Chiu? Has my Shouting arrived at class? Wen Yaru inquired urgently as soon as the call connected. On the other end, teacher Chiu replied, "Shouting's mother, I was just about to call you. Shouting hasn't he arrived yet? It's almost time for morning reading. What's going on?" Wen Yaru felt a ringing in her ears, her already pale face drained of color. "Teacher Chiu, our driver said he saw Shouting enter the school. Please check for him. I'm on my way." "Is that so? I'll check the playground and ask the security guard in a moment. Don't worry, Shouting wouldn't he get lost if he really entered the school." "Okay, thank you."
Teacher.
After hanging up, when Yaru rushed to the door, quickly changed her shoes with Wen's mother, and then they both hurried out, driving straight to the school. Wen's father and Si-hung followed closely behind in their own vehicle. On the way, Wen Yaru received another call from teacher Chiu, stating that the child was not on campus. They had searched everywhere without success, and they were now reviewing the entrance surveillance footage. Old Fong had also arrived at the school, and one could faintly hear his agitated voice.
Impossible.
"I saw the young master enter the school with my own eyes. Now he is missing. This is the school's responsibility." Old Fong trembled with anxiety. If the child was truly lost, would he be held accountable?
Yet.
He had indeed watched the young master enter before leaving. When Yaru, tears streaming down her face, drove in a frenzied state. Her voice quivered as she cried, "Sister-in-law, what should we do? Shouting is really missing. Sister-in-law, do you know where Shouting is? How did you know he wanted to run away? Please help me find him. I cannot live without my son." She had endured much to bring this child into the world, pouring nearly all her love into Si Yanting over the years, often neglecting her two daughters. If Shouting were lost, she would surely go mad. "Yaru, don't panic. We will find him. We will definitely find him. Sure, Jean and the others are already on their way. We will search together. Once we locate Shouting, I will tell you everything," Wen's mother reassured her. When Yaru had always trusted her sister-in-law, so she refrained from questioning further, her focus solely on finding her son. In Si-hung's car, he asked Wen's father the very same question, but Wen's father said nothing. This irresponsible brother-in-law had wronged his sister. If anything were to happen to Shouting, he would ensure his sister left him. Upon arriving at the school, Old Fong rushed over, explaining anxiously, "Madam, the surveillance shows that the young master indeed entered the school. But after seeing me leave, he sneaked out again and headed south. Madam, this is not my fault. I had no idea the young master would leave on his own. The school prohibits parents from escorting children to class. This truly cannot be blamed on me. Now, the most important thing is to find Shouting, not to discuss blame." Wen's mother sent a message in the group, detailing the situation. Several capable young men from the Wen family immediately set out to search, canvassing the streets around the school one by one, while keeping a close eye on the group as updates. "It's not your fault, it's mine. I shouldn't have argued in front of Shouting," when Yara murmured as she walked toward the south. But when her gaze fell upon the approaching Si-hung, her emotions crumbled. She seized her bag and began to strike and berate him. "It's all your fault. It's all your fault. Your infidelity has shattered our family. If you hadn't shamelessly brought another woman home, I wouldn't have argued with you. Shouting wouldn't have left. Si-hung, if anything happens to him, I will not let you off." Exhausted and overwhelmed, when Yaru, having not rested all night, could no longer hold herself together upon hearing that her son was missing. She collapsed on the ground, sobbing bitterly, filled with despair. Shouting, "My son, I was wrong. Please come back." Chapter 39. A Dangerous Interception. On a wooden bench 2 streets away from the school, Si Yanting sat in his uniform, backpack slung over his shoulder, staring blankly into space. His mind replayed the scenes of his parents' argument from the previous night. At the age of 9, he understood the reason behind their conflict. His father had another woman outside, and his mother had said she wanted a divorce, intending to take him away. But his father, with a furious expression, claimed he bore the surname Si and was a child of the Si family. He would not allow his mother to take him away. Si Yanting did not wish to leave his mother. He did not want a stepmother. If they truly divorced, he would certainly choose to stay with his mother. Fearing that his father would forcibly take him away, he had sneaked out, planning to wait until his mother had divorced before seeking her out. Determined never to let that wicked father find him, he fiddled with the watch on his wrist, the pocket money within sufficient to sustain him for a while. Upon receiving the news of his parents' divorce, he would hastily seek out his mother. Across the street, a white Ben came to a slow halt at the roadside, the middle window sliding down to reveal a man with a scarred face. A cigarette hung from his lips as his eyes darted between the photos on his phone and the boy seated across from him, Si Yanting. Surely, he had not been mistaken. That child was indeed Si Yanting. He had followed him all the way from school to this location. Had it not been for the throngs of people and cars on the busy street earlier that morning, he would have abducted him long ago. Initially, he had anticipated some complications in capturing him, but to his surprise, the boy had played truant and ventured out to amuse himself, thus sparing him the need to negotiate with the school authorities. The man pocketed his phone, regarding Si Yanting as one would a piece of prey. The driver in front remarked, "Brother, this kid is quite valuable, 2 million. Once we complete this job, we'll have enough to indulge ourselves for a while." The man's eyes glimmered with a predatory light as he instructed his accomplice, "The streets are not too crowded now. Drive the car closer. Be sharp. Once you get him in the car, knock him out. Ensure he doesn't resist or make a sound." He did not forget to remind his subordinate. "Understood. The drugs are all prepared. Rest assured, brother." The van slowly began to move, turning onto the opposite side of the street before coming to a leisurely stop in front of Si Yanting. The man exited the vehicle, donning a friendly smile as he asked, "Little friend, why are you sitting here all alone? Don't you want to go to school? If you linger any longer, you'll be late. Are you lost and can't find your school?" Si Yanting regarded the man, his plump, fair face creasing into a frown, his expression guarded. "I'm waiting for my dad to pick me up. He's buying cigarettes at the shop behind me." The scarred man scoffed lightly, "Such a clever little thing. Yet you cannot escape my grasp." Noticing the passers-by had begun to take an interest in their exchange, he crouched down, casually saying, "Little friend, lying is not right. Look behind you. Where is the shop you speak of? I know you. You are Si Yanting, and your truancy has infuriated your father. Come now. Let me take you to find him." With that, he stepped forward and seized Si Yanting's hand. "Who are you? I don't know you. Let go of me." Si Yanting struggled, but he could not break free from the man's grip. "I am a friend of your father's. He is frantic with worry over your whereabouts. You should not have run away in a fit of temper. Do you have any idea how concerned he is? Come back with me." As he spoke, he began to drag the boy toward the van. The previously skeptical bystanders, hearing his words, quickly dispersed. No matter how vigilant he was, Si Yanting was merely a child, utterly unable to escape. He was yanked into the van, continuously shouting, "I don't know you. You're human traffickers. Let me go, help. You little rascal. You dare to utter such words when you don't even want to go to school? If you keep misbehaving, I'll take you to the police station." Just as the van's door was about to close, when Shurjin rounded the corner at the end of the street. Even from a distance, he clearly saw Si Yanting being muffled and dragged into the vehicle. His pupils constricted as he immediately rolled down the car window, thrusting his head out and shouting, "Let the child go." The scarred man was startled by the sudden shout, instinctively pulling the child into the van and slamming the door shut. The driver floored the accelerator, and the vehicle sped away. When Shurjin, undeterred, pressed the gas pedal to keep pace with the van, his gaze sharp, determined to not let them escape. He picked up his phone to call his teammates, pursuing relentlessly behind them. "Brother, what should we do? The driver is speeding, but the traffic is heavy, making it difficult to go fast. Here, we are far from the exchange point," the scarred man thought, glancing back at the relentless vehicle behind them, and had no choice but to call his employer. Once the call connected, without a moment's hesitation, he relayed the situation. "Sir, we've captured the target, but we are being pursued. What should we do?" The voice on the other end was serious. "Where are you now?" "On Ruxin Street, almost to Huanqing Street." "Drive to Haikao. I'll send someone to meet you there." After conveying the instructions, he hung up. The scarred man quickly commanded his accomplice to head toward Haikao. Fortunate that it was not too far. They sped along, ignoring traffic regulations, attracting ire from numerous drivers who shouted obscenities at them. As the van careened through a red light, when Shurjin remained hot on their tail, only to have a sedan collide with his passenger side due to a lack of braking distance, causing his vehicle to flip over completely. In a dizzying whirl, when Shurjin watched helplessly as the van grew more distant, and as his car rolled, his head and left shoulder slammed violently against the door, plunging him into darkness. In his hazy state, he heard a gunshot, followed by screams and the screeching of brakes before everything faded to black. Upon seeing when Shurjin's car overturned, the scarred man, who had been elated moments before, found himself in shock as the van's tires were suddenly shot out. With the van's speed causing a blowout, the vehicle swerved uncontrollably, and the driver, unable to maintain control, crashed into a neighboring car, resulting in a series of accidents on the street. Xiao Yinan holstered his gun and rushed with his team to the van, pinning the individuals who emerged from it to the ground. "One team, Vice Captain Zhang, Peng shouted to his comrades. Quick! Call for an ambulance. The street was a scene of chaos, and not far away, in a business van, the driver watched impassively as the police pulled the unconscious Si Yanting from the white van, picking up his phone to dial a number. Mr. Wen, Lao Ba, and the others have been caught. When Yonghui instructed in a deep voice, take care of the loose ends. Do not concern yourself further. Understood. The man replied before hanging up. He then extracted the SIM card, snapped it in two, and discarded it out the window as he drove away from the scene.
Chapter 40. Yang Ze's possessiveness.
Once in Jiang Ze's car, Wen Yang occupied the passenger seat. Each time she turned to converse with Dongfang Baineng, her gaze occasionally met Jiang Ze's, who wore a neutral expression, yet his eyes seemed to harbor an inscrutable depth.
Yang.
There's only a month and a half until the final exams. Your grades are excellent. Why not attend a university in the capital? Dongfang Baineng sought to strike up a conversation. Upon hearing this, Wen Yang's eyes flickered momentarily. In the storyline, the female lead attends a prestigious university in the capital. Having inherited the academic prowess of the Wen family, smart and quick to learn. Even though she has lost her memories, the knowledge she once acquired remains etched in her heart, allowing her to gain acceptance into the capital's prestigious university with outstanding results. Now the plot has deviated. Dongfang Baineng, originally meant to be the female lead's best friend, has appeared in Shanghai City, contrary to the original narrative. Should I attempt to steer the storyline back on track before the system returns? Perhaps I should persuade her to return to the capital? Wen Yang pondered for a moment before softly replying, my family prefers that I don't go too far. Shanghai University is also commendable. It's a renowned institution and, while slightly less prestigious than the capital's university, it has the advantage of proximity to home. Besides, my brothers are there. Why didn't you go to the capital's university, Baineng? With your grades, you could still make it with some extra tutoring. Moreover, your major would have better prospects there. I'm truly sorry, Ning Ning, but inevitably, I shall depart from this world. I have my own mission, and I regret having deceived you. If given the choice, Wen Yang would rather not mislead her friends. Jiang Ze gazed intently at the profile of Wen Yang, contemplating her earlier mention of the storyline and the female protagonist, coupled with the foreknowledge of the antagonist and the anticipated developments of the future. Could he dare to surmise that their lives were, in fact, akin to a scripted narrative? The fact that Wen Yang could foresee their futures and outcomes suggested she had perused this very script. Suddenly, everything fell into place. Considering her recent heartfelt expression, it was clear that a deviation in the plot had occurred, and she sought to mend the narrative, ensuring they continued to follow the trajectory laid out for them. One must concede, Jiang Ze was a person of profound depth, calmness, strength, and a terrifying intellect. In just a few encounters, he had nearly deduced Wen Yang's true identity. Upon hearing Jing University, Dongfang Baineng's eyes flickered with pain. She hailed from Jing City, where her most harrowing memories resided. If it were possible, she wished never to return. Jing University was indeed commendable, yet it was not her place. Unlike Wen Yang, who exuded optimism and cheerfulness, effortlessly making new friends wherever she went, Baineng felt the weight of her academic struggles. Sensing his sister's emotional turmoil, Jiang Ze instinctively wrapped an arm around her, his deep, resonant voice offering solace. Fear not. I am here. Dongfang Baineng mustered a faint smile for Jiang Ze, though her pallor evoked a pang of sympathy. Jiang Ze turned his gaze to the back of Wen Yang's head, pondering. Baineng harbors a disdain for Jing City. It is where her sorrows lie. And she has fought hard to escape, vowing never to return. His sister, Dongfang Baineng, grasped Jiang Ze's hand anxiously. Looking down at her, he reassured her. Do not be afraid. I am here. He understood that Baineng wished to shield her friends from the painful memories of her past, yet she struggled to decline their invitations. That is of no concern. I am willing to speak on her behalf, he thought. This sentiment brought comfort to Baineng, causing her eyes to glisten with unshed tears. Wen Yang recalled Dongfang Baineng's childhood experiences, and the words that might have urged her to return to Jing City were lost on her. I am truly wretched. She is already so unfortunate. How could I continue to unearth her wounds? Alas, the plot has taken a disheartening turn, and I have once again committed the cardinal sin of empathizing with a mere character. There are times when I genuinely detest the world within books, for having foreknowledge of their growth and outcomes inevitably stirs a sense of sympathy. In our line of work, the greatest taboo is to empathize with fictional characters. No matter how many dimensions I traverse, I can never entirely shed my humanity. Never mind the narratives of others. After all, this little world is quite stable. As an unexpected survivor of this side role, I shall simply let things unfold as they may. Indeed, while Jing University is splendid, Xing University is not without its merits. If Bai Nang dislikes Jing University, let her remain here. Wen Yang deliberated before continuing, you, I, and Su Tian can often gather to chat, dine, and watch films together. It sounds delightful. Dongfang Bai Nang smiled faintly. I am just not performing well academically, and fear I might fail my finals. You and Su Tian are both such academic stars. I truly envy your brilliance. Grades are not an issue. I can assist you with your studies. Wen Yang replied, turning around with a radiant smile. Now that we are neighbors, I can come over to tutor you after school, or you could come to my house as well. The siblings were momentarily dazzled by her bright smile, and Dongfang Bainang's previously gloomy mood lifted, eliciting an excited, is that possible? I feel a bit slow. Won't you find me bothersome, Yang Yang?
Who says you were slow?
You are undoubtedly intelligent.
Wen Yang Kontret.
We are friends. While we may sometimes tease each other, it will never be genuine disdain. Thank you, Yang Yang, Dongfang Bainang murmured, feeling a profound sense of fulfillment in that moment, as if she glimpsed the very essence of existence. It seemed that Xing University was indeed a place that brought joy. Jiang Zhe observed the girl's clear, radiant smile, reminiscent of a sunflower, vibrant and full of life. Yet, within the depths of his gentle, profound gaze lay a mixture of yearning and envy. His world, much like Bainang's, had been marred by the burdens of being an illegitimate child, growing up amidst adversity. Unlike Dongfang Bainang, who clung to familial ties, Jiang Zhe was resolute and cold-hearted. He could retaliate mercilessly against those who dared to harm him, enforcing a price of life for any transgression. He had long been ensnared in this dark path. Yet he yearned for the redemption that sunlight could bring. He desperately wished to confine that smile within his world, illuminating it solely for him. Never before had Jiang Zhe felt such an intense desire for something. He wanted Wen Yang to possess her and to forever confine her. The selfish thought, once conceived, grew wildly and unabashedly. He watched Wen Yang's retreating figure, unable to conceal the intense possessiveness in his gaze. As they arrived at school, Wen Yang and Dongfang Bainang disembarked, with the latter bidding farewell to Jiang Zhe. Brother, we're off to class now, goodbye. Jiang Zhe, expressionless, glanced at Wen Yang and nodded. I will pick you up after school. Focus on your studies. Dongfang Bainang replied, hand in hand with Wen Yang as they entered the school. Chapter 41. Signs of a Turnaround. Before they could reach the main classroom, they encountered Lin Chengcheng. Wen Yang had no desire to acknowledge her. The girl had become irrelevant, and relying on her to accomplish her task was nearly impossible. She walked past her with an impassive expression, but Lin Chengcheng was unwilling to let her off the hook. Little sister, where did you go after school yesterday? I was going to find you to return home and see Mom and Dad. But I saw you getting into a man's car. You aren't secretly dating behind Mom and Dad's back, are you? In the corridor. Lin Chengcheng's words drew the attention of several classmates, who eagerly turned their heads to eavesdrop. Little sister, don't let those unscrupulous men deceive you. Wen Yang rolled her eyes in disbelief. If you wish to spread rumors, at least have the decency to know who that man is. That was your third brother. Wen Shijin's car. He picked me up for a private dinner yesterday. Have you forgotten what your own brother drives? Lin Chengcheng faltered. As Wen Shijin typically resided in the criminal police unit's residence, rarely returning home or paying her any mind, causing her to be oblivious to such details. She favored her gentle older brothers and the unconditional affection of her younger siblings, neglecting to notice the modest car Wen Shijin drove. Biting her lip, she retorted defiantly. Of course I know that us third brother's car. I just wanted to remind you that your studies are more important right now. Don't let anyone deceive you. With that, she hurriedly lowered her head and left, disregarding Wen Yang and the others' gazes. Su Tian linked her arm with Wen Yang, exasperatedly muttering, she truly is quite ill. She just loves to throw dirt on you. Dongfang Bainang shot a cold glance at Lin Chengcheng's retreating figure, whispering, some people may just be born with a malicious disposition, relishing in the downfall of others to elevate their own perceived kindness and satisfy their twisted psyche. Such individuals will inevitably face retribution. I wager her reckoning will come swiftly. Wen Yang smiled mysteriously. Su Tian, intrigued, inquired, what retribution? Do you have something on her? Wen Yang shook her head calmly, asserting that it was not she, but rather she who would reap the consequences of her actions. Enough about her, let's go find something delicious, she suggested. Later that evening, as school let out, it was unexpectedly when she, who came to pick her up. Upon entering the car, Wen Yang curiously inquired, "Fifth brother, aren't you leaving yet? Can't you wish for me a bit more?" When she replied, fastening her seatbelt and starting the engine, "I'm here to take you to the hospital. Third brother was in an accident while pursuing a human trafficker, and he is currently in the hospital." Wen Yang's voice rose in disbelief. "An accident? Third brother?" She lamented. With eldest brother still recovering, now third brother has been in an accident. The Wen family truly seems to be cursed. But that shouldn't be the case. The book didn't mention any incidents involving Wen Shijin during this time frame. When she, hearing her confusion, continued, "Today, my little aunt's nephew was almost abducted by traffickers. Third brother and his colleagues saved Xiaoting, but in the process, their car was hit and overturned, resulting in some minor injuries to third brother." Minor injuries? Wen Yang was even more shocked. The monkeys on a May mountain are still online. And third brother saved him. What has brought such fortune to the Wen family? Are they finally shedding their roles as mere cannon fodder? First, eldest brother has an accident, but is not disfigured. Then Lin Qingqing falls out of favor, along with the maid Aunt Shui being expelled from the Wen household, and now even the seemingly doomed Si Yanting has survived. This appears to be a sign of a reversal for the Wen family. As long as it's not serious, third brother is truly brave. A myriad of thoughts raced through her mind, making her appear somewhat distracted. I wonder when the commander will be back. Where did things go wrong? When Shi's gaze ahead softened with a hint of a smile, "We owe it all to Yang Yang. She truly is a little lucky star." As the car pulled out of the parking space, they spotted Lin Qingqing in the rearview mirror, timidly tapping on the car window and pleading, "Fifth brother, can I come with you to see Mom and Dad? I miss them so much, please." When Shi's smile vanished as he rolled down the window, stating, "We're not going home. You can go back by yourself." Lin Qingqing clung to the window, biting her lip and shaking her head. "Fifth brother, I really want to see them. Please, just let me take a quick look." Tears streamed down her face, drawing the attention of passers-by at the school gate. When she, not wanting the Wen family to be embroiled in any further online controversies due to her, reluctantly opened the door. "We're going to the hospital to see eldest brother and third brother. You won't be of any help. It's better to go home and focus on your studies. The final exams are approaching, and with your grades, you might fail." Lin Qingqing, resembling a wounded puppy in the back seat, tearfully responded, "I've been studying hard, but the teacher says my foundation is poor, all due to my time wasted in the countryside. Fifth brother, since you're not going back to school, could you tutor me?" "I don't have the time. I'm leaving tomorrow," when she replied curtly. Lin Qingqing sniffled softly. "Then I'll just ask my classmates for help." When she was baffled by her antics, crying all the time, "You've drained all your luck." Silently, the trio arrived at the hospital. Upon seeing Wen Shijin lying in the hospital bed, Lin Qingqing began to wail, "Oh my gosh! Third brother, what happened to you? Why are you in the hospital?" Her sorrowful cries seemed to suggest that Wen Shijin was on the brink of death. Wen Shijin furrowed his brow. "It's just a minor injury. There's no need to cry." "A minor injury? Third brother, you really need to take better care of yourself." Lin Qingqing scolded him playfully. Wen Yang couldn't help but chuckle. "You're the one who has taken yourself too seriously." Wen Shijin closed his eyes, wishing to ignore her. Yet Lin Qingqing persisted, "Third brother, our parents are getting older. We can't keep stressing them. Eldest brother just got into the hospital. And now you're injured. How can they bear it?" Wen Shijin incredulously replied, "So now it's my fault?" Lin Qingqing's behavior was rather absurd. Seeing the expression on Wen Shijin's face, Wen Yang couldn't hold back her laughter, which drew a resentful glance from him. Despite his pain, she was laughing, showing no concern for his well-being. "Little sister, you can still laugh when third brother is hurt like this? Don't you feel anxious at all?" Lin Qingqing exclaimed, intensifying her lament upon hearing Wen Yang's laughter. Wen Yang shrugged nonchalantly. "What good would my anxiety do? Even if I were to fret endlessly, he won't recover any faster. However, you mistook third brother's car for my romantic interest at school. It's clear you don't pay much attention to him. Yet, now you're acting all worried. What a performance." As she spoke, she rolled her eyes. Lin Qingqing's expression tightened, glancing nervously at Wen Shijin before hurriedly defending herself. "I already said that wasn't my intention. I just wanted to remind you not to rush into a relationship. Don't let some man deceive you. Why do you always interpret my words with such malice? What do you want me to do?" Lin Qingqing's last words dripped with grievance, her eyes reddening as she looked ready to cry. Wen Yang disdainfully brushed her aside, moving to sit by Wen Shijin's bedside. "Is your arm injured?" When Shurjin glanced at his injured arm and softly replied, "It's nothing serious, just a minor fracture. A few days of rest will suffice. Will you drink bone soup? I'll make some for you." Her rare kindness took him by surprise. Once he regained his composure, he decisively responded, "Yes. Will you make it yourself?" "Of course." Wen Yang stood up, adjusting her school uniform. "Wait for me. I'll head back to prepare now. I remember there are some 1,000-year-old ginseng in the pantry. I can use them to make the soup, which will be good for your bones." With that thought, Wen Yang called out to Wen Shi, "Fifth brother, let us go home." When Shurjin and Wen Shi were utterly astonished, she actually possessed a spatial ability. Why did she have so many advantages? Wen Shi cast a jealous glance at Wen Shurjin, realizing that their third brother truly held a unique place in the heart of Yang, just as their second brother had suggested. Their eldest brother had been bedridden in the hospital for days without even a sip of broth, and Wen Yang had barely glanced at him, yet the instant the third brother was injured, she eagerly volunteered to prepare soup. It seemed rather unfair, considering they were all brothers. And to think it was prized ginseng from a millennium past. How extravagant of her. He begrudgingly approached and grasped Wen Yang's shoulder. His gaze filled with anticipation as he inquired, Yang, is there a portion of the bone broth for me? I wish to partake as well." When Shurjin immediately interjected, "You're not even ill. Why would you drink broth?" It was a rare occasion where Yang expressed concern for him, so why was the fifth brother butting in? Who says one can't drink bone broth if they're healthy? I can nourish my body even without being sick. Scram. If you want broth, have the nanny make some for you. When Shurjin scolded him inwardly for his shamelessness. When she looked at Wen Yang with a pitiful expression, Wen Yang hesitated. Thinking it was merely a bit of bone broth, she could easily prepare extra. There was no need for contention. Satisfied, Wen Shi beamed, his grin as broad as the horizon. "Thank you, sister. Yang, you're truly wonderful." Wen Shurjin shot a fierce glare at Wen Shi. If looks could kill, Wen Shi would undoubtedly be riddled with wounds at that moment. Wen Shi, having taken advantage, sported a smug smile as he draped an arm around Wen Yang, sauntering towards the exit while raising an eyebrow at Wen Shurjin. "Well then, third brother, we shall return to make the soup. You should rest." Lin Chengcheng glared at Wen Yang with envy, her fingers nearly twisting the hem of her skirt into shreds, cursing Wen Yang under her breath. "Damn Wen Yang. I must find a way for my father to bring her to ruin." Seeing the two of them about to leave without a care, Lin Chengcheng remained rooted, hoping to nurture a sibling bond with Wen Shurjin. However, as soon as they stepped outside, Wen Shurjin frowned and addressed her. "Why aren't you leaving?" Lin Chengcheng clenched her fists and softly replied, "I wish to stay and take care of third brother. Your hand is injured, and you shouldn't be unattended." When Shurjin's expression turned cold, "I do not require your assistance. You have school tomorrow, so be on your way." He could not allow Lin Chengcheng to linger, for fear that it might lead Wen Yang to misconstrue their relationship, necessitating an explanation later. Lin Chengcheng was reluctant to depart. "Third brother, I want to delay my studies. Please allow me to stay." "I said you don't need to. Go back now." When Shurjin's tone was sharp, urging her to leave, Lin Chengcheng bit her lip, her heart filled with resentment towards his lack of romantic sentiment, and she stormed out of the hospital room in a huff. Outside, she finally caught up with Wen Shi and Wen Yang, clinging to the car door. "Fifth brother, how could you forget me? Take me back with you." Wen Shi refused to unlock the door, responding nonchalantly, "Not on the way. Take a taxi back." Lin Chengcheng persisted, "I want to go home and see mom and dad. They aren't home. They've gone to your aunt's. You want to see them if you return," Wen Shi replied impatiently. "With the final exams approaching, if you have this much free time, you'd be better off studying hard to avoid failing, so as not to bring disgrace to the Wen family." Wen Yang pried her fingers off the car window, rolling it up, arching an eyebrow as she remarked, "Stop dragging this out. With the time you're wasting here,
You could have reached home by now.
we still need to buy bones. We have no time to concern ourselves with you." The car sped away, leaving Lin Chengcheng alone at the hospital entrance. Her lips were nearly bitten raw from her frustration as she seethed with hatred, cursing the two to be struck by a car while out shopping. Glancing back at the hospital, she suddenly recalled that her eldest and second brothers were also present. Her desire to leave shifted towards re-entering the building. As she ascended the steps to the hospital entrance, a throng of reporters wielding cameras abruptly blocked her path, bombarding her with questions without allowing her a chance to respond. "Hello. Are you the girlfriend of Wen Shuryan, the president of Huaxi Group? It is said that Mr. Wen had an accident due to you. Is this true?" Mr. Wen's accident was quite severe. It has been alleged that a suitor of yours intentionally caused the incident. Do you have anything to say regarding this? Miss, does Mr. Wen truly have feelings for you? Have you confirmed your relationship? You seem quite young. Do your parents know you're not focusing on your studies? As the inquiries swirled around her, Lin Chengqing struggled to articulate her defense. I am not Mr. Wen's girlfriend. I am merely his sister. Just a sister? So you haven't established a romantic relationship? Does that mean you have unrequited feelings? At your age, shouldn't you be concentrating on your studies? I've heard your parents are just ordinary employees. Are you not dreaming of marrying into wealth by being with Mr. Wen? Lin Chengqing's face turned pale from humiliation as she shoved through the reporters, desperately trying to escape, muttering incoherent explanations. You've mistaken me. I truly am just Mr. Wen's sister, his biological sister. In the chaos, she felt a sudden pinch on her backside, turning to see no one in particular. Tears of humiliation streamed down her face as she clutched her dress and hurriedly squeezed out of the crowd, fleeing into the hospital. The reporters had gathered sensational material and swiftly returned to pen their stories. One of the most persistent reporters discreetly called Wen Yonghui. Sir, we've captured the footage. The scandal involving Mr. Wen and that young lady will surely break soon. Wen Yonghui, amidst his busy schedule, instructed, make it more sensational. Money is no object. Understood, sir. Before long, a trending topic surfaced online. President of Huaxiu in a car accident, suspected rival in love, young girlfriend in tears at the hospital. The accompanying image depicted Lin Chengqing at the hospital. As the trending topic blared across the internet, it ignited a fervent discussion among netizens. Those unfamiliar with Lin Chengqing condemned Wen Shiyan as a beast for targeting such a young girl. Meanwhile, those who recognized her questioned, Isn't she the true daughter of the Wen family? When did she become the young girlfriend of the president of Huaxiu? No way. Is the elite world this frivolous? Good grief, I'll bow in respect. Lu Xiaotong arrived at the hospital entrance at the appointed time, only to find not a single reporter in sight. It wasn't until she scrolled through her phone that she stumbled upon the trending topic, leaving her utterly bewildered. She hastily dialed Wen Yonghui's number, Mr. Wen. There's been a mistake. The reporters have confused identities. Please check today as trending topic. When Wen Yonghui opened the trending page and read the headline, darkness descended upon him. What on earth is this? Did those reporters lose their minds? They've made a mess of things by including Lin Chengqing. He immediately called to demand an explanation and insisted on retracting the trending topic. In Wen Shiyan's hospital room, Lin Chengqing was still wiping her tears, lamenting, brother. Look at the rumors online. How can I face anyone now? Wen Shiyan remained stoic, quietly observing the unfolding rumors on his computer. Only when he saw Huaxiu's public relations team swiftly clarify the situation did he finally relax. He turned the computer towards Lin Chengqing. Stop crying. It's all settled now. It was just a misunderstanding. With tear-filled eyes, Lin Chengqing protested. Those reporters are utterly outrageous, and the netizens are too. How dare they spread rumors about my brother and me? They know we are siblings. It's disgusting and unforgivable. Brother, you must take strict action against those who speak ill of us. At the very least, send them a lawyer's letter. Moreover, it seems I have recently fallen victim to an unfortunate incident. Someone brazenly groped me amidst the chaos, and I am utterly terrified, prompting tears to cascade down my cheeks once more. When Shiyan finds himself in a state of exasperation. This occurrence is undeniably outrageous, yet upon reflection, it may very well be a calculated scheme. Those reporters might not be intent on capturing Lin Chengqing, but rather Lu Xiaotong. In recent days, he has deliberately sidelined Lu Xiaotong, and if she harbors any cunning, she would not easily let this slide. Given the current debacle, it undoubtedly ties back to Lu Xiaotong in some way. A glint of severity flickers in Wen Shiyan's eyes. At the Wen family villa, Wen Yang and Wen Shi enter with a bag of ribs, immediately spotting Wen Yara seated on the sofa alongside her two daughters and son. Wen Yang halts momentarily, pondering. Didn't they say they were going to her house? What brings them to mine? I absolutely detest that foul monkey, Si Yanting, who always stirs trouble with Lin Chengqing. This time, fortune favored him, as he was fortuitously rescued by my third brother. However, considering Wen Yonghui's obsession with his illegitimate child, he will undoubtedly continue plotting against him. Si Yanting may evade initial confrontations, but he cannot escape the inevitable reckoning. She slips into her slippers and enters the house, offering a faint smile as she greets, Mother. I'm back. When did my aunt arrive? When she joins in addressing Mom, Aunt, Cousin, you're here. When Yaru, still reeling from the earlier disconcerting revelation, hears that voice once more. Her eyes are red. She must have been crying. Yet it is no surprise her husband has strayed after all. Initially following this incident, my aunt was expected to succumb to the grief of losing her son, spiraling into madness, eventually being confined to a psychiatric facility by her husband and his mistress, only to meet her end at the hands of the very patients she would be surrounded by. This time, the brazen monkey has evaded death, but surely there will be another opportunity. Pity the once proud young lady of the Wen family, now reduced to such a fate, her husband betraying her with a secretary, and both her daughters suffering dire consequences. No one in the Wen family meets a good end. Si Hung fared no better. His mistress was deliberately placed by Wen Yonghui beside him. Once his son perished, his wife lost her sanity, and his two daughters either jumped from heights or fell victim to gun violence. He too was left wearing the horns of a cuckold, ultimately succumbing in a hospital bed. All the assets of the Si family fell into the hands of the mistress and Wen Yonghui. TSK. The Si family is doomed to extinction from henceforth. Wen Yaru can no longer describe her feelings as mere shock. She gazes at Wen Yang with a look of sheer horror, recalling the secret her sister-in-law had confided earlier that day, now believing it to be true. It turns out that her sister-in-law's timely awareness of Xiaoting's peril stemmed from Wen Yang. They are able to hear Wen Yang's innermost thoughts. How utterly astonishing. Equally astonished are Wen Yaru's two daughters, Si Wantong and Si Luoshu. What have they just heard? Their father's infidelity, Xiaoting's potential abduction, their mother's descent into madness, and the grim fate awaiting the sisters? Good heavens! Could their family truly be facing such dreadful misfortune? Chapter 44. Pa. He does not deserve it. Upon observing the shocked expressions of her sister-in-law and her daughters, Wenmu realizes that they too might be able to hear Wen Yang's thoughts. She subtly gestures for them to remain discreet, then rises to greet them at the entrance, her face beaming with warmth as she inquires, "What did you buy? Is Yang craving some ribs? Would you prefer them braised or sweet and sour? Mother will prepare them for you tonight." Wen Yang, having changed into her slippers, strides toward the kitchen while explaining, "Ribs aren't tea for tonight. I intend to make a bone broth for my third brother." As she passes through the living room, Wen Yaru, her voice hoarse from crying, greets her somewhat awkwardly. Yang is back. Wen Yang pauses momentarily, her indifferent gaze sweeping over Wen Yaru and her daughters, offering a faint nod. "Yes, Aunt Cousin." TSK. How remarkable that the sun has risen in the west today. My aunt actually greeted me without a scowl. Previously, her countenance would be a sight to behold. Noses not noses, eyes not eyes. She would practically urge mother when to chase me away. Each visit, she would bring a large bag of treats, fawning over Lin Qingqing, showering her with affection, while I would be left wanting, always needing to gauge her mood. Enduring her disdainful huffs, one might mistake her for a reincarnated wild boar, misplaced in the human realm. When Yaru's face flushes with embarrassment, her gaze towards Wenmu filled with guilt and helplessness. And then there's that troublesome monkey of hers, always acting as a pawn for Lin Qingqing, wreaking havoc. Whether it be tearing up my homework or rummaging through my room, creating chaos and throwing tantrums when things don't go his way. He is treated like a treasure, yet deserves nothing less than to be gutted. Wen Yang truly finds it hard to like Wen Yaru's family. Before Lin Qingqing's return, she had already felt distant from them, primarily due to Wen Yaru's preference for sons over daughters. She had no affection for girls, but was exceedingly fond of her 8 nephews. Since the birth of her son, Wen Yaru has doted on him as if he were fragile, indulging him to the point of impunity. That little rascal has grown accustomed to being spoiled, exhibiting a temperament that is both mischievous and domineering, with a plethora of faults and not a single virtue. Once they learned that Lin Qingqing was the true heiress, their demeanor towards Wen Yang deteriorated even further. Si Yanting is adept at reading the room. He showers Lin Qingqing with affection, while directing nothing but contempt towards Wen Yang. Tearing up homework and causing disturbances have become commonplace. That wretched monkey even placed earthworms in her bedding, hid dead mice beneath her pillow, poured shampoo into her toothbrush, and splashed dirty water at her. The litany of pranks is endless, leading Wen Yang to harbor a profound aversion towards Si Yanting. Each time he comes over, she wishes to hide away, yet she remains unable to escape the chaos that awaits her at home, the disarray of her room, the manipulation evident in every corner. Any girl would go mad under such circumstances. Wen Yang, driven by her mission and the portrayal of a malicious character, feels compelled to retaliate against Si Yanting, but alas, she is always the one persuaded to endure. The Wen family often remarks that Si Yanting is merely a child, urging her to act as the elder sister and not to hold grudges against her younger brother, a sentiment frequently echoed by her eldest brother, Wen Shiyan. Recalling the grievances she has endured, Wen Yang had initially planned to bring Wen Shiyan some bone broth as well, but her motivation dissipates in an instant. Drink bone broth? Does he deserve it?
Pa.
He does not deserve it. Wen Yang busies herself in the kitchen, determined to discreetly slice some ginseng. She closes the kitchen door behind her. Meanwhile, in the living room, Wen Yaru is already blushing crimson with embarrassment, yet her innate pride prevents her from admitting her faults. Instead, she reproaches sister-in-law. How can she say such things? No matter how mischievous shouting may be, she cannot wish ill upon him. Wen Mu's smile falters momentarily as she responds, Yaru. It is not that I side with Yang, but upon introspection, do you not think shouting's treatment of Yang was excessive? Wen Yaru dismisses this notion, asserting, since birth, I have eaten and drunk from the Wen family. They have raised me. What of a little grievance? Shouldn't I protect the Wen family in return for their nurturing? Shouldn't I help us navigate through this calamity? Yet, she stood by coldly, even harboring malicious thoughts against us. That is truly akin to a wolf in sheep-esque clothing. When she interrupts sternly, Aunt, your words are excessive. Yang has always treated us well. She has been the family's source of joy, the one who brings laughter. It is the arrival of Lin Chengcheng that has clouded our judgment with guilt, causing her heart to harden against us. Her resentment towards us is not without cause. If it were your aunt, you might behave even more excessively than Yang. While Yang only seeks verbal triumph in her heart, given your aunt's disposition, it is highly probable that you would resort to covert retaliation. You, Wen Yaru, she exclaimed, her expression a mixture of indignation and embarrassment. I am your aunt. How could you think of me in such a manner? This highlights the disparity and divergence among individuals. The fact that Yang has not sought revenge upon us signifies her mercy, as she still holds a semblance of familial affection in her heart. We cannot bind her with so-called favors. Even if she had never come to the Wen family, she would have thrived regardless. Conversely, without her, we would be forever oblivious to the tragic fates that could have befallen the entire Wen family. Wen's mother was also somewhat irate, her indifferent gaze directed at Wen Yaru. Yang has eaten and drunk from my provisions over the years. She owes you nothing. It is we who have wronged her, not the other way around. When Yara stared at her mother-in-law in shock, her voice tinged with disbelief. Sister-in-law, you two have drawn a line between you and me? We are family. Precisely because we are family, I advise you to treat Yang well, rather than take her presence for granted. If you wish to save shouting and your entire family, you must temper your lofty pride. In the face of death, everything else is but a mirage. Do you believe that if shouting escapes this time, she will forever remain unscathed? You are mistaken. Our latent enemies have not been wholly eradicated. You may disregard Si Heng, but do you not care for yourself, your two daughters, and Xiaoting's life? When Yaru slowly lowered her head, reflecting on Xiaoting's disappearance today, which nearly cost her life. She did not know if she could endure another such occurrence. And her daughters, though her primary concern was Xiaoting, they too were her own flesh and blood. Born after 10 months of pregnancy, she would feel immense sorrow should anything happen to either sister. I'm sorry, sister-in-law, when Yaru whispered an apology. Wen's mother sighed, her gaze resting on the kitchen door that reflected the hazy silhouette of Wen Yang. Her tone softened slightly. You have not wronged me. It is we who have wronged Yang. The previously silent Si Wantong spoke up. We too have erred. We have treated Wen Yang poorly in the past. We are willing to amend our ways and do everything in our power to make amends with her. Indeed. Yes. Si Luoshu nodded in agreement. It is a relief you can see it this way. The fate of the Wen family ultimately rests upon Yang. Chapter 45, The Sorrowful Protagonist with a Torturous Script.
Subsequently,
Wen's mother added Wen Yaru, Si Wantong, and Si Luoshu to the group chat. With the addition of these three individuals, the atmosphere in the group became lively. It was Wen Shiyu who first sent a message. Aunt and cousins have joined? Can you hear us? Si Luoshu found the group amusing and, sitting beside Wen's mother, softly inquired, Aunt, can everyone in this group hear Yang's thoughts? Wen's mother took her phone back, nodding before shaking her head. Shiyu and Shirhan have yet to return. We do not know if they can hear. However, to avoid any miscommunication, I included them. In the group, every message sent by Wen Shiyu was filled with agitation. Damn this wretched variety show. When will it ever end? I just want to go home. He was eager to know what it felt like to hear someone's thoughts. Especially when the entire family could listen. Surely, he would be able to hear it too. It made no sense that even his aunt could hear it while he could not. He was impatient to return home, but the show had yet to finish. And it would take several more days. For the first time, he felt that his chosen profession offered no sense of freedom. When Shirhan messaged, "I'm flying back tomorrow. The competition has concluded." As an esports competitor, he had been out of the province for a tournament. When Xinian asked, "Did you win or lose this time, sixth brother?"
What?
"You didn't even watch my match?" When Shirhan replied incredulously. When Xinian responded, "I forgot while helping to find our cousin. Plus, third brother got injured and hospitalized. So I've been running around handling the medical fees myself. I haven't had time to watch your match." "Well, you're free now, aren't you? Can't you just check the replay online?" When Shirhan retorted. When Xinian sent a cute emoji indicating a finger gesture. "I can't watch right now. I'm out having fun. I'll check it when I return to school tomorrow." When Shirhan replied with a hammer emoji. Suddenly, when Shirshio tagged Si Wantong, "Cousin, have you heard anything from Yang about your future?" Si Wantong quickly typed, "I did hear something, but I'll share all the information I just received in the group." After reading it, when Shiryan tagged Wen S mother, "Mom, please share the information we know with Aunt and the cousins. In the future, if anyone hears any useful news, it should be shared in this group." Everyone promptly responded with an acknowledgement. Wen's mother then quietly conveyed the previously gathered information to the three women, leaving them in stunned silence. "Oh my gosh. I thought outrageous concepts like time travel, transmigration, and book reincarnation only existed in novels. I can't believe they actually exist in reality." Si Wantong exclaimed, covering her mouth in disbelief. "Such concepts from books are not always mere fabrications," Wen's mother replied calmly, omitting her own identity as a protagonist in a time travel story. "So I love reading supernatural novels. Does that mean ghosts really exist in this world?"
Silwashu inquired.
Her large, curious eyes wide open. "Supernatural novels, huh? Ah, I enjoy those too. I've been running low on reading material lately. Cousin Shirji, could you share your reading list with me?" Unbeknownst to them, the kitchen door had opened, and Wen Yang emerged, addressing Si Luoshu. The people in the living room were startled, turning to her with expressions of uncertainty. They had been engrossed in the group chat, oblivious to when Wen Yang had come out or how much she had overheard. They were all fearful of revealing the secret of being able to hear her thoughts. Wen Yang noticed their ghostly expressions and muttered to herself, "These individuals are up to something." The tension in the living room escalated. Everyone turned their heads in guilt, unable to look at her.
See.
There's definitely something amiss. The way they look, they must have been secretly speaking ill of me behind my back. Upon hearing this, they collectively sighed in relief, realizing they had not been discovered. Especially Cousin Shirji, her guilty expression is practically written all over her face. She must have spoken the most ill of me. Si Luoshu struggled to maintain her composure. Is it that obvious? She had been trying her best to keep her expression neutral. Indeed, her sister had remarked that she was not cut out to be an actress. And it was fortunate she did not enter the entertainment industry. Otherwise, her acting skills would not only fail to garner fame, but would also attract a swarm of haters. And Aunt too. That expression of hers indicates she must have cursed the most. When Yaru, is she wearing surveillance on me? I did indeed curse her earlier. Lost in thought, she felt even guiltier. Si Wantong quickly reacted to salvage the situation, giving Si Luoshu a swift kick and glaring at her. Yang wants your reading list. Hurry up and share the novels you've read with her." "Oh. Yes, of course." Si Luoshu opened a reading app on her phone and sent screenshots of the novels she had read numerous times to Wen Yang. "Sister Yang, take a look at these few books. They all feature strong female protagonists, exquisite writing, and captivating plots. Occasionally, there are some less favorable elements, but they're still quite enjoyable. My sister loves them too. I've read them several times myself." Wen Yang, whose phone was not at hand, approached Si Luoshu to glance at her screen, quickly scanning the titles and synopses. A peculiar thought began to stir within her. How strange is it that these two sisters usually prefer novels with strong female leads? Yet when it comes to their own lives, they have succumbed to romantic fantasies. Wan Tang, my cousin, is a quintessential tragic heroine, deeply in love with a husband who is perpetually haunted by his first love. They frequently meet in secret, maintaining an ambiguous relationship. And the cousin's husband is nothing short of a despicable scoundrel, indulging in a double life. While ostensibly on business trips, he is actually vacationing with his first love. Time and again, he concocts excuses about unexpected company matters, when in truth, he is merely visiting her home. Moreover, the cad escalates his betrayals. When his first love unexpectedly loses her sight, he shamelessly coerces his wife into donating her corneas. When she falls ill, he abandons his blind wife to attend to his mistress. He even remembers the dates of her menstrual cycle with alarming precision, and in the end, his so-called care culminates in them sharing a bed. Wen Yang appears lucid, yet when it comes to that scoundrel, she seems entranced, unwavering in her devotion, enduring both physical and emotional torment for love. No amount of persuasion can reach her. She distances herself from her family, and ultimately, when her husband discards her, she finds herself unable to return to her family. In her despair, she takes her own life by jumping from a building. Upon hearing these tales, Wen Yang felt her body and expression stiffen. She had always known her husband held onto a first love, for she had once stumbled upon a photograph of that girl on his phone. Yet, when she confronted him, he deleted the image right before her eyes, assuring her of his undying love and devotion. Wen Yang had believed they had moved on, convinced that as long as there was no contact, she could overlook the past. After all, who has no history? But Wen Yang's revelation that they had been in contact all along sparked a flicker of doubt in her mind. Could her husband truly be the kind of man capable of such treachery? Chapter 46. Timely intervention, and then there's cousin Shuju. Blissfully unaware of being ensnared by false love, her devoted boyfriend had secretly married abroad and fathered a daughter, while she unwittingly played the role of the mistress for 2 years. Later, upon accidentally witnessing him video chatting with his daughter, he tearfully professed his lack of affection for his wife, claiming he was on the verge of divorce, professing that his true love was her. This is how cousin Shuju fell victim to his deceit, believing the notion that only the unloved are mistresses, and naively entered into a relationship with him. Each time he left under the pretext of returning to his wife for divorce, he was actually going home to see his wife and daughter. He would never divorce his wife. The affection he displayed was nothing but a facade. In the end, cousin Shuju was discovered by his legitimate wife, who brought their daughter to Shanghai City to confront her. She publicly berated Shuju as a homewrecker, leading to her disgrace. Heartbroken, she sought solace abroad, only to fall victim to a tragic shooting incident. Wen Yang expressed her sorrow with a sympathetic look. Both sisters have suffered due to their blind trust in men and their romantic delusions, which is truly a waste of 2 beautiful cousins. Luoshu was devastated by her words. She was entirely unaware that her boyfriend had a family abroad, complete with a daughter. The very man who professed his love for her, even going so far as to kneel to win her over, was indeed a scoundrel. Under the illusion of a beautiful romance, she had unwittingly played the role of the mistress. Luoshu could not bear the thought. As a proud heiress of the Si family, she would never allow herself to be a mistress. Once she left her aunt's house, she would investigate that scoundrel. If she discovered that wretched man had truly deceived her into being the other woman, she would ensure he faced the consequences. Auntie's husband is a romantic fool, and these 2 sisters have perfectly inherited their father's romantic folly. Truly, one father has doomed an entire family. Wen Yang returned the phone to Luoshu, subtly distancing herself. I shall not associate with them any longer, lest I catch their romantic delusions. Such folly is hardly amusing, and I have no desire to become a slave to men. My aspirations extend beyond a single crooked tree. I seek an entire forest. These books appeared intriguing, a pleasant distraction for moments of boredom. Thank you, cousin Shuju. I shall return to my room to change. With that, she ascended the stairs, reminding Wen's mother, Mom, please do not disturb the soup in the kitchen. Let it simmer. Understood, Wen's mother called back. As she watched Wen Yang ascend the stairs, Wen's mother turned her gaze to her 2 nieces. You both should investigate thoroughly. It's best to take timely action, especially Wen Yang. Reflect carefully on whether that marriage is worth it. With that, Wen's mother finally focused her attention on Wenyaru. How do you intend to handle your situation? I will ensure that shouting is well protected by hiring bodyguards. I will not allow any opportunity for wrongdoers. Wenyaru replied quietly after some thought. And what of Sihung? Wenyaru frowned slightly, hesitating. I wish to divorce him, but I fear I might not secure custody of shouting. Wen Yang and Luoshu exchanged pained expressions, asking Mom, must we divorce? Can we not give Dad another chance? Luoshu interceded on behalf of her father, unwilling to see their family scatter so easily. Wen's mother relaxed her posture, leaning languidly against the sofa. Divorce is not the only option. The secretary was arranged by Wen Yonghui. Sihung is merely temporarily close to her. They have not yet crossed physical boundaries. rather than divorce and leave a negative impression on the children. It would be wiser to dismiss the secretary and treat Si-hung as a financial resource for your family. You married him, bore his children, managed the household, and without the Wen family's support, the Si family would not have attained their current standing. You must not allow him and his mistress to benefit from a divorce without reaping your due rewards. When Yaru lowered her gaze, fearing he would be reluctant to dismiss the secretary.
Si Wan Tang sat upright.
Mom, if Dad does not send her away, we will leave the Si family with you. If you wish to divorce, I will support you. As for my marriage, I will also let Chu Xiang make his choice. If he remains attached to his first love, I will not entangle myself further and will pursue divorce. Si Luoshu clutched her phone tightly, feeling heartbroken. Why is it that our family's romantic circumstances are so dire? Si Shi stood up to console them. You are still young. Do not be too disheartened. Recognizing the true nature of a scoundrel is a form of timely intervention. Trust that you shall encounter true love in the future. Si Luoshu took a deep breath. Mom, I will return to my place now. If you do not wish to go home, stay at Auntie's for a few days. I must investigate him thoroughly. Shuju, I will join you. Si Tang stood as well. Mom, I will visit you when I can. Let us keep in touch. When Yaru patted her elder daughter's shoulder. Go ahead and investigate. Whatever decision you make, prioritize your own well-being. If Chu Xiang dares to mistreat you, I will stand by you. Absolutely. Si Tang responded quietly and left the Wen residence with Si Luoshu.
Sister-in-law.
I'm going to my room to rest for a while and check if shouting has woken up, when Yaru said as she ascended the stairs. The living room fell silent, and when she, feeling bored, fiddled with his phone. Suddenly, he stumbled upon a trending topic online.
Mom,
Come quickly. Lin Chengcheng is rumored to be involved with elder brother. When mother sat up in shock, craning her neck to see. Indeed, it was true. What on earth is happening? I need to ask the eldest. When mother picked up her phone and called Wen Shiyan, grumbling about Lin Chengcheng's impulsiveness in leaving home for the hospital. When she felt a bit awkward, explaining, it was when I went to pick up Yang. She insisted on coming along. I had planned for her to take a taxi back, but unexpectedly, she went to see elder brother. When the call connected, when mother inquired about the trending topic. However, since Lin Chengcheng was sitting beside Wen Shiyan, he could only reply briefly, they're saying that in the group, before hanging up. Later, when Shiyan clarified the situation in the group chat, and everyone saw the statement issued by the company's public relations team. Yet, when she felt uneasy about it.
Mom.
Doesn't this clarification just reinforce that Lin Chengcheng is the biological daughter of the Wen family? If Yang sees this, won't she be upset? When mother's expression changed. No, I need to call your father to discuss this. When she added, I'll go upstairs to check on Yang and explain things to her. With that, mother and son each took their phones and left the living room. Back in her room, when Yang changed into her school uniform and was scrolling through videos on her phone. She had just seen the trending topic when there was a knock on her door. Yang, I need to talk to you. May I come in? Chapter 47. The protagonist Lu Shi. When Yang put her phone away and opened the door, looking at Wen Shi with an impassive expression, what's wrong now? When Shi showed her the trending topic on his phone and explained the clarification online to acknowledge Lin Chengcheng's identity. It's purely to dispel rumors regarding elder brother. We discussed it with Dad, and we will soon announce that Lin Chengcheng is not the Wen family's daughter. When Yang was momentarily taken aback, is this an explanation for me?
Oh, dear.
The Wen family suddenly seems to care about my feelings. This is quite unexpected. When Shi's anxious heart eased upon hearing her thoughts. He spoke gently. I was worried you might overthink it if you saw it, so I came to reassure you. You will always be the Wen family's daughter, my sister. Oh, dear. It doesn't necessarily have to be that way. I really want to say, you should just send me away. I long to complete my mission and enjoy my 500 billion freely. I didn't think much of it. I just saw the trending topic as well. When Yang bypassed him and headed downstairs to check on the bone soup. When she closed the door behind her and followed closely, thinking, we will never let you go. You can never escape us. Embrace our affection. From now on, you will be the cherished darling of the Wen family. When Yang peeked into the kitchen, stirred the soup with a spoon, then covered it again to let it simmer on low heat. After exiting the kitchen, she checked the time and casually settled on the sofa, chatting with Wen Shi. Has Mom found a suitable nanny yet? Wen Shi poured a glass of coconut milk from the fridge and placed it in front of her, replying, many people have applied. But Mom's concerned that they might be troublesome, so she's doing thorough background checks, which has taken some time. However, it should be soon. I estimate someone will come in the next couple of days. Wen Yang took a sip of the coconut milk. Since you already know that Lin Chengcheng isn't the real daughter, have you sent someone to find the true daughter of the Wen family? When she gazed directly into her eyes, elder brother sent someone to your biological mother's village a couple of days ago, but they didn't find her. She hasn't returned, and her whereabouts are unknown.
Wen Yang lowered head gaze, falling silent.
Of course, they wouldn't be able to find her. She may have already been silenced by Wen Yonghui. Wen Yang had a relatively good relationship with her biological mother, but after her identity was exposed, that woman had left without a word to avoid retribution, acting alone. She never considered what would happen to her daughter left behind in the Wen family. Clearly, her biological daughter wasn't very important to her. When she's eyes deepened, they had considered this possibility, but with no sign of the nanny. No one dared to conclude anything. It would have to be left to the third brother to investigate professionally. With nothing else to do, when Yang glanced at the system's internal display of the main storyline, the main plot is also falling apart. The protagonist was sold and inadvertently saved by Lu Chongfeng, the sole heir of the Lu family in the capital, only to suffer an accident while escaping, resulting in amnesia and disfigurement. Now she's been adopted by the Lu family as a foster daughter, and her disfigured face has undergone plastic surgery, yet she has completely transformed into someone else, no longer resembling Wen mother at all. Fortunately, the one who saved her was still the male lead, Shin Jiza. However, instead of being adopted by the Shin family as in the original plot, she ended up with the Lu family. Though she doesn't remember that it was the male lead who saved her, it doesn't matter. In the subsequent plot, she will meet the male lead again during military training in college, and they will recognize each other once more. I hope Lu Chongfeng doesn't encounter any further complications, otherwise the plot will deviate too severely. I'm just worried that the protagonist might develop feelings for Lu Chongfeng. Feeling slightly vexed, when Yang drank the coconut milk in one go, the Wen family storyline is also collapsing absurdly. Si Yanting has somehow survived. I wonder how the future plot will unfold. In the group chat, Wen Shi shared all the information he gathered. He tagged Wen Shiyan, elder brother. Check on the Lu family, and see if we can find our biological sister. Soon after, Wen Shiyan sent a compressed file and typed. As soon as I heard about Lu Chongfeng, I had someone investigate in the capital. Lu Chongfeng is the only son of the Lu family in the capital. 2 years ago, he went missing unexpectedly, and the Lu family used vast connections to search for him. It took more than half a year before he was found, but after being brought back, he hasn't appeared in public. The Lu family claims he is recuperating. 6 months ago, the Lu family suddenly announced that they had taken in an orphan named Lu Shi. Wen mother, Lu Shi? Is she the protagonist in Yang Yang's Heart, My Daughter? Wen Shiyan, that should be the case. As for whether she has amnesia or has undergone disfigurement, that hasn't been confirmed yet. The Lu family protects Lu Shi's identity very well. Even contact is difficult, as she attends school with Lu Chongfeng daily, accompanied by dedicated bodyguards, and has no familiar friends. Wen father, as long as she is safe, nothing else matters. Wen Shiyan, I will continue to investigate, and I will share any news in the group promptly. Finally, he sent a photo of Lu Shi, which was truly a face that bore no resemblance to any of the Wen family members. Wen mother, hiding in her bedroom, looked at the photo on her phone, tears welling in her eyes as she gently caressed the face in the picture, murmuring, She, my daughter. In the distant Lu family in the capital, in a luxurious and exquisite princess room, a girl with short hair sat at her study desk doing homework. Her beautiful face bore an unnatural expression, a result of the countless surgeries it had undergone. Behind her sat a boy in casual attire, handsome in appearance, with tousled hair partially obscuring his dark, penetrating eyes, giving him a somewhat melancholic demeanor. At that moment, he wrapped his arms around the girl's waist, resting his chin on her shoulder, holding her tightly from behind. Sister, when will you be finished? Lu Chongfeng's voice carried a hint of childishness. Before Lu Shi, he always exhibited a clingy demeanor. Lu Shi's pen danced across the paper, her writing becoming increasingly swift, almost completed. Lu Chongfeng, feeling bored, playfully blew air into her ear, causing Lu Shi to instinctively hunch her shoulders, though her words remained tender. Chongfeng, stop it. I'm bored, sister. Lu Chongfeng pouted. As long as I understand the knowledge, I don't see why we need to write it all again. Lu Shi affectionately reached out to ruffle the boy's hair, her voice softening. We already have more assignments than others. Writing it a few more times helps solidify the memory. Now, stop complaining. I'll finish soon, and then we can play together. How about we go play badminton later? Lu Chongfeng whined softly. All right, as you wish. Lu Shi replied casually. Lu Chongfeng's smile widened, and he tightened his embrace around Lu Shi's waist, whispering, Sister, I don't want to study at Jing University anymore. Let's transfer schools together. Where do you want to go? Upon hearing this, Lu Shi smiled as she picked up her phone and found an image, saying, I've always wanted to go to this school. Lu Chongfeng glanced at it. Is it Xing University? Then I'll accompany you there.
Great.
Lu Shi replied cheerfully. Lu Chongfeng beamed with happiness, holding her waist even tighter. Sister, you will always stay by my side, right? Yes, as long as you don't push me away. I will stay with you forever, Lu Shi replied earnestly. With nowhere else to go, she had lost her memory and only recognized Lu Chongfeng. If she were to leave him, she truly didn't know where to turn. Lu Chongfeng's dark eyes were filled with intense possessiveness and obsession. Sister is mine, all mine. I want to be with her for a lifetime. Those more than 6 months of bleak and despairing days were bearable only because of her. He had vowed that if he could survive, he would never let his sister suffer or face any grievances again. He would present her with the finest things in the world, offering them with both hands. Chapter 48. You too. How excessive. The bone broth had simmered for 2 hours, and by the time it was poured into the thermos, it was nearly 8 o'clock. Wen Yang left a large bowl on the stove, allowing anyone at home to help themselves. She hurried upstairs to grab her backpack and some change of clothes, then returned downstairs, thermos in hand, ready to head out.
Hey?
Yang, where are you going? Wen's mother called out as she descended the stairs, catching sight of Wen Yang fully dressed. I'm taking soup to third brother. I'll be staying at the hospital tonight and heading to school from there in the morning. You don't need to wait up for me, Wen Yang replied. Are you going by yourself? Let fifth brother take you, Wen's mother suggested, her concern evident. No need, I've ordered a ride. It's arriving soon. I've left soup in the kitchen for you all. It's good for replenishing energy and blood. I tasted it, and it's quite nice.
Mom.
I'm leaving now, Wen Yang instructed before walking out the door. Wen's mother watched from the window as Wen Yang got into the taxi, its headlights flashing before disappearing from the villa's entrance. When she, having finished his shower, came down from upstairs and casually asked his mother, Mom, whose car is that? Yang took a taxi to the hospital to deliver soup to third brother. She left a message and ran off. I couldn't stop her, Wen's mother sighed, her tone laden with helplessness as she turned toward the kitchen. When she quickly walked to the window to look outside, but there was not a trace left. His voice rose slightly. She left just like that? Didn't he even wait for me? He regretted taking a shower, realizing he could have been with her. Seeing his mother heading toward the kitchen, he chased after her. Mom, didn't Yang say anything about leaving something for me? She mentioned leaving us soup. It's right here. Do you want a bowl? I can serve you some, Wen's mother replied, retrieving a bowl from the cupboard and filling it with a portion of ribs and broth. When she carefully accepted it, excitement in his voice. This is the rib soup with 1,000-year-old ginseng. I need to taste what 1,000-year ginseng is like. What 1,000-year ginseng? Wen's mother asked, astonished, glancing at the bowl of ordinary rib soup. Where would she have gotten such ginseng? In this world, true 1,000-year ginseng was exceedingly rare. Even wild ginseng would only be a few decades old at most, unless it was artificially cultivated and sold in pharmacies, which, while expensive, could not compare to the legendary 1,000-year variety. When she remarked, she mentioned it herself. Apparently, she has some kind of system space that contains 1,000-year ginseng. Wen's mother felt a pang of jealousy. How fortunate she was to have such a golden opportunity, not only a system but a space as well. Just the thought of that bowl of soup containing 1,000-year ginseng made her reluctant to waste it. She carefully served herself a small bowl, leaving just a little for Wen's father. The mother and son sat in the living room, savoring the rib soup enriched with 1,000-year ginseng, the flavor exceptionally rich. When she couldn't help but take a photo and share it in their group chat, boasting, this is the ginseng rib soup made by Yang herself. Simmered with 1,000-year ginseng, the taste is absolutely amazing. Soon, responses began to flood in. When Shurchin, wasn't this supposed to be made for me? How did you get to drink it first? When she, Yang already sent it to you. You'll be able to enjoy it soon. When Shuryen, 1,000-year ginseng? Is there a portion for me? When she smugly replied, it seems not. This was specially made for me and third brother. When Shurchin responded with a cheeky meme, don't flatter yourself. That was specifically made for me. You were just a tag-along. When she, do you have to be so blunt? That hurts. He typed furiously. Regardless of how it came to be, I'm still drinking it. When Shurshio, you too. This is too much. When Shinian, Exactly. Fifth brother, you're being unreasonable. Wen's father tagged when I get home, save me some of that. Wen's mother tagged Wen's father, I saved some for you. There's another bowl at home. Wen's father, my wife is the best, I'll be home soon. When Shinian, envious and with red-rimmed eyes at the internet cafe, thought, if I had known there would be soup tonight, I would have come home. What a huge loss. When Shurian, holding his phone, eagerly tagged when Shurchin, third brother, can you share a bowl of yours with me? When Shurchin saw the message but didn't he respond, placing his phone down and turning off the screen, pretending to ignore it. Ridiculous. It was meant for him in the first place and no one was getting a bite from his bowl. Not even a drop. When Shurian ground his teeth in frustration in his hospital room, all right, third brother, I'll make you pay for this. He quickly called Wen Shurxio, requesting him to bring a wheelchair. On the other end, Wen Shurxio understood and arrived in 2 minutes to take Wen Shurian. Having been in the hospital for 3 or 4 days, Wen Shurian's injuries had improved significantly, while his fractured ribs still ached with movement. He was determined to crawl over for that 1,000-year ginseng broth. In room 502, upon seeing uninvited guests, Wen Shurchin's expression darkened, realizing how shameless his older brothers had become. Seriously? It's just a bowl of soup. Wen Shurian wore an impassive expression. Having never tasted the broth made from a millennium-old ginseng, he felt compelled to sample it, especially since it was Yang Yang's inaugural attempt at cooking soup for them. Wen Shurxio adjusted his glasses, affirming, indeed. I have yet to try it as well. Wen Shurjin, with an air of solemnity, corrected him, it's not for us, it's for me. If you too wish to partake, you cannot simply approach her alone. A smile curled on Wen Shurxio's lips as he mimicked Wen Shurjin's tone. Surely not? It's merely a bowl of soup. Third brother wouldn't he be unwilling to share? Would he? To ask separately? If only they could. Wen Shurjin's frustration mounted. Wen Shurian chuckled, don't be so stingy. After all, we are brothers. With a frosty demeanor, Wen Shurjin turned away, unwilling to gaze upon his shameless siblings. Before long, a knock resounded at the door, followed by Wen Yang pushing it open.
Oh.
Eldest brother and second brother are also here?
Yang.
We came to discuss something with your third brother. Wen Shurian's gaze fixated on the thermos in her arms, revealing a glimmer of desire. Yang, what do you have there? Wen Yang, glancing at the seemingly sulking Wen Shurjin, began to unpack her bag, responding, just some ordinary bone broth for third brother. Eldest brother, weren't you drinking this soup made by mother before? It's that kind of soup. She placed the thermos on the bedside table, not yet opening it. Wen Shurxio gently nudged his wheelchair, prompting Wen Shurian to eagerly interject, you know. That soup from last time was indeed delightful. I've been craving it these past few days. Yang, could you spare me a bowl? Wen Yang was reluctant to oblige. You'd be wasting it on him. Perhaps it's best you don't drink it. Eldest brother, if you want to taste it, let mother prepare another batch tomorrow. There isn't too much to go around, and if I share a bowl with you, there won't be enough for third brother. Wen Shurjin's mood brightened. The corners of his lips quirked up as he raised an eyebrow at the two, as if to say, what can you do about it? Yang want to share with you. Hearing the remark about wasting it shattered Wen Shurian's heart. As the eldest brother, he pondered just how many transgressions he must have committed to warrant such a perception from her, one that deemed him unworthy even of a sip of soup. Reminiscing about the times he favored Lin Chengcheng and chastised her, Wen Shurian felt deep regret. He vowed to change, pleading silently, Yang, please don't give up on me. Observing Wen Yang's demeanor, Wen Shurxio said nothing, instead retrieving his phone and tapping away at it. The phone in Wen Yang's pocket chimed with the distinctive sound of a money transfer notification. Curious, she pulled it out, her eyes widening in disbelief. Second brother has transferred you 1,000,000 yuan. Second brother has transferred you 1,000,000 yuan. 2 messages in succession.
Wen Yang stared blankly at Wen Shurxio.
What do you mean, second brother? When Shurxio pocketed his phone, hands in his pockets, I heard from third brother that you crafted that soup yourself. Eldest brother, and I would like to taste it as well. This is your labor compensation. May we have a taste? When Shurjin's expression darkened. So, you are trying to bribe Wen Yang with money. Do you think Yang is the type to be swayed by money? Before he could finish, Wen Yang cheerfully interjected. Look at how polite second brother is. It's just a sip of soup. I'll pour some for you right away. Who would turn down money? That's 2 million. Had I known, I would gladly make soup for you every day, guaranteed to have you drinking until you burst. When Shurjin fell silent, realizing the significance of money to Wen Yang, When Shuryan glanced at the confident second brother, reflecting on when he discovered Wen Yang's penchant for wealth. He seemed to have stumbled upon the secret to winning over his sister. In the future, offering her money would suffice, as he had plenty of small bills at hand. Wen Yang retrieved a small bowl and poured a modest amount into each. When Shurjin attempted to awaken her favoritism, Yang, isn't this for me? His tone bore a hint of pleading. Wen Yang, speaking as if to a child, replied, "It is for you, but you must share with them."
With that,
She presented 2 bowls, each containing barely a sip, to the elder brothers. The duo gazed at the scant amount of soup, falling into silence. When Shurshio glanced at the bowl in Wen Shuryan's hands, pleased to see he had a sprinkle of scallions, he felt he had struck a small victory. Thinking this, he lifted the bowl and drank it all down, exuding a sense of bravado. However, upon tasting it, his eyes lit up. It was truly exquisite. The flavor surpassed any delicacies he had ever encountered. The richness lingered, warming him from within. His gaze inevitably shifted towards the thermos beside Wen Shurjin, his eyes betraying his desire. Startled, Wen Shurjin instinctively reached to guard the thermos, but inadvertently tugged at his injured arm, eliciting a pained gasp. Wen Yang turned her head. "What's wrong? Are you so eager for the soup?" She approached him, chiding, "If you want a drink, just call for me. You know you shouldn't move around with an injury." She poured the fragrant broth into a bowl, its rich aroma gradually enveloping the room. When Shuryan, holding his bowl, gazed at the meager contents with a forlorn expression. Yang, can't you give a bit more?" When Yang paused in her actions of feeding Wen Shurjin, exclaiming, "Did you ever consider my feelings when you favored Lin Qingcheng and that troublemaker? Now you want to benefit from me, but is this yours?" "Eldest brother. We agreed on just a sip. Besides, this soup is for third brother. If you wish to be full, you'll have to make another appointment." Her tone was flat and resolute. When Shuryan finally discerned why she seemed displeased with him today, it was undoubtedly due to seeing Si Yanting on her way home, reminding her of his previous favoritism towards his younger cousin. He resolved to avoid Si Yanting henceforth. "One sip it is, then. I'll schedule for next time." When Shuryan gulped down the soup in his bowl. Quite delectable. Observing that Wen Shurjin had not suffered as severely as he had yet enjoyed such treatment, being served soup and personally fed, Wen Shuryan felt a pang of jealousy. He handed the bowl to Wen Shurshio, inquiring, Yang, when will you make soup again?" "I don't know. It depends on my mood," Wen Yang replied nonchalantly. Wen Shurshio nudged his wheelchair again, and when Wen Shuryan glanced over, he silently mouthed 2 words, "Pay up." Wen Shuryan's eyes widened in realization, hastily retrieving his phone to initiate a transfer. The familiar notification chimed again, and upon checking, she saw, "Eldest brother has transferred you 2,000,000 yuan." When Yang's eyes sparkled, and she swiftly changed her tone. Tomorrow is Friday. Thinking about it lifts my spirits. I'll make another pot of soup then." When Shuryan smiled knowingly, "Little money grubber. Now I know how to handle you." "Very well, I shall await your return at the hospital." "All right, dear. I'm quite satisfied."
Wen Yang replied sweetly.
Having suddenly acquired 4 million, what should I do? She pondered. Perhaps I shall open a pet shelter, dedicated to rescuing stray animals. Consider it a charitable endeavor, a means of accumulating virtue. The 3 brothers exchanged glances, slightly moved. A shelter for small animals? That's simple enough. They could lend a hand. At that moment, a nurse entered, knocking gently on the door. "Mr. Wen, Miss Liu has come to see you again." When Yang perked up her ears, "Miss Liu? Is it Liu Xiaodong?" Eldest brother is indeed entangled with Liu Xiaodong. TSK. He must be nearing his end. Upon hearing the name Liu Xiaodong, Wen Shuryan's previously cheerful demeanor instantly darkened. That woman was indeed a formidable challenge. Despite having rejected her numerous times, she persisted relentlessly, evoking a desire to eliminate her entirely. He had always preferred to avoid extreme measures, yet Liu Xiaodong's incessant annoyance compelled him to consider unconventional tactics. "Xiexu, please push me back," Wen Shuryan instructed in a low voice. "Of course," Wen Shurshio replied, slightly bending down to maneuver the wheelchair, guiding Wen Shuryan out of the hospital room. As the door clicked shut, Wen Yang chuckled softly. "I'll sleep over there tonight. Third brother. Feel free to call me if you need anything." The hospital room occupied by Wen Shuryan and Wen Shurjin was a VIP suite, akin to a cozy 2-bedroom apartment, lavishly furnished with all the necessary amenities, exuding both luxury and comfort. Wen Yang could easily occupy the bedside chair. Wen Shurjin's gaze was gentle as he responded, "All right." Upon exiting the elevator on the third floor, Wen Shuryan immediately spotted Lu Xiaodong's figure. She was clad in a delicate, light yellow dress, reminiscent of Chanel's classic style, her long hair cascading down her shoulders and her makeup flawlessly applied. Each smile and frown radiated a certain softness, yet, if one were to overlook the ambition flickering in her eyes, she could be mistaken for a charming young lady. Regrettably, her overwhelming desire to attach herself to the powerful was too apparent, evident even in the glint of her gaze. Lu Xiaotong held a thermos in her hand, and upon spotting the two brothers, she eagerly approached, a smile gracing her lips. "Mr. Wen, I made some seafood porridge today. Would you care to have a taste? I simmered it for quite a while, using only the freshest ingredients. It's absolutely delightful." Wen Shuryan regarded her with an impassive expression. "Miss Lu, I am allergic to seafood."
Ah?
Lu Xiaodong stammered, caught off guard. "But you mentioned yesterday that you were allergic to flowers." "Indeed. I am allergic to flowers, seafood, and everything you bring me, especially you." "I am particularly allergic to you," Wen Shuryan replied, his tone devoid of warmth. Lu Xiaodong's face paled, her countenance reflecting profound embarrassment, especially with a nurse nearby casting a scornful glance in her direction, making her wish to disappear into the ground. During their previous encounters, he had seemed quite the gentleman. Yet, in just a few short days, his tongue had turned increasingly acerbic. Tears glistening in her eyes, Lu Xiaotong lowered her head. "I'm sorry. It seems I've disturbed you once again. At least you understand," Wen Shuryan replied coldly. "Miss Lu, your parents run a small eatery, do they not? If you fail to comprehend my words and continue to pester me, I cannot guarantee the future of your parents' business." Lu Xiaotong looked up at him in disbelief. "Mr. Wen, I merely feel indebted to you and wish to make amends. After all, your injury is due to me. If you genuinely find me bothersome, I can leave. But please do not bring trouble to my parents." Wen Shuryan straightened his back, weary from sitting. "Have I not asked you to leave? How many times must I reiterate that the accident had nothing to do with you? We are not connected, yet you persist in this daily harassment. Am I not making myself sufficiently clear, leaving you under some illusion? Miss Lu, this is the final warning. I advise you to cease your incessant pursuit, or prepare for your family's restaurant to face closure." As Wen Shurxiu pushed him toward the ward and past Lu Xiaodong, he mockingly remarked, "One must have dignity. It is rare to see someone as shameless as Miss Lu, continually seeking to ingratiate herself." Overwhelmed, Lu Xiaotong burst into tears and fled. The two brothers ignored her and returned straight to their room. Lu Xiaotong had never felt such humiliation. Having been pampered with pocket money throughout her life and pursued by countless suitors due to her looks, she was accustomed to being adored. When had she ever felt so diminished? Wen Shuryan's insensitivity had extinguished her desire to chase after him. One day, she would make him realize that losing her would be his loss. With hatred flickering in her eyes, she wiped her tears and called Wen Yonghui. As soon as the call connected, she took the initiative. "Mr. Wen, I've decided to give up. I no longer wish to pursue him."
Today.
Wen Shuryan was utterly unreasonable, even threatening to cause trouble for my parents if I bothered him again. "Mr. Wen, I cannot endanger my parents for a man I cannot have. I'm sorry, but I can no longer assist you. Please do not contact me again." With that, she hung up and blocked Wen Yonghui. Throughout the call, he had been unable to utter a single word. Staring at the disconnected call, a dark expression settled on his face. "What a bunch of useless fools. Everything is going awry lately. I truly wonder if I've incurred some bad luck," he mused. "Sir, we failed to capture Si Yanting this time, and in doing so we've alerted the enemy. The Si family will undoubtedly assign someone to protect him, making it exceedingly difficult for us to act again. However, the young master may not hold out much longer. What should we do?" His confidant, Zhou Sheng, inquired respectfully. When Yonghui pinched his temples, contemplating. If it weren't for the fact that he had only one son, he would have truly considered abandoning him. "Have Cheng Shui devise a plan to lure Si Yanting out. Cheng Shui is the secretary I arranged to be beside Si Heng, intended to seduce him and create a rift between him and Wen Yaru." "Understood," Zhou Sheng replied. "I will contact Cheng Shui immediately." "Zhou Sheng," Wen Yonghui called out. "The police haven't traced you, have they?" "No, I haven't revealed my identity to Old Scar. I merely provided him with a cash deposit of 1 million through an intermediary. The police won't trace it back to me." "Excellent. I trust you with your duties. Go ahead." When Yonghui waved him off, and Zhou Sheng exited. Leaning back in his chair, he turned to gaze out the window. contemplating his elder brother's recent attitude towards him and the personnel shifts he had orchestrated within the company. A lingering sense of foreboding gnawed at him. How much did his brother truly know? As for his son, if Si Yanting proved unworthy, there was still another candidate. In the wine cellar, Si Hung was inebriated, surrounded by empty bottles, when Cheng Shui found him. The air was thick with the stench of alcohol. Mr. Si, what has happened? Why have you consumed so much alcohol? Cheng Shui, clad in a professional outfit, her exquisite features embodying intellect and allure, approached him. Si Hung squinted, trying to focus on her. You're Cheng Shui. Yes. I'm surprised you still recognize me in this state. Please don't drink anymore. Let me help you lie down for a bit, she said, deliberately leaning closer, her body teasingly brushing against his. Having applied perfume beforehand, the scent wafted irresistibly to Si Hung, igniting his senses. Suddenly, he cupped her face, anguish etched across his features. Cheng Shui, my wife demands that I dismiss you, or she will divorce me and take my children away. I may have to let you down. Cheng Shui stiffened, then, with feigned tears, replied sweetly, perhaps Mrs. Si has misunderstood us? I can explain. I merely admire you, Mr. Si, and have no intention of becoming Mrs. Si. Is your excessive drinking today due to her? It's all my fault for causing her to misunderstand. I sincerely apologize. Not your fault, not your fault, Si Hung mumbled, leaning heavily against her shoulder. I don't truly want to send you away. You are gentle and understanding, unlike Wen Yang, who is so domineering. I may not love her, but I cannot allow this family to fall apart. I'm afraid I cannot allow her to take away my son. He is the child of Si Hung. Cheng Shui's gaze flickered as she let Si Hung lean against her, her hand tenderly caressing his head, her voice dripping with sweetness. I understand completely. You and I share a profound connection, and I only lament that I met you too late. Had I been your wife, I would never have put you in such a predicament. Little Ting is clever and adorable. I cherish him dearly. If only I could have a son as delightful as he. Mr. Si, since I must depart, could you grant me one night to fulfill my dream of being with you? Her voice bore a hint of seduction. Si Hung, I truly adore you. Just as she was about to take the plunge and seduce Si Hung, a sharp voice pierced through the air. Shameless wretch. Let go of my father. You think you can climb into bed with him and live your fantasy? Si Luo Shu stormed in, her face contorted with rage. She seized Cheng Shui by the hair, dragging her forcefully while delivering a flurry of slaps. You brazen harlot. How dare you entice my father and shatter our family? I'll mar your face. Chapter 51. Si Luo Shu goes mad.
Ah.
Let go of me. Cheng Shui screamed. The pain from her hair being yanked was excruciating. She was entirely at Si Luo Shu's mercy, pulled away from Si Hung. Instinctively, she pressed her hands against Si Luo Shu's grip, attempting to free herself. Unfortunately, fueled by rage, Si Luo Shu was incredibly strong, kicking and slapping, causing Cheng Shui to scream in terror. Si Heng's head throbbed from the cacophony of screams. He glanced up to witness the two women embroiled in a brawl. He struggled to rise, but in his drunken state, the world swam before his eyes, making it impossible to stand.
Ah.
It hurts. Let go of me. Cheng Shui wailed, Mr. Si.
Please help me.
It hurts so much. Upon hearing her desperate cries for help, Si Hung fought to shout, let her go. Do not hit her. With red-rimmed eyes, Si Luo Shu shot a glance at her father, feeling utterly disappointed in him. If she hadn't come back today to have a serious conversation, only to stumble upon this scene, perhaps they would have already been in bed together. How could he say those things and still face her mother? Just then, Si Hung managed to rise and stagger towards her. Si Luo Shu's eyes flashed with determination, still gripping Cheng Shui's hair with one hand. She picked up an empty wine bottle from the ground and swung it mercilessly at Si Heng's head. Drunk, are you? Not clear-headed? Allow me to sober you up. Given that this household was already on the brink of collapse, she thought of it as teaching a lesson to a scoundrel for her mother. With a resounding crash, the bottle shattered, and Si Hung crumpled to the ground, blood streaming from his scalp, rendering him unconscious. Cheng Shui was left in shock, her eyes wide as she stared at Si Hung. Si Luo Shu, have you lost your mind? He is your father. Si Luo Shu was not merely enraged. She was infuriated by his inaction, by his disgraceful behavior, approaching 50 yet still resorting to the antics of a young man engaging in infidelity. She found such a father utterly embarrassing. And what of it? He betrayed my mother, and I shall strike him. She bent down to pick up another bottle, while Cheng Shui, terrified, pleaded for mercy. Miss Si, I was wrong. I won't dare again. Please, let me go. I promise to leave and never appear before Mr. See again. Wrong? When you were seducing my father, did you ever consider whether you were right or wrong? Now you realize your error? It's too late. She lifted the bottle to strike again. Cheng Shui screamed, desperately kicking at her high-heeled shoe connecting with Si Luo's shoe's leg, causing her to lose her balance and momentarily loosen her grip. Seizing the opportunity, Cheng Shui forcefully pushed her away. Si Luo's shoe stumbled to the ground, the shards of glass cutting into her arm, blood flowing freely. Now free, Cheng Shui, disregarding her disheveled state, scrambled for the exit. Si Luo's shoe gritted her teeth, watching Cheng Shui's frantic movements, and hurled the wine bottle at her. Die, you wretched creature. The bottle struck Cheng Shui, eliciting a cry of pain.
Si Luo Shu, unsatisfied,
picked up more bottles and hurled them at Cheng Shui. The final bottle collided with the back of Cheng Shui's head, sending her sprawling forward, crashing to the ground and accidentally hitting the stairs, breaking her teeth. She sobbed as she crawled, begging, no more. I was wrong. I won't do it again. Please. Stop hitting me. Si Luo Shu gasped for breath, dialing for an ambulance, then calling her sister and mother. Once she had reached out to them, she planted her foot firmly on Cheng Shui's back and screamed, Why are you fixated on my father? He's nearly 50, old and ugly. How can you lower yourself to this? Are you so desperate that you have to pursue an old man? If you're so hungry, why not sell yourself? You shameless harlot. I will ensure your reputation is ruined, that everyone calls for your downfall. My family is shattered, and yours shall not fare better. Not just you. I will ensure your entire family meets a terrible end. With every insult she hurled, she kicked Cheng Shui. After enduring a day of near kidnapping of little Ting, discovering her father's infidelity, and realizing her boyfriend was a scoundrel, it was less about anger for her and more about her breakdown and release of pent-up frustration. She couldn't fathom how her once happy home had devolved into chaos. When Si Tang and her husband rushed in, they found Si Luo's shoe sitting on the ground. Venting her wrath, her eyes were bloodshot, hair disheveled. Perhaps she was exhausted from the altercation, yet even seated, she occasionally kicked at Cheng Shui. Cheng Shui whimpered, unable to flee, her body racked with pain. Shoo shoo. Si Tang rushed to embrace her sister, noting the injury on Si Luo's shoe's arm, her heart aching. You're hurt. Let me see. Si Luo's shoe collapsed into her sister's arms, crying heartbreakingly, Sister, Dad is cheating. If I hadn't come today, he would have been in bed with that wretched woman. How could he do this to Mom? Si Tang glanced at Si Hung, who lay motionless on the ground. Blood dried on his head, but his chest still heaved with breath. He would be all right. She held her sister tightly, offering comfort. It's all right, Shoo Shoo.
Don't cry.
He has turned his back on us. We don't need him anymore. I will always be here for you and Mom. Chu Ziong checked Si Heng's injuries, and as he stood, the sound of the ambulance echoed outside. Wen Mu and Wen Yaro arrived with the ambulance, rushing in to see the chaos, easily imagining the fierce battle that had just unfolded. Wen Yaro spotted Cheng Shui, then turned her gaze to the unconscious Si Heng, but she paid no heed to either. Instead, she hurried to her daughter's side to offer solace. At this point, her marriage was irrevocably over. She would grant Si Heng no further chances. Shushu, are you all right? Show me where it hurts. She gently brushed the hair clinging to Si Luo Shu's face. Through her tears, Si Luo Shu managed to confess, Mom, I hit Dad. It's all right, you did what you had to do. He deserves it. Don't be afraid. I'm here. She held her daughter close, allowing her to tremble and cry in her embrace. Chu Ziong assisted in lifting Si Heng onto the ambulance, as well as Cheng Shui. Though she was the mistress, he couldn't allow her to come to harm here. There were countless ways to retaliate against her without risking her life and embroiling himself in a legal nightmare. Yuro, Shushu's arm is still bleeding. We should head to the hospital, Wen Mu gently advised. It was only then that when Yar noticed her daughter's injury, she hastily wiped away her tears and, alongside Wen Mu, helped her daughter to her feet, hastening towards the hospital for treatment. Upon arriving at the hospital, Wen Yang was taken aback to see Wen Mu. Mom? What brings you here? Chapter 52. This is a golden thigh. Wen Mu sighed and recounted the events that had just transpired. I came to accompany them, and thought I would check on you as well. Is the third brother all right? She glanced toward the ward. Wen Yang stepped aside to let Wen Mu enter, internally musing. Who would have thought that cousin Shushu possessed such bravery, single-handedly taking on 2 opponents and emerging victorious? She even managed to knock out the little uncle. Truly a heroine. When Mu cleared her throat, having forgotten to mention that Si Hung was intoxicated, otherwise, even 8C Luoshu would not stand a chance against him. Never mind, no need for explanations. Shijin, how is your arm? When Mu inquired as she approached the bedside. When Shijin sat up, it's nothing serious. I wouldn't have needed to stay in the hospital. But my second brother insisted I stay the night. I'll be discharged tomorrow to recuperate at home. That's a relief. Not only did you save Xiao Ting's life, but you also rescued your little aunt's family. When Mu's words held deeper meaning, yet she believed when Shijin understood. Wen Yang, munching on an apple, thought to herself. But what about saving the little aunt's family? Otherwise, they would face tragedy starting today. When Shijin cast a sidelong glance at her, her rosy lips glistening as she nibbled, her small mouth moving in a manner reminiscent of a little hamster. A barely perceptible smile tugged at the corners of his lips. All thanks to you. Mom, it's getting late. You should head back and also comfort the little aunt not to be too sorrowful, when Shijin said softly. All right. You rest well. Tomorrow, I'll prepare something delicious for you, when Mu replied, then turned her gaze to Wen Yang. Yang, I'm leaving now. Make sure to sleep early. You have school tomorrow. Understood. Take care on your way back, Wen Yang responded, returning her attention to her phone. The screen displayed a group chat among herself, Dongfang Baineng, and Su Tian, discussing plans for their weekend outing. Yang, stop looking at your phone and get some sleep. It's already past 9, when Shijin urged, reminding her to put away her device. Wen Yang did not lift her head. Just a moment, I'm discussing plans with my classmates. You can sleep if you're tired, third brother. I can wake up in the morning. Make sure to finish up quickly and sleep early. Got it. After finalizing plans to go shopping on Saturday with Su Tian, Wen Yang finally set her phone down and succumbed to sleep. On a fresh summer morning, sunlight filtered through the clouds, casting dappled shadows, and the air seemed infused with a hint of freshness. Wen Yang was roused by Wen Shijin, opening her eyes to find him seated at the edge of her bed. His usually cold demeanor was softened, radiating warmth. If you don't get up soon, you'll be late, he said, his voice low and slightly husky, imbued with a captivating allure. Wen Yang blinked a few times, her ears betraying her with a flush of crimson. Suddenly feeling shy, she raised a hand to pull the blanket over her head. Oh my! Waking up to find a handsome guy sitting by my bed with such a magnetic voice. Who can resist that? Help! Don't do this. I might lose control and transform. When Shijin initially thought she was just having a hard time waking up, but a glimmer of amusement flickered in his eyes upon hearing her thoughts. Stop hiding, get up quickly. I'll take you for breakfast. His voice grew ever gentler. Inside, Wen Yang was in a frenzy. Ah, stop talking. My ears are going to get pregnant. She flipped over, still buried under the covers, her voice muffled. All right. Third brother, just step outside for a moment. I'll get up and wash up right away. Okay. When Shijin rose with a smile and stepped away. Once she heard his footsteps fade, she peeked out from under the blanket, exhaling a sigh of relief, sitting up and vigorously rubbing her ears and face. So handsome. It's truly unbearable. I should find someone like this when I start dating. He is just so pleasing to the eye. She slipped out of bed, put on her shoes, and headed to the bathroom to freshen up. When Shijin, aware of her thoughts, regarded her with a deep gaze. Want a date? Not a chance. He would always keep an eye on her. After 10 minutes of grooming, Wen Yang emerged, her attire neat and presentable. I'm ready. Let us go eat. Third brother. Do you have someone coming to pick you up when you're discharged today? When Shijin attempted to take her bag, but she evaded him. No need. I can carry it myself. You have an injury. When Shijin appreciated her concern but did not insist, trailing beside her with an arm hanging loosely. I'll take a cab back. No one needs to pick me up. First, let us eat. Then I'll drop you off at school before heading home. No need to see me off. I can go by myself. I insist. It's on my way. His voice was exceedingly gentle. For breakfast, they had rice porridge and soup dumplings. After ensuring Wen Yang arrived at school safely, when Shijin returned home. This injury had granted him a leave of absence for recovery, allowing him to rest and even take Wen Yang out for some fun. Just thinking about it uplifted his spirits. At the office of Wen Yonghui at the Wen Group, Zhou Shang hurriedly entered, locking the door behind him, and approached the desk, speaking in hushed tones. Sir, Cheng Shui has been injured by the second Miss C and is in the hospital. It seems she won't be able to assist you.
Additionally,
Si Yanting has been at the Wen residence since waking up yesterday and has taken a leave today, not attending school due to the shock she experienced. Wen Yonghui twirled a pen in his hand, realizing capturing Si Yanting would be quite challenging. Thus, he made a swift decision. Change the target. He opened his phone, revealing a photo of a vibrant young girl. She possesses some skills. We must ensure this time there are no missteps. Zhou Sheng recognized the girl with just a glance and replied, understood. On Fridays, classes were light, and Wen Yang invited Dongfang Baineng and Su Tian over for study sessions, allowing her to prepare soup while tutoring Dongfang Baineng. After school, she returned home in Jiang Zhe's car, with Su Tian accompanying her. Upon entering the vehicle, she politely greeted, Mr. Jiang. Jiang Zhe adjusted his wheelchair slightly, making room for the three young ladies. With a warm demeanor, he said, if you don't mind, you can both call me brother as well. Wen Yang immediately chimed in, I don't mind at all. Of course not, Brother Jiang. Her sweet voice rang out, crisp and delightful. Internally, she was elated. The future master of Wuwang City is my brother. How impressive is that to say out loud? This golden thigh is worth embracing. Perhaps I'll get a chance to travel to Desuya in the future and casually mention I'm Brother Jiang's sister. Free trip, anyone? Feeling quite pleased, Wen Yang nudged Su Tian beside her, whispering, call him brother. Hurry, this is a golden thigh. Su Tian, feeling a bit shy, smiled at Jiang Zhe and timidly called out brother. Hearing Wen Yang's thoughts, Jiang Zhe's lips curved upward. The young girl was quite adorable. Chapter 53. Standing Up. What you desire, I have in Wuwang City, and I am willing to give it all. Jiang Zhe gazed intently at Wen Yang's face, growing increasingly fond of her. She was beautiful and lively, like a little sun. The depth of his gaze sent a shiver down Wen Yang's spine. What does that look? Why is he staring at me like that? Does he look like he wants to devour me? Though he is quite handsome, matching the aesthetics of my brothers at home, he is a cripple. I may not mind his disability, but I do care about whether he is still a man. His lower body has lost all sensation. How can that be acceptable? He must be utterly worthless. Jiang Zhe lowered his eyes, concealing the darkness that lurked within. He had anticipated that his crippled legs would elicit disdain from her, yet hearing her contemptuous words struck a disconcerting chord. Furthermore, he felt a twinge of injustice. After all, apart from his legs, everything else about him remained intact. Clenching his fists, Jiang Zhe resolved to demonstrate to her just how capable he truly was. Wen Yang was blissfully unaware that her casual musings had inflicted a crushing blow upon Jiang Zhe. Upon arriving at the Wen family villa, she and her companions disembarked from the car, and Jiang Zhe reminded Dongfang Baineng to return for dinner. Wen Yang, linking arms with Dongfang Baineng and Su Tian, cheerfully remarked, Oh, dear. Does my brother worry that I might let Ning Ning go hungry? This is her first visit to my home. How could I possibly send her back to eat dinner? You can have your meal by yourself, but if you feel lonely, feel free to drop by my place for a bite. Jiang Zhe found comfort in her calling him brother, responding in a gentle tone. Very well. Just remember to come back early, and don't stay out too late. Why not? We don't have school tomorrow. Brother, you shouldn't be too restrictive with Ning Ning. Rest assured. Once we've had our fun, I'll make sure to escort her home. With enthusiasm, Wen Yang pulled her friends through the gate. Dongfang Baineng turned back to call out, Brother, you should head back now. I'll return early. With that, the trio entered the villa, their camaraderie evident. Jiang Zhe withdrew his gaze, the smile fading from his lips as he instructed the driver, Take me home. Yes, sir. Upon entering, Wen's mother was already waiting at the door. Having seen Wen Yang arriving with friends through the window, Sweet Tian is here.
Come on in.
She greeted warmly. Su Tian hesitated momentarily. This time felt different. She had visited a few times before, but Wen's mother had never welcomed her with such enthusiasm, maintaining a distant politeness instead. Su Tian understood that Wen's mother's coolness stemmed from her favoritism towards her biological daughter, Lin Chengqing. Today's sudden warmth made her feel out of place. Casting a sideways glance at Wen Yang, who displayed no discernible reaction, Su Tian exchanged shoes and offered a polite smile. Hello, Aunt Wen.
Oh, Guomin.
Wen's mother ushered them inside, eyeing Dongfang Baineng. Is this the girl who just moved in next door? Having changed her shoes, Dongfang Baineng responded with a friendly smile. Yes. Hello, Aunt Wen. I'm Dongfang Baineng. Wen Yang observed when Yara seated on the sofa, cradling Si Yanting, and frowned, muttering, Why are these two still here? That mischievous monkey is unusually quiet today. Could she be up to no good in my room again? Taking a deep breath, Wen Yang addressed her mother, Mom. I'll take my classmates upstairs. Wen's mother glanced at the quiet Wenyaru, smiling as she nodded. Go ahead. Make sure to entertain your friends. I'll cut some fruit for you shortly. Okay. Thank you, Mom. Wen Yang graciously acknowledged before beckoning Su Tian and Dongfang Bainang upstairs.
Come, follow me.
As the trio ascended, Si Yanting, holding Wen Yara's hand, asked curiously, Mom, did cousin just call me a mischievous monkey? I haven't been causing any trouble in her room these past few days. After witnessing his parents' quarrels and the near-abduction incident, Si Yanting had become more subdued and well-behaved. When Yaru gazed at him in surprise, Son, can you hear that?
Hear what? Si Yanting replied, bewildered.
When Yara glanced at Wen's mother before explaining, Little Ting, when your cousin called you a mischievous monkey, didn't she say it out loud? Si Yanting nodded. That's true. Did cousin learn ventriloquism? When Yara chuckled, ruffling his hair. No, that's just your cousin's inner thoughts. Little Ting, we must keep this ability to ourselves and not let your cousin know, understood? When you hear something like that again, just pretend you didn't. You're growing up now and should understand what mommy means, right?
Si Yanting obediently nodded.
Leaning against Wenyaru as he murmured, I understand. I won't tell anyone, and I won't say anything to cousin. Mommy, I promise I won't be naughty anymore. Please don't abandon me. Hearing those words, Wenyaru's eyes welled with tears, and she hugged Si Yanting tightly, her voice trembling. Never. Mommy will never abandon you. My little Ting is so well-behaved and thoughtful, and he loves his mommy. How could mommy ever let you go?
Mommy,
I don't want to go back to Dada's. I'll be good and study hard. I just want to be with you forever. All right. Little Ting will always be with mommy, when Yaru replied, her eyes filled with compassion. Wen's mother, deeply moved, realized that after yesterday's events, Little Ting was frightened. He probably felt unsafe at this moment. Alas, the child is quite pitiful. So young, yet forced to bear the burdens of adult emotions. How can one so lively and mischievous be coerced into maturity and silence? Si Hung, you truly are a sinner. Upstairs, the three entered Wen Yang's room, and Su Tian, with a mischievous glint in her eye, asked, What is going on? Your mom seems much nicer to you now. Wen Yang nodded as she sat on her bed, replying, Lin Chengcheng has moved out, and you won't believe why she was kicked out.
Why?
Su Tian recalled how Wen Yang had been scolded because of Lin Chengcheng just last week. The sudden change was perplexing. Because Lin Chengcheng is not their biological daughter.
What?
Su Tian exclaimed in disbelief. Wait, didn't they do a paternity test?
How can she not be?
Wen Yang, cautious about divulging too much detail, replied vaguely. Who knows? That one might have been false, but Lin Chengcheng has fallen out of favor now. My parents and brothers have undergone a 180-degree no. A 360-degree transformation. They've started treating me well. Su Tian scoffed, feeling indignant for Wen Yang. No wonder you were bullied online, and your family rushed to your defense. They must have realized Lin Chengcheng isn't their biological daughter or sister. It's infuriating to think of the injustices you endured for over 2 years because of their favoritism. She clicked her tongue, wanting to say that delayed affection is worse than weeds, but she feared it would upset Wen Yang, so she kept her thoughts to herself. Dongfang Bainang, unsure how to comfort Wen Yang, simply held her hand. Chapter 54. Lin Chengcheng's chief disciple. Su Tian settled into the rocking chair by the floor-to-ceiling window, clutching Wen Yang's plush bear pillow, and leisurely inquired, if Lin Chengcheng isn't the true heiress of the Wen family, then who is? Surely your paternity test isn't wrong? Wen Yang pulled Dongfang Bainang onto the bed, handing her a plush toy to ease her tension. My paternity test is certainly legitimate. I am not of Wen blood. As for the true heiress, I have no idea where she is. However, I overheard my third brother mention that after discovering Lin Chengcheng's true identity, my eldest brother sent someone to search for her. Leaning back, Su Tian felt the rocking chair sway slightly and said, by the time they find her, you'll probably be the one overlooked.
Wen Yang Sruged.
It doesn't matter to me. Since I'm not of Wen blood, their treatment of me is perfectly reasonable. Over the past 2 years, I've come to see through this so-called familial bond. I won't be saddened by their attitudes anymore. If they choose to keep me, I'll stay. If not, I'll simply leave. Su Tian chuckled lightly. The Wen family has cast you aside, and now you come seeking me. Darling, I shall indulge you. Wen Yang sprang to her feet, playfully poking her. Oh, after all this time, your true nature is finally revealed. So, your intention in befriending me was merely ulterior. Su Tian seized her arm with a mischievous smile. Oh, darling, are you just now realizing this? If you serve me well, I might consider pampering you a bit more. Otherwise, I may just flirt with someone else. As she spoke, her gaze deliberately darted towards Dongfang Bainang. Wen Yang feigned shock, pointing at the two. Ah. So you two have been carrying on behind my back. The three young women erupted in a fit of laughter. Dongfang Baineng cherished her friendship with the two. And as she watched Wen Yang and Su Tian, her previously lifeless eyes seemed to flicker with newfound vitality. After some playful banter, Wen Yang suddenly remembered something. Oh no. I forgot about the soup. You two have fun for a bit. I'll be right back after a quick trip downstairs. What soup? Who is it for?
Su tian inquired, puzzled.
Wen Yang enthusiastically showed them her array of games, plush toys, figurines, and puzzles. It's for my elder brother. I promised to make him soup after he gifted me 2 million. What kind of soup is worth 2 million? Su Tian exclaimed in astonishment. With a beaming smile, Wen Yang headed towards the door. The kind I make is worth that much. Just the ginseng I've got is priceless, worth at least 2 million in this world. Wen Yang descended the stairs and glanced at the kitchen. Lacking the necessary ribs, she decided to call for delivery. While waiting, she prepared the ingredients, only to turn around and find Si Yanting standing at the doorway with a cup in hand. Startled by their sudden eye contact, he trembled slightly, spilling a bit of orange juice. Wen Yang regarded him with an impassive expression, her eyes cold. What do you want? Ignoring the spilled juice, Si Yanting obediently called out.
Cousin.
His voice was soft and somewhat ingratiating. Yet, Wen Yang found him anything but endearing, her heart bracing for conflict. Don't call me that, it ages me. This troublesome child is up to something. Acting so sweetly must mean he is scheming. Feeling somewhat wronged, Si Yanting protested. I didn't do anything bad. Why are you scolding me, cousin? What are you doing? None of your business. Go play.
Wen Yang snapped back.
Perhaps her tone was too harsh, as it brought tears to his eyes. Just as she was taken aback by this sensitive child, when Yaluo appeared behind Si Yanting. Wen Yang glanced at the tearful Si Yanting and then shot a blank stare at Wen Yaluo, momentarily at a loss for words. Shouting, weren't you drinking juice? Why are you crying? Wen Yaluo asked, looking down at her son. Si Yanting, with red-rimmed eyes, replied, I just wanted to cry. It has nothing to do with cousin. Wen Yang. Well, I knew this troublesome child had no good intentions. I thought he was just standing there. Turns out he has learned to play the blame game from Lin Qingqing. You truly are Lin Qingqing's top disciple. One green tea leaves and another one arrives. This tactic of retreating to advance is quite clever. You've truly grasped Lin Qingqing's essence. Child, you're ready to graduate. Wen Yang was thoroughly exasperated, meeting Wen Yaluo's gaze. She coldly remarked, what are you staring at? He is crying for no reason. It has nothing to do with me. As soon as the words left her mouth, a thought struck her.
Oh.
Wen Yaluo is also a member of the Wen family. If I provoke her to the point where she tells me to leave the Wen household, would that not fulfill my mission? Wen Yang's eyes sparkled with intrigue. No. I must test this. The Wen family's little aunt is the easiest to incite. She treasures her son above all. If I scold her child a bit, she will surely get angry. And I can't just scold him. I must also involve Lin Qingqing to make it count. Quickly composing herself, Wen Yang's eyes glimmered with anticipation as she pointed at Si Yanting and exclaimed, crying, just like your counterfeit cousin, Lin Qingqing. All you do is cry. The Wen family's fortune has been wept away by you too. Look at what nonsense you've learned from following her around, futile things, while mastering the art of weeping. At your age, spilling juice is just pathetic. Your mother has raised you to be a useless brat. After her tirade, Wen Yang eagerly awaited Wen Yaluo's reaction, internally urging, get angry. Scold me. Then we can have a proper showdown. If you kick me out of the Wen family, I can retire with my 500 million. Wen Yaluo found herself flustered, confronted by Wen Yang's brazenly provocative demeanor. She was at a loss for how to respond. In the past, she would have reprimanded Wen Yang for such insolence, but now, she could not afford to hinder the Wen family. Wen Yaluo forced a smile. Yang. Shouting just went through a kidnapping yesterday. He is frightened and hasn't fully recovered. If you find his tears bothersome, I can take him back to his room to cry. Wen Yang? No, I want you to scold me. Why are you comforting me? Undeterred, she shifted her focus back to Wen Yaluo. I'm not saying this lightly, but you mustn't spoil the child. Almost being kidnapped, and what of it? I've been away from my parents since birth, and I turned out just fine. He is a boy. And if he keeps learning to be so spoiled from Lin Qingqing, you might find him bringing home a son-in-law in the future. Wen Yaluo, do you hear yourself? Is that even a reasonable thing to say? Chapter 55, provoking Wen Yaluo, almost succeeded. When Yaoyuo's face twisted as she replied, yes, yes. It's my failure in education. I'll take him back to his room and discipline him properly. She grabbed her son's hand and attempted to leave. Wen Yang was nearly in disbelief, standing frozen in place, utterly astonished. Why was Wen Yaoyuo not angry today despite her harsh words? When did the Wen family's little aunt become so mild-mannered? Where is her usual assertiveness? I've practically laid it all out there, begging her to scold me. And yet she remains silent? She hurried out of the kitchen, blocking Wen Yaoyuo's path, urgently beseeching, Aunt, please don't go. You really can't keep indulging this little rascal. Si Yanting has been acting out with Lin Chengcheng. She has not a good influence. Just look at how he has learned to be spoiled and troublesome. He has becoming quite the handful. When Yaoyuo's lips twitched, her frustration boiling, thinking, what kind of nonsense is this? Just a few words and you're chasing me down to rant. How outrageous. Cousin, I realize my mistakes. I won't cause trouble or play pranks again. Please forgive me. From now on, I'll only acknowledge you as my cousin.
Si Yanting clung to Wen Yang's clothes.
Looking pitiful as he apologized. When Yang lightly nudged him with her knee, this isn't your business. Go away. If only Si Yanting had the Wen surname. If he could just ask me to leave, I wouldn't have to provoke Aunt. When Yang's mind raced, so, you won't scold me, will you? Then, I shall strike at your weak point. When Yaoyuo felt a chill run down her spine, suddenly sensing an ominous premonition. In the next moment, she suddenly pointed at Si Yanting with manic intensity, exclaiming, do not think that your apology will absolve you of the mischievous pranks you played on me before. You placed earthworms on my bed and stuffed toads in my wardrobe. I remember each and every one of those incidents. I shall never forgive you. You are the one I despise most. Just seeing you irritates me. Do you and your mother have no home? Why do you persist in residing in my house? Leave. This is my home, not a place for you to intrude upon. Be gone. Is this scar deep enough? I refuse to believe that Wen Yaru can endure such words. Si Yanting's eyes brimmed with tears. These words truly wounded his tender heart. Remembering his shattered family, he glanced at his mother and could not help but weep aloud.
Yes. Cry.
The louder, the better. The more tragic, the more effective.
Cry.
Not crying is not what a man does. When Yaru was on the verge of losing her composure, her anger palpable as she pointed at Wen Yang, her expression one of fury. Wen Yang, I do not wish to quarrel with you, but do not push me too far. Shouting has been remarkably well-behaved these past few days. At such a young age. He has endured so many upheavals. How can you bear to pour salt on his wounds? When Yang shot a blank look at Si Yanting, her heart coldly mocking. I have already played the role of the vicious supporting character, and I have been more merciful towards the Wen family than they deserve. Were it not for the genuine affection they once showed me, I would have acted long ago instead of wasting my patience in this verbal sparring. All I desire now is to complete my task and leave this world. What becomes of you thereafter is of no concern to me. Am I expected to forgive him for his past misdeeds just because he has been obedient for a couple of days? His pitiable state has nothing to do with me. It is not my fault that he is about to lose his father. Why should I accommodate him? When Yang raised an eyebrow at Wen Yaru, declaring, I simply loathe him. I detest Lin Chengcheng even more. And I find you, who scurries behind Lin Chengcheng, even more repulsive. Did you not always say that Lin Chengcheng is more obedient and understanding than I? Now that she has moved out and is all alone, why do you not feel sympathy for her? When Yaru was momentarily rendered speechless, her trembling lips uttering, it is my prerogative to care for whomever I choose. Lin Chengcheng is not your brother and sister's child. She is still of the Wen bloodline, while you are the outsider who should leave. Just then, Mother Wen appeared, interrupting her words. Observing the tense atmosphere between the two, her heart raced. Thankfully, she had arrived just in time to avert a calamity. She hurried down the stairs, guiding Wen Yang back a few steps. Yang, do not listen to your aunt. She is merely in a foul mood these days, so do not take her to heart. Your sixth brother just called. He will be home shortly and can play with you. When Yang rolled her eyes dismissively, sixth brother? How unfortunate. I would rather play with a dog than with him. Mom, sixth brother does not enjoy playing with me. He prefers to entertain Lin Chengcheng. He has said before that Lin Chengcheng is his only little sister, and I am not his sister. Mother Wen paused for a moment, continuing to coax. Then let us ignore him. You go upstairs. Have you forgotten that your good friend is waiting for you in your room? At that moment, a deliverman's voice rang out from outside. Hello? Is this for the order of ribs? Wen Yang glanced at Wen Yaru, whose eyes were red from soothing her son, and with a sense of defeat, turned to head toward the door. Mother Wen truly arrived at the most inopportune moment. I was on the verge of provoking her into saying something that would make me leave. But it is of no matter. If this time does not work, there will be another opportunity. I excel at choosing the words that strike at the heart to infuriate Wen Yaru. Next time, I shall find a moment without interruptions to try again. She walked to the door to receive the ribs. Mother Wen, regaining her composure, turned to Wen Yaru. Come upstairs with me. Wen Yaru recognized that she had nearly caused a disaster, yet she could not bear all the blame. Wen Yang's words had been excessively harsh. Reflecting on the sentiments she had just overheard, she knew Wen Yang would seek her out again. To avoid being a hindrance, she should indeed leave her sister-in-law's home first. Grabbing her son's hand, Wen Yaru followed Mother Wen upstairs. Wen Yang received the ribs and, after washing them, began to prepare soup. Just as she set it to simmer, the villa's front door was flung open, and Wen Shirhan, laden with bags, appeared at the entrance. Initially intending to ascend the stairs, upon seeing him, Wen Yang merely cast a glance before continuing upwards.
Hey, Yang.
I'm back. It's your sixth brother.
Wen Shirhan exclaimed excitedly upon spotting Wen Yang.
Hastily changing his shoes and approaching her. Sister, I brought you a gift. See if you like it. Wen Yang stood on the stairs, looking down at him with disdain. Are you certain it is for me and not for Lin Qingqing? Was it not you who claimed you would never recognize me as your sister again? Now you are eagerly calling me sister? Your sister is in the Taiyan Shiyuan community. Do you think that bringing me a gift will erase past grievances? Humph. I remember all too well how you gave away my fully upgraded gaming account, complete with maxed out runes and skins, to Lin Qingqing just to please her. And the limited edition Lego set and figurines I slaved over for a month, you gave those to Lin Qingqing as well. You are the one who took the most from me to curry favor with her, yet you once swore you would never acknowledge me as your sister. And now you come calling me sister?
Bah.
Shameless. Who do you think you are? Chapter 56. Wen Shirhan returns. Wen Shirhan bore a striking resemblance to Wen Shirfeng. The twin brothers were exceptionally handsome, with distinct features, a superior bone structure, pronounced brow ridges, a high nose bridge, and a slightly sharp jawline, resembling protagonists from a manga. The sixth brother, Wen Shirhan, was cheerful and sunny, his smile utterly enchanting, especially when he focused intently on someone, revealing a profound affection in his eyes. The seventh brother, Wen Shirfeng, was reserved and composed, appearing particularly stern when not smiling. His deep gaze, when cast lightly, seemed to convey a chilling aloofness. Alas, good looks were of no use. Wen Yang was thoroughly exasperated with them. Initially reveling in the joy of being able to hear Wen Yang's thoughts, Wen Shirhan's delight evaporated upon realizing that all he heard were his past misdeeds. His expression turned pained as he cautiously approached her, confessing, I, the sixth brother, was in the wrong. You have every right to be angry. I realize my mistakes. Can you grant me another chance? I promise to make it up to you. Wen Yang rolled her eyes and turned away. No chance. I do not need your compensation. Among all my brothers, aside from the third, I truly wish to have nothing to do with anyone else. Fifth brother, with that face, could be marginally tolerable, but the others can roll as far away as possible. All of Wen Shirhan's good cheer vanished. Setting down his belongings, he pulled out his phone and sent a message in the group chat. Good news, I can hear Yang's thoughts too. Bad news. My impression there is entirely based on past misdeeds. Wen Shirfeng replied, it's the same for everyone. Wen Shirhan protested, it's different. Yang just thought that aside from the third brother, she wants nothing to do with anyone else, but she could barely tolerate the fifth brother because of his looks. Wen Shijun said nothing, merely posting a cool emoji. Wen Shi followed with a triumphant emoji. Wen Shiyu. So, does that mean I also have a chance? I have the same face as the third and fifth brothers. Wen Shirxiu. Don't celebrate too soon. You never know. You should think about whether you have past grievances with Wen Yang. Wen Shiyu fell silent. If we're talking about past grievances, aside from Wen Shijun, it seemed no one in the family could escape unscathed. The other brothers of the Wen family, for the first time, found themselves somewhat envious of Wen Shijun's aloofness, characterized by his reticence and indifference towards others. At the very least, his disregard had never offended Wen Yang. Upon returning to her room, she found Su Tian engaged in a game of chess with Dongfang Baineng. Casting a glance at the chessboard, Wen Yang chuckled. You two are playing 5 in a row with exquisite go pieces and a board crafted from precious Hitian jade. Such a waste. Su Tian laughed. Well, it's not like I know how to play anything else. Dongfang Baineng sheepishly admitted. Neither do I. Wen Yang settled beside them, casually hugging a cushion, and remarked, my sixth brother just returned downstairs.
Wen Shirhan?
I watched his match. It was truly spectacular. He turned the tide at a critical moment and narrowly secured victory. Su Tian replied, her interest piqued by the gaming world, particularly due to Wen Yang's influence. I haven't watched him in ages. It seems that since Lin Qingqing's return, he stopped inviting me to play games with him. Gradually, he became excessively focused on Lin Qingqing, and I simply ignored him. Baineng, let us begin our tutoring session. If you're bored, Tian, you can either do your homework or head to the gym on the top floor or even play in my room, Wen Yang suggested, noting that there was still ample time before dinner. Less than 2 hours. Perfect for a brief study session. Then I'll do my homework. The trio rummaged through their bags to retrieve their textbooks. Wen Yang first assessed Dongfang Baineng's foundational knowledge before patiently teaching her. Today, Wen's mother had hired a new nanny, coinciding with the presence of Wen Shirhan and Wen Shijin at home, with Wen Yang also entertaining friends. Wen Yaru and her son were present as well, leading her to instruct the nanny to prepare additional dishes. As dinner approached, Wen Shiyan, Wen Shixiu, and Wen Shifeng returned home, adding to the liveliness of the household. When Wen's mother called for Wen Yang and the others to come downstairs, she paused, taking in the sight of the table surrounded by family.
Dad, you're back.
Wen Yang greeted her father. Yes, quickly invite your classmates to sit. He replied with a warm smile. Eldest brother, have you been discharged? Is your health much improved? She casually inquired while ushering her friends to their seats. Wen Shiyan quickly responded, much better. The hospital was filled with the scent of disinfectant. I simply couldn't adapt to it, so I came home. After all, recovery can happen anywhere. Indeed, he is like a cockroach, recovering so swiftly. It makes sense. He hasn't yet suffered sufficiently to depart this world easily. His tribulations are yet to come. You should spend more time with Liu Xiaotong. It might hasten your demise, Wen Shiyan remarked, stifling a cough. Aware that he had become a target for her frustration. What were you up to today, third brother? I didn't see you when I got home from school.
Wen Yang gently inquired, glancing at Wen Shijin.
He replied while serving her food. I visited the criminal police team and checked in on Xiao Yinan. The day he rescued Xiaoting, in a moment of desperation, Xiao Yinan shot out the tires of the kidnapper's vehicle, resulting in a chain of traffic accidents on the street, injuring several people. The chief reprimanded him sternly, criticizing his recklessness, and he faced punishment as a result.
Und Wang Shikard,
No wonder you two are such a perfect pair. Being apart for a day must have made you miss each other terribly. If you two aren't involved romantically, I simply want to believe it. At this, everyone at the table turned to stare at Wen Shijin, their expressions a mix of shock and realization. So, the third brother is actually gay? No wonder he has been single all these years. It turns out he is not interested in women. Wen Shijin found himself caught in an embarrassing situation, regretting having mentioned Xiao Yinan. Wen Yang, eager to tease him, grinned and said, Third brother? When are you bringing brother Xiao home for us to meet? Ugly daughter-in-law must meet her in-laws, but brother Xiao certainly isn't ugly. He is quite handsome. The others at the table exchanged glances, baffled by her boldness. Wen Shijin shot her an exasperated glare, serving her a hefty portion of meat. Gritting his teeth as he said, Eat more. Stop daydreaming. I'm not daydreaming, Wen Yang muttered, lowering her head, yet unable to suppress the smile that lingered at the corners of her mouth. Just then, Wen Shixiu cleared his throat, diverting the conversation. Is this the soup that Yang made? I must have a generous serving today. He reached for a bowl. Wen Yang nodded. I made a bit extra today. So everyone, including dad, eldest brother, and third brother, should have some. She stood up to serve Su Tian and Dongfang Baineng a bowl as well, playfully adding, Hurry and taste it. Is it worth 2 million? The two girls smiled, scooping a spoonful to taste. Su Tian exclaimed, Oh my goodness, you really made this soup? This flavor is unforgettable in just one sip. Wen Yang's eyes sparkled with delight. If given the chance, I'll let you try more of my culinary skills. I guarantee you'll fall in love with my cooking. Dongfang Baineng chimed in, It's absolutely delicious. I've eaten at all the high-end restaurants in the city, and none can compare to your soup. Next time I cook, I'll make sure to bring you a portion. Our two families live close by, Wen Yang promised. Adding more dishes onto Baineng's plate, I'll showcase my skills with other dishes that are equally delectable.
Great.
Just make sure you follow through. We're counting on you. Su Tian raised an eyebrow, eagerly anticipating her promise. Yang, will there be enough for us? I want to try your cooking too. Wen Shifeng gazed at her with longing, while even Wen Shiyan looked expectantly in her direction. Wen Yang cast him a nonchalant glance, replying simply, hee, aside from mom, dad, and third brother, no outsiders are welcome. Wen Shijin's lips curled slightly as he sipped his soup. Wen S mother cast a sympathetic glance at her sons, fearing that in the end, she might not benefit either, so she refrained from defending them with any compliments. Ding dong. Ding dong. The sound of mobile transfers echoed as Wen Yang pulled out her phone to check. Eldest brother has transferred 2,000,000 yuan to you. Second brother has transferred 2,000,000 yuan to you. Wen Yang silently raised her eyes to meet Wen Shiyan and Wen Shixio's gaze, catching them discreetly putting away their phones. All right then. In light of the money, I suppose I'll prepare a meal for eldest brother and second brother when the time comes. Let us plan for the Sunday. Eldest brother. Second brother, please arrange your schedules accordingly. Okay. Wen Shixio grinned widely. Wen Shihan and Wen Shifeng exchanged glances, puzzled. What is going on? Eldest and second brother just transferred money to her? Wen Shihan also pulled out his phone, opened his chat with Wen Yang, and quickly typed a message. Ding dong. Just as Wen Yang received the notification, she reluctantly pulled out her phone again to take a look. Sixth brother has transferred 500,000 yuan to you. Almost immediately, another notification popped up. Seventh brother has transferred 500,000 yuan to you. She slightly curved her lips. Well, regardless of the amount, it's still money. Looking at her brothers, she stated calmly, arrange your own schedules. Sunday afternoon, I won't wait for anyone. Knowing that her brothers were usually quite busy, she wanted to give them a heads up. Wen Shihan immediately flashed a charming smile. I don't have any plans lately. I've been at home. I can even help you out. Wen Yang remained silent, choosing not to respond to him. Wen Shihan, feeling rejected, lowered his head in disappointment. After dinner, Dongfang Baining, with Jiangze on her mind, left after a brief chat, while Su Tian stayed until it was dark. The three agreed to meet at Guang'an Building the next morning. That night, after finishing her homework, Wen Yang also prepared a list of dishes she intended to make for the following afternoon, ensuring she would gather the necessary ingredients while out having fun the next day. Next door, at the other villa. When Dongfang Baining returned home, the entire villa was shrouded in silence, a tranquility that left her feeling quite unsettled. She was not fond of such an atmosphere. It was disquieting in its stillness. However, her brother preferred solitude, so it was just the two of them in this abode. Dongfang Baining made her way to Jiangze's room, where the door was slightly ajar, and she could faintly hear him conversing with someone inside. She gently knocked, and the conversation paused momentarily before he said he had matters to attend to and hung up, leaving the room in silence.
Come in.
Dongfang Baining pushed the door open and cautiously called out, Brother, I wish to discuss something with you. Jiangze turned his wheelchair to face her, his tone gentle as he asked, What is it?
Speak.
In a soft voice, she replied, Brother, Wen Yang and Su Tian have invited me to go shopping tomorrow. May I go? If you wish to go, then go. Just be mindful of your safety. It's rare for you to have friends inviting you out. It would do you good to unwind. I have been concerned about you isolating yourself in your room, fearing it could affect your health. Go out, enjoy yourself, and purchase whatever you like. Jiangze reached into his drawer and produced a card, placing it delicately on the table. This card contains 50 million. Use it as you see fit. If it runs low, just call me. That's more than enough. Dongfang Baining accepted the card with ease, knowing that for Jiangze, this amount was trivial. She smiled and added, I will bring you a gift.
Jiangze's gaze softened.
Ning Ning, I have arranged for a caretaker to attend to your daily needs, and I've also retained a driver and a bodyguard for you. Should you require anything, do not hesitate to ask them. I will be abroad for a while. You'll be all right on your own, won't you? Dongfang Baining shook her head. I can manage just fine, brother. You need not worry about me. In truth, her life would be quite pleasant as long as those from the capital did not appear. Very well. I shall see you off tomorrow before I catch my flight. We will remain in touch via mobile. She nodded in agreement. Meanwhile, in the Tianshui Yuan community, within a finely decorated two-bedroom apartment, Lin Chengcheng had switched to a different account to chastise Wen Yang for her misdeeds. A photograph of Wen Yang adorned her wall, marred by numerous scratches, particularly on the face, which had been cruelly defaced. This was a clear indication of Lin Chengcheng's deep-seated envy towards Wen Yang. The ringing of her phone startled Lin Chengcheng, and upon glancing at the incoming number, Her expression tensed, revealing a hint of apprehension. "Hello, Dad," she answered cautiously. "Find a way to lure Wen Yang out tomorrow," came her father's cold voice through the receiver. Lin Chengqing bit her lip. "I might not be able to get her out. You know she always opposes me. If you can draw her out, she will vanish from your life forever. Haven't you always wanted me to eliminate her? The opportunity is yours now. Do as you see fit." With that, when Yonghui ended the call, Lin Qingqing's heart raced, not from fear but from exhilaration. Her father was finally going to help her seek revenge. She would do everything in her power to lure Wen Yang out. A dreamless night passed.
Mom.
"I've made plans with Bainang and Tian to go shopping today. I won't be having breakfast." Early in the morning, Wen Yang donned casual attire with simple jeans, presenting a fresh and neat appearance. Her delicate features were bare of makeup. Her long hair styled into a high ponytail, exuding a sense of cleanliness. She carried only her phone, eschewing a bag, as she preferred to travel light.
Hey, Yang.
"Would you let sixth brother accompany you shopping? I happen to need some seasonal clothes as well, and I can help carry your things. Take me with you." When Shirhan called out as he chased after Wen Yang. Wen Yang frowned. "We're all girls. It would be inconvenient for you to tag along, sixth brother. Please don't follow us. I won't disturb you. I can keep my distance." Wen Yang pressed a hand against his chest, her expression serious as she insisted. "I've told you it's not suitable for you to follow. Stay home obediently, and if you're bored, go play games with your sister Qingqing."
Don't cling to me.
With that, she turned and briskly walked toward the door.
Ugh.
He doesn't even have muscles, just a skinny dog. When Shirhan stood forlornly at the door, tugging at his collar and inspecting his own physique, realizing that aside from his pale complexion, there was little to boast about. Did Yang prefer boys with muscles? Remembering their brother with the most robust build, third brother, he began to understand. It seemed his sister favored that type. At the entrance, when Yang hurried outside, only to unexpectedly encounter someone. "Why are you back?" Lin Chengqing, dressed in a pink dress and presenting a demure appearance, replied. "I heard sixth brother was back, so I came to see him. Are you going out?" A flicker of anxiety crossed Lin Chengqing's eyes. "What business is it of yours?" When Yang was disinclined to engage, wishing to preserve her good mood unaffected by Lin Chengqing, she stepped forward towards the neighboring house. Lin Chengqing, clutching her skirt, watched as Wen Yang entered the house next door. After a moment's contemplation, she hastily made her way into the Wen family villa. Inside, Wen Shirhan ascended the stairs, heading straight for Wen Shijin's room. As he pushed the door open, he caught sight of Wen Shijin changing clothes, revealing a tall, muscular physique, particularly defined chest and abdominal muscles. No wonder Wen Yang was attracted. He found himself appreciating it as well. "What are you staring at?" Wen Shijin felt uncomfortable under his younger brother's scrutinizing gaze and quickly donned his shirt, his expression frosty. "Who told you to enter without knocking?" Wen Shirhan awkwardly cleared his throat, shaking off the inappropriate thoughts in his head. "Third brother, I need your help. Can you find out where Yang has gone? What do you want with her? Can't you just ask her yourself?" Wen Shijin replied, focusing on tending to his injured arm. "I did ask, but she refused to acknowledge me." Wen Shirhan's tone was filled with lament. "Good for her," Wen Shijin retorted coldly. Wen Shirhan's expression turned even more forlorn. "Third brother, I'm begging you, just help me ask her. She will surely respond to you." Wen Shijin, somewhat flattered, agreed to help. "What do you need her for? If she doesn't want to speak with you, chasing after her is futile. But I still don't know how I ended up dead. Third brother, please. Not for my sake, I also want to apologize for my past biases and mend our sibling relationship. Just help me find out where she is." He clasped his hands together, pleading earnestly. Wen Shijin shot him a disdainful glance, but ultimately pulled out his phone to ask. He opened the chat window and typed, "Where are you?" Moments later, a reply appeared, "Out shopping and watching a movie at Guang'an Plaza with friends." "What's the matter, third brother?" Wen Shijin, upon seeing the response, held his phone up to Wen Shirhan's face. Jealousy flared within Wen Shirhan as he gazed at the words on the screen. We're both brothers. Why is there such a disparity in treatment? Wen Shijin replied to Wen Yang, "No worries, have fun." Seeing her response, "Got it. I'll bring you a gift when I return." He smiled and pocketed his phone, preparing to head downstairs. Wen Shirhan followed closely behind, admiring his older brother's impressive form, before asking, "Third brother, how did you build such muscles?" Wen Shijin paused momentarily, turning to regard him with an expression devoid of emotion. "Wen Shirhan, have you found yourself a girlfriend yet?" Wen Shirhan looked bewildered. "Not yet. Do you perhaps have a preference for men?" Wen Shijin's startling remark instantly set Wen Shirhan on edge. He exclaimed vehemently, "How could that be? I like women. I'm as straight as they come. A true straight man." Observing his fervent insistence on his sexual orientation, Wen Shijin couldn't shake the feeling that he was merely trying to cover up something deeper. Recalling the way he had looked at her moments earlier, she shot him a warning glare and declared, "You are henceforth forbidden from entering my room. Moreover, keep your distance." With that, she turned on her heel and swiftly descended the stairs, treating Wen Shirhan as though he were some repugnant thing. Wen Shirhan stood frozen in place. What did his third brother mean by that? Surely he couldn't believe that he harbored any inappropriate feelings towards him? He shouted in desperation, "I genuinely like women. I am truly straight." Wen Shijin quickened her pace. "Damn it." Wen Shirhan cursed under his breath. Downstairs, Lin Chengcheng entered the house and, upon spotting Wen Shijin, sweetly called out, "Third brother, have you had breakfast yet?"
Not yet.
Wen Shijin brushed past her, casting her a glance that was anything but lingering. Lin Chengcheng nervously twirled her fingers, her expression contorting with jealousy. Why was it that Wen Yang could elicit such special treatment from third brother? Moments later, she turned back, her face now composed, and inquired with a smile, "Is sixth brother upstairs?" "I heard he is back."
What does he want with me?
Wen Shirhan stood on the second-floor staircase, regarding Lin Chengcheng with an indifferent gaze. "Sixth brother," she exclaimed, her face lighting up as she bounded up the stairs. "I haven't seen you in ages. I've missed you. I watched your competition. You were as formidable as ever. In the finals, it was all thanks to you that we turned the tide. You were amazing." Had this been any other time, Wen Shirhan would have been flattered by her praise. However, since learning that Lin Chengcheng's arrival at their home was part of a scheme, any affection he once held for her had evaporated in an instant. He felt utterly blind for having allowed such a troublesome person to harm his beloved sister over the years. Wen Shirhan raised a hand to prevent her from getting closer. "Oh, you came just to tell me that?" Lin Chengcheng's expression stiffened. "Sixth brother, what's wrong with you?" "Nothing, perhaps I just haven't rested well." Wen Shirhan began to descend the stairs. "I have something to attend to, so feel free." Once downstairs, Wen Shirhan grabbed the car keys from the coffee table and informed Wen Shijin, "I'm heading to Guang'an Building to find Yang. Whose keys are these?" "I'll take them." Wen Shijin did not respond. The keys belonged to the seventh brother, not to him. After hastily finishing his breakfast, he too departed. He needed to pick up a new car today, as his old one had been totaled, and he couldn't be bothered to repair it. He would simply sell it for scrap. Lin Chengcheng stood at the top of the stairs, her smile fading, replaced by a sinister expression. "Guang'an Building, was it?" She pulled out her phone and sent a text to Wen Yonghui. "Wen Yang has gone to Guang'an Building." Watching the message send successfully, Lin Chengcheng smirked maliciously.
Wen Yang?
"Today is your destined day of demise. From now on, the Wen family shall belong to me. No one will ever dare to take what is rightfully mine again." Next door, as Wen Yang knocked on the door, she encountered Dongfang Baineng and Jiang Zhe just as they were exiting. She beamed brightly. "It seems we are quite in sync. I was just coming to find you, and here you are." Dongfang Baineng linked arms with her. "My brother is giving us a ride." Wen Yang turned her beautiful almond-shaped eyes, sparkling with mirth, towards Jiang Zhe. "What's the matter? Are you so worried about me taking her out?" "No, it's just on the way." Jiang Zhe gazed at her vibrant smile, as if he wished to etch it into his memory. "I'm heading to the airport. I thought I'd drop you two off." "Yang, may I call you that?" he asked.
Wen Yang nodded.
"Of course, call me whatever you wish." Jiang Zhe's lips curved into a smile. "I'll be abroad for a while. Could you help take care of Baineng?" "Abroad? Is he off to conquer his empire in Disvaya?" Wen Yang maintained her composure as she nodded. "Baineng and I are good friends. You can rest assured, Jiang Zhe. I will look after her. If she feels scared being home alone, I can even move in to keep her company. If Baineng doesn't mind," she added. Chapter 59. This is undoubtedly a significant benefit. "I don't mind, but I'm afraid I might disturb you," Dongfang Baineng said somewhat shyly. "That won't be an issue." Wen Yang glanced at her watch. "Let us get going. Tian Suite has already set off. We don't want to keep her waiting."
Okay.
Dongfang Baineng turned to Jiang Zhe. "Let us go, brother."
All right.
"Let us get in the car." Jiang Zhe was ushered into the back seat by the driver, while Wen Yang and Dongfang Baineng climbed in as well. Yang, may I add you on WeChat? In case I can't find Baineng later, I could ask you." "Of course." Wen Yang promptly took out her phone, opening the QR code screen for him to scan. With their friendship successfully established, Jiang Zhe felt a sense of satisfaction. He refrained from interrupting Wen Yang and Dongfang Bainang's conversation, instead stealing glances at her smiling face, a flicker of tenderness in his eyes. That smile only grew more enchanting the longer he gazed at it. Upon arriving at Guang'an Building, the car halted at the roadside. Wen Yang and Dongfang Bainang exited, waving goodbye to Jiang Zhe as they linked arms and walked into the building, chatting and laughing. Jiang Zhe waited until their figures vanished from sight before instructing the driver to depart. He managed to reunite with Su Tian Sweet smoothly. The three young women first indulged in a dim sum breakfast before embarking on a shopping spree, purchasing various clothing, jewelry, and bags. When Shirhan found them just as they emerged from a jewelry store, Wen Yang and her friends were linked arm in arm, each raising their other hands as they laughed, discussing the matching diamond bracelets adorning their wrists, a symbol of their enduring friendship. Finally found you. It was quite the search. When Shirhan panted, a pleasing smile on his face. Yang, let me carry your things. Noticing that all three young women were laden with shopping bags, he eagerly rushed over to assist. When Yang's smile faded slightly, feeling a bit disheartened. What are you doing here? I'm here to be your pack mule, my dear sisters. I can help carry your bags. When Shirhan grinned unabashedly. Just as Wen Yang was about to decline his offer and send him away, Su Tian Sweet pinched her, and then winked at her. Reluctantly, Wen Yang agreed, fine, you can tag along. When Shirhan's eyes lit up.
Great.
Hand everything over to me. Cherishing. This is my sixth brother. When Yang introduced him to Dongfang Bainang. Dongfang Bainang politely nodded at him. Mr. Wen. Please, no need for formality. Just call me sixth brother like Yang does, he said with a playful grin. So, lovely ladies, where shall we head next? Let us go buy swimsuits. We're going to the water park next week. How about that?
Su Tian Sweet suggested.
Wen Yang nodded enthusiastically. Sounds good. Bainang, do you want to go? I'm fine with that, Dongfang Bainang replied with a shy smile. Then, off we go to buy swimsuits. The three girls set off towards the swimwear store. Upon entering the shop, they each began to browse their preferred styles. Noticing Wen Yang lingering around the bikini section, when Shirhan quietly approached her and suggested, those are too revealing. They aren't suitable for you. Why not check out the options over by Bainang? Wen Yang turned to glare at him. Mind your own business. When Shirhan pouted, chastised into silence, reluctant to voice any further opinions. However, when he saw Wen Yang genuinely trying on a bikini, he couldn't help but grin, secretly snapping a photo on his phone to send to Wen Shijin. Third brother, my little sister wants to wear this swimsuit to the water park. Upon seeing the message, Wen Shijin, who was focused on driving, opened the chat with Wen Yang and replied, the swimsuit is too revealing. You're still young. It's not suitable for you. Change into something more modest. Wen Yang was about to make her payment when she read the message. Initially perplexed about how her third brother knew she was buying a swimsuit, she suddenly caught a glimpse of Wen Shirhan's guilty expression and quickly connected the dots. She exclaimed, are you out of your mind? Wen Shirhan lowered his eyes, not daring to utter a word. What's wrong? Su Tian was puzzled by her sudden outburst. Wen Yang huffed, irritated by some people's meddling. How bothersome. Su Tian and Dongfang Bainang exchanged glances at Wen Shirhan, remaining silent. Wen Yang shot Wen Shirhan a fierce glare, wondering why she had never noticed how annoying he could be.
Oh.
She had forgotten. Wen Shirhan had begun acting up a while ago to appease Lin Qingqing. She messaged Wen Shijin, third brother, I'm already in college. At my age, I can date. On the other end, he replied, that's still not acceptable. It's too revealing. Be good and change into something that won't attract unwanted attention. Wen Yang opened the typing interface, but hesitated to respond. Wen Shijin, observing the screen indication that she was typing, sent another message, be obedient. When are you going out? I can accompany you. Upon reading this, Wen Yang's mind drifted to her third brother's tantalizing physique, and she quickly replied, okay, I'll change right away. You better keep your word. This is a treat. Absolutely, a great benefit. Wen Shijin, lying is beneath a person. Satisfied, Wen Yang put her phone away, her earlier gloom dissipating as she cheerfully sought out a comparatively modest swimsuit and even selected a few pairs of swim trunks for Wen Shijin. When Shirhan followed behind, puzzled. What did third brother say to make her so happy? Clutching a black pair of swim trunks, Wen Yang's face lit up with excitement. This one is great. Third brother will look incredibly sexy in it. That sky blue one is nice too.
Oh.
And there are triangle ones. Let us buy them all. When Shirhan finally understood, she was picking out swim trunks for third brother, which is why when Shirjin had said he would join her, making Wen Yang so joyful. He cast a self-deprecating glance at his own physique, thinking, no way. To cheer up his sister, he needed to hit the gym. He too wanted to build a muscular physique that would make Wen Yang notice him. After purchasing the swimwear, the trio went to watch a newly released comedy film, which had everyone laughing until their stomachs hurt. They had lunch in the building before continuing their shopping spree in the afternoon. Wen Yang thoughtfully bought a watch for Wen Shijin, a silk scarf for Wen's mother, and a suit for her father. She also prepared small gifts for Wen Shiyan, Wen Shixiu, and Wen Shifeng. Those individuals had sent her money, so she felt it appropriate to buy a small gift to express her gratitude. When it came to Wen Shirhan, Wen Yang held up a pair of headphones and a keyboard, asking, which one do you like? Upon realizing she was asking him, Wen Shirhan perked up, eagerly inquiring, is it for me?
Wen Yang Jaswali no dead.
Overwhelmed with surprise, he replied softly, as long as it's from you. I like them both. Either one is fine. Wen Yang shot him a sidelong glance, choosing not to respond further, instead opting to purchase the headphones. Wen Shirhan happily followed behind her, elated. They continued shopping until after 3 in the afternoon, when Wen Yang started to feel fatigued, especially considering Wen Shirhan was burdened with numerous bags, nearly collapsing from exhaustion. If not for the fact that he had already sent some items to the car during lunch, he would have been carrying even more. They truly had a knack for shopping. He vowed never to accompany women on shopping trips again. It felt as if his feet would give out. Chapter 60, Kidnapping. Let's head home. I'm too tired. Su Tian, having worn heels to match her dress, was also feeling the strain on her feet. This was Dongfang Bainang's first shopping spree, and she was also starting to feel overwhelmed. I believe I'll sleep soundly tonight. Wen Yang smiled at the two, still feeling energetic. All right. I'm a bit tired too. Let us call it a day and head home to rest. Tomorrow I'll treat you both to dinner. Don't forget to come to my house. I definitely won't miss it. I can reschedule my plans, Su Tian replied cheerfully. Dongfang Bainang added, I can come over tomorrow during the day to help you out. Wen Yang linked her arm with hers, saying, sure, you can help me set the table. You don't need to worry about anything else. Then I'll come over early tomorrow to assist you. Okay, my two young ladies, let us head home. Wen Yang pulled both of them up and then turned to Wen Shirhan, sixth brother, where's your car? Can you give us a lift? Wen Shirhan thought to himself that they could finally leave and quickly replied, in the underground parking lot. Follow me. Su Tian glanced at the numerous bags he was carrying and felt a bit embarrassed. She and Dongfang Bainang took a few bags to help lighten his load. Seeing this, Wen Yang also grabbed a couple of shopping bags for herself. The four of them made their way to the parking lot, but just as they found the car, an unexpected incident occurred. A van sped toward them from nowhere, barreling directly at the four of them. Wen Yang, using her keen eyesight, noticed 5 burly men in the back of the vehicle, all with serious expressions, dressed in black suits, crew cuts, and sunglasses, their eyes locked onto their group. Wen Yang's expression changed. The newcomers were not friendly. Quick, hide. She swiftly opened the back door and shoved Dongfang Bainang inside. Before she could check on Su Tian, the van had already reached them. The door was flung open, and the 5 men stepped out, striding toward Wen Yang.
What do you want?
Wen Shirhan paled at the sight, but bravely pushed back against the approaching man in black.
Who are you?
He anxiously shielded Wen Yang behind him. The leading man showed no intention of conversing and swung his fist toward Wen Shirhan's face. Quick as lightning, Wen Yang pulled Wen Shirhan aside and kicked the man hard, sending him crashing backward. You two get inside the car. Lock the doors. Wen Yang commanded, stepping forward to confront the remaining 4 men. Wen Shirhan, watching Wen Yang charge forward, felt his heart race. Yang, call the police. Quickly. Frantically, Wen Shirhan took out his phone to call Wen Shijin. Before the call connected, he tossed the phone to Su Tian and, unable to leave Wen Yang's side, rushed to assist her. These burly men were skilled fighters, appearing like professional bodyguards. However, in Wen Yang's eyes, they were mere amateurs. Grabbing one of the men by the arm, she yanked him toward her, causing him to stumble. As he instinctively bent down, Wen Yang swiftly kneeled, delivering a crushing blow that echoed through the empty parking lot with a sharp crack as the man's rib was broken. He immediately cried out in agony, collapsing to the ground, writhing in pain. Wen Yang's movements were swift, decisive, and precise, each punch and kick bursting with explosive power.
Be careful, Yang.
A burly man attempted to launch a sneak attack while her defenses were momentarily lax, but Wen Shirhan swiftly detected the threat. rushing over to wrap his arms around the man's waist and shove him aside. As Wen Yang turned, she saw the man elbowing Wen Shirhan violently in the back, knocking him to the ground, his expression contorting in pain as he cried out, "Sixth brother." Wen Yang strode over to the hulking figure, closing the distance in mere moments. With just 2 moves, she landed a kick squarely in the man's groin, eliciting a cacophony of agonized howls. She helped Wen Shirhan to his feet, reprimanding him. "I told you to hide in the car. What are you doing here?" The footsteps of 2 remaining assailants approached from behind, and Wen Yang, with urgency, pushed him away, insisting it's better to call the police. "Your presence is nothing but a burden." As one of the men swung a punch, Wen Yang seemed to possess an uncanny awareness, tilting her head to evade the blow. She seized the man's outstretched arm and, using her shoulder as a fulcrum, wrenched it downward with force. A resounding crack echoed through the parking lot, startling Su Tian into a shriek. Glancing at her phone, which had just connected, she quickly exclaimed, "Help! Someone is trying to kidnap us. We are in the underground parking lot of Guang'an building." "Ah! Yang, be careful. He has a knife." Wen Shirhan's pale face shouted in alarm. Hearing the panic in their voices, Wen Shijin, filled with unprecedented worry, replied urgently, "I'm on my way with backup."
Hold on.
He hung up and called the criminal investigation team, driving at breakneck speed towards Guang'an building. Wen Yang had not anticipated that the opponent would wield a knife. But with her skills, she would only be cautious if he had a gun. A mere knife was no match. She dispatched it with a swift kick. Following this, she delivered a resounding slap, sending 2 of the man's teeth flying. The van driver, sensing the gravity of the situation, shouted, "We can't win. Retreat. Quickly." Those capable of moving stumbled toward the van. Yet, Wen Yang was determined not to let them escape and took off in pursuit.
"Ah!
Don't come over here."
Yang.
"Help!" From behind, Su Tian's terrified cries rang out as Wen Yang turned to see the injured man struggling towards Su Tian and the others, attempting to divert Wen Yang's attention and facilitate his companion's escape. Despite his agony, he was no match for Wen Shirhan, who had already subdued him with just 2 punches. Wen Yang cursed under her breath, "Useless." Without hesitation, she removed her shoes and hurled one at the man. The sneaker spun through the air with astonishing speed, striking him squarely in the face and knocking him to the ground, right in front of Su Tian. Su Tian let out another scream, instinctively gripping her phone tighter. With her other hand, she removed her own shoe, grasping the toe and using the heel to strike the man's head repeatedly while simultaneously screaming, creating a comically chaotic scene. However, Wen Yang had no time to indulge in the spectacle. Those who dared to provoke her would pay the price. Escape was not an option. Noticing that Wen Shirhan had risen to control the man, she turned to chase after the group that had boarded the van and closed the door. As the vehicle roared to life, Wen Yang reached the side of the van just in time. She concentrated all her strength into her right leg, delivering a powerful kick to the side of the van. The force of her blow was so immense that it flipped the vehicle over. Not far off, a wealthy second-generation heir was excitedly filming with his phone. Witnessing the sheer power of Wen Yang's kick, he exclaimed in disbelief, "What the hell?" Chapter 61. Wen Yang's pants split. The rich kid exclaimed, "What on earth? Is this girl even human? Small and slender, how could she possess such strength? She acts like a Barbie on steroids." Meanwhile, as the van crashed to the ground with a deafening thud, the sound echoed hauntingly in the vast parking lot, drowning out some of the more embarrassing noises. After kicking the van, Wen Yang stood frozen, as if under a spell, legs tightly closed and standing upright, her expression stiff, a clear indication of her discomfort. Wen Shirhan, watching her immobile stance, asked with concern, Yang, what's wrong? Get away. They're coming out." Yet, Wen Yang remained still, her mind blank as she cast a faint glance at the emerging men, none of whom dared to approach. One by one, they crawled out from the overturned van, staggering toward the exit. The only one unscathed was the driver. This time, Wen Yang didn't pursue. Instead, she was preoccupied with thoughts of how to walk without revealing the tear in her pants. Damn it. If I had known there would be a fight today, I wouldn't have worn jeans. That last kick was too forceful, and now there's a huge rip. I can feel the cool air creeping, and what do I do? So embarrassing. Is my backside exposed? Help. Is there anyone who can save me from this impending social disaster? Wen Shirhan, unaware, thought she was simply in shock from the fight. He couldn't help but smile, though the action caused pain to shoot through his injured face, twisting his expression. In a fit of rage, He struck the man beneath his foot again, snarling, "Get up and fight me again, you scoundrel." The man, humiliated and filled with rage, glared with bloodshot eyes, disdain etched across his features. "If it weren't for that girl, I could have taken on 8 of you." He spat. "What a joke. Bullying me with numbers.
Hey,
You still dare to talk back?" When Shirhan landed 2 more kicks on him.
stop.
"The police are coming," Su Tian exclaimed, as a swarm of officers surged into the entrance, perfectly blocking the fleeing men. "Don't move. Police. Freeze. Get down and put your hands on your heads. Yang." Wen Shijin parked the car and rushed out, scanning for Wen Yang's figure. Upon spotting her standing still, he hurried over.
Yang?
"What's wrong? Are you hurt? Let me see." When Wen Yang was pulled by him, she hesitated to move, her legs tightly pressed together. With a couple of bounces, she found herself buried in Wen Shijin's embrace. He assumed she was frightened and comforted her. "Don't be scared. Your third brother is here. It's all right." Wen Yang clutched his shirt. Her face flushed as she whispered, "Third brother, can you give me your jacket? My pants are torn." Wen Shijin paused. Wen Yang shook his jacket. Her voice barely audible. "Third brother, please don't let anyone know. It's so embarrassing." He offered a resigned smile, removing his outer coat and handing it to her, using his other hand for balance. Wen Yang slipped it on, zipping it up. Given Wen Shijin's height, the coat fell to her knees, effectively concealing her embarrassment. However, as she stepped forward, the draft from the tear still made her uncomfortable. Meeting Wen Shijin's amused gaze, she took a deep breath. "You must promise not to tell anyone." "Okay, I won't say a word," he assured, gently patting her head. "Are you hurt?" Wen Yang, with an air of pride, lifted her chin defiantly. "How could I possibly be hurt? I could take on 8 of those trashy guys." With a sense of triumph, Wen Yang had inadvertently overlooked a minor issue during this period. She had never learned any self-defense techniques in front of the Wen family throughout her life. Yet, she was now exhibiting remarkable fighting skills, and not a single member of the Wen family seemed curious about it. Her mind was consumed with thoughts of the plot and how to accomplish her tasks, causing her to neglect such trivial details. "Captain Wen, we have apprehended the suspect," an officer reported. Wen Shijin's expression shifted instantly, turning frigid. "Take him back to the station." The two approached Wen Shirhan and the others. Su Tian was merely putting on her shoes. She had only been startled and was otherwise unharmed. Dongfang Bainang had also exited the vehicle to assist in subduing the assailants, and she too had escaped injury, while Wen Shirhan bore serious wounds. His handsome face was swollen, his lips stained with blood, and the pain from the blow to his back inflicted by a brute left him feeling as if his insides were aflame. When Yang recalled his reckless rush to help her and frowned, "I told you to stay in the car, yet you came out anyway? You can't possibly fight them. Why attempt to play the hero?" When Shirhan looked dejected, "I was worried you couldn't handle them. Besides, as your brother, how could I just stand by while someone bullied you? Even if I couldn't win, I could at least help you resist. Have you been playing too many tank games? You coming out only drags me down." When Yang retorted, though she still approached to examine his injuries. Using her X-ray vision, she inspected his back and sighed in relief. "Thankfully, they're just superficial wounds. A bit of medicine will suffice." "What a fool. Yang, do you know those assailants? Were they targeting you?" When Shijin inquired, glancing at the suspects being led to the police car. When Yang shook her head. "I don't know them, but I am certain they were after me. Moreover, it seems they intended to capture me alive, rather than simply assault me. Could it be that the siblings Jiang Yu and Jiang Zhizhi are behind this? How persistent they are. Have they truly hired professional bodyguards to teach me a lesson?" When Shijin's gaze deepened as he spoke quietly, "You all head home first. I will follow up at the police station." "All right," When Yang nodded. When Shirhan, leaning against the car door and in evident pain, said, "I think I need to go to the hospital, and I might not be able to drive." When Yang, Su Tian, and Dongfang Bainang exchanged glances. None of them had driver's licenses. When Shijin sighed, "Fine, I'll take you back." Once they were all in the car and had just exited the parking lot, When Shijin received a call from the police station requesting Wen Yang to come in for a statement. He acknowledged and drove them to the station. Upon arrival, the assailants had already been brought in. Outside the interrogation room, an officer approached Wen Shijin, reporting, "Captain, those individuals just confessed. They claim they only intended to rob, not to kidnap." "Robbery?" Wen Shijin clearly doubted this claim. Who would believe someone in a suit would rob? "Continue the interrogation." "Wen Yang, do you remember me?" A female officer approached, smiling at Wen Yang. Wen Yang's eyes sparkled with recognition. Of course. Your sister Chun-Lin. Chun-Lin beamed. I'm glad you remember. Come with me. I just need to ask you a few questions, and it will be over quickly. Okay. Wen Yang followed her. Chapter 62. A Tragically Grim Life. In less than 10 minutes, Wen Yang emerged, having answered Chun-Lin's questions about whether she had offended anyone recently. She recounted her conflicts with Jiang Ziji and Jiang Yu at school, as well as the incident where she had beaten up a group of star athletes outside the school gate. Due to the broad scope of her responses and the lack of useful leads, they allowed her to leave. Let us go, third brother, Wen Yang said, approaching Wen Shijin. Wen Shijin wrapped an arm around her shoulders. All right, let's go. As they headed toward the exit, several individuals hurriedly entered. The middle-aged man leading the group was immediately addressed respectfully by an officer, deputy director. As he passed by Wen Shijin, he nodded solemnly, Director Huang. Wen Yang scrutinized the balding deputy director Huang, her eyes narrowing. Deputy Director Huang? ISNT, he a close associate of Wen Yonghui, a protector of the underworld? He is indeed someone Wen Yonghui personally elevated, not only as an informant keeping an eye on third brother but also as a key figure in his network. Wen Shijin's gaze, which had been lowered, suddenly displayed astonishment. What did this mean? The implications of her words were quite significant. The informant third uncle had placed beside him was none other than Deputy Director Huang. What did that imply about Wen Yonghui and his biological father? Was third uncle not the biological son of their grandfather? Wen Yang, oblivious to Wen Shijin's unusual expression, continued to ponder the plot. This Deputy Director Huang is certainly no good. To ascend to his position, he employed numerous and scrupulous tactics. Among his accolades, one notable achievement was awarded a first-class merit for dismantling a drug trafficking gang, a task that was actually aided by Wen Yonghui. Wen Yonghui had secretly engaged in numerous illicit enterprises, with narcotics being one of them. To take control of the drug trade in Shanghai City, he collaborated with Deputy Director Huang to eliminate the previous liaison, resulting in Huang receiving first-class merit, while he became the new liaison for drug dealings in Shanghai City. With this first-class merit, Deputy Director Huang successfully secured his position, subsequently providing cover for Wen Yonghui. While they appear unrelated publicly, they share a profound bond in private, ironclad. Wen Shijin was profoundly shaken by this revelation, tightening his grip on Wen Yang's shoulder, inadvertently causing her discomfort, which interrupted her reflection on the plot. Third brother, what's wrong? Wen Yang inquired, touching the hand that was squeezing her shoulder, looking up at him. Nothing at all. Wen Shijin replied softly, Yang. Could you wait a moment longer? I need to see what instructions the deputy director has.
Sure.
Wen Yang nodded, leading Su Tian and Dongfang Baineng to sit on a nearby bench. Wen Shijin clenched his fists, discreetly signaling to Wen Shihan, who had also caught wind of Wen Yang's earlier thoughts. Despite the pain coursing through him, he managed to maintain a serious expression as he joined them. Deputy Director Huang first cast a glance at Wen Yang and her companions before nodding at Wen Shijin. Finally, he turned to the group and asked, I hear you apprehended a few robbers? Deputy Director, a group attacked a victim in the underground parking lot of Guang'an Building. After we apprehended them, they confessed they only intended to rob. However, their identities are suspicious and do not align with typical robbers. I believe further interrogation is warranted. Wen Shijin suppressed his unease and calmly recounted the events. Those girls are the victims? Deputy Director Huang glanced at Wen Yang, his gaze peculiar. Despite there being 4 individuals with her, he consistently focused solely on her. Wen Yang narrowed her eyes. Logically, if this were a standard robbery case, it wouldn't warrant the Deputy Director's personal involvement. His peculiar interest in me raises questions. Could those who attempted to capture me be connected to this old man? Wen Yang pondered. Deputy Director Huang is affiliated with Wen Yonghui. Could it be that Wen Yonghui intends to eliminate me on behalf of his daughter Lin Chengcheng, sending someone to capture me, only to be met with my counterattack? Suddenly, the old man approached. Could it be that Wen Yonghui wishes for him to safeguard those who attempted to capture me? The bodyguards, indeed, displayed a measure of intelligence. They did not claim that their intent was abduction, but rather unanimously acknowledged that they merely sought to commit robbery. The charge of robbery is considerably less severe than that of kidnapping. Given their current circumstances, they would likely only be deemed as having attempted robbery, suffering a rebuttal instead, which would result in a lenient sentence of perhaps 3 years in prison along with a monetary fine. If they have backing, they might even secure a reduced sentence, paying a heftier fine, and emerging in a year or so. However, should it be classified as kidnapping, the nature of the crime would vastly differ. Vice Director Huang must be striving to frame this incident as an attempted robbery. Interrogation is indeed necessary, yet if the perpetrators refuse to acknowledge any ulterior motives, we cannot wrongfully accuse them or impose an unjust conviction. Vice Director Huang spoke with calm assurance. Wen Shijin clenched his teeth, realizing that Wen Yang had been correct. This Vice Director Huang was indeed here to protect them. However, if the other party steadfastly insists on robbery, there is little he can do. Yes, I understand. Though resentment brewed within Wen Shijin, he had no choice but to concede. The victim is your sister, is she not? I comprehend your desire to protect your family. Yet we must also uphold fairness in dealing with criminals. Vice Director Huang gently patted Wen Shijin on the shoulder, reminding him that he had yet to recover from his injuries. The Bureau has granted you leave. You should return home and focus on your recovery. Allow others to take charge of this case. Worrying too much will only impede your healing. With that, Vice Director Huang departed. Wen Shijin, expressionless, brushed his shoulder where Huang had touched him, begrudgingly acquiescing to his superior's arrangement. He approached Wen Yang and murmured, "It's all right, let us go." Wen Yang understood him and beckoned Su Tian and Dongfang Baineng to leave together. As they stood up, she inadvertently made eye contact with Vice Director Huang once more, prompting Wen Yang to discreetly avert her gaze. Speaking of which, this old Dingxi is indirectly responsible for the demise of third brother. Later, third brother would inadvertently stumble upon a drug trafficking ring intending to conduct a transaction in Shanghai City. When reporting it, the old Dingxi, in order to prevent third brother from uncovering Wen Yonghui, tipped off the drug dealers. They had captured the already ailing mother Wen, the blind eighth brother, and the sixth brother, who had been slandered for taking bribes to fix matches, using them as leverage to lure third brother into a trap, ultimately leading to his death at the hands of the drug dealers. It is a tragedy that mother Wen, despite her age and well-maintained appearance, nearly faced humiliation. Eighth brother and sixth brother were brutally beaten to death while trying to protect her, and mother Wen, in despair, took her own life. When Shirhan's heart raced, he realized how third brother had met his end, and before his demise, he had been wrongfully accused of accepting bribes to rig matches. Such a tragic existence. Wen Shijin, walking ahead, felt his heart wrench. His two younger brothers, eighth and sixth, had perished because of him. Third uncle, you are indeed steeped in sin. I vow to uncover every piece of evidence against you and bring you to justice. And as for Vice Director Huang, I shall not spare him either. Chapter 63. A Shocking Secret. Upon exiting, Wen Yang noticed the absence of several familiar faces and casually inquired, "Where's Brother Xiao? What about that Wang Yuling, who clashed with me last time?" Wang Yuling has been reassigned. Xiao Yinan should be in his department. Since no homicide occurred, he is generally not needed. Wen Shijin replied as he opened the car door for her. The group then departed for the hospital.
Ouch.
Be gentle. Be gentle.
Ah.
It's going to break. Brother, ease up, I can't take it anymore. In the examination room, Wen Shirhan lay on the hospital bed, wailing incessantly, while Wen Shishio applied ointment to the bruises on his back. Wen Yang and the others sat in the corridor, and as Wen Shishio continued to tend to his brother's wounds, he asked, "What happened? How did Xiao Lu and the others get hurt? Are you all right, Yang Yang?" Wen Shijin shook his head, his expression grave as he said, "Second brother, I believe I have uncovered a monumental secret hidden by third uncle." He then relayed all he had just heard from Wen Yang to Wen Shishio. As expected, when Wen Shishio learned that third uncle might not be grandfather's biological son, he was utterly taken aback, pausing his actions in disbelief. Once he regained his composure, the pressure of his hands intensified, causing Wen Shirhan to tense up and cry out, "Ah! It hurts, second brother, ease up." When Shishio glanced outside the examination room, lightly patted Wen Shirhan, and whispered, "Keep calling out, don't stop." After that, he conferred with Wen Shijin amidst Wen Shirhan's continuous cries, "I will find a way to arrange for a paternity test between third uncle and grandfather. I have always been puzzled by third uncle's cruelty towards us. Today, upon hearing that he may not be grandfather's biological son, everything makes perfect sense. Because he is not a blood relative, he may have never felt familial affection, only a desire to exploit us. He covets the Wen family enterprise. Unwilling to settle for a mere fraction of shares, he desires the entirety of the Wen family. Do not forget to mention this in the group chat. And leave the paternity test to me," Wen Shishio instructed. Wen Shijin nodded, "I understand. You should expedite the search for evidence." Third uncle harbors resentment towards Yang Yang due to Lin Qingqing being expelled, and today's incident could very well be his doing. To prevent him from further harming our family, we must act swiftly to eliminate this malignant tumor. Only by obtaining substantial evidence can we convince grandfather. Otherwise, given his favoritism towards third uncle, he would be unlikely to believe us. Additionally, you may have a spy from third uncle among you, so remember to be discreet and avoid detection. When Shortstory pulled out a tissue to wipe his hands and replied, I believe I have identified who the spy is. Through days of covert observation, I have formed a hypothesis, and I have made significant discoveries, pending verification. Perhaps I can even help you achieve some performance metrics. When Shurjin frowned, what is going on? When Shortstory whispered, I suspect our department's deputy director is illegally buying and selling eggs outside. Ever since Yang mentioned that each of us brothers has a spy from third uncle, I have been keeping a close watch and discovered that the deputy director has ties to a small clinic. That clinic is not an ordinary establishment. It engages in surrogacy and the illicit trade of eggs. However, I have yet to find concrete evidence. When Shurjin's pupils constricted, Yang had said that third uncle is secretly involved in many illicit enterprises. It is highly likely they are all part of the same scheme. I will also investigate this matter discreetly. You must protect yourself. All signs indicate that third uncle is not a simple man. He may be entangled with dark forces. So ensuring your safety during the investigation is paramount. When Shortstory patted his third brother's shoulder, concerned as he cautioned him. When Shurjin said nothing, merely nodding in agreement. After their discussion, when Shortstory slapped Wen Shurhan's pristine back, all right, stop pretending to be dead, get up. When Shurhan's voice was hoarse, brother, what about my face? His face was swollen from the beating. When Shortstory replied, it's nothing serious. Just apply an ice pack when we get home, and it will subside in a couple of days. Honestly, with your build, you shouldn't be unable to withstand a couple of punches. You're too weak. Don't just focus on gaming. Get some exercise, you twig. Being called a twig for the second time made Wen Shurhan's mood plummet. He gritted his teeth and declared, starting tomorrow, I'll work out and learn combat sports. I'll definitely train to be as strong as third brother. Then Yang will surely see me in a new light. You? When Shurjin scoffed disdainfully, the contempt practically overflowing from his eyes. When Shurhan retorted, what's wrong with that? Did Sangha believe that Yang's kindness stemmed from his character? How mistaken he was. Her affection was merely a consequence of her admiration for his physique. Had he not possessed that muscular frame, would Yang have paid him any heed, given his previous indifference toward her? If you doubt my assertion, go ahead and test it. See if Wen Yang shows any inclination towards other well-built men. If I am wrong, I shall eat my words upside down. When Shurjin's countenance darkened, finding it hard to refute the claim, as he too suspected that Wen Yang's goodwill might simply be an appreciation of his physique rather than a fondness for him as a person. With a mixture of embarrassment and irritation, he shot a fierce glare at the speaker. And so what? Even if her admiration was solely for my muscles, I remain her closest elder brother, a fact that cannot be altered. If you wish for Yang to treat you well, perhaps you should dedicate 2 or 3 years to training, you scrawny fellow. He turned and exited the consultation room. When Shurhan was truly at his wit's end, exclaiming, I will surely win Yang over. Once the two had departed, when Shortstory instinctively lifted his shirt to inspect his abdomen. He had been engaging in moderate fitness routines alongside his work, possessing abs, albeit not prominently defined. He pondered whether he should intensify his workouts and develop his muscles further. Perhaps then Wen Yang might spare him a glance. In the hospital corridor, Wen Yang sat idly, while Su Tian, engrossed in her videos, suddenly erupted into uncontrollable laughter.
Casting an odd glance at Wen Yang.
What's the matter? Have you lost your mind?
Wen Yang asked, utterly perplexed. Su Tian, covering her mouth,
could hardly contain her mirth, and with a mischievous gleam in her eyes, inquired, Yang, did you really rip your pants? No wonder she had stood frozen at that moment, quickly donning someone else's clothing. It all made sense now. When Yang's face stiffened, instinctively clenching her legs together, her voice trembling. How did you find out? Unable to restrain her laughter, Su Tian let out a hearty laugh. Even Dongfang Bainang struggled to suppress a smile. She handed her phone to Wen Yang. Look, you've gone viral. Upon taking the phone, Wen Yang merely swore. Some scoundrel had uploaded her fight video online, and it seemed the viewers had keenly noticed her ripped pants. They had even magnified her mortified expression as she stood there awkwardly, due to the angle of the shot. It captured her from the side, perfectly showcasing the threads bursting from her backside.
Wen Yang felt utterly humiliated.
Blushing furiously, she exclaimed, if I find out who uploaded this video, I swear I will make them pay. Chapter 64. A moment of embarrassment heard around the world. Among those who viewed the video was Wen Yang. Zhou Sheng, furrowing his brows, dared not meet Wen Yonghui's gaze directly, quietly reporting, "I didn't expect Wen Yang to be so skilled. 5 professional thugs couldn't even capture her. It's my fault for not investigating her background thoroughly." Wen Yonghui, not a fool by any means, could tell from the video that it wasn't Zhou Sheng's fault, and even he was surprised by his niece's prowess. "It's not your fault. Has the police department resolved the matter?" "Yes, they have. Deputy Director Huang personally called to inform that they were convicted of attempted robbery and sentenced to 1 year and 8 months. Wen Yonghui wearily rubbed his temples, feeling as though nothing was going smoothly of late. "Sir, what shall we do about the young master, since we can't capture the culprits?" Zhou Sheng also worried about the young master's well-being. Wen Yonghui was about to suggest he would think of a solution when his phone rang. Glancing at the caller ID, he swiped to answer. "Sir, we have found a suitable heart for the young master. Shall we arrange for the surgery immediately?" Sitting up straight, Wen Yonghui responded, "What are we waiting for? Schedule the surgery at once." To his surprise, the hospital had found a compatible heart without any hassle, alleviating him from having to keep an eye on Si Yanting and Wen Yang. After hanging up, he remarked, "The heart has been located. No need for further action. Let us keep a low profile for a while. Wen Yonghui has been quite active at the company. Don't let him catch wind of this." "That's good. I feel reassured now that it's been found." Zhou Sheng also exhaled in relief. Wen Yonghui stroked his chin, contemplating his elder brother's family. He felt it was time to pay them a visit. Moreover, he found Wen Yang quite intriguing. Back in the car, Wen Yang maintained a stern expression, while Su Tian continued to unabashedly mock her. Taking a deep breath, Wen Yang implored, "Stop laughing. I'm sorry, Yang, but I can't help it." Su Tian chuckled, clutching her stomach as tears of laughter glistened in her eyes. The other occupants in the vehicle shared amused expressions, though none dared to laugh as openly as she did. Wen Yang, feeling aggrieved, said, "Sweetie, I've been utterly humiliated, and you're still laughing at me? That's simply too much. Are we still good friends? Look at Ning. She's not laughing." Dongfang Baining promptly suppressed her smile, recalling all her past grievances to keep her lips from curling upwards. It's all right. Su Tian showed her phone, stating, "In just a few minutes. It seems the entire internet is sharing your embarrassing video. Some have even edited it to highlight the moment your pants ripped. Look, the comments online aren't solely mocking. Many have turned into fans, praising your skills. Some even wish to seek you as a mentor." Su Tian wrapped her arms around Wen Yang, exclaiming, "Why don't you create an account? I guarantee you'll amass a significant following." Wen Yang pushed her phone away, dismissively stating, "I fear the backlash would be just as considerable. If I were to create a verified account, I can only imagine the flood of insults in my DMs. Oh please. What public figure doesn't he have a few trolls? It's not a big deal."
Su Tian replied nonchalantly.
Finally arriving home, the driver from the Su family awaited to take Su Tian back. Wen Yang exited the vehicle, clutching her clothing as she hurried inside. Su Tian opened the trunk to retrieve her shopping bags, calling after Wen Yang, "I'll come early to help you tomorrow." "Got it," Wen Yang replied before darting into the house. Upon entering, she found her mother and Wen Shiyan in the living room. Perhaps it was just her imagination, but she felt their gazes linger on her attire, their expressions betraying a struggle to contain their amusement. The way Wen Shiyan's nostrils flared indicated he was suppressing laughter. Wen Yang gritted her teeth. "If you wish to laugh, just let it out. Don't stifle yourselves. Truly, 10 years of pride go unnoticed. Yet a moment of disgrace is known to all. That little rascal who secretly recorded the video better not cross my path. Otherwise, I'll make him regret it." Unable to hold back, Wen's mother burst into laughter. She approached Yang, "Are you hurt?" Though she couldn't suppress her laughter, her concern was genuine. Wen Yang shook her head. "No, I'm going to change upstairs." Avoiding her mother, she dashed up the stairs. Behind her, Wen Shijin and Wen Shihan entered, carrying the spoils of Wen Yang's day, while Su Tian had already left and Dongfang Baining had returned home. Wen's mother helped take some bags, exclaiming, "Wow. Did you buy all this?" "All of it belongs to Wen Yang," Wen Shihan replied, his face resembling that of a pig after a bout of embarrassment. Wen's mother glanced at him, laughing even harder. "Oh dear, son, how did you end up so unfortunate? Are you all right, little dog?"
"Mom,"
Wen Shihan cried out, genuinely irked by the term little dog. Ignoring his mother's teasing, Wen Shihan headed to the kitchen to fetch ice for his face. Before long, Father Wen and the seventh brother, Wen Shifeng, returned, while Wen Shixiu was on night duty and would not be joining them for dinner. Upon seeing his sixth brother's face, Wen Shifeng exclaimed in astonishment, "Who did this to you, sixth brother?" Wen Shihan was reluctant to bring it up, feeling quite embarrassed about the incident. It was only after Wen Shiyan handed his phone to Wen Shifeng and he viewed the video that he grasped the full context of what had transpired. Immediately after, a flurry of message notifications erupted in their group chat. Wen Shijin, having settled down, shared all the day's events in the chat. Upon reading the messages, laughter was entirely absent. Father Wen displayed an expression of disbelief, questioning the authenticity of the news. Wen Shijin poured himself a glass of water and reassured him. Second brother will take swift action, just wait for the updates, Dad. Father Wen tightened his grip on his phone, struggling to comprehend that Wen Yonghui was not the biological son of the old patriarch. He muttered to himself, no wonder. No wonder he was so merciless towards them. It all made sense now. Reflecting on the old patriarch's affection towards him felt profoundly ironic. In the group chat, when Xiu happened to have some time, typing away, my goodness, is the world about to change? I was only away for half a month, and now even third uncle isn't a blood relative. When Xinian added, this is terrifying. I happened to see third uncle before returning to school. He was smiling and reminding me to take good care of myself at school. Now, thinking back on his smile, it sends chills down my spine. When Shiyan cautioned, third uncle is quite shrewd. You all should be mindful when meeting him in the future. When Shixiu tagged Father Wen, stating, I require a sample of third uncle's hair or blood for verification. Saliva will suffice as well. Father Wen replied, I understand. I'll find a way to obtain it. He frequently encountered Wen Yonghui at the office and had shared lunch with him recently, maintaining a facade of normalcy without revealing any signs of suspicion. Wen Yonghui had inquired about personnel changes, and Father Wen had skillfully deflected the questions. Dad, you're back. Wen Yang appeared at the staircase after changing clothes, prompting everyone in the living room to put away their phones. Yang, what did you buy while shopping today? Have you spent all your money? Let me transfer some more to you. Father Wen inquired with a warm smile. Chapter 65. Father Wen's Pressure. Father Wen was always a man of action. Without hesitation, he picked up his phone and transferred 5 million to Wen Yang, urging her to buy whatever she liked without holding back, assuring her that he could earn more. Wen Yang's eyes sparkled as she took out her phone, silently accepting the transfer, her mood instantly brightening.
Thank you, Dad.
She sweetly expressed her gratitude. Indeed, it's Father Wen, a true man of action. No wonder he caught Mom's eye, who wouldn't fall for such a charming demeanor. Mother Wen glanced at Father Wen with a smile in her eyes, radiating warmth. When Shiyan, observing this, chuckled, Dad, at least leave us some opportunities. Your actions make us older brothers seem quite inadequate. Saying this, he produced a card and handed it to Wen Yang. This is my supplementary card. It has no limit. Take it and spend it as you wish. Wen Yang's lips curled up as she eagerly accepted the supplementary card, thanking him with a beaming smile. Thank you, Big Brother. I recall Lin Chengcheng also has a supplementary card from Big Brother. Just how many does he have? When Shiyan's expression faltered as he realized,
How could I have forgotten about that?
I must cancel that card tomorrow. His money is not meant for outsiders. When Shifeng gazed at his older brother with a hint of resentment, Brother, you're criticizing Dad, but you haven't left us younger brothers any chances either. None of the other brothers were as affluent as Big Brother, but they were all capable of supporting themselves. Suddenly, when Shijin, sitting on the sofa, produced his wallet and handed Wen Yang his salary card. This is my salary card. I haven't touched it since the day I received my salary. There's not much money in it, but it's a token of my affection. Buy whatever you like.
What?
I can't accept this. I need to save it for my sister-in-law. Wen Yang protested, clutching the salary card in disbelief. I can't take this. It belongs to Brother Xiao. What would that mean? When Shijin's face darkened, wishing he could knock some sense into her head and tell her that he had no affection for Xiao Yinan, nor any interest in men. Just take it. You accepted Dad's money and Big Brother's card. Are you rejecting mine as if it's not enough?
Wen Yang quickly replied.
Of course not. But if you give me your salary card, how will you manage? I already have enough from Dad and Big Brother. You should keep this for yourself. When Shijin insisted, it's fine, spend it. I'm using Dad's money anyway. Father Wen provided his sons with a monthly allowance for their spending.
Wen Yang remarked.
Dad, can you not present living off your parents so boldly? When Yang added, then I'll hold on to this card for you and give it to my sister-in-law later. You're spending Dad's money. What do you mean later? If you mention my sister-in-law again, I will be quite upset, Wen Shijin interrupted her. Fine. Witnessing the exchange, Wen Shijin, not wanting to back down, pulled out his wallet and presented a card with a grin, saying, Yang, this is all the prize money I've earned from competitions. It's all for you. I don't want it. I have enough money. Wen Yang attempted to decline. But Wen Shijin insisted, you've already accepted Big Brother and Third Brother's gifts. You must accept mine too, or else I'll cry. Wen Yang. Seeing his silly face, Wen Yang suddenly smiled, understanding their gestures today were attempts to atone for past grievances. Considering that Wen Shijin had bravely defended her earlier and now looked at her with sincerity, she reluctantly accepted the offer. However, forgiving them for their previous favoritism towards Lin Chengcheng was out of the question. She could not do so without reservations. Am I really supposed to accept this? Wen Yang raised an eyebrow, holding the card. Of course. You can spend Sixth Brother's money freely. From now on, all my prize money will be deposited on this card. Buy whatever you desire, Wen Shijin said, gazing at her expectantly. It was wrong of me to take your things. I will retrieve everything from Lin Chengcheng. No need. Wen Yang dismissed it. I don't want things that others have used. It makes me uncomfortable. She accepted the cards, though whether she would use them in the future remained uncertain. Seeing that his brothers had contributed, Wen Shijin felt compelled to do the same and pulled out his salary card. Little sister, this is mine. I was impulsive once and hurt you. If you still hold a grudge, feel free to kick me. Wen Yang feigned a smile. Do you think I wouldn't want to kick you? That kick left me bruised.
Ha!
Seventh brother, how could you say such things? My sister could never hold a grudge against you, she said insincerely, extending her hand to accept the card, stacking it with the 3 she already held. Wen Shijin lowered his head in shame. I'm sorry. I want to do it again. Yang, Mom also has a card. You should take that too. Mother Wen offered her card. Father Wen observed keenly from the side, realizing it was also a card he had given Mother Wen. Goodness, it seems they are indulging their daughter and spoiling their younger sister, while I'm the one footing the bill. It appears I must earn more. Otherwise, this entire family will be a financial burden. Reflecting on the shares in Wen Yonghui's hands, a flicker of sternness crossed Father Wen's eyes. That belonged to the Wen family, and he had no right to take it. Wen Yang quietly gathered all the cards and casually tucked them into her pocket before approaching the pile of shopping bags to rummage for items. Mom, this is the silk scarf I bought for you.
Dad.
Today, I picked out a suit for you. What do you think? Does it fit well? This cufflink is for my elder brother. The fountain pen is for my second brother. This watch is a gift for my third brother. And this tie is for my seventh brother. The headphones are for my sixth brother. After distributing the gifts, Wen Yang carried the remaining items and cheerfully declared, the rest are all for me. I'll take them back to my room first. With that, she scampered upstairs. The Wen family was pleasantly surprised to find they had gifts. Each person held their own with wide grins. Wen Shijin opened his box to reveal a stunning deep blue watch. He eagerly removed the one from his wrist and donned the new one, admiring it as he spun around, utterly delighted. Wen Shijin glanced at the tie in his hands, a smile curving his lips. It seems my little sister has a good eye. Wen Shijin radiated warmth. My cufflinks are quite splendid as well. Their mother tied the scarf around her neck, satisfaction dancing on her lips. How thoughtful, and the style and color are just to my liking. I can't believe Yang remembered my size.
Dear.
I shall wear this to the office tomorrow. Their father glanced at the suit's size, a look of contentment gracing his features. Wen Shijin refrained from opening his gift, having already seen it at the mall. Their mother, bubbling with joy, tucked away the scarf and called for the housekeeper. All right. Let us put everything away and call Yang down for dinner. Wen Shijin snapped a photo with his phone and shared it in the group chat, captioning it, Yang bought this. Her taste is impeccable. Wen Xinyan replied with confusion. Wen Shijin, with a crescent smile, also posted a photo. I have one too. Wen Shijin exclaimed, what have I missed? Following suit, Wen Shijin, their mother, their father, and Wen Shijin all shared photos. The others in the group, feeling envious, hurriedly inquired, what about mine? Wen Shijin replied, there's one for Shijin, but no one else. Wen Shijin declared, I've arranged for someone to cover my shift. I'm heading home now. Chapter 66, A Selfless Sacrifice. Returning to her room, Wen Yang unpacked her purchases, neatly organizing everything, hanging clothes and tidying up. Once finished, she carried the trash downstairs, noticing her mother sitting in the living room. Mom, when do we eat?
I'm hungry.
Soon, just 5 more minutes, your second brother is on his way home. We'll eat when he arrives, her mother replied. Wen Yang responded with an "oh," stepped outside, and disposed of the trash in a nearby bin. Just as she turned to head back inside, the sound of a car horn echoed behind her.
Beep.
Wen Yang turned to see Wen Shirshio's car slowly approaching her, the window rolling down to reveal his refined and handsome face. He appeared eager as he retrieved a small cake from the passenger seat, smiling warmly. Here's a cake for you.
Wen Yang paused momentarily.
Is he trying to emulate my third brother by bringing me dessert? Surely not. He can't think that a mere cake will win me over. My fondness for cake is contingent on who offers it. If it were my third brother, I might be pleased, but for my second brother? It's merely a clumsy imitation. Internally scoffing, she maintained a pleasant expression, smiled softly and naturally accepted the offering. Thank you, second brother. Let us hurry inside. Dinner is nearly ready, Wen Shirshio said, his heart sinking at her unspoken thoughts. He admitted to himself that he had seen how happy the dessert made her when brought by their third brother, which inspired his gesture. However, he never anticipated it would be perceived as a mere imitation. Clearly, his path to winning her affection would be a long one. After parking the car, Wen Shirshio caught up to Wen Yang, pulling out a bank card from his pocket. Yang, this is for you from your second brother. Everyone contributed, and I can't be left out. Feel free to spend it as you wish. No need to save for me. Wen Yang stared at the card forcefully pressed into her hand, raising an eyebrow in disbelief. This wouldn't be your salary card, would it? Indeed. Your second brother's entire fortune is now yours, Wen Shirshio replied. Honestly, I have enough money. Take it. It's unreasonable to accept gifts from the other brothers while declining mine. I wouldn't hear of it, he insisted. Wen Shirshio hesitated for a moment, but then draped an arm around Wen Yang's shoulder, pausing for a few seconds. Upon noticing she didn't shrug him off, a smile crept onto his lips. Let us go. I thought you were hungry. We should return for dinner. In exceptionally good spirits, he ushered her back inside.
Mom. Let us eat. Yang is starving.
Wen Shirshio called out as they entered. It's already prepared. Go wash your hands and take a seat, their mother replied cheerfully. Reluctantly, Wen Yang accepted the bank card and sat at the dining table, waiting for everyone to gather for the meal. Once Wen Shirshio washed his hands, he eagerly unwrapped his gift from the coffee table, discovering a fountain pen, which made his smile grow even broader. Beautiful. I'll carry this everywhere, starting tomorrow. Wen Yang observed her brother's gifts, which she had merely chosen at random. Witnessing their expressions of joy and appreciation stirred a complex mix of emotions within her. Their smiles reminded her of the times before Lin Chengcheng's return when she used to meticulously select gifts for her family during festive occasions. And they would always express their appreciation for her thoughtfulness. She vividly remembered one father's day when their father had been afflicted with kidney stones, and her second brother had advised him to drink more water. She had bought their father a thermos, which he adored, taking it with him everywhere he went, be it to work or gatherings. He cherished that thermos for 2 years until Lin Chengcheng accidentally broke it. Wen Yang had always known that Lin Chengcheng had done it intentionally, unable to stand the family's affection for her. Consequently, that cherished memory was tarnished. Most of the gifts she had previously given to the Wen family met a similar fate, only to be replaced by Lin Chengcheng's carefully chosen substitutes. Wen Yang lowered her gaze, a wave of inexplicable sadness washing over her. If it weren't for Lin Chengcheng, if this weren't a world crafted from the pages of a book, perhaps they would have remained a blissfully united family. Their parents' love would flourish. The family would grow with several sisters-in-law joining, and during festive occasions, they would gather together, engaging in lively conversations over meals. That, perhaps, embodies the essence of happiness. Regrettably, some destinies are preordained, just as she was fated to lose favor due to Lin Chengcheng's presence. Had the plot not deviated, she might have already perished by now. After dinner, Wen Yang retreated to her room, feeling disoriented by the family's attentiveness. In her room, boredom led her to contemplate tomorrow's dinner gathering. She retrieved her notebook and began jotting down the necessary ingredients and seasonings. In the distant country of Disbaya, within a towering penthouse bedroom in the city of Wuwang, Jiangze sat in a wheelchair, gazing out through the floor-to-ceiling windows at the opulent and dazzling neon landscape below. Though Wuwang City was not vast, it stood as the epitome of luxury in Disbaya and indeed the entire world, where the average expenditure began in the millions and luxury cars were a common sight. Those who frequented this place were all billionaires. However, Jiangze felt none of the relaxation he had experienced back home. Instead, He was filled with an overwhelming sense of oppression. The seemingly extravagant Wuang city was, in fact, shrouded in darkness at every turn. He found himself missing that bright, a confident young girl from his homeland. Jiang Zhe retrieved his phone, capturing a photograph of the enchanting nightscape outside, and subsequently posted it to his moments.
Visible solely Wen Yang.
In this foreign land, feeling like a solitary soul, he found himself grappling with insomnia. Shortly thereafter, he noticed Wen Yang had left her mark on his post, even liking it. A smile graced Jiang Zhe's lips as he promptly opened the chat interface and sent her a message, still awake. Wen Yang, engrossed in her phone, replied, about to sleep. You can't sleep? Jiang Zhe inquired. Yes, she responded. Is your insomnia due to worries, or are you simply unhappy abroad? Both, I suppose. Then I shall sacrifice myself to cheer up my dear brother Jiang, she declared, opening a short video app and sending him a comical clip of herself in an embarrassing moment. After a good laugh, you should rest, it's quite late. I'm off to sleep as well. Good night, she concluded, setting her phone aside to drift into slumber. Jiang Zhe, upon viewing the video, observed the girl in it wreaking havoc, only to end with an awkward moment where her pants tore, leaving her frozen in place. A slight smile tugged at his lips, and the weight in his heart dissipated a fraction. After sharing a laugh, he called his assistant back in China, instructing him to investigate the circumstances surrounding Wen Yang's altercation, then pocketed his phone and awaited his assistant's findings. Moments later, his assistant called back, Young master, Miss Wen was robbed today. But the police closed the case as attempted robbery after apprehending the culprits. They received sentences of 1 year and 8 months. Robbery?
Jiang Zhe frowned.
The video lacked context. Yet he could discern that those men had no intentions of theft. His experience told him they were undoubtedly skilled enforcers or bodyguards. Such individuals would never resort to robbery. Continue the investigation. Look into their backgrounds and previous associations, he commanded in a low voice. Understood, his assistant replied. Jiang Zhe put away his phone, casting one last glance at the scenery outside before maneuvering his wheelchair to the study. He needed to expedite the resolution of matters here before returning home. The following day dawned bright and sunny. After rising, Wen Yang planned to venture out to procure ingredients. Today, aside from Wen Shirxiu, who was at the hospital for work, the other brothers remained at home. Wen Shijin had been waiting in the living room, intending to accompany her on her shopping trip. Naturally, such attentiveness did not go unnoticed by Wen Shihan and Wen Shifeng, as the three had been seated in the living room for over an hour. At long last, Wen Yang descended the stairs, clad in a light, casual outfit, prompting the trio to rise simultaneously. Wen Shihan, eager to be the first, declared, Little sister, I'll accompany you to shop. Wen Shijin shot him a glare, turning to say, Where are we going?
I'll drive.
Third brother, your hand isn't suitable for driving. Let me take the wheel, Wen Shifeng chimed in, unwilling to be outdone. Wen Yang looked at Wen Shifeng, puzzled. Seventh brother, aren't you busy? Don't you have work? Wen Shifeng, with a charming smile, replied, I work at our family's company, of course. I can take a day off. Besides, it's not a problem. I can go to work tomorrow. Fine, Wen Yang said, glancing at Wen Shijin's hand. Then you can drive. Sixth brother, your face isn't healed yet. You shouldn't go out. It's too unsightly, Wen Yang remarked bluntly. Wen Shihan's heart sank. I can wear a mask. Wen Shijin gently interjected, let him go. He can help carry the bags.
Alright, Wen Yang nodded,
donning her hat as the four siblings set off. Upon arriving at the supermarket, Wen Yang took out the list she had prepared the night before and began filling the shopping cart with ingredients. After a thorough shopping spree, they filled 2 large carts to the brim. While at the checkout, Wen Yang spotted a familiar face among several people ahead.
Oh.
Isn't that Lin Chengcheng? And who is that elegantly dressed woman beside her? Noticing the striking resemblance between the two, Wen Yang speculated, could that woman possibly be her mother? Wen Shijin, having overheard, sharply searched for Lin Chengcheng, soon spotting her at the register. Wen Yang, glancing around, suddenly turned to Wen Shihan. Sixth brother, isn't that your dear sister? Aren't you going to say hello? Upon seeing Lin Chengcheng, Wen Shihan's smile instantly vanished. What greeting? She is not my sister. Wen Yang scoffed at his expression.
Ah.
Men are indeed fickle creatures. Just recently, he was berating me in front of Lin Chengcheng, declaring I was not his sister. And now the same scene replays itself. Wen Shihan's face stiffened, shame washing over him as he lowered his gaze. I was wrong. I want to do it again. When will you ever forgive me, Yang Yang? The feeling of being reminded of past grievances was utterly unpleasant. At the register, the cashier cheerfully scanned the items. That will be 3,682. Lin Chengcheng pulled out a card from her wallet to pay, but after 2 attempts, the cashier informed her, "Ma'am, this card is no longer usable." Lin Chengcheng was taken aback. "How is that possible? Please try again. It worked just yesterday." The cashier, unable to assist further, reiterated, "Ma'am, your card appears to be inactive. It truly cannot be used." Lin Chengcheng's expression soured as she awkwardly said, "Please hold on. I'll make a call." Her mother, Wei Rand, frowned deeply, impatiently asking, "What is going on? There are so many people behind you. Aren't you embarrassed? You've been with the Wen family long enough. Can't you manage to come up with 3,000? Lin Chengcheng, equally vexed, replied, "I didn't bring cash. This is the only card with funds. Just give me a moment to find out what's wrong." Casting a glance behind her, she unexpectedly locked eyes with Wen Yang, who stood with her brothers. Her expression shifted to one of sheer panic. "Oh, Auntie, please don't rush me. I'll find out shortly," she stammered, turning away in a flurry. Wei Rand's frown deepened as she queried, "What did you call me?" With her back turned to Wen Yang and the others. Lin Chengcheng furtively gestured for them to remain quiet. As the call connected, she quickly asked, "Elder brother, why isn't my card working?" On the other end, Wen Shiyan's indifferent voice replied, "Perhaps it's a limit issue. Don't use it for now." "But I'm about to pay." Wen Shiyan interrupted, "Sort it out yourself. I'm in a meeting. We'll discuss it later." With that, he hung up. Lin Chengcheng's expression darkened, and Wei Ren noticed the presence of Wen Yang and her brothers. Listening intently, she nudged her arm and whispered, "Aren't those your brothers? Have them pay for you." Lin Chengcheng bit her lip, realizing she had no choice. "Just tell them you're my nanny, looking after me for Aunt Shui. Don't let it slip." Wei Ren scowled. "You don't look like a nanny at all." However, for the sake of the Wen family's money, she endured. Lin Chengcheng composed herself, a gentle smile gracing her lips as she turned to approach Wen Yang and the others. "Sister, third brother, sixth brother, seventh brother, you're here shopping too?" When Shijin cast a glance her way, but remained silent. The Wen brothers remained silent, and noticing this, Wen Yang spoke up, "Indeed, our family is gathering for dinner tonight. We came here to buy some ingredients. Who is that lady by your side?" Lin Chengcheng's eyes tightened, and she awkwardly replied, "Oh, her? Aunt Shui is unwell, and she has sent her to take care of me as a substitute." Wen Yang raised an eyebrow in playful mockery and deliberately exclaimed, "Ah, a nanny? But she looks quite young, not at all like someone who would be taking care of children. She resembles a pampered lady of leisure." Lin Chengcheng found herself at a loss for words, and at that moment, the other patrons waiting to check out grew impatient, with someone exclaiming, "Excuse me, can you please finalize your transaction? We're still waiting here. Can't you chat outside?" "I'm so sorry," Lin Chengcheng quickly apologized, looking pitifully at the 3 Wen brothers. "Sixth brother, seventh brother, the card that eldest brother gave me isn't working anymore, and I don't have cash on me. Could you please help me settle the bill?" Wen Yang burst into laughter, feigning shock. "No way, sister. You can't even produce this little amount of money?" Lin Chengcheng's face flushed with embarrassment from her taunt, her eyes gleaming with unshed tears as she pleaded with Wen Shihan, "Sixth brother, could you please hurry? You are all family. Just settle the bill, so we don't waste any more time." "Exactly. Wearing designer clothes and carrying a luxury bag, yet you can't scrape together 3,000 yuan?" The onlookers urged impatiently. Wen Yang smiled radiantly, reveling in Lin Chengcheng's discomfort, and remarked, "Who said we are family? We are the Wen family. And she is of the Lin family. Let's not get confused here." Tears streamed down Lin Chengcheng's cheeks as she cried, "Sixth brother, seventh brother, what's wrong with you? You didn't invite me to the family dinner, and now you even refuse to acknowledge me? I am your biological sister. I moved out for the sake of family harmony, so why are you treating me like this now?" Chapter 68. Identity Fully Exposed. "Ah, I know them. They are the infamous fake and real heiresses that went viral online a few days ago, named Lin Chengcheng and Wen Yang. Yes, they are the true and false heiresses of the Wen family from Huaxi Group. Oh, I recall now. I heard the false heiress is particularly vicious and even bullied the real one." A lady scrutinized Lin Chengcheng. "Are you the fake heiress?" Lin Chengcheng immediately put on an innocent act, shaking her head vigorously. "No, I am the real one." Wen Yang chuckled derisively, arms crossed. "Is that so? Are you really?" Feeling a moment of guilt as she met Wen Yang's knowing gaze, Lin Chengcheng steeled herself and insisted, I am the real one. Even if I'm not Wen Yonghui's daughter, I am still Wen Yonghui's. That makes me a Wen. Wen Yang's smile was radiant. Do you know why Mom asked you to move out? Wen Shijin furrowed his brow at her words but soon relaxed, casting a compassionate glance at Wen Yang. It was better to let her speak out, as she had endured too much humiliation because of this identity. Eventually, the truth would come to light. Upon hearing Wen Yang's statement, Lin Qingqing's heart sank, a sense of foreboding washing over her. Before she could inquire further, Wen Yang continued, because second brother quietly conducted a paternity test for you and Dad, and it shows you are not his biological daughter. With a smile, she added, though I am not a biological daughter of the Wen family either, at least I have been recognized as a foster daughter for over 10 years. What about you? You are not a Wen heiress, yet you deceived Mom and the brothers into believing you are part of the family. Do you even realize this is fraud? Lin Qingqing stood frozen, her face draining of color as if struck by lightning. She suddenly recalled the day she visited her elder brother in the hospital when second brother had touched her head, causing her scalp to ache briefly. At that moment, she thought it was merely her hair getting caught, but perhaps second brother had already begun to suspect her identity and had taken her hair for a paternity test? Seeing people around her filming with their phones, Lin Qingqing suddenly went wild, trying to snatch the devices away. Don't film. No one is allowed to film. I am the daughter of the Wen family. I truly am. At that moment, she feared not the online backlash, but the wrath of Wen Yonghui upon discovering the truth, dreading the consequences that awaited her. Just then, Wei Ran rushed over, embracing Lin Qingqing and shouting, Qingqing is indeed the daughter of the Wen family. She is the daughter of Wen Yonghui, the third son. I am Qingqing's mother, and I can vouch for her. She had just realized that rather than waiting for Wen Yonghui to abandon them later, it was better to leverage public opinion now to force him to acknowledge their mother-daughter relationship. Even if she could not become the matriarch of the Wen family, getting her daughter into the family would still ensure she had access to endless wealth.
Aunt, what are you talking about?
Lin Qingqing looked at her mother in terror. Have you lost your mind? Have you forgotten how Dad operates? Lin Qingqing could no longer stay there, forcibly pulling Wei Ran away. Let's go. We need to leave.
Now.
But Wei Ran coldly rebuked her. What are you afraid of? We are in the right. I did not steal or rob. I was deceived by your father when I was young, and he should be responsible for us. Stop talking. I beg you, just come with me. Lin Qingqing clutched Wei Ran's arm tightly, dragging her out of the supermarket. Once outside, Lin Qingqing felt as though the sky was collapsing around her. She had come to see her mother in secret from Wen Yonghui, and now her identity was exposed along with his. She dreaded to think of how he would punish her. Recalling Wen Yonghui's brutal methods towards traitors, blood-soaked floors, faces beaten beyond recognition, and lifeless bodies lying still, her heart raced with terror. Wen Yonghui was capable of murder. He truly was. After Lin Qingqing and her mother left, Wen Yang calmly queued to check out, unaffected by the scrutiny and recording of the onlookers. Meanwhile, Wen Shijin had already shared what had transpired in their group chat, prompting their elder brother and father to prepare for the inevitable fallout. Safely back home, Su Tian and Dongfang Baining had also arrived, sitting in the living room enjoying fruit. Upon seeing Wen Yang return, they approached to help carry the groceries into the kitchen. Wen Yang removed her coat and retrieved 3 aprons, and the 3 young ladies changed into their attire and entered the kitchen to wash the ingredients. Whatever transpired outside today was of no concern to her. She would focus on her own tasks. In the group chat, when she messaged, Old 8 and I are on our way back, but I reckon today won't be peaceful. When she replied, I can't return. I still need 3 more days to finish this variety show. When Shiryan reassured, you needn't worry, we will handle it. I and Dad will manage just fine. The video circulating online did not gain instant traction as it was recorded by ordinary citizens with limited followings. In the interim, while the public uproar had yet to escalate, the entire Wen family managed to return home for a meal prepared by Wen Yang herself. Wen Shi and Wen Xinian returned just in time for dinner. The former, upon catching sight of Wen Yang, promptly presented his salary card, exclaiming, Yang, this is my 5th brother's. Feel free to spend it. Wen Yang, still holding a plate, looked at Wen Shi with an expression of disbelief. 5th brother? Please don't tell me this is also your salary card. Indeed, it is my salary card. Wen Shi replied with utmost seriousness. You've accepted theirs, so you must accept mine as well. After a moment of silence, realizing that he would not relent if she refused, Wen Yang set down her plate and quietly accepted the card. Wen Xinian observed his 5th brother's antics, utterly bewildered. As the only one in the family without a job. He had no salary card to offer. He glanced around at his brothers, exclaiming, "Aren't you all being rather unfair?" Laughter erupted from the group. When Xinian pondered his meager resources and suddenly had an idea. He dashed upstairs, returning with a set of keys. It was the key to his beloved motorcycle, which he had extravagantly modified for superior performance. He thrust the key into Wen Yang's hand and declared, "Little sister, this is the most valuable possession of eighth brother. It's yours now." Wen Yang replied, "But eighth brother, I don't have a driver's license. I can't ride it." "No matter. Once you finish your assessments and have a break, I will accompany you to take the driving test. It's quite simple. And you're so clever you'll surely master it in no time," Wen Xinian insisted. "Later, if you wish to learn to fly an airplane, eighth brother will teach you." Wen Xinian was studying aviation technology, aspiring to become the finest captain. Wen Yang quietly tucked the key into her apron pocket. "I'll accept it then. Can we start the meal now? If we don't eat soon, we might miss out altogether." With such a significant event occurring, Old Master Wen will surely be restless. Once he sees the videos online, he will certainly summon everyone to the ancestral home for a lecture, she thought. Perhaps this will be the last supper with the Wen family, for once I face the Old Master, I might just lose my composure and demand he expels me from the Wen household. My retirement life. My 500 billion. Mother, here I come.
Wen Yang muset.
Cheerfully pouring herself a glass of juice, her mind swirling with how to articulate her thoughts when she finally met Old Master Wen. Upon hearing her remarks, Wen Xinian's hand trembled, causing him to fumble his cup, spilling juice all over Dongfang Baineng, who gasped in surprise and promptly stood up. Wen Xinian, flustered, quickly stood to apologize. "I'm so sorry. I didn't mean to." He grabbed several paper towels from the side, hastily offering them. "Quick, wipe it off."
Wen Yang upro achet, sliktly frowning.
"Eighth brother, what are you doing? You can't even hold a cup properly." "I was distracted. It wasn't intentional. I truly apologize," he replied earnestly. Dongfang Baineng accepted the paper towels, pressing them against her juice-stained clothing, while Wen Xinian continued to apologize incessantly. She chuckled softly. "It's all right. I'll just wash it when I get home. It can be cleaned." Wen Mu cast a disapproving glance at Wen Xinian. "At your age, you should be more careful. You can't even manage a cup." Wen Yang assisted Dongfang Baineng in removing her apron, while Su Tian also offered a cloth to help clean her outfit. "This dress. Is it the one you bought just yesterday?" "Yes," Dongfang Baineng confirmed. "It's no trouble. I can wash it at home. I can compensate you," Wen Xinian offered. Looking at Dongfang Baineng like a guilty child, his expression a mix of anxiety and regret. His handsome face bore a look of endearing shame, almost too adorable. Dongfang Baineng found herself amused by him, realizing that this was the first time she had seen such a charming expression on a man's face. Her smile was gentle as she reassured him, "There's no need for compensation. It's just a piece of clothing. Don't be too hard on yourself. It's merely a small mishap. It's no big deal. Tomorrow, let this little rascal take you shopping for a new one," Wen Mu suggested. "That won't be necessary, Annie." After this brief interlude, everyone settled down to enjoy their meal. Each dish on the table was meticulously prepared by Wen Yang, totaling 16 courses, a delightful balance of cold and hot, meat and vegetables, all visually appealing and aromatic. Some dishes even featured intricate garnishing, presenting a feast that was almost too beautiful to eat.
Wow.
"This fish. My goodness, it's delicious," Su Tian exclaimed, eagerly grabbing some sweet and sour fish. This seemingly simple home-cooked dish was remarkably delectable.
Wen Yang smiled enigmatically.
She had previously visited a fantastical world where she mastered the art of spiritual cuisine, which could prolong life for ordinary individuals and enhance the abilities of cultivators. Although she lacked spiritual energy in this world and could not replicate the effects of her past culinary skills, she had infused several spiritual herbs collected from that realm into her ingredients, still achieving the effect of promoting longevity. Her culinary expertise had proven invaluable in numerous strategy missions. They say the way to a man's heart is through his stomach, and she frequently prepared meals that captivated the appetites of her targets, with some going to great lengths to entice her into cooking for them, spending days in pursuit of a single meal. This was her most formidable skill. Not just Su Tian, but everyone at the table found themselves unable to resist indulging, praising the food as superior to that of a 5-star chef. Wen Yang felt a swell of pride. "Enjoy. This is a feast rivaling spiritual cuisine, enriched with herbs that fortify the body and extend life. After this meal, you might not want to eat again for a while." Upon hearing of the dish's benefits, the Wen family dined with even greater enthusiasm, as if they were starving.
Oh my.
I truly envy Yang Yang's future husband. If I could eat such delicious food every day, I would gladly treat her like royalty, Su Tian remarked, savoring a large shrimp with an expression of sheer delight. When Yang chuckled, there's no need to envy. Even if he were my husband, I wouldn't cook for him every day. But for my dear friends, that's a different story. Friends are far more important than men, she teased. Raising an eyebrow at Dongfang Binang, Su Tian joyfully wrapped her arms around Wen Yang, exclaiming, Yang Yang, you are simply wonderful. I wish I could live with you. Then perhaps I could enjoy your cooking every day. Oh, I can hardly fathom how happy I would be. With a fond smile, Wen Yang used her serving chopsticks to offer her another shrimp. Next time I cook, I'll make sure to invite you all again. Su Tian nodded enthusiastically. Yes, yes. Dongfang Binang, thoroughly satisfied, concluded that Wen Yang's culinary skills were the best she had ever experienced, without exception. As she watched her, Dongfang Binang couldn't help but wonder how such a perfect person could exist. Intelligent and confident, capable of standing up to bullies, yet skilled in the kitchen. Beautiful and kind-hearted, to her, Wen Yang epitomized perfection. If she were a man, countless girls would surely fall for her. Yet even as a woman, Dongfang Binang found herself quite taken with her. In a moment of distraction, Dongfang Binang found herself entranced by the profile of Wen Yang. Sensing the admiration in the girlesque gaze, Wen Yang smirked mischievously. Little one, have you perhaps fallen for me? Startled, Dongfang Binang's cheeks flushed immediately. Is that even possible?
Ha!
This time, it was Wen Yang's turn to be taken aback. What was she saying? What do you mean? Is that possible? With a slight flicker in her eyes, Dongfang Binang quickly clarified. I meant to say, you promised my brother that you would come stay with us. Is that still an option? Wen Yang nodded. Of course, I keep my promises. You must be feeling lonely living alone. Feel free to call me anytime. That's wonderful. Can I do it tonight? Dongfang Binang bit her lip. After her brother's departure, the house felt even lonelier. Wen Yang nodded again. Sure. However, she sighed regretfully as she recalled her mission. I might have to break my promise. I can only accompany you for this one night. If I successfully complete my task today, it will be a farewell for good. The members of the Wen family exchanged tense glances. They would not allow her to leave. Even if separation were to occur, it would not be until decades later, when they all passed away peacefully. Wen Yang looked at Dongfang Binang with concern. I wonder if this girl will suffer further setbacks, leading to a worsening of her depression. Her condition is evidently much improved since the first time we met. She genuinely considers me a friend, yet I will vanish just as she cherishes our friendship. That will undoubtedly sadden her deeply. Unable to suppress her thoughts, Wen Yang glanced at Su Tian. I hope that after I leave, Tian can guide her well and keep her company. Tiskir Ning Ning has had a terribly hard life, abandoned by her mother, despised by her father, bullied by her kin, and even subjected to harassment at school, yet she remains pure-hearted. After finally leaving her sorrow behind to start anew in Shanghai City, she deserves a life filled with joy. Just like the narratives in books. She deserves a good man to care for her for the rest of her days. A life of bliss and fulfillment is her rightful destiny. Chapter 70. The Great Battle with the 70-year-old Super Elder. The Wen family was unaware of Dongfang Binang's background, and she seemed perfectly normal to them. They had no idea she was battling depression. At that moment, when Xinyan regarded her with a particularly sympathetic and pitying gaze, understanding why she was alone. Why only her brother treated her kindly. Since she was a friend of his little sister, she was as good as his own sibling. And he resolved to treat her well in the future. When Xinyan picked up a serving chopstick and offered her some food, Sister Binang, do try this dish. It's delicious. Dongfang Binang was momentarily stunned. Thank you. Ning Ning, taste this as well. It's quite tasty, Wenmu said warmly as she served her more food. Seeing her, Wenmu couldn't help but think of her own daughter, feeling a similar sense of pity. She only wished for kind people to treat her daughter a little better. Thank you, Auntie, Dongfang Binang said, taken aback by the warmth of their hospitality. Don't mention it. From now on, consider this your home. Feel free to eat as you like. You and Yang Yang are of the same age, and seeing you is like seeing my own daughter. Wenmu's voice was gentle, filled with affection. You are Yang Yang's dear friend, so you are also like a sister to us. If you don't mind, you can call us brother together with Yang Yang and treat this as your home, Wen Shiyan stated on behalf of the brothers. Dongfang Binang had never been treated with such warmth before. The Wen family felt like a completely different world compared to the Dongfang family, providing her with a sense of familial warmth she had never experienced. Overwhelmed with emotion, she felt tears welling up in her eyes. Thank you, thank you. I'm not very good with words, I apologize. Please don't cry. When Xinyan exclaimed, flustered as he fumbled for tissues, you are so beautiful. Your smile suits you best. Please don't cry. With tears of both joy and sorrow, Dongfang Bainang accepted the tissue, wiping the corners of her eyes. I'm sorry. I lost my composure a bit. I'll go to the restroom. With that, she hurriedly excused herself, seeking refuge in the bathroom. Sitting on the toilet, Dongfang Bainang clutched her racing heart, feeling an unprecedented sense of fulfillment. It was as though the warmth of a home and the love of family, which she had never received in her childhood, were finally being fulfilled by the Wen family. Outside, Wenmu was also enthusiastically serving Su Tian more food. Sweetie, make sure to eat more.
Yum.
I'm enjoying it, Annie. I'm not being polite at all, Su Tian replied, her mouth full of chicken. No one in the Wen family found her messy. Instead, they appreciated her sincerity, finding her both adorable and charming. When Shirhan handed her a tissue, barely suppressing a chuckle. You've got some on your chin. Wipe it off. Su Tian felt a moment of embarrassment, accepting the tissue and hastily wiping her face. Thank you, sixth brother Wen. When Shirhan smiled, no need to mention it. As they continued eating, Wen Yang suddenly pondered a question, musing to herself, why aren't the Wen family curious about why I made so many dishes? I don't recall ever cooking in front of them. Shouldn't they ask who I learned from? The Wen family exchanged furtive glances, heads lowered. When Shiyan discreetly kicked Wen Shirxiu under the table, prompting the latter to straighten his back instinctively, realizing his elder brother had assigned him the daunting task of addressing this matter. When Shirxiu organized his thoughts, Yang, where did you learn to cook so well? It's absolutely delicious. When Yang scoffed lightly, who else would I learn from?
I taught myself online.
Perhaps I have a natural talent for cooking. You all frequently take Lin Chengqing out to eat, while the previous nanny, Aunt Shui, wouldn't cook for me. When I got hungry, I had no choice but to cook for myself. Unlike Lin Chengqing, who can just act cute when hungry, and second brother will personally make her fried rice, I don't have that kind of fortune. When Shirxiu, he stole a glance at his older brother, who seemed to be playing dead, and he seriously suspected that his brother knew this was a question that could undermine goodwill, which is why he had him ask. He felt utterly betrayed. When Shirxiu's lips twitched, hastily backpedaling, okay, from now on, second brother will only make fried rice for you, alright? Forget it. I'm not worthy, When Yang retorted sarcastically. When Shirxiu, he regretted taking on this task. The meal was lively, and everyone was satisfied, almost finishing everything on their plates, leaving only some soup and bones behind. Having eaten to their fill, the group settled into their chairs to digest when suddenly, Father's phone rang. When Mu, sitting closest to the phone, glanced at the screen, and her expression shifted. She picked up the phone and handed it to Father. It's your father. Father's face grew solemn as he answered the call, only to hear the agitated voice of the old man on the other end. You and Yara come back to the old residence immediately. How could you all not tell me about such a significant matter? Do you think I'm dead? Bring your 2 daughters along. I must find out what the rampant rumors are about. When Father replied gravely, Understood, Dad. We'll return right away. After hanging up, he turned to Wen Mu and Wen Yang. Dad called. We need to head back to the old residence. Yang. Your grandfather must have heard about Lin Chengqing's issue. That's why he specifically asked me to bring you both. Don't worry. Today I will clarify Lin Chengqing's identity. You are the only adopted daughter of the Wen family, and you will always be my precious daughter. Wen Yang's heart raced with excitement. Family, the opportunity has arrived. Watch as I face off against the 70-year-old super elder. I hope Grandpa can endure and not be overwhelmed by my anger. But even if I don't anger him, he won't live long. Eating chronic poison every day. No good man can withstand that. The Wen family. What did Wen Yang just say? Grandpa is actually consuming chronic poison. Upon hearing her words, Father couldn't help but associate them with Wen Yonghui, feeling strongly that this poison matter was undoubtedly related to him. Thinking of this, his hands began to tremble with anger. That Wen Yonghui must not be allowed to remain. When Father glanced at Wen Shirxiu, wondering if they could resolve this all in one go today. When Shirxiu understood his father's intent and pulled out his phone, I'll go check on it. At noon, when Father had already sent someone with a straw for Wen Yonghui to drink, intending to collect samples for paternity testing, Just a few hours have passed, and it remains uncertain whether a conclusion can be reached. When Shortstory stepped outside to make a phone call, leaving Wen Yang listening to the conversation between father and son in a state of confusion. What do they mean? What is this about resolving things together? Yang, if you have something to attend to, we shall take our leave for now. See you tomorrow at the start of school, Su Tian said, rising with perceptive understanding. Wen Yang glanced at her and Dongfang Baining. Very well, I shall see you out. She removed her apron and placed it on the table before escorting Su Tian out the door. At the entrance, Wen Yang looked at Su Tian with a hint of reluctance. Tian, you are my dearest friend here. Be sure to take care of yourself and always find happiness. And Baining, if there comes a day when I am no longer here, let Tian be by your side in my stead. You two must carry on our friendship for a lifetime. Chapter 71. Except for you. Su Tian furrowed her brows. Why are you suddenly saying this? Where would you even go if you weren't here? We vowed to be sisters for life. You can't abandon us. Dongfang Baining also looked at her anxiously. Why would you say such things? Are you hiding something from us? Her sensitivity was palpable.
Wen Yang fignet non talanje? Ah.
It's just that the old man has discovered Lin Qingqing's matter and is likely infuriated. Recently, the Wen family has been in disarray due to the trouble caused by us two false daughters. Perhaps the old man will be so enraged that he will expel both Lin Qingqing and me. I'm merely giving you a heads up. If I leave the Wen family, I will have to return to my biological parents, and they live so far away that it would be quite difficult to meet. But I will always remember you, and you must not forget me. I believe we will have the chance to reunite. Su Tian grasped Wen Yang's hand. Is that so? But I don't want you to go. If the Wen family doesn't want you, come home with me. The Su family can take care of you. You don't have to return to your biological parents. Yes, I could ask my brother to adopt you as a sister. Please don't leave. Dongfang Baining also held her hand, reluctant to part. Wen Yang comfortingly patted their hands. I must see what my true home is like. We will see each other again. A little precaution makes it clear that even if we never meet again, they shouldn't be too heartbroken. Dongfang Baining, discontented, asked, will you be back tonight? Of course. Wen Yang smiled brightly. After completing my task, even if I must leave, it won't matter for this one evening. You go back and wait for me. I will find you when I return. Then, I want to stay with you.
Su Tian interjected.
Your parents won't agree. You should just go home and behave.
Wen Yang replied.
Su Tian, being the only daughter of the Su family, was cherished and doted upon by her parents, who would allow her to play with friends but would never permit her to stay out overnight. Recognizing her parents' strictness, Su Tian relented. If you must go, you have to let me know. Understood. Wen Yang watched as she got into the Su family's car, and after seeing Dongfang Baining home, she turned back toward the house. She needed to change her clothes. The one she wore was reeking of cooking oil. In the living room, Wen's father looked at his sons, who was going back to the old residence. We all are. When Shuryen replied, clutching his ribs where he was injured, concerned about their third uncle and also wary that Wen Yang might accomplish her task and leave. When Shurshio entered from outside, stating, the test results have not yet come out. We will have to wait until tomorrow at the earliest. Tomorrow will be tomorrow. For today, let's resolve the matter with Lin Qingqing first. I want to hear what reason he can provide. Wen's father's tone was heavy. Wen Yang returned home after sending off her friends, retrieved the motorcycle key from her apron pocket, and said, Dad, I'll change my clothes and be down in 5 minutes. All right, her father replied. After hastily changing her clothes and redoing her hair, Wen Yang picked up her phone and headed downstairs. Upon exiting with her father, she was surprised to see 3 cars parked at the entrance, with all her brothers inside. Are you all going? One might think they were off to engage in a fight or some ruckus. There are other matters to attend to today, so having more people will help keep things under control, when Shurshio explained from the front seat. With so many people, regardless of how eloquent their third uncle might be, he would find it difficult to sway the old man in his favor. Which car should I ride in? Come with us. Hop in, Yang, when Shurshio cheerfully invited. Before Wen Yang could take a step, the rear vehicle's window slid down to reveal Wen Shurjin's serious visage. Yang, come here.
Oh.
Without a second thought, Wen Yang walked towards that car. When Shurshio rolled his eyes at the rear view mirror. Before getting into the car, Wen's father called Lin Qingqing, simply stating, take a taxi to the old residence, before ending the call. The 3 cars drove away from the villa in succession. In the car that Wen Yang occupied, Wen Shi was driving, and besides Wen Shurjin, Wen Xinian was also present. While in the car, Wen Shurjin chose the back seat deliberately. pushing Wen Xinyan to the front passenger seat, confident that as long as he extended an invitation, Wen Yang would certainly join him. Now successfully seated beside Wen Yang in the back, Wen Shijin, recalling her desire to complete her task and leave them, spoke with a hint of melancholy. Yang, are you unhappy living with the Wen family?
Huh.
Wen Yang looked at him perplexed. Not at all. I'm quite happy here. Why do you ask, third brother? Wen Shijin gazed at her intently, remaining silent, fearing that too much conversation would expose the truth. Little sister, can you please not leave? Wen Xinyan suddenly interjected. I overheard what you said to Su Tian and the others. We won't force you to leave. Can you stay with us? I swear I will treat you well from now on, and will never favor anyone else again. If I fail to keep my promise, may I be struck by a car today. Wen Yang immediately became uneasy. Please don't say that. I'm still in the car. This little rascal is practically threatening her. Yang, I'm not joking, I mean it. When Xinyan turned around, can you please not go? We are still family, just like before. When Yang chose not to bicker with him, crossing her arms in defiance. Eighth brother, have you found a little sister yet? When Xinyan mumbled, yes. But what does finding a little sister have to do with us being a family? If your biological sister comes back, and she is just like Lin Chengcheng, what would you do? When Xinyan shook his head, that won't happen. A biological sister would definitely be understanding. She wouldn't be another Lin Chengcheng. When Yang smirked coldly, how can you be so certain she would accept me and like me? No one would welcome a thief who has taken over their life. Especially considering that because of me, she endured such hardships for over a decade. If I had remained with you all those years, she would undoubtedly become another Lin Chengcheng. At that point, what would you do, eighth brother? Would Dad, Mom, and the others choose the biological child or me, the imposter? When Xinyan could not respond, turning his head away and muttering, that won't happen. Our Wen family has strong bloodlines. A biological sister would never have Lin Chengcheng's temperament. When Yang felt disdain within, admit it, you will ultimately choose the biological one over me, so why should I stay? To be hurt by you once more? Is 500 billion not enough? Or is the freedom of life outside not appealing enough? I would have to be mad to choose to remain in the Wen family, to seek torment. Just as she was lamenting, a hand slipped around her shoulder, and Wen Yang turned to meet Wen Shijin's indifferent gaze. He gazed at her with unwavering seriousness. His tone resolute. If she cannot accept you, I will take you away. You are still my third brother's sister. I shall not show favoritism to anyone. In conclusion, he added, except for you. Chapter 72. No one can prevent me from acquiring 500 billion. When Yang stared blankly into his eyes, and after a prolonged moment, she averted her gaze awkwardly. Why this sudden display of sentimentality? I am but a competent interdimensional tasker. I shall not develop feelings for my targets. No one can stop me from obtaining 500 billion. She blinked, slipping into performance mode, and with a charming smile, declared I knew it. Only my third brother treats me the best. When Shijin internally chuckled, if it weren't for her audible thoughts, he might have been convinced by her act. As when she drove, he glanced back at her while waiting for the green light, speaking in a low voice, Yang, for you, it matters not where you live. Here, you can still enjoy a life of luxury, with good friends, and a life of freedom. If you wish, you can also have family who genuinely care for you and cherish you. Yang, please give us another chance, will you? We will not disappoint you again. Just trust us this once. When Yang regarded the three of them with a peculiar look, pondering, why do they seem as if they know I intend to leave this world? Strange. Fifth brother, the light is green. When Xinyan interrupted her musings just in time, signaling them to cease their conversation to avoid giving anything away. Thus, they arrived in silence at the Wen family ancestral home. The vehicle coming to a gradual stop as Wen Shijin opened the door for Wen Yang. Nestled on a hillside, the opulent estate sprawled across a vast expanse. Boasting excellent feng shui, surrounded by mountains and water, and distanced from the city. A perfect sanctuary for a leisurely and healthful existence. Since relinquishing his role as chairman, the old master had resided here, attended to by dedicated caretakers, spending his days sipping tea and enjoying a tranquil life, devoid of any responsibilities. Upon exiting the car, Wen Yang noticed two other vehicles parked at the entrance. She followed the Wen family into the magnificent estate, where numerous servants bustled about, and the butler awaited to usher them inside. Wen Yang had visited this place countless times, especially during holidays to see the old master, accompanied by her parents. Initially, the old master had treated her well, doting on her as if she were his own granddaughter. However, after Lin Chengcheng was brought back, conflicts arose between them. regardless of the setting. To maintain her persona and the narrative, Wen Yang adopted a loud and confrontational demeanor, which eventually incurred the old master's displeasure. The most vivid memory was from last year's birthday banquet, when Wen Yang chose a stunning qipao as her dress. Perhaps her dazzling appearance incited jealousy in Lin Chengcheng, who pretended to accidentally spill wine all over her. In retaliation, Wen Yang slapped her, but Lin Chengcheng fell to the ground, toppling the meticulously prepared multi-tiered cake meant for the old master. With many distinguished guests from Star Sea City in attendance, the debacle was a considerable embarrassment for the old master, who was furious that his granddaughter had acted so disgracefully. After that incident, Wen Yang had not returned in over a year. During holidays, her mother had taken Lin Chengcheng instead. Emerging from her reverie, Wen Yang followed her father and mother, her expression composed. Before they even entered the house, she heard the old master's booming voice. "You've grown wings and are now leaving me out of such a significant matter as divorce? Do you still see me as your father?" Wen Yaru, clad in a delicate lavender gown, carried a slightly fuller figure yet retained her grace. However, her well-maintained face bore a hint of weariness. "Dad, I am an adult now. I can make my own decisions." Sitting calmly in a chair, she contrasted sharply with the old man's furious demeanor. "Si Hung has been unfaithful with his secretary, which I cannot tolerate, hence my decision to divorce him. Oh my, the little aunt of the Wen family has finally stood up for herself after a major calamity. Indeed, a man who betrays his family should not be kept around. At his age, still engaging in affairs, over 50 and needing medication just to perform? One must wonder what anyone could see in him besides his wealth." Such audacious remarks left those around her feeling awkward, and Wen Shuryan hastily covered her mouth. Yet, upon meeting Wen Yang's bewildered gaze, he recalled that these were her unspoken thoughts, rendering his gesture futile. He awkwardly explained, "You have something on your lips. Let me help you clean it off." Wen Yang skeptically wiped her mouth and raised her little face to ask, "Is there still anything there?" Wen Shuryan gazed at her doll-like face, her beautiful almond eyes sparkling with innocence. Her inquisitive expression was endearingly naive, causing his heart to soften, and his tone to become gentler. "Nothing left. It's all clean now." He couldn't help but reach out to pat her head. Inside, the old master, dressed in a traditional suit and leaning on his cane, inhaled sharply upon hearing the commotion. "I have investigated. Si Hung and that secretary have not progressed to that extent. You are a mother of 3. At your age, cannot you just teach him a lesson and let it go?" When Yara's voice was firm.
"Dad,
"A betrayal is a betrayal, regardless of its depth. I can live without Si Hung. Why should I endure this humiliation? I will not forgive him. I am determined to divorce. Grandfather, we all support Mom. Please do not pressure her." Si Wantong, feeling for her mother, grasped her hand to offer comfort with a reassuring squeeze. When Yara smiled back, indicating her resilience. However, the old master was incensed. "I have yet to address you. And what about you and Chu Xiang? Why do you want a divorce as well?" Si Wantong replied calmly, "Chu Xiang has been pining for an old flame from abroad, and he has repeatedly abandoned me to see her. A man who cannot be loyal is not worth keeping." The old master thumped his cane heavily, exclaiming, "Are you both trying to drive me to my grave? Over trivial matters, you both wish to divorce? Your mother spoiled you when you were young." He pointed accusingly at Wenyaru. Wenyara straightened her back defiantly. "I am not in the wrong. Mother taught me that a woman should never compromise her worth. I must love fiercely and hate fiercely. No one should be a reason for me to endure suffering. Both Si Hung and Chu Xiang are unfaithful. What is wrong with leaving them? Should we endure a lifetime of unhappy marriages?" When Yang looked on in astonishment, "I did not expect Cousin Wantong to be so resolute. But the narrative states that Si Wantong loved Chu Xiang deeply, wholeheartedly, always forgiving him after he abandoned her for his first love, simply by buying her gifts. How is it that now, with his old flame just returning, she is ready to divorce? Would she not have to endure endless suffering at the hands of Chu Xiang and his first love before she could finally give up?" Chapter 73. The old master's shock as they approached. Both Wenyaru and Si Wantong heard Wen Yang's thoughts, and the old master caught wind of the commotion but did not ponder deeply, barking, "Who is it? Uncle, aunt, and all my dear cousins, you've arrived." Si Wantong rose to greet them, deliberately moving to Wang Yang's side and linking her arm. "Yang, I visited the mall yesterday and selected 2 exquisite perfumes. Their fragrances are simply divine. I thought to gift them to you and Shuju. Come with me to the car to fetch them later."
Si Wantong affirmed.
her romantic inclinations having awakened. To hell with Chu Xiong, to hell with men, from now on, she would revel in her own beauty. What need had she for men when her sisterly affection surpassed all? Henceforth, with her mother, brother, and sister by her side, she would no longer harbor expectations of any man. Is this for me? Wang Yang was taken aback, pondering. Has she been possessed by a spirit? How could she suddenly think of buying me a gift? Wang Yang found Si Wantong's exuberant affection somewhat overwhelming, yet she feigned composure, displaying a bright smile and sweetly replying, "Thank you, cousin. You're very thoughtful. You're welcome. I shall frequently bestow gifts upon you, just like Xu Zhu, as you are both my cherished younger sisters." Si Wantong's excessive enthusiasm caused Wang Yang to regard her with a hint of trepidation. Could it be that she has truly entangled herself with something sinister? Si Wantong's lips twitched, realizing her overzealousness had aroused Wang Yang's suspicions, and she promptly released her hold with a smile. Old Master Wen sensed an oddity today. An enigmatic voice echoed in his mind, yet he could not discern its source. Upon seeing his eldest son's family enter, accompanied by a throng of sons resembling a cadre of bodyguards, he mused internally, how fortunate it is to have sons. They provide peace of mind. Just look at the recent troubles plaguing the Wen family, all instigated by the daughters. First, there was the mix-up with the children. His biological daughter had only returned for a little over 2 years before being revealed as a fraud, and there were rumors circulating that she was the third son's child. How could the third son, who was incapable of fatherhood, possibly have a daughter? Then there was Wen Yaru and her daughter. It was truly exhausting. Daughters are always the source of so much trouble. Dad, Grandpa, when father and others respectfully addressed him. Old Master Wen, leaning on his cane, glanced at Wang Yang and then scanned the room, noticing the absence of another, prompting him to inquire of Wen father. "Where is Lin Chengcheng?" "He will arrive shortly," Wen father replied softly. Old Master Wen's expression tightened. "What is the situation with that girl Lin Chengcheng? Is she not your daughter? We had a paternity test done. How is it that she is no longer considered one?" Wen father's face bore no trace of a smile, as he coldly retorted, "That's a question for my dear third brother. Why has he sent his illegitimate daughter to my home?" "Utter nonsense," Old Master Wen bellowed. "You know very well that Yonghui was injured while saving you and has long been incapable of fathering children. How could Lin Chengqing possibly be his daughter?" "False. It's all a fabrication. When Yonghui has not been injured, he concocted this tale to elicit your sympathy. Even the car accident with Wen father was orchestrated by him. His original intention was to eliminate Wen father, making himself the first heir to the old master. But Wen father, blessed with a fortuitous fate, survived the accident, and with the assistance of Wen mother's system, he recovered completely. Were it not for Wen mother's ongoing mission to bear children and the system's support, that accident would have left Wen father either dead or severely crippled." Wen father instinctively turned to look at his wife. His eyes filled with gratitude as he grasped her hand. Their mutual gaze spoke volumes, a silent understanding passing between them. Later, when Wen Yonghui failed to achieve his goal, he bribed a doctor at the hospital to collude with him to fabricate a false medical record, falsely claiming he was rendered incapable of fathering children, successfully invoking the family's guilt. When father clenched his jaw, the guilt he harbored for years due to his own injury weighed heavily upon him. He had sent all manner of gifts to him, striving to repay the debt of gratitude for having saved his life during the accident. Yet in the end, it had all been a sinister plot. How naive he had been. A few days ago, Si Wantong had heard whispers about her third uncle's dubious character. Yet she never anticipated he could be so treacherous. When Yaru, gripping her cup tighter, recalled the time her elder brother was hospitalized. The anguish and guilt their mother felt for the third brother's supposed injury had brought her to tears daily, a scene forever etched in her memory. Yet, it was all a ruse. If their mother were aware from beyond the grave, she would be profoundly heartbroken, betrayed by her beloved son. Unbeknownst to anyone, Old Master Wen suddenly trembled, his face rigid with shock. Wang Yang, oblivious to the turmoil within the others, was lost in her thoughts. In fact, over the years, when Yonghui has been living lavishly outside, he has more than just Lin Chengcheng as a daughter. He has a son and 2 daughters as well, all with different women. The most pitiful must be the third aunt, who has endured years of a sham marriage, believing he truly was injured, trusting him to travel for business, without ever checking his phone, and never suspecting his late-night absences. How naive! When father was seething, his heart racing with anger, he suppressed his fury and spoke in a low tone, "Father, whether it's true or false will be revealed once the third brother arrives." Old Master Wen, still puzzled by the voice in his mind, which spoke secrets that sent chills through him, struggled to regain his composure. In the next moment, Wang Yang's voice pierced through the haze, causing him to tremble. Grandpa, this morning, we saw Lin Chengcheng at the supermarket with her biological mother, who admitted that Lin Chengcheng is indeed the third uncle's daughter. She said that she was deceived by the third uncle in her youth, resulting in Lin Chengcheng's birth. Third brother, sixth brother, and seventh brother were all present and can testify. Old Master Wen was rendered speechless, the revelation shaking him to his core. This voice was identical to the one that had just echoed in his mind. It was Wang Yang's. Yes, Grandpa, we can all attest to it, Wen Shijin spoke solemnly. Ignoring Wen Shijin, Old Master Wen stared in shock at Wang Yang, bewildered by how she possessed such knowledge. What was the truth behind her words? How had he heard those thoughts when she hadn't even spoken? As Wang Yang looked at Old Master Wen leaning on his cane, her heart ached for him. How pitiful! This old man has been the most deceived. His wife of many years has crowned him with a large green hat, bearing the children of an old lover. And he has cherished their offspring as if they were his own, even bequeathing them shares in the company. Yet, he has been poisoned in return, consuming slow-acting toxins daily, ultimately succumbing in a hospital bed. Though he appears robust now, with ample vitality, internally he is deteriorating, his organs ravaged by poison. He can only thrive for another 6 months at most, after which his health will decline swiftly, and within a mere half-month, he will depart this world. Chapter 74. Such poor psychological resilience. Suddenly, Old Master Wen clutched his chest, trembling as he began to sway. When Father, standing closest, rushed forward to support him. Hearing the old man wail, "I don't believe it, I don't believe it. She is not telling the truth." When Father instantly understood what his father meant. He realized that the old man could likely hear Wang Yang's thoughts, and he was incredulous that their mother would betray him, doubting that the third brother was not truly the father of Lin Chengcheng. To speak candidly, when Father Wen first heard of Mother's betrayal, his instinctive reaction was disbelief. Yet, when Yang's inner voice had never erred, she had declared that their mother had strayed with an old flame, and thus it must be true. The third child was indeed not of the Wen lineage. When Yaru, in a state of distress, instinctively supported Elder Wen, tears streaming down her face. Recalling the past, she remembered how their mother had lavished affection upon the third child, to the extent that she, as a daughter, felt relegated to the background. Previously, she had thought that parents naturally favored the youngest, but now, the jealousy she had harbored found its explanation. The reason for the mother's extraordinary fondness lay in the fact that the third child was the offspring of her past love. Hence, in the face of calamity, when both the eldest brother and the third brother were hospitalized, one on the brink of death and the other merely injured, Mother's heart ached solely for the third child, her tears flowing freely, utterly neglecting the eldest brother still in critical care. When Yara dared not dwell on these memories, her voice catching as she murmured, "Elder brother." How could Father Wen have been oblivious to such matters? He simply chose not to care. From a young age, Mother had shown her preference against him. Believing she merely disliked mischievous children, he had diligently conformed, striving to showcase his worthiness. Yet it was only after the birth of his sister that he realized the scant affection Mother had reserved for him was now being shared. When the third child arrived, witnessing the adoration Mother bestowed upon him, he came to understand that her disfavor was not due to his behavior, but rather a simple rejection of him. Even during a life-threatening accident, she had never cast a glance in his direction. Over the years, he had grown accustomed to this absence of maternal love, and although he had never truly experienced it, he found solace in the unwavering love of his devoted wife. Together, they had created their own family and children. Thus, Father Wen had never been harsh with his children. Even upon discovering 2 years prior that Wen Yang was not his biological daughter, he had never contemplated casting her aside. Now, with the truth laid bare, that their mother did not love them, perhaps because their father was not her most cherished one, Wen Yang gazed at the suddenly grieving elder, bewildered. Is it truly so devastating? Merely stating that Lin Chengcheng is Wen Yonghui's biological daughter has struck him to the core? His emotional resilience appears alarmingly fragile. I have yet to reveal my most potent truths, and he is already crumbling. Is it the deception by Wen Yonghui that he cannot accept, or the existence of an illegitimate daughter? I hope my impending outburst does not lead to his demise. Father Wen discreetly signaled to his sons, and Wen Shishio promptly grasped the cue, pulling the still-shocked Si Wantong aside. "Cousin, did you not mention you were to gift Yang Yang a perfume? Let us fetch it now." He winked at her while speaking. Si Wantong snapped back to reality, nodding vigorously.
Ah?
Yang, come with me to check out the perfume. It truly has a delightful fragrance. She nearly dragged Wen Yang away from the living room. Wen Yang, being pulled along, kept glancing back. Cousin, perhaps we should retrieve it later. I sense grandfather is unwell. With uncle and our cousins present, there is no need for us to worry. Come with me now. I might forget to bring it to you otherwise. In the living room, Father Wen helped Elder Wen to a seat, while Wen Shijin approached to pour him a cup of tea, urging him to take a moment to recuperate. After a pause, Elder Wen trembled, asking, Eldest son, what is truly happening? Father Wen had no choice but to begin his explanation. Father, please do not react too impulsively to what I am about to say. What you have heard should be the voice of Wen Yang. Summarizing the key events of the past few days, he recounted them to Elder Wen. By the end, Elder Wen could scarcely believe it. You all can hear her inner voice. The others nodded in affirmation. Then what she said is indeed true. Your mother has truly betrayed me? Tears shimmered in Elder Wen's eyes. Father Wen could not give an unequivocal answer, but he believed it to be highly likely. Father, if you doubt this, you may discreetly investigate. The paternity test results for the third child will be available tomorrow. If you remain unconvinced, you may also conduct a paternity test with him. Elder Wen was overwhelmed with sorrow, lamenting, how could it be? Your mother and I have maintained a respectful distance for decades. Aside from her somewhat cold demeanor, she has always been a good wife. How could she betray me? And Yonghui, whom I have cherished for over 40 years, he is not even my biological son. Mother Wen stepped forward, urging, Father, please compose yourself. Yonghui is now a threat to our entire family. You cannot continue to favor him. We must remain vigilant. This matter concerns our very lives. It is better to believe in its existence than to dismiss it. We should summon Yang to hear her inner voice, remain calm, and scrutinize her words for any inconsistencies. We have verified multiple times that her voice has never misled us. Elder Wen, having weathered many storms, heeded his daughter-in-law's counsel and swiftly wiped his tears. Regaining his composure, if Yonghui were truly a spawn of deceit, he would personally eradicate this malignant presence. You are correct. This is no time for suspicion. Some truths will inevitably come to light. The third child will arrive shortly. I must not show any signs of weakness. Bring Wen Yang in. I can endure. He shakily lifted his cane once more. Father Wen exchanged a glance with Mother Wen, who confidently turned and called for Wen Yang to enter. Just then, as Mother Wen exited, she spotted Wen Yonghui South car approaching the estate, accompanied by his wife, Yi Jin. Upon seeing Mother Wen Yonghui's eyes brightened as he called out, Sister-in-law, leading his wife up the stairs. Eldest sister-in-law is likely upset with me, Wen Yonghui mused. Dressed in a suit, he appeared to be in his early 40s, yet his appearance belied his age, making him seem in his 30s. Having received a superior education and cultivated manners from a young age, he exuded an air of refinement. Mother Wen cast a glance at Yi Jin, noticing her less than favorable expression, evidently aware of the Lin Chengcheng affair. She replied curtly, I seek but one explanation. Let us enter. Father and Ahuai are waiting. Calling to Wen Yang and Si Wantong in the car, she beckoned, Yang Wantong, come back.
All right. Wen Yang responded,
clutching the perfume gift box from Si Wantong as she hurried to her mother's side. As she passed Wen Yonghui, she casually greeted, third uncle, third aunt. Upon seeing Wen Yonghui's hand, resting by his side, instinctively curled slightly as he maintained his usual benevolent demeanor. Yang, how have you been lately? Wen Yang replied with a forced smile, her tone dripping with sarcasm. Thanks to third uncle, I am exceedingly well.
Chapter 75, Accursed Existence.
A cultured scoundrel, a beast in human guise. You can only deceive the elderly and that group of expendables. Mother Wen felt a tightening in her chest, instinctively scrutinizing Wen Yonghui's expression, noting his composure, devoid of shock or suspicion. It appeared he could not hear Wen Yang's inner voice. She exhaled in relief. Realizing that only members of the Wen family could perceive Yang's thoughts, she truly seemed to be a divine intervention sent to rescue them. Embracing Wen Yang's shoulders, Mother Wen said, let us head indoors. Ignoring him, Mother Wen continued walking, while Wen Yonghui trailed closely behind. Sister-in-law, I understand you are angry with me for deceiving you. I can explain. Wen Yang cast a sidelong glance at the shameless Wen Yonghui, silently cursing, what a brazen creature, still coveting Mother Wen. Without even reflecting on his own worth, Mother Wen's body stiffened slightly. In truth, Wen Yonghui had long harassed her behind her husband's back, and she was acutely aware that he was the most favored son of her in-laws. Even if she reported him, they might not believe her. Moreover, she feared the discomfort it would cause Wen father, and thus she kept the matter hidden, doing her utmost to avoid him whenever they crossed paths. Yet for certain men, that which remains unattainable is forever the most desirable. Wen Yonghui had persistently lingered in his thoughts about Mother Wen. He found it perplexing that, despite her appearance not suggesting she was a woman of great fertility, she had managed to bear so many sons, while his own ventures had yielded but one, who was born with a congenital heart defect. Were he Wen Yonghui, he would willingly devote his life to a single woman like her, capable of bearing children and possessing such beauty, unlike Yi Jin, who was both reserved and tedious. Each time he observed her playfully interacting with Wen Yonghui, he yearned to seize her and confine her to himself. Out of the corner of her eye, Wen Yang noticed Wen Yonghui's gaze becoming increasingly audacious, making her feel nauseated to the point of nearly retching up her lunch. As she rolled her eyes, she intentionally let one of her shoes slip off as she stepped over the threshold. When she turned to retrieve it, she coincidentally caught Wen Yonghui off guard, discreetly tripping him, causing him to stumble forward with a loud crash, accompanied by a muffled grunt, landing awkwardly on the floor in a most comical fashion. With a feigned innocence, Wen Yang remarked, "Third uncle, are you all right? I didn't mean to trip you. My shoe just fell off." Wen Yonghui, sprawled on the ground, glared with a sinister look, his teeth clenched in silent fury. However, once Yi Jin assisted him to his feet, he restored his usual facade of joviality. Brushing off the dust from his clothes, he feigned a resigned tone, addressing Mother Wen, "It's all right. Third uncle doesn't blame you. You must have acted out of frustration regarding Qingqing. I understand." Yet, the audacity of his next words ignited Mother Wen's fury. "But I assure you, my sending Qingqing to your sister-in-law was purely out of goodwill."
Bah!
"You're raising my daughter, and you speak of goodwill? Where is my daughter?" Mother Wen interrupted furiously. Hearing the commotion, Wen father swiftly emerged, casting a cold glare at Wen Yonghui as he embraced his wife. His voice was frosty as he declared, "Third brother, I must say, you have truly surprised me." Wen Yonghui sighed heavily, feigning remorse. "Brother, please allow me to explain." "Step inside and explain yourself before the old master." "Don't say I haven't given you a chance," Wen father retorted, ushering his wife and daughter back inside. "You had better provide a reasonable explanation, or you can forget about our brotherhood." Watching the family retreat, Wen Yonghui adjusted his tie and intended to follow Yi Jin inside. Unfortunately, she offered no opportunity for him to take her hand. As soon as he reached for her, she forcefully shrugged off his grip and strode away. A fleeting shadow of disappointment crossed his face before he hurried after her. Upon entering the presence of the old master, Wen Yonghui greeted warmly, "Father." The old master scrutinized the son he once cherished above all, examining his features in hopes of finding a semblance of resemblance. If he could discern even a trace of similarity, he could deceive himself into believing this was indeed his son. Unfortunately, there was none. Wen Yonghui bore an uncanny likeness to his deceased wife, and the memory of her on her deathbed, urging him to care for their youngest son, filled the old man with profound sorrow. In her final moments, she had been preoccupied with thoughts of her child conceived with her former lover. "Father, what's wrong?" Wen Yonghui inquired, noticing the old master's pallor. The old master dabbed at his eyes with a handkerchief, concealing his ire as he spoke. "Third, your elder brother claims Qingqing is not his daughter, but rather your illegitimate child. How do you explain this?" Perhaps it was the first time the old master had addressed him with such coldness. Wen Yonghui hesitated for a moment before hastily replying, "Father, Qingqing is indeed my daughter. However, sending her to my brother was genuinely out of kindness. 2 years ago, upon discovering that my sister-in-law's daughter, Wen Yang, was not her biological child, I promptly sought to uncover the truth. I later learned that my sister-in-law's actual daughter had passed away." Mother Wen clenched her fists. "You bastard. You sold her off. And now you dare curse my daughter. You wretched man. May you meet a terrible end." She silently wished. "My biological daughter has passed away? And you send your own daughter to us to raise?" When father bellowed, "Third brother, didn't you injure yourself years ago? How then could you father another child?" When Yonghui sighed, "Brother, whether you believe me or not, I sent Qingqing to your side to spare you the sorrow of knowing your biological daughter had died. I thought it best to wait until you had time to heal before revealing the truth. Moreover, I am indeed injured and unable to conceive. Qingqing is 18 this year. 18 years ago, I was not yet married. I encountered Qingqing's mother in my youth, and one reckless night led to her birth. I only learned of Qingqing's existence many years later, but by then I was married to Jina and could only support her as an illegitimate child from afar. Father, brother, I acknowledge my error. I should not have concealed the truth and allowed you to raise my daughter. I am truly sorry. But my intentions were solely to protect you from sorrow, Wen Yang expressed his remorse. Yet, when father continued to regard him with a cold gaze, a master of deceit. You truly possess a remarkable talent for fabrication. To concoct such an absurd excuse is impressive, he scoffed. Meanwhile, Yi Jin remained silent, likely having received this same explanation from Wen Yang when the incident first occurred. Wen Yang inwardly scoffed. Lin Chengcheng is not 18 this year, she is merely 16. You clearly sought her mother because she resembled Mother Wen, using forceful means to claim her. When father nearly exploded with rage at the thought that this scoundrel had once harbored thoughts of his wife. Unforgivable. Is that so? Yet I have discovered that you also have an illegitimate son in Jing City suffering from a congenital heart defect. When father ruthlessly exposed him, he had investigated Wen Yonghui's frequent business trips to Jing City, finding that he visited every week. Just 2 days prior, he had gone again, prompting Wen father to hire a private investigator to follow him, uncovering the existence of his hidden son at a major hospital. What? Yi Jin exclaimed, her expression one of disbelief as she gripped Wen Yonghui's arm, her emotions in turmoil. Didn't you claim you only had one daughter? Why is there now an illegitimate son? Wen Yonghui, if you do not clarify this matter, I will file for divorce. Wen Yonghui's heart raced in panic. How could this be? How did his brother discover Xiao Ming's existence? He had never exposed it anywhere. Brother, how could I possibly have another illegitimate child? You must be mistaken. He attempted to argue. When father pulled an envelope from his pocket, extracting a stack of photographs which he forcefully tossed at Wen Yonghui's face. This boy's surname is Li, named Li Siming, and he is 8 years old. My people followed you into the Jing City hospital and heard him call you daddy. Your account has repeatedly transferred funds to a lady named Lu Lily. And the mother of Li Siming is indeed called Lu Lily. What further explanation do you have to offer? Each photograph that has fallen to the floor depicts a boy alongside Wen Yonghui. There are images of their family of 3 in the hospital, as well as pictures of them dining at a restaurant, their faces radiating joy and happiness. Wen Yonghui exclaimed in disbelief, Brother, have you been investigating me? Wen's father, his face contorted with anger, retorted, You deceived me. Deceived your father, deceived our entire family. Should I not investigate you? That car accident years ago. You were not injured at all. Do you still wish to argue? Wen Yonghui was momentarily rendered speechless, frozen in place. Yi Jin picked up the photographs scattered on the ground, her emotions spiraling out of control. She abruptly rose, swinging her bag at Wen Yonghui, exclaiming ever since I married you, I have lived like a widow. I can understand your busyness with work, but you claimed you were injured in that car accident and lost your ability to bear children. Even without a marital life, I could endure it. But how could you deceive me? I wondered why you opposed my desire to adopt a child. It turns out you have so many children outside. On what grounds do you deny me the right to be a mother? Wen Yonghui, we are getting a divorce. After uttering that heart-wrenching proclamation, Yi Jin fled.
Clutching her bag,
Wen Yang stood in stunned silence, bewildered as she gazed at her father, pondering. When did father become aware? He even discovered Wen Yonghui's illegitimate child. But investigating his illegitimate child is futile. You should be investigating your mother. Wen Yonghui is the child of Lady Wen and her first love. He remains in the Wen family to seek vengeance for his mother and to seize the Wen family fortune. The elder Wen nearly burst with rage, his hands trembling uncontrollably around his cane. Despite having mentally prepared himself, he could not contain his emotions upon hearing these revelations. Wen Yang wasted no time in delivering explosive information one after another. Years ago, Lady Wen fell for a poor boy during her university days. She was indifferent to his lack of wealth and status, fully immersed in the sweetness of love. After graduation, she intended to introduce her boyfriend to her parents. Little did she know, her parents disdained the poor boy and coerced her to marry Wen Laotu for the sake of the family business. When Lady Wen refused, they threatened her with the poor boy's future and life, not only forcing him out of the country, but also severing all ties between them. Disheartened, Lady Wen was compelled by her mother's filial piety to marry Wen Laotu, and throughout their marriage, her attitude remained tepid, often devoid of a smile. For she never loved him. How could one find happiness with someone they do not love? Even after the birth of their son, when father Lady Wen held no affection for him, as he bore a striking resemblance to Wen Lao, reminding her of the marriage she could not escape, leading her to loathe even her own son. Only when she bore a daughter did her icy heart begin to thaw. Yet her disdain for Wen Lao and everything related to the Wen family remained unchanged. Later, in her 30s, the poor boy who had been driven abroad returned, now leading a prosperous life. They met secretly, and from that moment on, it spiraled out of control. It was during this time that Lady Wen became pregnant with Wen Yonghui. Fearing that Wen Lao would discover the child was not his, she forced her old flame away, giving birth to the child and pouring all her love into him. Ultimately, Lady Wen succumbed to illness, consumed by thoughts of her old love, passing away in her hospital bed. Upon learning of Lady Wen's death, Wen Yonghui's father returned secretly from abroad to meet Wen Yonghui. He revealed to him that it was Wen Lao who forcibly married his beloved, preventing them from being together and tearing their family apart. Thus, the father and son resolved to take revenge on the Wen family, believing that the Wen family was responsible for the death of the most important person in their lives. And they intended for everyone in the Wen family to pay for Lady Wen's demise. The elder Wen, upon hearing this, nearly fainted from the weight of the truth. Now he comprehended why his wife rarely smiled at him and why she was often sullen after their intimate moments. He had always thought it was due to his roughness causing her pain, but now it dawned on him that she simply did not love him. The elder's once proud posture crumpled, and he suddenly pointed an accusing finger at Wen Yonghui, shouting, "Get out! You wretched spawn! Leave at once!" Overcome with emotion, the elder Wen collapsed, and Wen father along with the Wen brothers rushed to assist him back to his room, urgently summoning the family doctor residing in the manor. Wen Yonghui pretended to be concerned, approaching and calling out, "Father, I understand my mistakes. I didn't mean to deceive you. I just didn't know how to tell you. I only discovered later that the hospital misdiagnosed my condition. I truly didn't intend to mislead you. Please, you mustn't have any issues." When father forcefully pushed him away, reprimanding, "If you truly wish for father to be well, do not follow me any longer." When Yaru also intervened, suppressing her rising fury, trembling as she pointed at him, "Leave this place at once. Get out." When Yonghui mistakenly believed the Wen family was blaming him for deceiving them with his illness, completely oblivious to the gravity of the situation, lamenting, "I have harmed father. I am sorry to all of you." His sorrowful demeanor was so exaggerated it almost seemed he would burst into tears. When Yang scoffed, "What are you pretending for? Haven't you caused enough harm? The chronic poison that the old man is suffering from was given to him by you, along with the caregiver and that family doctor. They are all in your employ. You practically wish to hasten the elder's demise." Upon hearing this, Wen father reacted swiftly, seizing the family doctor by the collar as he attempted to enter the bedroom, directing his gaze to Wen Shirxiu. "Wen heir, go in and check on your grandfather." Without delay, Wen Shirxiu entered the room. Chapter 77. Today's protagonist should be me. What are you doing? I am the elder's doctor. Please do not impede my efforts to save him. The family doctor protested as Wen father pulled him back, struggling to gain entry. Wen father coldly replied, "From this moment on, you are no longer my father's personal physician. You are dismissed. Pack your belongings and leave immediately." "How can you do this? I was hired by the elder. Only he can dismiss me. You cannot make that decision for him. If you continue to obstruct me, it will jeopardize the elder's condition. Are you trying to kill him?" The doctor protested angrily. When father's expression hardened further, "I am his biological son. Do I not have the authority to expel you? My father's condition will be handled by my son, who is also a doctor. We will arrange the best treatment for him without your interference." "Uncle Wang." When father called for the butler. The butler, who had been pacing anxiously nearby, rushed over at the call, "Young master." When father commanded, "Remove this doctor and Wen Yonghui from the premises." As he spoke, his gaze fell upon Lin Chengcheng, who had timidly entered the room. He hesitated for a moment before continuing, "And her as well, throw her out." Lin Chengcheng exclaimed, "What? Are you out of your mind? I just arrived. I haven't even said a word. Why did you call me here then? Am I a joke to you? I spent 63 yuan on transportation." Despite her dissatisfaction, she dared not voice it, casting a furtive glance at Wen Yonghui, who stood rigidly beside her, awaiting instructions. Upon hearing that he too was to be expelled, Wen Yonghui furrowed his brow and exclaimed, "Elder brother, I understand you are upset with me, but you cannot drive me away. I am also father's son, and I must ensure that he is in good health before I leave. Moreover, elder brother, doctor, Chun has always been Father's personal physician and is well acquainted with his health condition. You should not dismiss him. I am aware that Shortstory possesses remarkable medical skills, yet he has never treated father. It would be prudent to allow Dr. Chun to examine him. Wen Fu regarded him with a cold gaze. You are indeed Father's son. Are you certain of that? A sudden chill gripped Wen Yonghui's heart, and he was struck with horror. Could it be that he had uncovered even this matter? Where had he revealed a flaw that incited such suspicion? Elder brother, I do not comprehend what you are insinuating, Wen Yonghui replied solemnly. I was born from mother's womb after 10 months of pregnancy. I have not been swapped at birth. He was mocking the fact that Wen Fu's daughter had been switched. Wen Fu retorted icily, you are your mother's son. But that does not guarantee you are Father's son, Wen Yonghui. Should I call you Li Yonghui instead? He no longer afforded him the chance to argue, stating bluntly, once the paternity test results are revealed, it will be abundantly clear whether or not you are Father's son. I do not wish to hear your further attempts at justification. Take your daughter and leave immediately.
Get out.
Uncle Wang, summon the bodyguards to expel them. Yes, young master. Uncle Wang trembled as he spoke. What had he just heard? The third young master was not the biological son of the old master? Heavens! This was utterly explosive.
Indeed.
The affairs of the wealthy were beyond the comprehension of ordinary folk. Uncle Wang approached Wen Yonghui, whispering, Third young master, please take your leave. Wen Yonghui clenched his fists, his face dark with rage. With matters reaching this point, it was evident that his identity was laid bare. Yet, he could not fathom where he had exposed a weakness. As he contemplated the paternity test, a sudden realization struck him, and his sharp gaze shot towards Lin Chengcheng. Could it be that Lin Chengcheng's paternity test had aroused his suspicions? Since Lin Chengcheng was his daughter, the test with Wen Yonghui would undoubtedly confirm their blood relation. Had the absence of a matching result led to doubts about his own identity? It had to be. Otherwise, how could his mother have concealed the truth so adeptly for all these years? It was all due to Lin Chengcheng, this harbinger of misfortune. Useless. Wen Yonghui's eyes radiated a terrifying intensity, causing Lin Chengcheng's legs to tremble and her spine to chill. Come with me, he barked, turning on his heel and striding out of the Wen family estate. With his identity exposed, he needed to return swiftly to confer with his father on their next course of action. He would not spare a single member of the Wen family. Before long, Wen Yonghui's figure vanished from sight. Meanwhile, Lin Chengcheng stood pale-faced, hesitating to take a step. If she could, she truly wished to avoid following him. She had jeopardized his grand plans and would undoubtedly face his wrath. Fear gripped her. Tears welled in her eyes as she sought help from Wen Yang and her family, wanting to plead for assistance, yet she could not muster the words upon seeing their cold expressions. Gripping the strap of her bag tightly, she shed 2 tears before ultimately turning to leave. What good would a plea for help do? She could evade her fate only temporarily. She was Wen Yonghui's daughter, and no one could save her. All she hoped for was that Wen Yonghui would recognize her as his own flesh and blood and refrain from ending her life. She had not yet lived enough. The commotion in the living room finally subsided, and Wen Yang felt a wave of melancholy wash over her. It appeared that Wen Fu was fully aware of everything. He knew Lin Chengcheng's true identity, recognized that Wen Yonghui had deceived them, and understood that Wen Yonghui was not of Wen lineage. The family members of the Wen clan, once mere pawns, were now poised for a reversal of fortune. Just as she finished this thought, Wen Yang suddenly recalled her purpose for being there. Wait a moment. What was my objective in coming here today? How did I end up embroiled in such drama when I was supposed to confront old man Wen? Today, I should be the protagonist. The members of the Wen family, upon hearing her remarks, averted their gazes to the heavens and the ground, but not towards Wen Yang. Wen Yang glanced at the closed door, filled with regret. It's all old man Wen's fault for unleashing one scandal after another. I'm so stunned I forgot my purpose. Old man Wen must be so infuriated that he has fainted. What shall I do now? Wen Yang scanned the surroundings and finally fixed her gaze on Wen Yaru. The moment their eyes met, a chill ran down her spine. Before Wen Yang could speak, Wen Yaru suddenly stood up and declared, I'm going to the restroom. Before hastily departing, Wen Yang was left perplexed. Why do I feel like my aunt is afraid of me? Si Wantong kept her head down, not daring to utter a word. Of course, she was terrified. Last time, she had nearly caused a disaster and wished never to see Wen Yang again. Wen Yang slumped into a chair. Well, today was another wasted trip. The members of the Wen family remained silent, too intimidated to speak. At this moment, it was best to avoid provoking misfortune. Remaining mute was the wisest course of action. Before long, the butler returned, respectfully addressing Wen Fu. Young master, they have all left. I witnessed them depart myself. And where is the nanny who usually attends to my father? I have not seen her today, Wen Fu inquired sternly. Xiao's son went to visit her parents. She left the day before and requested 3 days off, the butler replied. Wen Fu stated, contact her. She need not return. All the servants in the estate must be replaced. Arrange it. The new staff must have their backgrounds thoroughly vetted. You understand my meaning, correct? The butler felt a shiver run down his spine and promptly replied, understood. Young master, I will arrange it immediately. Chapter 78. System upgrade and return. Father, grandfather has awakened. He is no longer in danger. It was merely an emotional outburst that led to his fainting. When Shortstory paused before subtly adding, a comprehensive examination at the hospital is still necessary. What he referred to specifically was the old master's consumption of chronic poison. The extent of his physical decline could only be determined after further tests. Wen Fu pondered for a moment, you brothers should take Yang back, tonight. Your mother and I will stay to accompany grandfather. Yaru, little Ting cannot be left unattended. You should take Wantong home as well. I will remain here. When Yara glanced around the room, shaking her head, I will stay. I will call the bodyguards to bring little Ting here. Father is in a vulnerable state, and as his children, we should not leave him at this time. Very well, Wen Fu replied, his gaze softening as he looked at Wen Yang. Yang, you should return with your brothers. You have classes tomorrow. Rest early tonight, and do not stay up late on your phone. Wen Yang nodded. Understood, Dad. Wen Fu reached out and tousled her hair. My daughter is truly obedient. If it were not for Yang, our family would have perished. Yang is like a divine savior sent to rescue us. He felt immense gratitude for the person who had awakened their family at such a crucial moment, whether by fate or human design, and he sincerely thanked them. In the future, he would treat Wen Yang as his own, earning plenty of money for her to spend to make up for the grievances she had endured over the past 2 years.
Wen Yang Bao said.
Sensing that something was amiss with Wen Fu, she could not pinpoint exactly what was wrong. Wen Mu also embraced Wen Yang, gently kissing her forehead. Sweetheart, return home for now. Tomorrow, I will come back to prepare delicious food for you. Wen Yang gazed at the sudden, excessive adoration directed toward her by the two individuals. Her heart filled with suspicion. As she glanced around, noticing that her brothers bore similar expressions, her confusion deepened. Why are they looking at me with such reverent eyes? As if I had accomplished something truly magnificent. I even forgot to provoke an argument today, merely accompanying them, achieving nothing but munching on melons. By the way, why does it feel like the Wen family has suddenly become more astute? The plot has collapsed into utter disarray. They can't have awakened to the consciousness that mere paper characters ought not possess, can they? Let's go home, Wen Shijin said, draping an arm around Wen Yang's shoulders and leading her out. After greeting their father and mother, the Wen brothers also proceeded outside. Make sure to take good care of Yang, their mother urged. We know. In the car on their way back, Wen Yang replayed the events that had just transpired in her mind. Suddenly, a chime resonated, causing her to straighten her back, her heart racing with excitement. My system has returned. The next moment, the mechanical voice of the announcement system echoed. System upgrade complete, transitioning to intelligent system. When she, who was driving, Wen Shortstory in the passenger seat, and Wen Shuryen and Wen Shijin sitting in the back, with Wen Yang instinctively sat up straight. The system upgrade for Yang has finally returned. I wonder if it can detect their telepathic abilities. If Wen Yang were to discover that they could hear her thoughts, she would undoubtedly be displeased. After all, no one relishes having their privacy laid bare before others. Oblivious to the concern in her brother's eyes, Wen Yang was still immersed in the joy of the system's return. She closed her eyes, pretending to lean against Wen Shijin and feigning sleep, while in reality, she was conversing with the system. Ah, you've finally returned, my darling host. I've missed you so much. The voice of the little system was as adorable as ever. Wen Yang gleefully inquired, the upgrade took so long. You should have some capabilities now, right? What is the current state of the plot? It seems like the Wen family, as cannon-fodder, is on the verge of a turnaround. The little system replied with a hint of grievance. You inquire about serious matters the moment we reunite. Didn't you miss me at all? Wen Yang felt her fists clench slightly. Stop being cute. Get to the point. Do you know that every time you act cute, it's because you've done something wrong, trying to distract me with your charm? Now, tell me, is this deviation in the plot due to you? The little system chuckled. Hee, my darling host knows me best. Damn it. When Yang cursed, then what is the current situation? The little system immediately began explaining. My dear host, please don't be angry. Things haven't become too dire yet. You might not have to retire early, but for you, a delay of several decades isn't a significant issue, is it? When Yang retorted, get to the crux of the matter? All right, I'll get to the point. When I brought you into this world, I neglected to check your luck value. Every small world carries individuals with great luck, commonly referred to as the protagonist's halo, which you are aware of, right? When Yang nodded, people endowed with the protagonist's halo are destined to live dazzling lives, standing atop the most resplendent peaks, eliciting envy. The little system continued, because your skills from previous small worlds have accumulated excessively, your luck value slightly exceeds that of the original female lead. In simple terms, your arrival has altered this world into a dual female lead setup. This is why the plot has collapsed while the small world remains intact, because you are also a female lead. Everything occurring around you is a normal phenomenon. The transformation of the Wen family is also due to your influence. Even the original female lead's best friend, Dongfang Baineng, has now become your good friend, thanks to your protagonist's halo. Your script will no longer follow the path of a malicious supporting character, but will gradually shift toward the style of a beloved female lead. When Yang was left speechless. What on earth? I'm a female lead now? Then can I still retire? She was unconcerned about anything else, solely focused on whether her ultimate benefits remained intact. Retirement is definitely possible. Once you complete the plot of this world, you can still retire, just delayed by several decades.
You wouldn't mind that, would you?
Wen Yang scoffed, Guess? The little system's tone drooped. My dear host, this time it was my oversight in forgetting to upgrade, leading to the failure to correct your luck value in time. Just consider it a reward from the system for your leisure world, being a female lead for a few more decades. The systems had established numerous rewards to encourage hosts to actively complete tasks, one of which was the opportunity to randomly receive a leisure world to relax in after completing tasks in 9 small worlds. The system would assign the host a life of wealth, devoid of worries about food or clothing, indulged in affection, and smoothly sailing through life, allowing them to rest and recuperate in preparation for future challenges, with a lifespan of 60 years. When Yang adored such leisure worlds, life felt like it was on autopilot. Utterly delightful. Leisure worlds are for enjoyment, with no tasks, and you can do anything you desire. But a female lead's world is different. I must still have tasks, right? When Yang rolled her eyes, refusing to believe it would be so simple. The little system chuckled. My dear host is still so astute. Chapter 79. The task changes. Your task, dear host, is to fulfill the plot setting of a beloved female lead with a happy ending, altering the original storyline to achieve a grand reunion. When Yang pondered this statement, to fulfill the beloved female lead's happy ending means I am essentially the beloved female lead in this task. Exactly. You must make yourself the beloved female lead, ensuring that your family and friends cherish and pamper you. The system cheerfully explained. What does rewriting the ending into a grand reunion entail? When Yang glanced at the original book's grand conclusion, which seemed quite pleasant, the male and female leads married and had children, living happily ever after.
Oh.
Except for the female lead's entire family being wiped out.
Oh.
I understand now. It's about allowing the original female lead to reunite with her family and ensuring the Wen family, this group of cannon-fodder, survives until the end, thus achieving a grand reunion. Though the Wen family shows signs of turning their fate around, the life paths the author has set for them will still come to fruition, such as the eldest, Wen Shiyan, facing a car accident and entanglements with Liu Xiaotong. The second, Wen Shixiu, encountering a medical dispute resulting in the loss of both hands and being stabbed 16 times. The third, Wen Shijin, will face those drug dealers, embroiled in a retaliation from a criminal force. The fourth, Wen Xiu, will also face allegations of raping a minor and end up imprisoned, only to encounter a deranged man post-release, leading to a torturous demise. Moreover, the other members of the Wen family, the fifth, Wen Shi, will be falsely accused by a female student, ultimately drowning. The sixth, Wen Shihan, will face disgrace in the esports world. The seventh, Wen Shifeng, will not escape a limp and cancer, and the eighth, Wen Xinian, will still be sold abroad for organ harvesting. Additionally, their father will suffer a heart attack, and their mother will be afflicted with breast cancer, nearly facing humiliation. All of them require my rescue to ensure that those who were originally doomed can survive until the end, achieving a grand reunion. Suddenly, Wen Yang was filled with resentment. Damn it, I only just realized how many tribulations the Wen family endures. Are they embarking on a journey to the west? My dear mother, must I, this monkey king, assist them in overcoming their tribulations? How utterly exhausting. The system's little assistant hastily clarified, not at all. As the host, all you need to do is seize the opportune moment to act when necessary to preserve your life. The tragic events they endure will be salvaged by the original female protagonist. Moreover, they will inherently benefit from your beloved protagonist's aura of fortune, as evidenced by the current improvements in the Wen family situation. Wen Shiyan has not been disfigured, nor has he been entangled by Lu Xiaotong. Si Yanting has not been kidnapped for his heart, and the two sisters of the Si family are on the verge of escaping their wretched lives. Even the antagonist, Wen Yonghui, has faced repeated failures, indicating that your protagonist's charm is indeed in effect. You merely need to lend a hand when they are truly on the brink of disaster, and that will suffice. Wen Yang composed herself, remarking, "It seems rather straightforward, just ensuring they do not perish. Besides, being the beloved protagonist comes with its perks. One gets what one desires, and everyone adores the precious darling." Quite delightful indeed. The little assistant's voice brimmed with joy. It is wonderful that you can find clarity, host. I will continuously monitor their movements to seize the chance for timely rescue. However, I must remind you, as you are also a protagonist, primary characters from the original narrative may be drawn to you, and likewise, the original heroine may be attracted to you. Be prepared to engage with them. When Yang found this somewhat perplexing, could you simplify that a bit? It means that the original story's major antagonist and supporting characters have already been attracted to you. In the future, the male lead from the original narrative may also be drawn to you, though it is possible he will still entangle himself with the original heroine. Furthermore, those supporting male and female characters and antagonists from the original story could very well gravitate towards you. When Yang's lips twitched, she now understood. She was to share the burden of the original heroine's narrative. Not a problem. I am a tasker brimming with bugs, unafraid of any challenges that come my way. Bring it on.
Wen Yang declared confidently.
Then I wish you the best of luck. The little assistant replied before falling silent. When Yang opened her eyes, her apricot-colored irises shimmering with brilliance. The task had changed. She no longer needed to seek trouble with Lin Chengcheng. The characters she needed to engage with were right beside her, easily manageable. The four brothers in the vehicle remained silent, digesting the conversation between Wen Yang and the system. The good news was that they no longer had to worry about future dangers, as Wen Yang would save them. The bad news was that Wen Yang would merely ensure their survival. However, this was not entirely disheartening. They could not solely rely on Wen Yang. They had to take charge of their own lives, and as long as Wen Yang remained, they would assist her in her tasks.
Unbeknownst to Wen Yang,
Her mission and the target characters were mutually converging. She yawned and inquired, "Where are we now?" Beside her, Wen Shiyan replied with a smile, "We are almost home." Wen Yang shook her neck. "I won't be staying home tonight. I've promised Ningning to accompany her."
just drop me at the entrance.
Wen Shiyan considered that there were no other males next door, only Dongfang Baineng, and felt reassured, thus agreeing, "All right, if you wish to go, then go. After all, we are neighbors. Returning will be convenient." Rarely, Wen Yang beamed a radiant smile at Wen Shiyan, leaving him pleasantly surprised. "Big brother, you must rest well when you return. Taking care of your health is of utmost importance." Wen Yang was determined to embark on her mission, and establishing a good relationship with the Wen family was imperative. Although their past treatment of her due to Lin Qingqing's attitude had been rather irksome, it was a case of mutual provocation. For the sake of her mission, she would endure. After all, she had managed to survive all these years. Postponing that 500 billion for a few decades was acceptable.
Great.
Big brother will soon recover and earn plenty of money to buy delicious food, drinks, essentials, and fun things for Yang Yang. Wen Shiyan's smile was warm, his tone affectionate yet earnest. Wen Yang smiled back. "Woohoo, the perks of being the beloved protagonist are finally here. Big brother must remember your words." "I will not forget," Wen Shiyan replied with a gentle smile. At the entrance of the Wen family villa, Wen Yang alighted from the vehicle and headed next door. The Wen brothers had returned home to convene, strategizing how to assist Wen Yang in completing her tasks while simultaneously rescuing themselves from their dismal fates. Arriving next door, Wen Yang pressed the doorbell. The door was opened by the nanny that Jiang Zhe had arranged for Dongfang Baineng. She looked at Wen Yang and inquired, "May I ask whom you are looking for?" "I am looking for Baineng. I'm her neighbor and also her friend," Wen Yang replied with a gentle smile.
Oh.
"Our young lady is upstairs. Please come in. I shall fetch her right away. The nanny invited Wen Yang inside before hastily ascending the stairs. Before long, the sound of hurried footsteps echoed from the staircase.
Yang.
You've finally returned. Exclaiming, she rushed to Wen Yang and enveloped her in a big hug. Yang, did the Wen family send you away? Are you still able to stay? I have already called my brother. He said he is willing to adopt you. So, if the Wen family does not want you, I want you. Wen Yang was both amused and exasperated. Oh dear, I was not sent away. And I will not leave. We can attend the same university and stay together. Really? That's wonderful. Dongfang Baineng cheered, pulling her upstairs. Come, let us see my bedroom. I tidied it up all afternoon knowing you were coming to stay. Chapter 80. The Fated Good Sister. Dongfang Baineng's bedroom was spacious and adorned in pink, filled with plush toys, resembling a child's room. She shyly explained, these were all prepared by my brother. He thought girls would like these things. So he filled my room with them. Wen Yang smiled. It seems he hasn't interacted with many girls, so he doesn't know much about this. But he genuinely wants to treat you well. He must be a wonderful brother. Speaking of Jiangze, a warm smile graced Dongfang Baineng's lips. I was despised by my relatives since I was little. My life was quite miserable until I turned 15. Then, my brother found me. He is my half-brother, and he took me out of my unfortunate family situation. He provided me with a comfortable life, healed my childhood wounds, and showed me the beautiful side of the world, accompanying me in experiencing a joyful life. To be honest, I had severe depression before, but I have not suffered from it for a long time, thanks to the love my brother has given me, which helped me overcome it. He is the best brother and my most important family. Wen Yang wrapped her arm around her shoulder. Do not dwell on the past. Look forward. The future holds promise. You deserve all the beauty in the world. Now you have a brother, and you also have me and Tian as friends, and there will be even more good friends in the future. Will you always be with me? Dongfang Baineng asked earnestly. Wen Yang paused for a moment, then smiled brightly. Of course. Unless something unexpected happens. We will be friends for life. Dongfang Baineng's lips curved into a smile, affectionately linking her arm with Wen Yang's. Then we must promise to be together for a lifetime. Wen Yang teased, why do I feel like this girl has ulterior motives regarding me? Dongfang Baineng stiffened, looking at her with suspicion. What do you mean by that? She gazed into Wen Yang's bright eyes, clearly seeing that she had not spoken. Yet that voice resounded once more in her mind. Who could bear to refuse a sweet and soft girl? If she desires something, let her have it.
All right.
Together forever. Best friends for life. Wen Yang said, playfully pinching her cheek. By the way, you have a pimple on your face. I have a beauty pill that is good for the skin. Would you like to try it? Behold my visage. It is the result of that very product, which bestows upon me a complexion that is both fair and radiant, as smooth as silk, devoid of any blemish or imperfection. Quickly, you must have it. I shall grant you a rejuvenating elixir, so we may both attain beauty and eternal youth together. I have already secretly allowed Tian to use it. This elixir can preserve your youth for 2 decades. Dongfang Baineng's pupils widened in astonishment. That voice was enchanting. Was it her innermost thoughts she was hearing? But why was she able to hear Wen Yang's heart's voice? Yes. Dongfang Baineng fixed her gaze upon her, her large eyes unwavering, determined not to miss any peculiarities.
Oh.
Splendid treasures are meant to be shared with good friends. Little Ningning, you may still face harassment from the Dongfang family, but fear not. I shall protect you. Anyone who dares to lay a finger on those within my protective circle shall pay a grievous price. I haven't brought it with me today, but I will present it to you tomorrow, Wen Yang said, her eyes crinkling in delight at her response. Dongfang Baineng's heart fluttered lightly, her lashes casting shadows over her eyes, concealing her surprise as she softly murmured, All right. It's late. Have you had dinner yet? Dongfang Baineng shook her head. Not yet. And I'm not hungry. Neither am I. How about I tutor you for 2 hours? After all, we have time to spare. And we should strive to improve our grades so that we can attend the same school.
Wen Yang proposed.
Okay, I'll follow your lead. Dongfang Baineng released her arm and rose to fetch her backpack and textbooks. The two then sat before the study desk, discussing problems and practicing exercises. As Dongfang Baineng drew closer to Wen Yang, with their bodies in contact, she could hear Wen Yang's heart's voice. To confirm this, she conducted a small experiment twice. When she distanced herself slightly while Wen Yang was expressing her thoughts, the voice indeed vanished. Thus, she realized that she could only hear Wen Yang's heart's voice when they were in contact. This realization brought Dongfang Binowing a secret delight. Could it not signify that she and Wen Yang were kindred spirits, destined to be close friends, their bond deserving of greater intimacy? Ning Ning, do you comprehend this problem type? Dongfang Binowing snapped back to reality, offering an apologetic smile. I'm sorry, I was a bit distracted and didn't catch everything. Could you please explain it again? Her tone was tinged with caution, afraid that Wen Yang might be upset. Wen Yang straightened her posture, handing her a nearby cup of water. It's all right. Take a sip to refresh yourself. You seem a bit dazed. After a moment, I shall explain it again. Wen Yang, I didn't mean to. Dongfang Binowing grasped her arm, hastily clarifying, fearful that she had jeopardized this hard-won friendship. She had been too preoccupied with testing how to trigger Wen Yang's heart's voice and had momentarily lost track of the lesson. Considering Wen Yang's earnestness, would she feel disrespected? Wen Yang reassured her, it's perfectly fine. I didn't mind. It's natural to feel a bit muddled after thinking so deeply. Let us take a break, and then continue. Why does little Ning Ning lack such confidence? It was merely a small oversight, nothing of great consequence. How can I convey to her that minor errors among friends are inconsequential, and I shall not be angry? Dongfang Binowing felt a wave of relief wash over her, suddenly resting her head against Wen Yang's arm, whispering, Wen Yang, how are you so wonderful?
Is that so?
Yet many claim I am cruel, a wicked girl. Wen Yang raised an eyebrow, teasingly. That is untrue. Those who make such claims do not know you and merely speak thoughtlessly. Do not heed those negative voices. I have never paid them heed. Life belongs to oneself. Why concern oneself with the opinions of others? Therefore, Ning Ning, do not be troubled by what others say about you. Our happiness is paramount. I hope that through my counsel, when she encounters members of the Dongfang family again, she will not feel sorrow, and even if unfavorable rumors resurface, she can confront them with courage rather than retreat into her shell of despair. Dongfang Binowing closed her eyes. I will strive to let go of those painful memories and face the future with courage and confidence. Wen Yang, you are my source of strength. Later that evening, after concluding their study session, they finally felt a pang of hunger. Wen Yang rubbed her stomach and suggested, let us go find something to eat.
All right.
I shall summon the housekeeper to prepare something for us. Dongfang Binowing quickly tidied the desk, and the two descended the stairs together. Aunt Fang, we are hungry. Please prepare us something to eat. Dongfang Binowing softly requested upon finding the housekeeper engrossed in her phone. The housekeeper frowned at the request, her impatience evident. What time is it? My young lady, it's already 8:30, and you only now mention hunger? You refused to eat when dinner was ready. And now you claim to be hungry? Are young ladies of your esteemed background truly this difficult to manage? Wen Yang was taken aback by her attitude. Excuse me? Aren't you aware of your own position? You are our hired help. Cooking is your duty. Why the sarcastic remarks? Chapter 81. A Chaste of the Overbearing CEO. The housekeeper, recognizing that Wen Yang was not a soft target, quickly composed herself and stood. Dinner hasn't even touched, though it may have cooled. I shall reheat it and bring it to you both. Just as Wen Yang was about to retort further, Dongfang Binowing grasped her hand. Her expression cold as she addressed the housekeeper. No need.
You are dismissed.
Pack your belongings and leave immediately. This marked Dongfang Binowing's first instance of speaking so resolutely to another. She had always been gentle-natured, often tolerating the housekeeper's duality of behavior when her brother was present and when he was not. She had believed that as long as the housekeeper fulfilled her duties, she could endure a few snide remarks without complaint. She did not wish to burden her brother with her concerns, knowing he had more pressing matters to attend to than her well-being. However, today as housekeeper had clearly overstepped her bounds. The housekeeper, taken aback by Dongfang Binowing's unexpected firmness, stammered, I merely pointed out that your tardiness in eating is a waste of someone else's labor. Must you truly dismiss me for that? Wen Yang remained silent, choosing to observe Dongfang Binowing's response, recognizing that she wished to handle the situation herself. Is that all you have to say? Should I enumerate all the grievances you have inflicted upon me in your service? Dongfang Binowing's tone was calm, yet it bore an invisible weight that pressed down on the housekeeper. The affluent truly embody their status. Even a reticent young lady grappling with depression is not someone to be trifled with. With but a single utterance, she could render her a lifelong servant. It is only now that she comprehends fear, her cowardly self beginning to apologize. Miss, I was mistaken. In a moment of confusion, I failed to recognize my place. Please forgive me. I promise to perform diligently henceforth and will never err again. I implore you, do not dismiss me. Dongfang Binoing furrowed her brow in agitation. I do not require your apologies. I have informed you that you are dismissed. Do you comprehend? You have 5 minutes to gather your belongings and depart immediately. Otherwise, I shall include all your misdeeds in your resume, ensuring you can never find work as a maid again. Please, I will leave right away. I will go pack my things. The maid nearly stumbled over herself in her haste to exit the villa. Wen Yang's lips curled into a smile. Oh my, splendid. You've adopted the demeanor of a domineering CEO. Dongfang Binoing's serious expression shifted to one of embarrassment as she summoned her courage to meet Wen Yang's gaze. A look of yearning for praise adorning her features. Wen Yang, was my reaction overly harsh? With utmost sincerity, Wen Yang replied, not at all, not in the slightest. Such individuals deserve this treatment. However, I believe you were still too lenient. She ought to be completely deprived of her position as a maid to learn a valuable lesson. Little Ning is still too kind. That wicked maid accepted payment, yet neglected her duties, bullying you in the process, and you merely dismissed her. Had it been me, I would have ensured she was unable to find work the moment she disrespected me. Dongfang Binoing bit her lip, contemplating. Then shall I announce to the public that she was dismissed for failing to recognize her place? Would she then face consequences? Indeed. Wen Yang nodded in agreement. With your declaration, others will think twice before hiring her. While she may not completely lose her position as a maid, securing a high-paying job will certainly become challenging for her. Wen Yang cupped her face, gazing directly into her eyes. Remember my words. Never allow anyone to undermine your worth. In this vast universe, prioritize yourself above all else. Should anyone inflict harm upon us, we must bravely retaliate. If we cannot overpower them, we ought to make them uncomfortable, ensuring they understand that if we are not at ease, they shall not find peace either. Dongfang Binoing nodded with bright eyes, filled with admiration for her. Satisfied that her words had resonated, Wen Yang smiled and said, Now, wait here while I check the kitchen for ingredients to prepare a meal. Do you require my assistance? No need, just wait in the living room, Wen Yang responded before heading to the kitchen. On the stove, the remnants of the maid's dinner from the previous night remained, evidence of her negligence in providing Dongfang Binoing with leftovers. She had only prepared 2 plates of vegetables, and the stir-fried chives and eggs were overcooked, losing their delightful flavor. Wen Yang, devoid of appetite, promptly disposed of the plates in the trash. After placing the dishes into the dishwasher, she turned to the refrigerator in search of ingredients. Fortunately, the rice from the evening was untouched and still edible. She retrieved carrots and cucumbers from the fridge and prepared a serving of egg fried rice. Her focus and dedication imbued her with a captivating allure. Once Dongfang Binoing concluded her phone call and resolved the maid's situation, she found herself seated in the living room, gazing dreamily at Wen Yang in the kitchen. The sight was so heartwarming that she could not resist sneaking a photo on her phone, saving it in her album. Before long, the egg fried rice was ready, and Wen Yang filled 2 bowls, taking a spoonful to sample before stepping out. It's done. Come and have a taste.
Yes.
Dongfang Binoing rose and approached, holding her phone. Slightly shy, she asked, May I take a photo to share on social media? Wen Yang smiled gently, Of course, go ahead. Elated, Dongfang Binoing placed the 2 bowls together and found an angle to capture a photo of the egg fried rice, posting it with a caption on her social media. This egg fried rice must be the most delicious ever. Is it ready? Wen Yang inquired. Ready, Dongfang Binoing replied as she put away her phone. The 2 sat across from each other, picking up their spoons to eat. Chapter 82. Jiang Zhe's return. After finishing their meal and placing the bowls in the dishwasher, the 2 girls chatted for a long while, laughing and joking until they eventually succumbed to sleep in the late hours of the night. Jiang Zhe's plane landed just past 4 in the morning. After receiving a call from Dongfang Binoing informing him that Wen Yang was to be expelled from the Wen family, he could no longer remain still. He immediately instructed his assistant to purchase a ticket back home. Throughout the journey, he pondered how to persuade Wen Yang to stay by his side. Once seated in the car returning to the villa, Jiang Zhe, weary, pinched the bridge of his nose and powered on his phone, instinctively opening his chat with Binoing, where he found her message awaiting him. Wen Yang had not been expelled. She had spent the night with Binoing. Jiang Zhe chuckled helplessly, realizing that the little one had failed to articulate the situation clearly the moment he answered her call. She had choked back tears, lamenting that Wen Yang was leaving and that she was about to lose her best friend, prompting him to rush back without a second thought. Ultimately, it was merely a false alarm. He thought to himself, she truly needs to learn a lesson. A notification popped up in the chat, revealing Dongfang Binoing's latest social media post. Jiang Zhe clicked to view it, revealing 2 bowls of egg fried rice alongside a girl's hand. He zoomed in repeatedly on that hand, contemplating for a while before turning off his phone and tossing it aside, attempting to close his eyes. The driver, noticing Jiang Zhe's eyes shut, slowed the car, allowing him a few moments of rest. By nearly 5 o'clock, they arrived at the villa. The driver glanced in the rearview mirror and softly called out, "Young master, we have arrived home." Jiang Zhe opened his eyes, blinking away the dryness. His voice was hoarse as he instructed, "Once you help me inside, you may return to catch up on sleep. There are no engagements today." Understood. The driver exited the car, assisting Jiang Zhe as he maneuvered his wheelchair into the villa. The house was eerily quiet, devoid of light. Upon ascending to the 2nd floor via the elevator, Jiang Zhe noticed that Dongfang Bainang's door was ajar. From the threshold, he could see the 2 young ladies in their pajamas, entwined in slumber on the pink bed, with his sister Bainang nestled in Wen Yang's embrace, her arms tightly wrapped around her waist, their soft, pale legs intertwined beneath the blankets, which lay undisturbed. The sight was quite striking. Fortunate for him, they were both girls. Had it been a boy, he couldn't fathom how he would react. Jiang Zhe quietly entered, leaning over to pull the blanket over the 2 of them. Gazing tenderly at Wen Yang's peaceful face, his expression softened with warmth. Before exiting, he gently closed the door behind him, returning to his room to shower and change. He refrained from sleeping, knowing that school resumed today and estimating that they would rise around 6:30. He wanted Wen Yang to see him first upon waking.
Ding, ding.
The alarm clock rang punctually at 6:40, rousing Wen Yang from her slumber, her desire to awaken non-existent. As she moved, she realized her entire left arm had gone numb. Pinned beneath Dongfang Bainang, who had used her as a pillow, wrapping herself around her in a tight embrace, leaving Wen Yang utterly exhausted. "Ning ning, vakop. We have school today," she groaned, struggling to pull her arm free while keeping her eyes shut. Dongfang Bainang merely rolled over, snuggling closer to Wen Yang, mumbling, "So sleepy. I don't want to get up." Wen Yang murmured, "I'm sleepy too. It's all your fault for not sleeping last night. Being so excited at such a late hour. It's my first time sleeping with you. I was a bit too excited to fall asleep." Wen Yang, you find yourself unable to sleep, while I am utterly exhausted, suddenly feeling as though I have taken on the role of a little girlfriend, needing to hold on to someone as I drift into slumber. The surprising part is that I do not feel repulsed by this notion. In fact, I find quite a bit of joy in it. I am truly hungry. I must indulge in some male models tonight to satisfy my cravings. Arise now. Wash your face to invigorate yourself. I shall return home to change my attire and later ask my brother to drive us to school. Struggling to rise, Wen Yang donned her slippers and made her way downstairs. Dongfang Bainang, feeling empty in her embrace, lost all desire to linger in bed, and as she hugged her pillow, the thought of being a little girlfriend brought a smile to her lips. As long as she does not harbor any disdain, that is sufficient. As she sleepily descended the stairs, Wen Yang rubbed her eyes and walked towards the door, completely oblivious to Jiang Zhe waiting on the 1st floor. "Awake now?" His voice startled Wen Yang, causing her to jump and let out an involuntary gasp, shaking off any remnants of drowsiness. She stared wide-eyed at Jiang Zhe. Jiang Zhe. "When did you return?" Her inner monologue criticized. "Goodness. You nearly scared me to death. You look like a ghost." Jiang Zhe, taken aback by her fright, expressed his apologies. "I did not mean to scare you. I merely wanted to greet you, having just returned." Wen Yang, clutching her racing heart, questioned, "Weren't you abroad? You came back after just 2 days?" Jiang Zhe felt a slight discomfort. Could he confess that those 2 days felt like an eternity? "Most matters have been settled over there," he offered by way of explanation. Wen Yang nodded, understanding. "Yet, he looks rather handsome now. He must have just bathed. His muscles beneath the shirt appear quite toned. I wonder how many hearts he could captivate if he stood tall. Ahem. Once I find an excuse, I will heal your leg. I absolutely must see if the standing villain Jiang Zhe can rival the male lead, Shenjiza. And once you are healed, I hope you won't mind if I feel your muscles a little. After all, as the female lead, it is perfectly reasonable for her to alter the fates of others. Healing Jiang Zhe would surely make Ning Ning happy as well. Having just returned, you must have stayed up all night, right? You should rest. I need to head home. School awaits." Wen Yang suppressed her drowsiness, stifling a yawn as she spoke. Jiang Zhe's ears flushed slightly. The young girl harbored thoughts of him. Did she fancy muscles? Perhaps he should consider working out. Go quickly, don't be late.
Has Ning Ning avakenet?
Yes, She should be getting up to freshen up now, Wen Yang replied, continuing towards the door. Once she departed from Jiangze, Wen Yang hurried home, bounding up the stairs as soon as she entered, oblivious to Wen Shirxiu in the kitchen preparing her meal. After a swift wash of her face, brushing her teeth, and tidying her hair, Wen Yang changed into her school uniform and leisurely descended once more. Hey, Yang, the century egg and lean pork congee is ready. Come eat it while it's hot. Wen Shirxiu, donned in an apron, presented himself as the quintessential homebody, quite a sight to behold. Did you make this, second brother?
Wen Yang casually inquired.
Indeed. I remember you love century egg and lean pork congee and spent the morning learning how to make it, Wen Shirxiu replied as he served her a bowl. Wen Yang, sitting down, exclaimed in surprise, you learned this just now? Is it even edible? Of course, I tasted it and it's quite good. You'll see for yourself. Wen Shirxiu encouraged, handing her a spoon with eager anticipation in his eyes. Wen Yang hesitated momentarily, but did not wish to dampen his spirits. She took a spoonful and sampled it. Her eyes lit up. This is delightful. Second brother, you possess quite the culinary talent. Do you like it? Wen Shirxiu inquired cautiously, a sense of nervousness creeping in. I do. Thank you, second brother. Wen Yang replied, relishing her meal with satisfaction. Wen Shirxiu beamed with delight, his smile widening. If you like it, I shall make it for you often. I'll learn more dishes when I have time, ensuring they remain varied. Wen Yang smiled but remained silent. Who would refuse a free chef eager to prepare meals for her?